out the same mouth.
But dummy, listen.
Someone's claiming that the cones face one way. Someone's claiming the cones face another way. All I'm hearing is opinions. Does anyone have a source for what they think is going on in the cones of the eyes, or are we just throwing opinions out? Because my opinion is unicorns are real.
But that's okay. That's a fine. You can
say unicorns are real.
A good point. But Gummy Bear was what do you call it? Saying it was wrong without him looking at it. But it's a fact, as our cones actually face inverted. Whether we're the only species, that's what I understood by the documentary that I watched or whatever. It did say the only species.
Can anyone fact check this? I'm driving. I want to know if this is true or not.
Well, what part of here's the question?
So
what part?
Yeah. So the first part is. Yeah, so the first part is true that the rods and cones, or the cones specifically, are faced essentially invertedly in the way he described it. That is true, but then he's saying that only humans have this.
Right, I said I could be wrong, but the point was, the point I was making was the cones are
what other
inverted.
Creature has them?
And I said no other creature had it right. That was, but I did say the cones were.
All right, I'll have to freaking. I guess I'll have to stop what I'm doing and go on Google and find exact examples. Okay.
Well, here's the thing. Honestly, if you just analyze it, hold on a second. If you say no other, that's an emphatic blanket statement. Most of the time, if you make a blanket statement, it's probably false because there's always an exception usually to the rule. So I bet you if you find one person, it would put one thing that has inverted cones, it would be blanket.
Okay, so according to this first source, the very first source I found says that mammals have this. The mammalian eyes work like this.
So there you go.
There you go. That means what? Dogs, bears, cats, all that shit have the same type of eyes.
And
but wait a minute. The point
demonstration
was,
of what it looks like.
I stand corrected, but the point was, our cones are inverted. That was the biggest point.
That first citation's bunk. Because bats are mammals, and yet they're blind. So you can't just say all mammals. Got him.
No, I didn't. Okay.
You say all mammals.
I did say mammalian eyes.
But that's what you guys are assuming.
The point I was making, forget about that, we're going away from the point. The point I was making that our cones are facing inwards, which I never knew till about 6 months ago, right? But Gummy Bear, you said I was talking shit there. You thought I wasn't. Okay, I added the bit on about all, but you were making the point. You didn't know that our cones were inverted or whatever, but you still
interesting fact.
denied it. But it doesn't matter. But the point
I didn't deny that. I don't know where you got that from.
Yeah, about that. Let's go past that. But isn't that fucking fascinating, right? That the things that it's looking.
I didn't make any such claim, but yes, that is fascinating.
Yeah, that's it. Right, okay. But that's the thing. I like science and I like all shit like that. But to me, that makes me look at light and stuff like that, and all that kind of stuff a little bit different. And I wish you guys would be a wee bit more open instead of thinking we're trying to get you or fucking prove some kind of point. It's more about the discussion, because there's loads of intelligent dudes, right? There's very intelligent ball earthers, educated in these subjects that we like to talk about, but fucking
the problem
flat earthers and debunk straight away.
Ali, the problem is, one of the first claims you made was that sound is electromagnetic, just like light. And when someone makes that claim, it shows that they don't know what they're talking about. And that's no offense to you, it just shows that you don't know, because clearly that is incorrect.
Prove me wrong then. Prove me wrong, Gummy. Why am I wrong?
I think I've already done that, Ali. I think I've already done that.
Oh, God. Is that? Yeah, I was about to say.
Like, you're doubling down on it as well. Like,
let's move on.
Come on, Ali.
There's other people other than me or you, whatever.
I mean, sound could produce light, and light could produce sound, but I wouldn't say they're the same thing.
Sound can produce heat, which has light, but that's not the same thing.
Well, right, isn't light caused by the vibration of subatomic particles on the edge of an atom, right? As I fucking
Well, there's one way.
So that vibration could be caused by sound, and that then would produce light, right? So
well, yeah, but that wouldn't be sound. That wouldn't make sound electromagnetic.
That's not. Yeah,
no,
that's
hold
not
up.
sound.
That's not vibration.
Right, but what I'm saying is, sound can produce light, and light can produce sound, but they're not the same thing.
No, hold up though, because the vibration is sound, and when it vibrates, it's producing heat. So
hold on.
Sound is essentially heat in that regard.
Are you saying that all heat is sound?
Not all heat, but all sound you could say is light by saying it produces vibration, which is heat, which is light. All sound is light, but not all light is sound.
Because you got to realize that the difference between sound and heat is directionality. Heat isn't just vibration. It's all the like all the subatomic particles, or the atoms, actually, the molecules, like moving around and bumping into each other, while sound is more of a wave that's propagating through many different atoms, like as a propagation, a mechanical propagation. Like they're totally different circumstances of motion.
No, but in the end, heat is electromagnetism, which is light. Correct?
No, that's incorrect. Heat is not electromagnetism. Heat is kinetic energy. It's movement.
Excuse me.
Or no, sorry, temperature. Yeah, actually, never mind. I kind of goofed up there. Temperature is kinetic energy. It's motion. But heat, no. I even would say one way of transferring heat is through electromagnetism, but it's not the only way. So even then, I'd correct myself and say no, that's not quite correct.
So radiative heat is not electromagnetism?
No, I'm saying it is, but it's not the only way for heat to move.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, but that's what I clarified.
That's what I'm saying. Sound is heat, but not all heat is sound. Or sound is light, but not all light is sound, I should say.
You've made two big jumps there. First, you're going from sound is heat simply because they're both motion, which isn't correct. They're two different types of motion. And then you're also saying that because heat, heat can
so you have with sound, you have vibration. You have vibration of these particles with sound, right? And with heat, you have the vibration of these particles, right? Is there any time when you can have vibration of particles without producing heat?
Yeah. Or well, I mean, you're asking a noticeable amount. I mean, of course, there will always be negligible amounts of loss through the form of heat.
Yeah, and there could be negligible
You're never
amounts
having
of sound
no
too,
friction.
But that's not what we're talking about.
Okay,
sound is
so
vibration.
No.
Vibration is heat.
A byproduct of sound is heat. You can't say that all the sound is heat. A byproduct of it is heat.
For any vibration, there is going to be heat. Whether it's a negligible amount of vibration, making a negligible amount of heat is another thing. But the point is, vibration.
In order for you to say that vibration is heat, you need for all of it to be. But we can show that no, it's only a very small byproduct of vibration that is heat. So you're kind of taking. Because you're saying that if you're saying that the thing is this thing, you need to show that it actually is, not that it's just a byproduct of it.
What you're doing is you're changing the definition of the word and stretching it out over a larger, I guess, subsection of.
It's like essentially one analogy.
Sound is only vibration.
One analogy.
You're changing the meaning of the word. That's what you're doing.
Yeah, one analogy I would make is so a car has wheels, and therefore a car is wheels. No. That's an analogous
thing.
Yeah,
that's basically what they're doing.
Part of a car.
What they're doing. Yeah. They're changing the definition.
Part of a car has wheels, but a car isn't wheel. Part of it is, yes.
Yeah, I don't think that's what I'm saying. I think that's a straw man.
That is what you're implying.
Yeah, that was Gummy Bear. That was bad because
that's not what you're saying. That's analogous with what you're saying.
I don't think it is. I think it's a false analogy.
No, it's not.
Can you describe in what manner it is false?
But yeah, I'll tell you why. Sorry, on you go. Sorry.
Okay, so the reason why is because sound is literally the vibration of particles. Okay. You can't, like, a car, a wheel isn't literally a car.
No, okay. So even then...
A car is not literally a wheel. You have sound.
Even then,
sound is only the vibration of particles.
Even then, we need to clarify. When you say vibration of particles, what do you mean by that?
Particles are vibrating, and they produce sound. When it's like this coherent wave of propagation... This vibration of particles, it's in a specific direction produces sound. If it's not,
that's already incorrect.
How? Go ahead.
So you're saying that sound is vibration. No, what sound is some particles at the source hit particles that are close to it that then hit the next ones that then hit the next one. It's a propagation of compression. It's a mechanical. It is not the vibration that's sound. It's this wave of propagation of compression and what's the word? You get what I'm saying. It's not vibration that's sound. The vibration would cause sound because it would constantly be bumping into the particles close to it. But what sound is this continuous bumping of this layer bumps into this layer, bumps into this layer continuously. It's not vibration.
Gummy Bear, do you accept that everything vibrates?
It would completely depends on your definition of vibration.
Well, on the atomic scale or the whatever scale, the deepest scale we understand, the quantum scale. Do you agree that everything vibrates?
I would say that everything's continuously bumping into each other, moving back and forth. But if you want to call that vibration,
no, forget it.
Okay, well, so you don't.
That's a law of nature.
You have something solid,
that's a law of nature.
And that's a law of nature. Hold up, Ali. So the stuff is constantly bumping into each other. How come it doesn't produce a sound?
Because it's not big enough for it to actually create this wave. This compression and decompression of the air around it.
So then it's not necessarily the case for sound. You don't need, to have this sort of sound isn't only just compression of something.
Yes.
Right?
It is. That's the only way for sound to happen.
Every solid object then is then making sound, but we just can't hear it. That's what you're saying?
No, I just said that if it doesn't have enough, if it doesn't hit enough. So the way I would think about it is this way, is you have it as a set of dominoes. The air or whatever you're listening through is a set of dominoes. If you don't have enough energy to topple the first one, you're not going to get this compression wave of sound traveling. It's just going to stay as it is. You need enough energy, enough of an initial hit for the first one to fall, or the first domino to hit the next domino to hit the next one. So if you don't have enough energy, it's not going to happen.
What makes you think there isn't a sound being produced that we can't hear? Like if it's a mechanical thing, like you're saying.
What scenario? In some scenarios, yes, you are getting sound, but what scenario exactly are you talking about?
You're arguing two different things. You're saying, on one hand, that sound requires a listener.
Yeah. No, I'm not saying
sound requires a listener. No, that listener, there has to be a threshold. Hold up. There has to be a threshold of energy so that we can hear the sound.
That's already not what I'm saying.
Okay, fine. Correct me.
I'm saying in order for there to be sound, you need this compression of the air or whatever the medium is it's traveling through. Sound is this compression, this propagation of pressure.
You're saying you need enough of this compression, and that's why I brought up the solid objects. You said it doesn't apply to solid objects because it doesn't reach that threshold of enough compression, enough energy to create the sound. So basically you're saying that this threshold has to be reached. This threshold would probably depend on the listener, what their actual biological, makeup is allowing them to perceive, right? So that in that case, then it's not just, the sound is something that's dependent on the listener, on the observer. And then on the other hand, you're saying it's a mechanical comprehension type thing, in which case, if that was the case, any non-zero value, it would be sound. So which one is it?
So I'm not saying that it depends on the listener. I'm saying that if you don't have this compression wave, this propagation, then of course you don't have sound. It's as simple as that.
Okay,
I don't get what your argument is.
Thing. It doesn't need to necessarily be heard for the sound to exist. You don't need necessarily a threshold, an amount of compression. Any amount is therefore sound.
Think of it this way, it's very similar to light, right? So I would contend that everything on the electromagnetic spectrum would be considered light. We have a small portion of that, which we call visible light, which the human eye can see visually, right? So sound would be something very similar, right? So you have a dog whistle that dogs can hear, but we cannot, right? So it depends.
One big thing is I would say that sound also has a requirement of scale, the same way temperature does. You can't talk about the temperature of individual atoms because that's not a thing. The same way that you can't talk about, like, if let's say that you got a single atom bouncing into another atom, that's not sound. It only becomes sound if you have a mass of atoms bouncing into another mass of atoms. It's a macro scale thing.
Yeah, but that's impossible to prove. We'll never have a single particle Yeah, because we'll never have a single particle ever to prove that.
Okay, so for example,
if we hypothetically had a single particle, that the single particle, as it was vibrating, had its own sound. We don't know.
No, okay, so are you saying that if I took a particle accelerator and shoot a bunch of atoms at you, that you'll hear that?
If you shot a bunch of atoms at me?
Do you think anyone would hear that?
Well,
yeah,
you would.
You would hear that?
I don't know if I would, but it would definitely be a sound. It would definitely
but percentage.
So how do you define sound?
Because then you have more than one particle. You have compression.
How do you define sound?
You just said it was compression of particles. At that point, you'd be compressing particles of whatever you're shooting to my body.
It's compressions and rare.
That's not sound. That's not sound. That's movement.
But the way that it's defined percentage, it can't be proved anyway because you're going to need at least two atoms to bump against each other to prove this. You're not going to be able to prove it with one atom. Definitionally, it's atoms colliding together to transfer some sort of a sound. So definitionally, it can't be proved anyway. You're going to need a new definition that offers new proof.
That's what I'm saying. You're agreeing with me.
So just
because the argument from ignorance to say that sound requires more than one particle. And even in his example, he's shooting a particle at something, so there's the compression. So there would be sound, you just can't hear it.
I'm not saying that all you need. I'm not saying you need more than one so that two is enough. I'm saying a collection. The same way that in order for you to have temperature, it's not enough with one or two or three. You need a larger collection.
Okay, so in the particle like that you're shooting at me, is it not going through air? Is there not particles in air?
Correct.
So wouldn't there be compression of those particles?
But not to the extent where it's considered sound.
It might not be audible sound, but it's just like the electromagnetic spectrum where the compression is happening, therefore sound is occurring.
Therefore, that's why I'm asking you, how do you define?
That's what I'm saying. Like if it's the vibration of these particles, or if you want to say the interaction of these particles, or what's the other word that they use? Collisions of these particles. Therefore, sound, sound is happening basically. Sound is being produced. And whenever you have collisions or interactions of particles, you also have heat, electromagnetism. So therefore, sound is electromagnetism.
No. So I would say that sound, the better way to say it is a propagation of pressure.
Nice 1%. I like that. That was good.
The better way of thinking of sound would be like a propagation of pressure. Now, if you have one, you don't have pressure. Or if you have a line, you don't have pressure. We all know that pressure is force over area. If you have only one, you don't have area.
Well, to have pressure.
You're scrambling. You're scrambling.
Yeah, I
now,
disagree
dummy.
with that again, because you could have a single object that's has one
Some
pressure.
of this stuff is embedded in the
and
definition.
it would have its own kind of residual sound, even though we can't hear it. Since there's compression of the molecules, of the particles, it would have by definition sound.
No, there's no compression. Heat isn't compression.
I didn't say heat.
Okay, sorry, I'm misunderstood that. What do you mean? What makes compression? You mean the sound makes compression?
The sound is compression. The compression is heat. Is electromagnetism.
No. So again, first of all, you're making that's already wrong. And you say it's electromagnetism. That's also wrong. Oh, sorry. I'm saying first you say that compression. Wait, one sec. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear.
Okay. First you said that compression is heat. That's already wrong. And then secondly, you say heat is electromagnetism. That's also wrong. So you're making two incorrect conclusions.
How am I wrong? You keep on saying.
Okay.
Like I'm pretty sure
I already
explained it clearly.
I already did, but I'll explain it again. So heat is not just compression. Heat is average kinetic velocity of lots of atoms bumping into each other. It's not a singular area of compression. And then secondly,
can you prove that?
Can I prove that?
First off, that doesn't disagree with what I said. And secondly, I don't think you can prove that a single particle won't have heat.
I can by the definition.
Definitions don't prove things. But definitions do allow us to explore things to offer proof. If you define sound as a collision of one thing with another, particle-wise or whatever, that's what you're going to look for to prove or disprove the definition.
Yeah. Like it's as if you're saying, prove to me that this is a car. And then I'm saying, well, first we need to agree on the definition of a car. And you're saying, no, this isn't definitional. Like, of course it is.
You're saying the definition proves something. I'm saying your definition is wrong. It doesn't prove it.
Okay, so what is your definition then? If my definition is wrong, can you give the correct definition?
Sound is the collision of particles, right? These collision of particles produce sound. Whether you can hear them or not is irrelevant, immaterial to this current discussion. It's just the mechanical collision of particles is what sound is.
So then a question is, if I take one particle and another particle and I just throw them at each other so they collide, is that by definition sound?
It would create sound, yeah. Not that we.
No, I'm not asking if they create sound. I'm asking, is that by definition sound?
Yes, you cannot have sound without the collision of particles.
That again, you're hopping multiple steps forward. So
why do we have? But why do we have silence? Why?
Because you can't hear the sounds.
Okay, so there are sounds there, but we can't hear them.
By the definition of sound being this propagation of matter particles hitting each other, that if that's what sound is, then whenever that's happening, sound will occur.
But no one else defines sound that way. The sound is
How do you
just
define
any.
Sound, then?
I've already said that it's not just a single particle hitting another particle. Any collision of particles is sound. That's not how I define sound. That's ridiculous. I define sound as this propagation of pressure, this propagation of compression and decompression moving through a medium.
And how many particles do you need to make up a medium?
I don't know. How many sticks do you need for it to become a stack?
Exactly. It's scalar, right? It's something that scales. So
yeah, so it's a macro perspective. You should have
two particles worth of sound and two particles colliding.
No.
Then you have 1,000 particles worth of sound and 1,000 particles colliding.
No. So in the same way that,
it might be exponential, it might be directly proportional, but the point is there is a relationship, and it's scalar.
Well, so I would ask you, is 1 stick a pile? Obviously no. Is 2 sticks a pile? Obviously no. Is 3 sticks a pile? Obviously no. But the higher up I get, if I ask, are 100 sticks a pile? You'd probably say yes. Just because we can't define.
Hold up, why are you limiting it
just because we can't. Just because we can't define the exact amount for it to become that definitionally, we know that if we have 100 of it, it is a stack. If it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, it's most likely not a stack. It's a macro scale thing.
You're making a mistake here, Gummy Bear.
You're doing a fallacy.
Hold up. No, wait. You're making the criteria be the threshold. We already said, sure, there's a threshold for sound, for audible sound. And you could call that the pile. But you can have inaudible sound, which is less than the pile.
Inaudible sound? How do you define inaudible sound?
We just talked about how the mechanical compression, the interaction of these particles, the collisions, is what creates sound. Just like you have with electromagnetic spectrum, you have electromagnetism that you can't visibly see. Visible light versus all light. You could have audible sound versus all sound. Just because
if there's
the observer doesn't perceive it doesn't mean it's not there.
So if there's no difference between inaudible sound and collisions, why are we using the word?
For convenience. Why do we say light for visible light when there's electromagnetism, which is all light?
Can I jump in? Because I think I hear what's going on. I think you guys are kind of talking past each other. Because the compression wave or compression of pressure is the collision of particles, but also collision of particles. Right.
Yeah.
But the point is, it's that compression wave that is creating the sound, not necessarily just pure collision. Even though there's similarities in the fact that there's a collision occurring, that doesn't mean they're the same thing. I think that's what Gummy is trying to say.
So you don't think if you were to take any segment of that wave, that wouldn't be, like a segment of the sound?
I mean, if you can take it probably a small portion of whatever heat or collision, and you see that there's a compression or pressure, different, whatever you want to call it, propagation in that, then you could probably argue that that's sound. But I mean,
okay, let me make a quick argument then. Because essentially what you're saying is, okay, if let's say I have a little, this little chunk of iron, and we'd say this chunk has temperature. If I take a part of this, that would also have a temperature. And then I ask you, okay, what happens if you take an atom away from it? Does it still have temperature? No, because temperature doesn't exist on that micro scale. If I take 2 atoms, is that temperature? No, still no. If I take 3, just because you're essentially saying that just because the whole thing has this property, that means that every individual thing has this property, and that is incorrect. That's a fallacy.
I think what we're basically saying, there has to be a structure to the beyond just the atom hitting one atom. There needs to be an overarching structure to the.
Lemon, you cut out. It sounds like the fallacy you guys.
There has to be an overarching structure for the sound to be interpreted. Sorry. Otherwise, one thing isn't just going to do it. One block of wood doesn't make a house. There's an overarching structure that we see as the form of a house, the form of a sound, or interpret as, this thing, this sound.
Yo,
so I think
that fallacy you just described, saying this thing does something and they all do it. That fallacy you just described is called the fallacy of division.
Yeah,
and you guys do that every time you describe mass. You say, well, mass does this thing, so all mass must do this thing.
No, that's what I'm saying isn't the fallacy of division. Because truly, if you take any part of that piece of metal that he's talking about, it will have a temperature. And to claim that if you have just one particle, it doesn't have a temperature, is something he has to prove.
Okay, so I ask you then, does one particle have temperature?
We don't know.
I would say by the definition of temperature, it does not. Definitionally, it does not.
It would have to be defined.
Does the definition say that it has to be 2 particles or more?
No, once again, not 2 particles, not 3, not 4. It doesn't say a number. It's a macro scale. It's a collection.
So what is it? How much? What's the quantitative?
This again, that's another fallacy you're making. Just because I can't give you the exact number from which it goes from micro to macro scale doesn't mean it doesn't exist. I don't know the number from which it's no longer micro.
It's micro to macro scale without any evidence.
No, I'm claiming it is by demonstration that if I take something that's guaranteed micro and guaranteed macro, like 1 versus 1,000,000, I do see this difference, but I can't tell you at the exact number in which micro turns to macro.
Of course there's a difference. We agree there's a difference because it's proportional.
Yeah,
it's scalar.
But just because I can't tell you the exact number in which it goes from micro to macro doesn't mean that they exist.
No, but you're claiming that the micro doesn't exist.
No,
well, percent definition is pretty good because it's more absolute. At least 2 particles colliding could make a sound. Temperature, whether we can sense it or not. That's a bit more absolute than saying, okay, well, we're only going to call it heat if we can feel it, sense it, or if it's at a macro enough scale for us to finally note that it's there. It's a bit.
No, I'm not even defining it as us for feeling it. I'm saying if you don't even have a pressure wave, why would you call it sound? If it's just a single atom vibrating and there's no interaction that's making a compression wave, why would you call it sound? Why isn't it just an interaction? It's like you're making a definition that fits too much things.
I already explained the difference between the audible and inaudible. So to say why
but what you're
sound,
saying,
I'm clearly stating why I'm calling it sound.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is your definition of inaudible sound is identical to just a collision, and so it has no value in calling it inaudible sound. Why not just call it a collision?
Because the collision makes sound.
Not necessarily, only if it's a high enough energy collision.
You keep on claiming
or
that
with
that's an
more
argument
enough
of ignorance because you haven't provided any evidence for what you're saying.
No, it's definitional.
Well, we'd have to have faith. We'd have to have faith that the sound is there, whether we can hear it or not. But definitionally, I guess, if we're defining it in similar terms, then the sound would potentially be there, but I don't know. Because normally when we talk about a wave, we're talking about a structure that is repeated with rarefaction, compression, rarefaction, compression.
Exactly, yeah.
Good night.
I mean, if
without that
sound
structure in place, then 2 atoms can collide, but there would be no rarefaction, compression wave from sender to receiver unless that pattern is repeated all the way to the server, at least theoretically anyway. So you need like a string of atoms, I guess, that are lined up hitting each other like billiard balls with rarefaction, compression. Otherwise, no wave, no sound, or whatever.
Yeah, for the receiver to hear it or observe it, absolutely. But without that, you could have a little micro, pocket of sound, regardless of whether anyone's hearing it, just because these particles collide.
Yeah, and so what I'm asking you is, why are you calling that sound when all it is a few collisions?
Because
no
that's
one will ever.
Sound is the
collisions. No one will ever perceive that few collisions as being sound. Only when it's large enough will anyone or anything conceive or perceive that as sound. You're calling it sound before it's even perceivable by anything, anyone within the universe.
You could disagree with the definition, but I've been very clear as to the definition. Right?
And I'm saying that no one else uses that.
Only is gotten when you have these collisions. You're saying that you need X amount of collisions or X amount of molecules, but you haven't actually provided any evidence.
No, I'm not saying you need X amount. I'm saying that sound is a macro scale thing. It doesn't just happen to 1 or 2 or 3. It happens on the macro scale.
As far as you know.
That is my claim. Definitionally so. But I'm saying that your definition. Yeah, but I'm saying that your definition, no one uses. That's why it's, and not only does no one use your definition. I'm telling you why it's a bad definition, because it adds no value to it.
You know why no one uses it? Because I literally just made it up 7 minutes ago.
Exactly, and also it has no value. And
it
that's
does
the
though, because
if a
it
definition
shows that you're wrong about sound not being electromagnetism.
But only if you I can say that a car is a plane if I change the definition of a car, and that makes you wrong when you say that planes can fly. It's just a more extreme example.
It's really not, because again, all sound is the collision of the molecules or the particles. You can't say all cars are planes. It doesn't. It completely does not jive.
What you're saying is I'm wrong because if I change definitions, it doesn't. It's not true anymore, and that can be said for anything ever. If you say the sky is blue, I can say no, you're wrong because if I change the definition of blue to actually mean green and sky to actually mean like the sun, well then you and it's like yeah, of course, because anything if you change the definitions, anything can be made to be wrong. It's useless to think like this.
Yeah, and that's exactly right. That's exactly right, Gummy Bear. Yeah, that's exactly right. If you change, if you change definitions,
not quick. I was just standing here. I don't know what's happening. We're picking stuff up.
I'll give you an example. I'll give you an example. Let's say you had like a hot spring or something like that, right? And it's giving off steam. Now, how much steam do you need to have fog?
I mean, depends on our definition of fog. I would personally think that it would be defined in enough for it to actually
have like massive amounts of people in my thing.
Intercept your vision in some way.
Now, let's say there's a different species, like some peregrine falcon or something like that has really good sight, some crazy acuity, and they notice the fog when your eyes can't see it.
I don't carry around just single loose.
Let him know he's hot box.
The whole row in my back pocket. Have you ever went in that room?
Yeah. Jordan,
I got him. I'm muted.
Well, yeah. So that would still okay. So like fog, of course, I would kind of have to say that it has to reduce visibility in some way. I would think, of course, there could be better definitions of it, but if I define it that way, then yeah, it would be foggy for that bird, but not foggy for me.
All right. So let's say we have a vacuum chamber, and we're propagating sound through the vacuum chamber, through the matter that's in there, right? And we're propagating the same amount of the same decibel or whatever amount of sound through that vacuum chamber, and over time, like each iteration, we're reducing some of the matter, we're pumping out some of the matter, by 1 Pascal at a time. So is it possible that you'd have a different creature that's able to pick up on the sound after the threshold that you could no longer listen to it, you could no longer pick it up? Does that make sense? Do you want me to repeat it?
Kind of, it doesn't make sense.
So let's say we pumped out some of the air, right? And now or maybe even within humans, you could have one person that heard it and now doesn't hear it anymore after they pumped out the last, this most recent, this most previous amount of air, right? And then the next person beside him still hears whatever, sound is being propagated through this vacuum chamber.
Okay, so I would say then, so my argument is that what you're doing is called the continuum fallacy. I looked up the wording of it, but it's the whole thing of just because I can't define the exact line for when one thing becomes another, I can tell you that on the micro scale, if all I have is two atoms colliding, no one, nothing, no animal, no instrument, nothing can see that, can perceive that as sound. Is that simply just a collision? That's simply just a collision between two things. Now, the question you're trying to ask is...
Most collisions in our lives make sound, right? They release energy, they do something. So you're saying that this is the only example in which you have a collision that has no reaction?
Because we exist on a macro scale, and I'm asking you, on the micro scale, when you have two singular atoms bumping into each other, is anyone going to perceive that as sound or anything or anything whatsoever that you can think of perceive that as sound? I would say no.
I would agree with you. Probably we won't be able to as humans, or maybe a really microscopic particle-sized thing could, if it had, the capability or sentience or what have you. But just because it's not perceivable doesn't mean it's not there.
No, I'm not saying that it's just not perceivable. I'm saying it's impossibly perceivable. No thing could perceive
Okay, so you're
that
saying
as
it's
being
impossible
sound.
for this collision to have a reaction.
No. Again, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying how does anyone or anything perceive a single collision between two particles as being sound?
We're not talking about
How do you?
perception. We're talking about the logic of it. The macro is made up by the micro. The micro makes up the macro. You're claiming that that's not the case. That individually,
No.
none of these things would happen. That these
No,
collisions have
again,
no sound, no reaction, no heat.
You keep using these fallacies, but now you're using
I'm really not.
the continuum.
You
You're
keep on
using
saying
the
they're fallacies,
continuum.
but you're just not making sense.
You keep using the continuum fallacy. Just because I can't define when micro becomes macro doesn't mean that I'm wrong. That's the continuum fallacy. You're using the fallacy by division, saying that because the whole has some attribute, all parts has some attributes, and you're also using the fallacy of composition, that just because the smaller things has it, therefore the larger thing has it. You're using all these three fallacies
I'm really
constantly.
not, because you're just misunderstanding. I'm not saying that you're saying you can't, like, I'm not saying that you can't define when the micro becomes macro. Yes, it's true you can't do that, but I'm saying you're limiting it to the macro. You're completely discarding the micro, and you have no evidence for that.
It's a logical thing.
It's not logically? Logical is to think that the micro makes up the macro.
Can you logically say? Yeah, go ahead.
Go a different way, because I think I mean, arguably, sound is at the micro level. I would argue that, just like Jimmy would say, like in your ear, there's different. Can't remember the name. There's like different tendrils or whatever. They vibrate at different frequencies. That's how you hear different frequencies. Yeah, they vibrate at different frequencies, so you can hear different things. That's why cats can hear things and dogs can hear things that humans can't, because we're missing aspects of that. So now you could be arguing that obviously that's picking up some kind of compression wave or something going on inside the ear, or the vibration of the eardrum. So it could be argued that if you don't have any kind of apparatus to detect sound, whether it be through a man-made apparatus or you cannot argue that it's sound.
Well, actually, that's not even my argument. So the contention I have right now.
I'm trying to go at it a different way. I'm going at it a different way.
Okay.
I'm going at it a different
just
way.
Clarify that. That's not
because if I don't have.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just going a different way, because if like on the macro, the small scale, whatever you're looking at, whether a cell or whatever, whatever's occurring to that object or that thing is not even, it can't be sound. You know what I mean? So if it's one collision, it can't be argued as sound because there's no way to detect it. I don't know. That's just another way to look at it, I guess. Maybe I'm wrong. It's like, it's the old adage, if a tree falls in the forest and no one hears it, does it still make a sound? I guess that's not the way to look at it.
Yes, it does.
Okay. No, I'm just a different way to look at it. Go ahead. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I just thought that might be a different way to look at it.
No, you're good, man.
I have to think. I do agree with Gummy on this one. I think it is a macro thing. I don't think it's not a small thing, a micro thing, because I don't think cells pick up sound or can see sound or perceive sound or anything like that.
You don't think what does?
A cell, a single cell, it might move along in pressure, but it doesn't know what sound is. Or I don't think that's sound per se.
Well, keep in mind that in your ear, like with the cilia and stuff, these vibrations translate directly to the nerve cells that are carrying it to your brain, to your auditory, cortex. It literally travels as electrical impulses, as electromagnetism, from your ear to your brain.
But that's different,
though.
So that's
a different process. Yeah.
I know, but I'm saying that happens on these little, on nerve cells. So.
But it's the mechanical. It's picking. The cilia are picking up the mechanical.
But let me just elucidate my point a little bit clearer. So you have the sound. It has to funnel onto the micro scale to translate to these micro nerve endings. You can't just have a large sound that somehow automatically is picked up by these small nerve cells. You know, it's just like your blood vessels in your body. They go from major arteries to smaller vessels to the capillaries to, like, you know, little micro vessels for each individual cell. So it's the same thing with the sound.
But it's the cilia, as you say, inside the ear that's moving, which is a mechanical process, not electromagnetic process. But it's detecting and it's translated into electrical impulse.
Yeah.
Just like right now, just like the vibration of the microphone in my Bluetooth, it's vibrating, and then the electrical, you know, design of the earpiece is turning electrical waves to translate to wherever you're at. And then your speaker is vibrating to mechanical for your ear to hear it.
Absolutely, but my point is that these electrical impulses are dividing, are being split into all these different microscopic cells. So, you know, you would imagine that the mechanical things are also dividing as well. You can't just have one large mechanical process then somehow like magically converting into all these different individual nerve cells. You understand? And more importantly, that's not what I claimed. I agreed from the get-go that, like, I was very clear in saying that it's not perceivable. That if we're talking about perceivable sound, then yeah, I would absolutely agree. You need it on a macro scale to a certain threshold depending on your hearing ability and yada yada. But I was saying that it's not just perceivable. Sound need not be perceived by a specific person for it to be sound. It need not be the macro.
Because the thing is, the big contention we have is that you're defining sound as being any collision. That's the definition you stated.
No, the contention is that you're claiming it has to have a number of particles.
Your actual definition that you gave is that any collision is sound.
Yeah, I think that it would happen between two particles colliding, that there would be sound on the micro scale. I see no reason why it wouldn't apply on the micro if it applies on the macro. I would think it's fractional and proportional and scalar. Now,
and that's the fallacy of division.
It's not.
Well, actually, let me.
Because everything in
bring
life
up
is
a point. Is okay. First of all, sound mechanical. Do you agree with that?
Is it mechanical? Yes.
Okay, so what part of two atoms colliding makes a mechanical sound?
The collision itself. Is a collision not mechanical?
Okay, so wait a minute. So you're saying that when those two particles collide, they make a sound?
Yes, I would wager that.
So how would you detect that sound? How would you detect that sound if it's inaudible? How would you detect it?
You can't.
To clarify,
that's why I would, speculate that that's what's happening, because it applies on,
so you're just speculating without any proof because you got no way to test it.
I already said we couldn't possibly, test the sound of this thing like a micro scale, but by definition, if sound is the mechanical collision and there is a mechanical collision, then there is sound.
So, but what you're saying isn't just that this collision makes sound. You're saying that this collision is sound. That's what you're saying.
What's that?
You're saying, so this collision between two particles, you're not just saying that this collision makes sound, you're saying that this collision is sound.
That's just semantics.
Okay.
If there's always sound when the collision happens, then you could say the collision is sound.
So in the Large Hadron Collider, they have these atoms, they run around the ring, and they collide the atom. But the rings themselves have a vacuum. So if they're in a vacuum and there's nothing to transmit that sound, do they make an actual sound?
They do make an actual sound that you just can't perceive, because there's no perfect vacuum, so there is collisions.
Well, why don't you perceive the sound? If collisions are happening all the time, why are there sounds that we do perceive and sounds that we don't perceive then?
Because our faculties are such that we need more sound to be able to perceive it.
So that's why my argument of being able to detect it comes into play. So if you can't detect the sound, whatever it is, whether it be through my mechanical macro apparatus in my ear or some device, you can't argue there's a sound there.
Percent
Can't
that doesn't really help us.
I'll give you an example why.
You say that we need more sound, but percent based off of your definition, you defined it as collisions. So are you implying that we need more collisions for it to be audible or something?
Yeah, you would need more like matter to be colliding.
Not more collisions. Something to transmit it.
Intensity in whatever's like in the collisions themselves.
But percent, that's not how we define sound in the current theory. Where there's a range in which we can hear stuff and a range past which we cannot hear stuff, both up and down frequency-wise, if you want to define frequencies as collisions or whatever. So what about the range in which we can hear and can't hear, which appears to go against this more collision, just, allowing us to hear anything?
Did you hear the second part of what I said? I mentioned the intensity, which is basically the frequency.
The frequency would be the number of up, down, up waves per unit time. The amplitude would be like the volume or the intensity of the sound. So in the current theory, you need to talk about whether you're talking about the up, down, up loops per unit time, the cycles per unit time, number one, or number two, the volume of that frequency, which can go, up or down height-wise from the midline from there.
Are they not related?
People are going to be like, what are you talking about? Because there's two ways you could go with that.
Are they not related?
Not necessarily. You can have a really low frequency radio wave that's like a mile long with its up, down, up loop that is really low volume and low intensity, with the height or the amplitude of that wave being a mile, versus a really loud radio wave that's like, 10 miles high, but the same cycle or frequency of like 1 mile per up, down, up loop or whatever. And so there's two ways that you could go with that. Are they related? Maybe slightly, but it depends on whether you're going up, down with the wave or, left, right with the number of cycles per unit time or per unit distance of the wave. Otherwise, there's two ways you could go even with that.
Yeah, as far as I know, if you're increasing amplitude, you're also increasing the frequency, I think, right?
If you're increasing amplitude, that's up, down. That's like increasing the volume. But you can still have the same number of cycles up, down, up. Per unit distance or per unit time with greater, intensity amplitude or a lesser intensity amplitude or whatever, depending on how these things are defined. But most of the time when we're talking about sound, we're talking about something audible.
That was ironic.
Well, for the vibration to be sensible, you'd say that there have to be at least two things colliding and ideally some sort of medium to carry the wave or the vibration to the ear or to the sensor. So that's at least three things to have, quote unquote, a sound beyond just the collision, one would assume.
Percentage got my joke.
Yeah.
It sounded like you cut off there, Lemon, and you said, when we're talking about sound, we're talking about something audible, then you got cut off. I thought that was kind of funny.
Well, I agree with percentage that, there are collisions that are happening here, even electromagnetically, that are kind of like a form of sound. But I think we also need to talk about modulation, whether the sound or the frequency or the wave is interpreted by the ear or by the sensor as anything. Because a collision can be interpreted as a collision with, no sound or any frequency, potentially. But sometimes these collisions are interpreted as viable sounds that can be, interpreted. It's like the sound that hits our ear that's interpreted as a sound versus the sound that's too high or too low to be interpreted as anything. So I guess there's a bit of a more exploration we'd have to do as to what sounds are interpreted versus which ones are not interpreted too.
Mm-hmm. And to that end, that's why, I don't know who it was, but I think it was Napalm mentioned, it's like light. And I, again, absolutely agree. We can't hear all sounds. We have the range that, that I think Gummy brought up of what we can hear. Above that, I mean, they literally call it ultrasound, right? And I'm reading here that below that range, it's called infrasound. Elephants use infrasound for communication, making sounds too low for humans to hear. Is it just because now it's not like achieving that threshold that now it's not sound? No, that's not the case. It's still sound because there's still these collisions of these particles creating that mechanical, effect of sound.
So why is it hitting our ears as sound but not being interpreted as sound?
Because it's just not enough for our. It's like the how do I say this? Like the equipment that we have on board, there's a word for it, but anyways, our organ is just it's at that kind of, it's created at that range. It can pick up what it picks up.
It's not sensitive.
Hear anything. What would you say?
Our ears are not sensitive to the range.
Yeah, it's sensitive to a specific range. That's how it's made.
Because I do agree with you, but if it's collision, you'd think that if it could collide and vibrate or something at a lower frequency, it should just be able to do that, from that frequency forward or whatever. But I don't know. I guess I'd have to look into this further. But I do agree with you that on some level, it's waves of sound in a way, just in a different sense, just like sound that we can't hear. I would agree with that.
This also, but this it started with us saying that, well, I guess Ali was they thought he was wrong, and I guess he was coming at it from a different angle or what have you, but he was saying that sound is electromagnetism, and I think he's right still, because you can't have sound without this mechanical collision, and you can't have electromagnetism. You can't have heat requires this mechanical collision, so therefore you always have sound with electromagnetism. So sound is electromagnetism. All sound is electromagnetism. Not all electromagnetism is sound, because you could have electromagnetism by other means as well, right? But all sound is electromagnetism. And even more so when it's traveling through, your nerve cells as electrical impulses. It's just another form of electromagnetism.
I guess another question, was that Extremis?
Did you say sound is a form of electromagnetism?
Absolutely.
Not even close.
I just now realized I don't know if that's what you've been saying for the last 30 minutes.
No, we were talking about other stuff, but that's how it started, and that's, what I'm bringing it back to. That this mechanical collision is what creates sound. This mechanical collision also creates heat. They come together, they go together. They're mutually inclusive in that regard.
Well, there are attempts to explain electromagnetism as something mechanically colliding with something else. Somebody else said not even close. Why would you say that sound is not electromagnetism? Left Lane, was it, or whoever said that?
Yeah, no, it's just a mechanical pressure wave with a frequency. That's all.
Yeah,
you have a mechanical pressure wave with a frequency without electromagnetism?
Why not?
Show it to me. I implore you.
Well, it's hard. Always hard for me to produce evidence when I'm in my truck.
A sonic boom. I don't know. How is a sonic boom? That's a sound, but it's not an electromagnetic wave.
Anytime you have particles colliding, you have an excitation, you have electromagnetism, you have heat. What do you think the difference between hot air and cold air is?
Energy.
Exactly. Causing what? More collisions.
But that's not electromagnetic.
It is. You're saying hot air isn't isn't electromagnetic?
How is sound wave transmitted? How is sound transmitted?
Mechanical collisions.
Okay, how is an electromagnetic wave transmitted?
It's produced by these mechanical collisions.
How is it transmitted? What is the transmission method?
Mechanical collisions.
No, it's transmitted by photon.
No.
Yes. That's what a photon is, whether it's a electromagnetic.
So when you have conductive heat, that's light passing through the metal.
You have conductive. What the heck is conductive heat?
You don't know the types of heat? Radiative heat, conductive heat, convection.
What's the difference between conductive heat and other types of heat?
So
How
conduction,
it's generated. But heat
conduction
is
is when
heat.
it goes through, it's like literally mechanical collisions through the medium, whereas radiative is when it's, you know, just these individual, like heat, electromagnetism in its purest form going through nothing, basically, and then being absorbed
heat is
into,
heat, and it's just a matter of how it's generated.
the body, or being emitted from the body. And then convection is basically like through the air. It's basically being carried by the air particles.
So if I can see an electromagnetic wave, but I cannot hear it, what's the difference?
What?
You've equated electromagnetic waves and sound, right?
Yes, because you can never have one without the other. In terms of, well, you can never have sound without the electromagnetism, without the heat from that collision that creates the sound. They come together.
So I can hear something and not see it, or I can see it and not hear it.
You're already losing because you're saying hear and see. It doesn't need to be perceivable for it to exist.
It can be detected. It gives off the sound.
It doesn't need to be detected for it to exist.
Fine. It gives off the sound versus it gives off the electromagnetic wave.
Sure.
It produces the sound versus it produces the EM wave.
Yeah, that's a better way to say it.
And you're saying they always both together happen.
Yeah, whenever there is a mechanical collision of particles, there is both sound and electromagnetism, because sound is electromagnetism.
This goes back to what he was saying. You're equating it. You're saying the sound is the collision versus it produces the collision. Or I should say the collision. I don't know that that's true.
Because you can't have a collision without sound. And you can't have sounds without collisions.
So if you don't have the medium, you don't have the sound.
The medium is the things colliding.
But that's what I'm saying. You can remove that medium.
No, you can't.
I mean, you can for all practical purposes.
You literally can't.
I mean, if you have this vacuum of space and it has one atom per 5 cubic meters, that's pretty much remove the medium.
Did you make that up? With one particle for 5 cubic meters?
That is space. It's pretty close to that. I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's one atom per 3 cubic meters, whatever it is. It's one atom
maybe
per
it's 1 atom per 1 inch.
What?
Maybe it's 1 atom per 1 inch.
Okay, even if that's the case, that's pretty much eliminated.
Maybe it's 1 atom per 1 millimeter.
Well, actually, if you do the Google search, I'm pretty sure it says interstellar space averages about 1 atom per cubic meter. But you're going to come back with how do you prove that? So there you go.
Yeah, let's stick to real life.
Yeah, I know how this works. I've been down this road.
No, I mean, if we want to hypothesize, we could hypothesize that there's a perfect vacuum, and then we could speculate as to whether or not that molecule, that particle, vibrating because there's energy that, whether it's making a sound or releasing heat or what have you. We don't know, because that's not real life, and we can't possibly test it. We can only speculate.
So
same with your thing.
Going back to what I said, if you have a vacuum chamber and you collide particles, then you see the light, you see the collision, there's the heat, there's all that generated. But you don't actually hear anything, but it's still produced.
Hold up, why are we seeing something? Are you talking about like sonoluminescence?
No, I'm saying like what I was saying earlier about how the Large Hadron Collider, they send the atoms down the ring, and it's in a vacuum, but it collides, and there's a big shower of particles, and there's a light. You see the light, or whatever radiation level, but you don't hear anything, but it's in a vacuum. But you're saying it still produces the sound. You just don't hear it.
How is it colliding and producing light if it's in a vacuum?
What do you mean?
What's it colliding into?
It's an atom. There's no air, but it's an atom of gold typically. That's a lot of times they'll use gold. And they'll send a gold atom down one side of the tube and a gold atom down the other, or several atoms, whatever. And it goes in circles around the thing, and then it collides. Then they change the ring and it collides with each other. The atoms, whatever, 10 atoms.
Yeah, so it's not one particle in a vacuum. It's these two particles that collide.
Okay, it's several particles.
Sure, several particles. Light is being produced, sound is being produced.
When I'm saying a vacuum, it's got the particles, but there's no gases. There's no air, nitrogen, hydrogen. It's airless.
So?
But it's got the atoms of the particles that are colliding.
Okay. So sound and light are being produced.
But because there's no vacuum, we don't hear it, but it still is produced.
It's produced, yes. We can't hear it, but there's in that area of the collision, it's being produced. Just like light is being produced. Even if we don't necessarily need to see the light, it's still being produced. Because we know that there's this mechanical collision happening.
So if you said we can go into theory. If it's a perfect vacuum, there is 0 atoms in there besides the atoms that are colliding. Is the sound produced?
Yes.
See, that's not how sound works. If there's nothing to transmit the sound, it's not produced.
It is produced. Just because it's not transmitted to you doesn't mean it's not produced on a micro scale.
That's the thing is, it can't be produced at all because there's nothing to transmit it. Sound has to have a way to transmit. Get from point A to point B. What?
To who?
That's what I'm saying. It has to get from point A to point B. Whatever produces it, whatever detects it. If there is no way to get from point A to point B, it doesn't produce the sound.
Okay, so you have these two particles, and they hit each other. They collide, right? Is sound not being produced where they collide?
If there's no way to transmit it from the source to the detector, whatever the detector is, whether it's a human ear or some mechanical source, sound is not produced.
Okay, let's say the source is the epicenter of the collision, and the detector is the edge of that particle where it's colliding. Is sound being produced now?
Wait, what?
So let's say, imagine these two, globular objects colliding, right?
Okay.
And where they first touch, they're going to smush into each other. Where they first touch is the epicenter, right? And then where they last touch, or the outer range of where they're touching, is the outer range, right?
Okay.
Wouldn't you expect that from the source, the epicenter, to the receiver at the edge, that there would be sound?
So you're saying, because I'm saying that the source is where they're touching, where they're colliding, and the receiver is some distance away, and you're saying the source and the receiver are at the collision.
Are at the particle, but one is at the epicenter and one is at the edge. Think about it that way.
Again, you're kind of getting into how does the sound wave transmit? Okay.
Yeah, I'm showing you that the effect happens on the micro scale. It's not something that just okay, guys, now we have 17,000 particles. Where now we create sound. That's not how it is. Sound is created at the grassroots level, and it propagates outwards. It's created at the source and propagates outwards. Just because there isn't someone to hear it doesn't mean it's not being created.
The fact that you have to make the conditions such that the detector is at a position where particles from an explosion can reach the detector should tell you enough that sound is not the same thing as electromagnetism, because we can observe light from something through a vacuum. We cannot observe sound from something through a vacuum. So the electromagnetism that was transmitted, the light, the heat, the whatever, is clearly different from the sound that we could not detect through a vacuum.
Yes, it's absolutely. Light is different than sound. Not all light is sound, but all sound is light. So just because the light itself can propagate without needing more things, more particles, doesn't mean that it's not like the sound that's being produced at that collision isn't light.
This is what it sounds like when you're trying to hold an indefensible position. Because obviously,
not really. And just because you jumped in when I was making
because obviously sound has different characteristics, clearly is distinct from electromagnetism. Yet you still want to hold true to the fact that sound is electromagnetism. This is what this sounds like.
Yeah, but electromagnetism itself is split into different forms that have different characteristics. You have the different forms of heat, all electromagnetism, yet they all propagate differently. So you can't just limit it. I'll stand by what I said, which is that all sound is electromagnetism, not all electromagnetism is sound. And
heat
you guys
is not
so far have not refuted that.
Heat is not electromagnetism.
Heat isn't electromagnetism? You sure about that?
Nope. Yep. Because heat is a
heat can be
what is heat
transmitted.
measured in? What is the unit for heat?
You mean like temperature?
That's one unit. I mean, you could also measure it in calories or something like that. Joules. There's a couple of different things. How is electromagnetism measured? What is the unit for electromagnetism?
Unit of electromagnetism.
I mean, I guess I don't know if there's technically a unit, but my point is, heat is temperature, heat is joules, heat is.
It would be like nanometers.
Yeah, I mean, heat is. Something like that. It's I just said and electromagnetism. That's not those things. Electromagnetism is a wavelength. It's a photon. Those are how you describe electromagnetism. You describe heat as, like I said, temperature, joules, calories. Those are all how you describe heat.
Right. If you have an object
in the same way.
Right. If you have an object that is hot, it has a certain amount of kinetic energy in the atoms that makes it up, because that's temperature. The heat can be released in several different ways. Either the kinetic energy can directly contact something that's conductive, or the heat can be radiated away as photons, which is electromagnetism,
which is a glow.
Which doesn't make the heat in the object itself electromagnetism. What means is the emissions that come from the thing could be photons, which are electromagnetism, but the heat itself is not.
I have a question for
I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure.
What?
Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
What medium is the sound traveling through when two atoms collide? What medium is that the sound's traveling through? How's it propagating?
Is that a question for me?
Yes.
What makes you think it needs to propagate through the rest of the medium? If there is one.
So if the sound's not propagating through a medium, then there's no sound, right?
Wouldn't it be where the collision's happening? What's there how is it going to propagate if there's no sound at the source?
Right, but isn't sound pressure wave propagating through a medium?
So this is what we just talked about a minute ago.
You need it at the source to propagate, right? You can't have propagation without the source.
The source of the sound and the detector are at the same place.
Who said that?
You did.
That's basically a lie.
Well, I mean, you said that the two atoms hit.
I said, it's on the particle level. One's at the epicenter, one's at the edge.
Right.
It propagates from the source, the epicenter, to the edge.
Okay, they're an atom apart. They're basically at the same place.
And that's only in your hypothetical example of having two particles in a perfect vacuum.
Yeah,
so even your hypothetical example, I was able to address.
What was the edge? What did you define the edge to be?
The edge of the collision, like where the two particles were touching.
What is it? What's the distance? What's the different distance from the epicenter to the edge?
The fact that there is a qualitative difference is all that matters.
Where's the edge?
I just told you the edge is where they stop touching, the border of where they are no longer touching due to their collision. The epicenter is where the center, where they first touch, the center of the collision.
So where they stop touching, you're saying is the edge.
In this example of a perfect vacuum which does not exist, this hypothetical example, yes, the sound would propagate from the epicenter to the edge, and maybe even back again due to like reverberations and different effects.
There's no edge, dude.
Oh, hold on a second. Edge of what?
The edge of where these two particles are contacting.
What the fuck? What the fuck? There's no response to that because it doesn't make any sense. Why can't
you understand it? It's not hard.
There's no edge. Where's the edge?
Take two balloons and squeeze them together. Where they first touch, at the center of like that circle that they create when in contact, that's the epicenter, the source. And then the edge, the outer ring of where they're contacting would be the edge. How's it hard to understand?
Atoms are not balloons, dude.
So they have no they have no volume, or they're not made up of matter? What are you trying to change now?
Well, I want to ask this: if you're saying, are you saying the sound is propagating through the atom itself?
No, I'm saying it's propagating. It probably could even be propagating through the. If the atom itself is made up, I wouldn't go that far. I mean, if you could say there's subatomic particles or whatever that maybe propagate it, but I wouldn't go.
That's the way I took it. Yes.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying within the vicinity of the collision or whatever, from the epicenter to the edge, the sound would be propagating.
In your balloon example, the balloons are colliding
due to echoes or whatever you would say.
Right, in your balloon example, the balloons are colliding, so the edge is the balloons. So you're saying the sound would propagate them through the balloons.
So that's why I was thinking what he was trying to describe, but that doesn't make sense either.
I said the source, the epicenter of the collision to the edge of the collision. So where they're colliding is, you wouldn't count the rest of the
it's still the balloon
where they collide.
So yeah, the only property, if there's a vacuum, which means there's nothing between the two atoms collide. So there's nothing between them. The only way it can propagate, technically, is within the atoms itself. There's nowhere for it to propagate
between them. Not necessarily within them, but between them.
But there's nothing between them. That's the point.
Yeah, there's nothing between them.
If they're colliding, what's between them?
That's all I want to know.
They don't collide complete, it's not full collision instantly. There's first contact, and then it's a process. So first the edges will touch, and it's a mechanical collision. Don't forget.
You really sound like you're trying to squirm out of this.
No, I'm actually addressing your stupid hypothetical, and you just don't like it. It's a perfect vacuum hypothetical. How about you stick to real life? If you're going to stick to imaginary shit, I'm going to give you an answer, and you're still not going to like it because I just, took your curveball and smashed it out of the park.
Percentage, the only way your argument makes sense is if the sound is propagating through the atom itself. Because there's nothing between them, there's nothing to propagate through.
It could propagate along the surface that's now collided between the two
the
particles.
Surface of the atom, right? So the surface of the atom is the only place it could propagate through. That's what I was saying.
Yeah.
It doesn't make sense. That's not sound.
How? How can you say it's not sound? Just because you can't hear? Maybe if this particle had ears, it could hear. How would you know?
Okay, first of all, well, let's go to the next level. To the next level. Show me that an atom will collapse just like and vibrate and propagate sound just like a balloon does.
What?
Well, now you're saying the sound is in the atom itself, which means it have to distort.
I didn't say the sound is in the atom itself. The sound is created by the collision.
Where is the sound propagated through? On the surface of the atom? In the vacuum? Where?
Through the surface of the particle in this hypothetical.
Okay. So show me, for it to propagate, that means it has to vibrate, it has to distort, just like sound does. Show me how that happens with an atom.
show me a perfect vacuum. If we're going to be validating this hypothetical, how about we start with that?
Well, I mean, this is your argument. I'm
It's
just
not
asking you
mine,
to
it's his, and I addressed it. Now, if you're going to get into the nitty-gritty about it being real, then show me a perfect vacuum where you have two gold particles colliding. Good luck.
That's a red herring. That's a red herring.
It's not red herring. You're trying to make it practical. I said from the get-go, this is a dumb hypothetical. I addressed it as such, and you guys don't like it, so you're trying to make it real.
Well,
if we're making it real, let's start with the first step, which is that you have two gold particles in a perfect vacuum. Let's make that real.
Okay. Well, first of all, you did say that two particles colliding make a sound. I was in here initially. You said that.
Yeah, I'm saying it happens on the micro scale, because the micro makes up the macro. The sound has to have a source for it to propagate. If on the micro they're not sources, then what's propagating?
It's the movement of the atoms that is causing the sound.
Exactly.
Not the atom, right? But not the atom. Not the distortion of the atoms themselves. It's the movement of the atoms.
Okay, so we addressed the two particles. Now they have three particles. Is there sound?
There's no.
Three particles colliding. One particle collides to another, which then collides into another. There's no sound.
There's no sound.
How can you say there's no sound? It's a mechanical collision, right? There's propagation from the source to the receiver. One particle to the third particle.
Round and round we go. Where we stop, nobody knows.
I just have to ask: do you hear the words?
Like, I understand you trying to dismiss it because you can't address it.
No, he doesn't
dismiss it.
What do you say, Extremistus?
I just have to ask: do you hear the words that are coming out of my mouth?
Well, he should be listening to the words that's coming out of his own, because now we're talking about the collision of matter, which that's what sound is, for sure. But that's not what electromagnetism is.
Maybe there's a vacuum in his head and there's no sound wave transmission.
So is there no release of heat when they collide?
Which doesn't change the fact that heat is not electromagnetism either.
Heat is not electromagnetism?
That's correct. Heat is not electromagnetism.
I said that earlier. Did you hear me say that?
Is electromagnetism heat?
Nope.
Electromagnetism is not heat.
So there's no relation between heat and electromagnetism?
There's a relationship between the two. However, electromagnetism would be improper to say is heat.
They're not equal.
Since I would be saying getting fat and hot dogs are related. However, it's not necessarily true that hot dogs are getting fat.
Okay, so if you have these two particles colliding, right? Does it produce heat?
Well, yeah.
To cut you off, percentage, you can find a relationship, you cannot find an equality.
Yeah.
Okay, so when this physical body is colliding, does it not like take this kinetic energy and of the atoms, the vibrations, and do we not call that mechanical energy heat?
The kinetic energy of the atoms is in fact is heat, yes.
So what's the problem?
Well, that's not electromagnetism. That's the problem.
So how can I explain?
I mean, I get you're working really hard to be Democ today, but it's not working, dude.
You're very Democ-ish today.
Well, why don't we define electromagnetism and define heat and see if they're the same?
I tried that earlier. I mean, I said basically
they call it thermal radiation, right? So you're saying it's radiating, but it's not
no
electromagnetism.
That's kind of it's sidestepping what I said. Define electromagnetism and define heat.
Yeah, electromagnetism, I would say, is light.
Electromagnetism is light. What's light?
What are the properties of light? Does electromagnetic radiation and heat have the same property? Is there a wavelength? So obviously electromagnetic radiation has a wavelength, has a frequency, blah blah blah. Does heat have a wavelength or frequency?
Yeah, that's a good point.
Does heat have a wavelength or frequency?
Yes, that was my question.
I don't know. Does it?
Well, can't you see it?
Jesus
Can't you see
Christ,
it with
dude.
that thermal vision?
Yeah, you're detecting infrared, which is
you're detecting the
electromagnetic emission.
There you go.
Yeah, that's not heat.
So we can see heat though with thermal vision.
We can see things that have heat emitting infrared radiation.
Yeah, that's what I said earlier. You can find a relation, but not an equality.
Right.
Well, here's a good analogy. Okay, a lamp can put off light, but is the lamp light?
There you go.
So thermal radiation, which is heat, and that's the thing that is being put out that we see with thermal vision. That's
right. Thermal radiation is not the heat itself.
Thermal radiation is not heat. That's what you're saying?
Thermal radiation is not the heat itself. No.
So what's the heat? What's the difference between thermal radiation and heat?
Right. The object itself has a temperature that has heat, right? The emissions given off by that object, black body radiation, most of it's going to be infrared in usable temperatures that we have here on Earth. That's going to be something you can detect. But the infrared that you detect itself is not heat.
No, hold up. We didn't say infrared. We said thermal radiation.
Right. That's what you're detecting with infrared vision is infrared. Keep up.
Yeah, but I'm not saying the infrared. I'm saying the thermal. You said thermal radiation is not heat.
Yeah.
And then you brought up leave infrared out of it for now. For now, we just have thermal radiation and heat. You're saying that thermal radiation is not heat.
Right. What is thermal radiation to you then?
Thermal radiation would be the heat that's being emitted off any physical body.
Yeah. How does it get to where you can detect it? What is it in the form of?
What's it in the form of? I would say, see, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying it's electromagnetism.
What is it though? If it's electromagnetism, it has a wavelength. What is that?
You're saying it's infrared electromagnetism, infrared light. Correct?
Yeah, I'm saying it because that's what it is.
Okay, so you would agree then that thermal radiation is heat that's emitted.
No.
What? You just agreed to that literally 20 seconds ago.
No. Infrared is a form of electromagnetism that's emitted from an object that has heat in black body curves, right? But that's not heat itself that's being emitted. What's going on is that the heat energy, the kinetic energy that's in the item itself, is converted from one form to another, which is going from the kinetic energy, which is the heat, into a photon, which is the electromagnetic energy.
So heat neither it could be completely unabsorbed or unemitted, and the thing has heat. But when it is
the emission
emitted,
process
it
follows the black body curve.
Into infrared light. Do you have something that has heat but doesn't absorb or emit it?
Every object has a black body curve. When it's hot, it's going to emit infrared. That's what's going to happen.
So infrared light and heat go hand in hand.
It is a result of the heat itself. So the object in question, if it's warm, will lose its heat by converting some of that heat energy into electromagnetism. That's how we know for sure that heat and electromagnetism are different.
Can you have heat without infrared light?
You cannot. However, what happens from this relationship that you're putting here, the heat energy that's in the object is converted into another form. So clearly heat is not electromagnetism.
You keep saying that, but
I mean, that's what's happening.
You have to have it, like, you can only have infrared light when you have heat. They go hand in hand.
You can emit infrared directly if you really want to.
You could emit infrared light without emitting... Okay, that's not what I'm saying, though. I'm saying all heat is light. Not all light is heat. So...
all heat is light.
I can
no,
even
that's
grant
not true.
that you could emit infrared light without emitting heat. I don't know if it's possible, but that's not the subject of the discussion. The discussion is that all heat is light and all sound is light. Because they both stem from, like, the sound is from the mechanical collision and the heat is from this thermal radiation that's being emitted from, this mechanical collision.
Right, and if I rub two things together and make them hot, you would say that heat is not light, but still light for some reason.
When you're rubbing something, you're still creating sound too.
So why is it that you say heat is light, but in this specific example where I'm rubbing two things together, heat is not light?
It is. You're not going to create infrared light when you're rubbing something together?
As I mentioned already, the reason why it's losing heat is because it's emitting that infrared electromagnetic energy, because the energy is being converted, because obviously the two forms are different.
Not necessarily, because you're also losing heat when you're rubbing it. The heat is radiating outwards.
That's
what they call it thermal radiation.
As what? What is it being emitted as?
Light. So you're proving my point. That heat is light. How do you not get that you're basically steel-manning my argument?
Because when the heat is lost from an object, that light kinetic energy that it had is converted into another form and emitted.
Yeah, the heat and the light go hand in hand. When heat is lost, light is lost.
But by that process, very clearly, heat is not light. Light is what is emitted, and the heat goes down in the object.
Yeah, because it's emitted. You're losing heat. It's radiating outwards. Thermal radiation.
Like, so I was asked before. So as you were asked before, what wavelength is heat if heat is light?
Whatever wavelength it's, according to you, it's infrared light. Thank you for that steel manning.
Right. All right. So now what I need you to do is to be able to measure in an object that is hot, specifically that the heat present is exactly correlated to that wavelength.
You don't measure the heat present. You measure the heat that's being emitted.
Well, see, now you've got the problem. So obviously what's being emitted is not the same thing as how hot it is.
What aren't you getting? When there's a mechanical collision, heat is released. Light is released. Infrared light is released. I imagine sonoluminescence, when they're pelting this thing with sound, with this physical, mechanical collision, that the light being produced is initially infrared until it's at such level that it becomes visible light. I imagine with sonoluminescence that there is heat.
You imagine?
Yeah, because that's what's logically, that's the logical progression of it. And
we can just make whatever argument we want from our brains and not actually know, right?
So you're saying that with sonoluminescence, there's no heat being created?
Of course there's heat being created. But there's no reason to conclude in that given material that where the emissions are occurring, that it is following a black body curve due to the heat.
Can you show me mechanical collisions without sound or heat?
As was explained earlier, the best thing that we could do is give you the example in a vacuum tube where the two particles collide. You can detect the light that's coming from that collision, but you cannot detect any sound.
Okay, so your only argument is a speculative hypothetical in a perfect vacuum with two particles.
It doesn't even have to be a perfect vacuum. if you do have a vacuum that is,
either way, it's going to be speculative.
Even if it's
and
100 atoms per cubic, even if it's 100 atoms per cubic centimeter, what you end up detecting from that collision inside such a vacuum, you easily detect the light. You cannot detect the sound. Why?
Because it's below your threshold for detection.
Right, so clearly
you can't detect it doesn't mean it's not there. Again.
Right. So the light we can detect through one means, because light can go through a vacuum, no problem. The sound we can't detect the same way. It doesn't go through a vacuum. Why?
It says that just because you can now detect the light, that there wasn't light before. Maybe there was infrared light that you couldn't detect with visibly. Maybe you could detect.
So the collision occurred, and you're saying the light was already there.
I'm saying when the collision occurs, thermal radiation occurs, heat is emitted, which is the light that you already agreed is infrared light.
I didn't say heat was infrared light. You can say that I said that, but that would be a lie.
It's thermal radiation being emitted. You said it's emitted as infrared light. So maybe it's a different form if you want, but it's light. It's like you don't have to be semantic.
The process that is occurring is that the heat, the kinetic energy of the object, is being lost as it's converted into another form of energy, which is that photon that's being emitted.
Yeah, so heat is light.
No.
But by your logic, we're not actually hearing anything. Because
no, that's not what I said either.
Seriously,
I don't even know why you would go ahead and say.
Hold up, let me explain.
I don't know why you would go ahead and say something so absurd that we're not.
Instead of just losing your shit and acting like I'm straw man,
something
let me explain
that you would.
Let me
you know for a fact I didn't say. You would go ahead and tell me right now that I said that by my logic that we're not hearing anything. You dishonest asshat.
Relax,
you don't get to say that shit and have nobody respond to it.
I'll explain how.
That's some name calling.
Okay, so by your logic, we're not hearing anything.
It's okay if he says that I said that we don't hear anything.
Relax and let me address how instead of you losing your shit.
It's okay in this room to allow somebody to say something like that, right?
Do you want to understand, or do you want to just keep on talking?
Right. Through this entire conversation, not once did anybody even imply that my position is that we don't hear anything.
I said, by your logic, if we apply your logic, then we can't hear. That's not me putting words in your mouth, and I'll explain how your logic says that. Now, will you take a fucking chill pill? Your logic is such that you're saying if there's a change in the form of this thing, of this energy, then therefore it's no longer the thing, right? But when we hear, we have these mechanical collisions of particles, and then they interact with our cilia and our ear, right? And they change form to electrical impulses that travel through our nerves to our brains. That's what allows us to hear. So you're saying, like, because there's this change of form, it's now suddenly not sound that we're not hearing. Do you understand the
process of hearing starts at your ear. That process requires your cells in your body to respond to the mechanical thing we've defined as sound. As soon as it changes forms into an electrical impulse that your brain can interpret, that's fine, because what you're detecting is a result of sound.
Yeah, but by that logic, we're not hearing sound. We're just hearing electrical impulses.
Because it starts at the ears.
Yeah, but we're not at the ears. It's no longer sound. It's now just electromagnetism, and we're hearing electromagnetic impulses in our nerve cells.
Okay, listen very carefully to the words that you just said. You just said at the ears, it is no longer sound.
Yeah, at the ears, where it touches the cilia, and then turns into these electrical impulses. It's no longer sound by your logic.
Jesus Christ, dude.
By your logic, now there's been a change in form, and it's now electromagnetism.
It's nowhere in my logic that I said something as stupid as, at my ears, it's no longer sound. That is
yes, at the level of your ears, when it makes contact with your cilia.
What I'm saying is stupid. However, it just sounds stupid because it only came from you.
No, if you can't understand the direct parallel to what you were saying about, so you're saying in the particle, in this collision, you have this heat that's inside, and as it's emitted, right at the it changes form from kinetic energy to infrared light. It changes form, and therefore it's no longer heat. It turns into light, right? By that same logic, as the sound propagates through the air and then hits our ears, hits our cilia in our ears, then at that area where it hits and converts from sound to electromagnetic impulses, electrical impulses that go through our nerve cells, it's no longer the sound. So at the level of the ear, it's no longer sound according to you. And now we're hearing, because you said hearing happens at the level of the ear and onwards. At that point, we're no longer hearing sound, we're hearing electrical impulses.
All right, let's try this one more time. Because nowhere in any of the statements that I made, anywhere, even directly or implied, did I say that sound is not happening at the level of the ear. And you just restated that again, so that's interesting.
I said it very, concisely. If you disagree, you're just wrong. Because that's exactly what you were saying. The parallel is exactly to what you were saying.
No. The thing that was emitted from the hot object was definitely light. Sure, we'll go with that. That light, as it interacts with other things, may turn back into heat, as it could cause kinetic energy. That's cool. We can get into that discussion later. But nowhere is there a correlation to the sound that arrives at your ear is no longer sound.
After it turns into electrical impulses in your nerve cells, in your auditory nerve cells.
After the ear.
What's that?
After the ear, it's turned into electrical impulses.
In the ear. You have cilia in the ear. As soon as the cilia are are basically vibrating and stuff like that, those vibrations are the electrical impulses. So that's
the nerve cells are not
those
the ear.
Vibrations are the electrical impulses that get transmitted to your brain, which is what you said hearing was.
Right, and the nerve cells are not the ear, right?
No, they're part of the ear, of course.
Part of the nervous
system. To the cilia.
Aren't the nerve cells part of the nervous system?
You have your nervous system in every part of your body. You don't think you have nerve cells in your ear? Come on, man.
All right, but aren't the nerve cells part of the nervous system?
They are, and they're also part of the ear. Genius.
All right, so is it sound that the nerve cells are responding to, or is it the mechanical motion of the cilia that is part of the ear? Where is it? Where's all this sound going?
That's what I'm saying. Sound is the entire process. It's not just as soon as there's a change in form, it's no longer sound.
Well, yeah, as soon as it changes form, it's no longer sound.
Vibration.
Yeah, if it's not a mechanical vibration anymore, it's not sound anymore.
So then our brains aren't hearing sound.
No, our brains don't hear. Our ears hear.
You know what I meant. We're not hearing sound because the process is happening from the electrical impulses of the cilia all the way through the different nerve cells to our brain. You're saying that process.
Our ears hear sound and our brains respond to it, the sound that we heard.
Hearing.
Yeah, but our ears hear the sound. Our brains respond to the sound that we heard.
No, I would say we're registering the sound, and that's it.
That's it? No. Because there's more to it, because you already mentioned the cilia is involved, the nerve cells are involved. There's definitely more to it.
Yeah, and all of that is the process of registering sound.
Yeah, so our ears hear sound, our brains respond to that sound that we heard.
What do you mean our brains respond?
The electrical impulses go to our brain. Obviously, our brains have to do the responding.
They don't necessarily respond. It's not necessary to respond. They just, it's transmitted. Information that's sent and received, not necessarily responded.
Yes, Whenever a nerve cell fires, that is a response. Of course it's a response. Jesus Christ, dude.
The nerve cell firing isn't what the... Maybe you should read up
yes,
on nerve
it's a
cells,
response.
axons, and dendrites. The impulse is going one way. It's sent and received. Anyways, this is a roundabout way of saying that sound is light. Good job.
Okay, sound definitely isn't light. Good job.
Okay, we've reached a consensus to disagree.
They have two different speeds, though.
Yeah, speeds are kind of irrelevant because sound travels faster through more dense media and light travels slower through more dense media. I guess that's a good way to differentiate the two.
I fucking love that, mate. Love that.
Yeah, I take back what I said about it not being good. Now it's good. So many ways that light and sound are different.
And yet, all sound is light.
If you want to keep claiming that, that's fine. You like to hold the indefensible
Show me mechanical
position
with neither light nor sound.
You keep taking the bait, man. You keep taking the bait.
Yeah.
You guys keep on hand waving it away because it doesn't fit your paradigm. But the truth is, you can't have a mechanical collision without sound or light.
Well, I can definitely have light without sound. That's not a problem.
Yeah, because all sound is light, but not all light is sound. You're agreeing with me again.
No, not really.
Alright, it's fine. Let's leave it at that.
Sound is light. They share the same properties.
So, water, like liquid water, is water. Ice is water. And yet, they don't have the same properties.
Yeah, they both freeze at the same temperature.
Really? At what temperature does ice freeze?
I mean, it's still H2O.
Depends on the
H2O
pressure.
and H2O share the same properties.
Yes, but not all solids share the same properties as liquids.
I find it fascinating that if you add an extra oxygen molecule to water, it becomes an acid. Got that right? H2O2 hydrochloric acid or something?
Hydrogen peroxide.
Yeah, hydrogen peroxide wouldn't be called acidic, I don't think.
It's not.
Yo, Branch in the chat saying, let's talk about smell now.
There you go.
Do you guys smell that? Or do you guys only register the electrical impulses in your brains?
Perhaps sound, light, smell, taste, and touch. Perhaps they're all the same thing.
Yeah, I'd like to be able to taste stars. Excuse me.
Yeah, now we don't smell things, guys. We only register electrical impulses, and our brain responds.
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't even expect that to happen. Weird that it happened right at that time.
I almost smelled that burp.
Yeah, I saw a video on that, about that, yeah, smells and all that, yeah.
So we don't smell scents.
We taste them.
We don't hear sounds, and we don't smell scents, according to you.
And we taste them.
We hear the electrical impulses, and we smell the electrical impulses.
You don't smell, you taste. I mean, you're not even listening, but that's fine.
We don't taste them either. We taste electrical impulses.
All right, can a 9-volt battery? Tell me what it tastes like.
Metallic. Get wrecked, guys.
Uh-huh.
How about another definition of sound, and that being, to measure the depth of a body of water, something, or saying something is sound, it's safe as sound. It's sound, it's all good.
Yeah. I imagine that came from like when something was, well built or fashioned, and they were to like, palpate it or something like that. It would make a good, good sound, a good melody. Like a well crafted bow, for instance, or, a guitar in tune.
I think I've got it. Temperament or the temper. When there's something is sound, it can withstand the temperament.
Or that, yeah.
I think things like that possibly would come from probably the first art, or probably music, possibly. But like old words, old school sort of terminologies and stuff like
that.
12 tet or 12 tone equal temperament is the typical computer sound generation. Computer music generation.
Yo, Kosho said in the chat, I'm just looking right now, he said, can two dudes alone in a football stadium do a wave? It's funny because I was imagining that when we were talking about, how many you need for like a stack or what have you.
Yes, you can see sound.
Am I right in saying that? Am I right in saying that all countries have their own bandwidth allocations to stop interference between countries, but they have their own frequency of electricity? All these different things time, but we're all slightly different. Am I correct in saying that?
What was the question again?
Am I right? Do all countries have different frequency allocation in the bandwidth? So they don't share the same frequencies for electricity, industrial items, but especially frequency for like mobile phones, communications.
No.
Right, there are different bands used in different parts of the world for different things, but given how much equipment is made and then sent around the Earth globally, the there are some agreements at least made, like Wi-Fi and so on and so forth. Some ranges where it's just they agree.
See, in my understanding that like a digital time is sort of controlled by the pulse of the electricity, and like in UK we have 220, 240. Europe is 220, I think. America 110 possibly.
Yeah, that's voltage. I mean, the frequency is either 50 or 60 hertz.
And that sort of times in with like frames per second on the TV as well, or similar.
Well, it was convenient back in the day to use the mains line as some sort of synchronization. However, it was determined very early in the development that that wasn't going to actually end up working because the distance from the transmitter became significant, as well as the different power stations having different phases. So that means that they ended up separating the synchronization of the television from the mains voltage before it ever reached the public.
Cheers, mate.
Yeah, no problem. No problem. Oh, and there's like a standard for how much each power station is allowed to drift from their cycle rate, and they do drift. So I mean, it would just get worse over time if they had actually tied it to the mains voltage or the mains frequency.
See, like I play guitar, and I know intermediate theory. I'd say I look at the numbers for the frequencies of the notes, and I'm like, it looks fucking odd. They're all sort of like tied into like a 110, 220, 330, 440. I mean, we use 440 for sort of standard pitch tuning. Scientists use 2.5. They use something different, slightly different to ours, and I just think it's off. I keep on thinking 444 is standard, but then they say 432. But it's more the case of our values of the way that we time stuff is just slightly off. So if anyone's listening, like its standard pitch should be 444. You could divide by 8 and then have an octatonic scale, 8 notes. and then for each note, it'd be 55.5 recurring spacing between each note. And if you made that scale yourself and you delivered on a fretboard with 8 equal spacings or whatever, you possibly could create a completely new tone that probably intonates with the atmosphere or the earth.
Wait, hold on. 444 divided by 8. Are you sure about that one?
My first attempt got me 55.5, and then I added.
No, not evenly divisible then.
Well, if it was 55.5 recurring, then the
it's not
spacing.
recurring.
No, if you add the recurring 4s after the decimal point, apologies.
Ah.
And 4 being like such a special number to me, because as soon as you change one value in that sequence to a 5, or you decide that there's some sort of rounding off to do, it's kind of like a middle number in a way, almost like a perfect number. But I quickly just typed that in and got 55.5. And octatonic, I don't know, that 8 screams out everything that I do, just 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8. The cycles of the sun, the moon, divisibles of 8 recurring, if an easy way to say it. But yeah. Just if anyone was into sort of music and stuff, then they were like, yeah, it sounds a bit cool. I mean, how can if you can hit a note that like instruments don't generally hit, you've got the sitar, Eastern scale, 16 notes, semitones. That's divisible by 8. It's kind of 2 cycles of 8, and things like that. But what's the point is if we're using 440 and it should be 444, that little difference of there can make a difference of a metric system. It affects everything. And if we set an arbitrary thing that's a bit of a mean figure of this and a mean figure of that, everyone's happy, everyone gets their say. But there must be one.
We don't typically measure the recurrence of items by sound unless we are specifically looking for sound. Like, I mean, it would be weird to say that if it was 440, that was the standard, and it's actually 444.4 repeating, the time standard shifts and then, well, all the constants change, but nothing really changes.
Yeah, a magic number for me is like in a calendar year is 366.3 recurring. So like 3 of them. Sometimes it's 364 because if you time how long it takes the moon to reach the same position or same location coordinates, it takes 1,092 days every single time. But it seems too short to end of a cycle. Like if it was just one. Sorry.
Well, it's not quite every single time because it's 365.24 and some other fractional part. It's not just 365.25.
Yeah, just time in the moon using a stopwatch or a stellarium or something. You can use time and date as well, and that will put the moon in exactly the same location as you left it, exactly 1,092 days later. But divided by 3 is 364. It's being 365 and a bit, whatever. The celestials being 366. You got 367 on one of the planets. So forth. Very close in numbers, but I understand the logic behind it. Don't get me wrong. But Edmund Halley, I think it was, he sort of tied up some musical scale to the sequencing of the planets or the solar system. I couldn't quite understand, but the scale itself was familiar to me. If you know different Western scales or anything. How about if there's like 185 or 186 days when the sun is in the northern hemisphere between the equinoxes, and then obviously the difference for the south, wouldn't that appear that the solar equator is above the celestial equator?
Sorry, I got busy for a second. You said solar equator. I just want to make sure that you're aware that the ecliptic already is a name.
Yeah, that's a line that appears to us that it's moving, but if it's just a straight line and we are moving, then it's just a straight line. But in general, I know the ecliptic goes up and down. I get that. But there's more activity in the northern hemisphere in a constant 186 days. So the dipping will only happen when it crosses the equator to go south. So while it's in the north, it's spending more time in the north than the average, which would indicate that if it was parallel, which is not, if it was parallel to the celestial equator or the equator that we use, but it's just slightly north of that equator. But mind you, the stars move in an ecliptic fashion as well, if my observations done me right. So possibly the stars move in the same fashion as the ecliptic.
It's
not in one day, but over a period of a year.
Well, the ecliptic plane is going towards that equator in one, because on the daytime sun, the ecliptic is more, say, this time, and at nighttime, the ecliptic is south of the equator. The ecliptic is a plane.
By memory, fuck, I forgot what I was going to say. By memory, the angle of the sun to the celestial equator, or our geographic equator, is tilted clockwise slightly by 0.125 a degree. And the tilt comparison between the solar equator or ecliptic, whatever, the comparison between two straight lines of the solar equator and the celestial equator are a difference of 23.4 degrees. The ratio between 0.125 and 23.4 is about 188 or 180, and I think it was 188. So there's a ratio between, or a relationship between us on the ground seeing the sun at 23.4 and measured on the ground on a daily basis northwards at an angle of 0.125 degrees makes the object 188 times the distance of x. An inverse square law, I have no idea. If the radius of the Earth was smaller, then that angle 23.4 would actually be smaller. The smaller our radius or diameter, the smaller that angle will get. Because from the center, it's a very small angle, but if you got your radius going out to the outside of the circle,
then some might say it'll be the same angle, yes, but something else tells me it can change with distance.
Rovers are into balls. Man.
There he is. Noah up in the house. What up, man?
Yeah, I went to another server because some kid fucking called me and told me to go over to the server, and it was fucking shit.
Was it +1 or whatever?
Yeah, that was him. Yeah, his server was like a bunch of kids fucking yelling on the fucking microphone and playing fucking sound bites that were loud and irritating.
Oh, to be young again.
Anyways, yeah, so like these guys like looking at balls, they like describing balls, they like thinking about balls. So yeah, they really seem to enjoy balls, and it all centers around their main ball god, the sun, the helio, the sphere, right? And you know, the whole solar cult worship started with the with those sundials. What are they called? Obelisks, which is a phallic symbol. And then you have Pythagoras saying that the world is a ball, and balls are the most perfect shape in the world. And he was the first glober, and he was saying that, oh, why wouldn't the world be a ball that circles around another ball? And we can tell because we look at this phallic shaped obelisk, and we can measure the shadow and the fucking stick. And now we live on a ball, and we measured it. So yeah, these guys are just a bunch of homos.
Is some sundial typically shaped like that though?
Like the obelisk? Yeah, bro. There's all kinds of ancient obelisks throughout the fucking antiquity.
Yeah, I didn't think that was a sundial. I thought the sundial had more like a right triangle on it, kind of from the point of it, whatever.
That's what the obelisk is used for. They use it to measure the season, because whenever it's when the sun is at its height, they can measure, I guess, the length of the shadow, and they can tell that, I guess, or not the length, the direction of the shadow, I guess, as the sun goes by, will tell you what month you're in, right? So that's how the solar cult began with the obelisk. That one fucking Freemason guy talks about it all the time. What's his name? The one who wrote the Secret Teachings of All Ages. That guy. He talks about the whole solar cult and the obelisk and its phallic symbology. And I just find it funny because Pythagoras, you know, like the OG baller, just so happened to say the most perfect three-dimensional shape is a sphere, and then just so happens that the Earth is a sphere now, all of a sudden, because you looked at a phallic symbol. I don't know, man. He also thought the sun, that the Earth moved and revolved around a central fire. So, I mean, yeah, he was kind of like the OG daddy of all this shit. And basically, since then, the whole heliocentric system is Pythagorean in nature. The whole one of the main concepts in the Pythagorean school, is that you start with your conclusion in mind, and then you prove it through mathematics, which is kind of exactly what they do in the heliocentric cult.
That's called fallacious reasoning.
It's called Pythagoreanism, actually.
Were you going for a pun there? Fallacious reasoning?
Yeah, so basically all these guys are just Pythagoreans, basically. Which, I mean, the Pythagoreans could have been the best mathematicians or school of math that ever existed, but, I mean, to start with the conclusion in mind and then create your, I guess, thing through mathematics just is kind of the opposite of what the scientific method proclaims to be, right? So this heliocentrum is actually an old way of thought, not a new, I guess, scientific method way of thought. It's an old Pythagorean theory.
Isn't that kind of what Fleric talks about a lot when he's talking about Pythagoras and stuff like that?
I don't know who that is, so I couldn't tell you.
Fleric.
Oh, I think I know who you're talking about. Yeah, he talks a lot about numerology. I think he's definitely onto something. I shared with him some stuff that he didn't know. He shared a lot of stuff with me that I didn't know. Man's quite knowledgeable on the Pythagorean mysteries.
Yeah, he's deep into that. I guess you're kind of highlighting maybe some of the central points to it, or maybe maybe you're expressing it in a way I can more understand. He gets deep, bro.
Well, he gets down to the nitty gritty, right? I'm expressing to you, I guess, the principles and explaining them, where he actually goes down into the, I guess, particulars and specific things that they did to create their heliocentric model, reification fallacy.
Yeah, they were having a conversation earlier with old George talking about the AE map. My battery cut out.
Yeah, Fleric is actually, I don't know, man. I think he knows more about the heliocentric model than a lot of Globers, to be honest with you. When I fucking discuss it with him, he is extremely knowledgeable on the subject and can even name which contributions were given by which scientists and stuff. So, like, I don't know. It seems like he's more knowledgeable than the fucking quote unquote, I guess, guys who come to debate us on it, which is kind of weird.
Well, that's often brought up. I mean, unfortunately, you have to almost be at least on par with the average Globey, I would say.
Yo, do you remember you were there? Yeah, with that fucking undergrad kid Neutrino, and he didn't even know what angular fucking what was it? He didn't know what
conservation of angular momentum.
Yeah, bro, he didn't even know what the fuck he was talking about. Like,
or angular velocity.
Yeah, he didn't know what angular velocity was. He was like, yeah, I'm an undergrad in physics. It's like, listen, buddy, if I was your professor, I'd kick you out of my fucking class because that's fucking 101. That's like physics 100. Or, that's like fucking high school physics. I don't even think you could be able to get into fucking university not knowing what fucking angular velocity is. I was fucking dumbstruck by that, dude. I was really like, wow, you fucking don't even know that? Like, really? And then you're gonna try and come school us on fucking laser gyros? And you don't even fucking understand angular velocity. Like, come on, buddy. Does Flat Earth have an invite to Geos or what? That guy should be in here, honestly.
Who, Neutrino?
No, not that retard. Listen, we have way better Globers over here. He's a fucking idiot. Like, he has the weakest arguments I've ever seen.
Who are you talking about? You're talking about
Flat Earth.
Oh yeah. He's over here. But you guys realize everybody believes it's a globe, right? I mean, everybody believes that.
Yeah, you're right. Wow, it's a pretty big fucking. It's one of the first things too, right? Like when every English boat or whatever, what is it? Spanish, Portuguese, British, when all the European countries were, I guess, colonizing the rest of the world. Most boats had a Jesuit priest on board, and the Jesuit priest, when he got to a new area, would start his quote-unquote missionary work, where he would begin to educate these new people. Say they went to the Philippines, he would begin to educate them in science and stuff. Because one of the big things that the Jesuits were different from other monks was, I guess, their involvement in secular education. was one of their main tenets, and so wherever the European colonization went, there was a Jesuit there to go educate the fucking natives and tell them about Catholicism.
Dude, everyone believes it's the oh, my bad. I thought you were done. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was just to say, everyone believes it's the globe right now. 100 years ago, everyone thought there was this thing called phlogiston inside material that made things burn. And thousands of years ago, everyone thought it was flat. What everyone believes doesn't mean anything. It's worthless. Just because everyone believes something, it doesn't.
Yeah, that was the kid Neutrinos. Like the majority of his arguments rested upon popularity or authority as something he thought was credible in a debate. It's kind of funny how many times, like when I'm debating Globers, they seem to beg the question of the thing that's in contention every single time. It's kind of weird. Like, oh, I need an example of this. Oh, well, space. It's like, no, you can't use space. Space is the thing in contention in the argument itself. You using that as an example is begging the question, but they don't seem to get it for some reason. I don't know. And it's a lot of Globers who have been around the argument for a while. Like, I would assume they know how to debate properly without begging the question. I don't know.
They don't, dude. That's why they don't go on Oakley's, because Oakley don't let them get their bullshit fallacies off. So they don't do good debating over there. So they just don't go there.
Yeah, that's what I've been missing.
Don't let somebody talk, and it's amazing. Don't let them talk; they can't get an idea. That's a good way to win.
Yeah, I don't know. I keep going over there. Like last few times I went over for the show, there's been no Globers who show up. It's just them like talking about riffraff. You know what I mean?
What's wrong with in a conversation about science to not allow unfounded claims to be said?
Well, you have to really wait long enough for them to actually determine whether it is an unfounded claim.
That's I could see.
Sometimes the answer does come out further in the conversation.
Yeah, I don't know. I could see, but a lot of the times it's like I'm listening to someone drum on and on about their begging the question fucking bullshit, and all they're doing is building upon their begged question. All they're doing is building upon the assumption of something that's in contention of the argument itself. Like if I ask you to prove the Earth is fucking round, and then you're citing the fucking center of the Earth, like what the fuck are you talking about? No one's like this is not a or like. If we're talking about like cosmology, and then you're saying, well, in space, no, space is the thing in contention that you can't cite that as an example.
Most of my stuff has been terrestrial measurements, and like the one that I like the most is the volcano in Tonga. I take the assumptions.
You mean Tonga?
The assumptions. The Tonga volcano happened about maybe 2 months ago, 3 months ago, probably. Volcano blew up in the South Pacific. And no, why would I need to?
Oh,
maybe if you listen, you actually find out what I was saying about it. No, I guess not. Okay, you can talk amongst yourselves.
Bro, you don't need to get salty. I was just fucking
Just let him finish his thought, though. I mean,
just a reminder: we're all communicating over electronic devices that do have lag at times. Connectivity issues
in the middle of my conversation. I get it. Yeah, I was about 50 words into it, and you think I could cite lag.
Yeah, I don't think that whether you're in the middle of your conversation or not, the electronic device doesn't care when it's going to lag or have connectivity issues. Once again.
Yeah, I don't know.
I think you were asking. Okay, so we got Tonga. And the most recent thing I found out about that one was I was looking at some of the pressure readings from the Tonga blast, and you could see that this was sight unseen. I looked at the way it went across the weather stations in England, and I saw, wow, it came from the north to the south. So then I broke out my little globe that I had sitting in my office, and I pulled a string from Tonga to England. And you know what? That's the shortest distance. Okay, that explains something. So I look at that. And, oh my God, it comes from north to south. Now, that's proving to me that it's both the distance and angle devised on side of a globe. Then, lo and behold, about 2 or 3 hours later, the blast comes up from the south, which is just about how far one would expect it to be based upon the size of the Earth. 24,901 miles around, and you see that it comes up from the south. Now, that is a hell of a coincidence, don't you think?
So, I don't know if can you hear me first off?
I
Mic check.
didn't hear you.
Okay, so what you're saying is you saw the trail of a cloud of smoke from Tonga.
No.
Okay, what did you see?
I saw the pressure wave, which travels at the speed of sound, as validated from me taking a measurement somewhere around California, that the first shockwave arrived in California. Now we're talking about, around the world in another direction, using that same speed that I determined from how long it took to get to California. It now gets.
Are you still talking? Maki Man.
Look at the word. Look at the word my name is made of. Spell it out.
What?
You said Maki Man.
It's Moikok.
No, actually, look at. Are you having a little problem with your language too, Jeremy?
I just fuck with that guy used to always call you Moikok.
I know.
All right, whatever. You were saying
Moyak.
your thing, and then I don't know if you got cut off or whatever, but I heard
don't know. Okay, where did I leave off, or where did
something about the speed of sound? The blast
okay.
went off.
Right.
The shockwave traveled speed of sound. You measured it in California, and then it cut off.
Right. I measured in California. Then I took the Great Circle route as determined by a piece of dental floss on a globe, and I pulled that to England, and I found out that it arrives in England at about the right time, and it comes from the correct direction. Everything matches the globe. That's the thing I don't get. I don't see how you make a fake map like the globe that matches all things in reality, whether it be shipping routes, airplane routes, volcanic explosions, earthquakes, tsunamis. They all match the map of the Earth as depicted on a globe.
Can I ask a question about this measured shockwave or whatever?
Yes.
So the direction of the shockwave from.
Hang on. Can you answer his question first?
He didn't. What the fuck are you talking about? I'm trying to ask him about his fucking story. What the fuck is this? I'm trying to ask fucking Moika. Is that how do I pronounce it? Moika?
Just spell it out. Spell out
Bro,
the letters.
just say it. Why do you have to make it so hard?
Moyak.
Why is it when I go to Moyak? Got it. Okay, thank you. All right, Moyak. So this shockwave that's traveling out from Tonga and then is received in, I guess, London or somewhere in England.
Basically, I checked it at like 20 places around the globe, and all of them match Great Circle routes.
Okay. What direction was it coming in from?
Okay. Well, it's in the South Pacific, and it came from the north of England.
So what you're saying is it came over the kind of a route over the North Pole, I'm guessing?
Yes.
Okay, so how does that not work on a azimuthal? Plus, my thing's about to die.
Well, take an azimuthal map, find where Tonga would lie on that, and start pulling dental floss around.
If it doesn't work on
and
the
then make
AE
a
map,
prediction.
it doesn't work on the globe.
It does work on the globe.
Then it works on the AE map.
Nope.
Did you try it?
The AE map is a projection of a globe. So how you
Well, no,
guys
my
can
question
say
was,
it works on the globe but doesn't work on the AE map seems a bit
well, my question was,
weird. Very weird to
Did you
me.
try it?
my question to Moikai was if
I
he
wouldn't
checked it
have
on an AE map. I didn't, obviously. I didn't. I just heard. This is the first time hearing of it.
Isn't Tonga in the southern hemisphere?
Yes.
If you guys can
I think you're breaking up.
Can understand.
You need to relog in or something. You're roboting.
That it.
Yeah, I can't answer you if I can't understand you.
So it doesn't work on the AE map because it's in the southern hemisphere, about 21 degrees south.
I think that's the most telling thing is that you can get there's two shock waves and they're both predictable. The antipode trip and the over the top trip. Well, the shortest trip.
Yeah, I'd have to look into this. I don't know enough.
I do have a good video. There was I did a thing. I did a little spreadsheet, but then I found somebody fucking way outdid me. But their findings were keeping with mine, so I'd offer this up. Hang on. Take me about a minute to get it.
Yeah, it'd be good if there was a video you could link that I could look at. I'm driving right now, so I can't really.
That's fine. I think it's a really nice video, but I'm still seeing favorites. Where the hell are my damn favorites?
Mic check.
You're coming in clear.
There they are.
Have you guys moved on, or
I think.
are you still
No,
talking
he's
about
about
the
to
AE
post
map?
a video on it.
Yes, this is it. Hang on.
He's talking about seismic shock waves and how they travel around the Earth.
Not seismic.
What? Not seismic?
Nope, atmospheric.
Oh, okay. Yeah. See, this is the thing is this is the fucking first shit I'm hearing of this. I don't even know about that.
Here we go. Boom. And where are you? Paste. Livestream 1.
I'm gonna save that for later, and then I'll probably watch it.
Oh yeah. No, it's. I don't know how many minutes long it is. It's not too long, but takes probably like 15. But it gets through the details pretty quickly. You could skip through it and get the gist of it, and then you can go and see exactly what he did.
Does this same thing apply to, I guess, nuclear bombs and
yes,
such?
Yes. Like the Tsar bomb, I think that one rang a couple of times around the world.
Oh, I didn't know that shock waves traveled across the whole world. I thought it was
right. And I learned a little bit more about it last night also, because like what'll happen is like when you're only a few miles away from the shockwave, you hear this really loud boom, a really sharp boom. But there's the speed of sound between like 30,000 feet and ground level is like 30 to 50 miles an hour different. So what it does is it actually flattens out the sound over a wider area, so you don't get this big, broad, sharp impact of the shockwave. But even at that, it still arrives at any given destination around the world within 20 minutes of when it's supposed to.
Okay, I'm gonna have to actually look into this and see all the details because I can't. I'm just learning about this right now, so.
Yeah, that one was nice also because it came with like videos from space and all that wonderful stuff. But when I started looking into it, I was like, you know what? I'll bet you I could predict when these shockwaves will show up, the first and second incident. And I started doing it, and I'm like, holy shit, I can predict it.
Wasn't there enough seismicity to cause a bit of a tidal wave with that?
Yeah, there was a tsunami that also went around the Pacific Basin. and arrived just on schedule.
And what's his name? Great Angelo saw that, or watched it on TV, I believe, when it arrived in Peru. And apparently a couple people went to the beach and got killed.
Wait, when was this? Because I live in the Pacific, right next to Tonga, actually.
March.
Yeah, the video goes all through all of that.
I've spent three tsunamis and 4 hurricanes on my dock, drinking beer, waiting for it to wipe me out. Never seems to happen.
Now, this tsunami was not a brute. It was like I think it was, in most places it was less than a meter.
You mean the hurricane went past you?
It just rains, bro. Like we have to lock all the roof. You have to pin the roof to the walls. Most houses, most good houses, I mean, in Hawaii are built like that. But honestly, it just comes and it's just a squall and nothing fucking happens. And then for the tsunamis, bro, I was on my dock, bro, just sitting there drinking beers with my dad, waiting for the fucking tsunami, and then you just see the dock goes up about 4 inches over the course of 2 hours, and then back down 8 inches over the course of another 2 hours, and it's just like, that was kind of lame.
Yeah, no, you got to wait for a good one to happen. Like a hurricane, if you get a Cat 5, you're going to know it. I don't care where you are.
I kind of suggest he doesn't wait for that to happen.
You can hang out on your boat in a Cat 5.
Well, actually, apparently going out to sea during not a hurricane, but a tsunami is actually safer than being on land, because the tsunami doesn't actually, I guess, crest until it's compressed near the shore. So when you're out in the ocean, you can't feel a tsunami.
How far from the equator is Hawaii?
It's like right on the tropic of the northern tropic. So the tropic shoots right through our state. I was just at the Palace earlier. I had to use their library, so. But now I'm fucking starving. I gotta go to Costco. These old buildings are so fucking nice, man. Like I don't know, dude. People used to build shit with a certain pride before. Now it's kind of like.
Did you let Jin know that Hawaii is in fact a state?
State of America?
United States? Yeah.
Yes, yeah. It used to be a monarchy, and the Queen under signed over the same way the governors kind of signed over the the states in the Civil War, bro. It is definitely a state, that's for sure. Kind of interesting. The right before Captain Cook arrived here in Hawaii, they had a theocracy, and a couple years before Captain Cook arrived here on the island, the chief of one of the islands actually overthrew all the other chiefs and united them under a monarchy. And so it's kind of weird, the timing, in that their government drastically changed, and like a year or so later, the first, I guess, Western contact starts, right? Kind of interesting. And then also, the reason Captain Cook discovered the Hawaiian Islands was not that he was looking for islands. He was actually sailing across the ocean, trying to get to the right position to watch the transit of Venus over the sun. You guys know what that is, or something, some transit of Venus. But yeah, it's an interesting story.
I just like no matter how you slice it, like I said, how shipping and stuff like that. We know the distances between the continents. I have now, to myself, my own satisfaction, I have now validated every continent's position related to every other continent's position based upon the Tonga blast alone. But add to that shipping routes are in keeping with it, flight times are in keeping with it, and of course, navigation is in keeping with it. I'm pretty confident that the one shape that seems to meet all those obligations is a sphere.
It is absolutely flat, level, and stationary. Exactly.
Nope. Yeah. If you can explain Tonga on a flat surface, I'm all for it, man. Cool.
So, Moikai, man, let me just break this down. So you have three separate, I guess, proofs or evidences. One being shipping, one being airplanes, and one being the Tonga blast, right?
Yeah. One's a natural event, not subject to jet streams, not subject to materials of the crust. They're all done by very different mechanisms. So to get them all to have some kind of a coincidental effect that makes them all yield the exact same answer is, beyond my ability to even fathom an answer. Always open for one. If you guys come up with one, I'll listen.
Yeah, I would have to look into those three separate points individually. Come to any conclusion given that. But you looked into it, so I think you definitely know more about it than me. So I can't really.
Well, clearly you're mistaken a little bit because when it comes to aviation, I mean, they're not using a globe to plan flight routes by any means. So it doesn't seem very accurate to suggest that.
No, but no,
you need a round object to
very
plan.
Accurate.
What?
When you say it doesn't seem very accurate.
Well, if you would let me finish my sentence instead of just jumping all over me like you were complaining about other people doing, right? Yeah.
Are you finished?
Yeah, it doesn't seem very accurate to say that only a sphere can be used when they clearly don't use a globe at all to plan flight routes, like I just said.
Right. Now, when you do use a flat map, you have to change maps. When you put all those maps together into one image, one complete map of the Earth, you will have inaccuracies up the yin-yang if you try and assemble it.
Can you provide an example?
Because it's, yes. Find me any flat depiction of the entire Earth that has accurate distances on it.
I think you already mentioned it. It's actually a projection of a globe onto a flat surface, but it's called the AE map.
Nope, that's not accurate distances.
So hold up,
Really?
hold up. So this guy said that the accurate distances are not accurate on a flat plane or a flat map. I mean, and
well, we're discussing that right now.
God fucking damn it! Fuck my life. I can't even fucking complete a goddamn fucking sentence.
Yeah, it wasn't like we were in the middle of talking about something, Noah. But go ahead, please get your point of.
Yes. Okay. So he said. Man, I lost my train of thought. He said that the flat maps are not accurate, right? For the distances. So what I'm thinking is that might be true for a larger, I guess, degree or to a larger scale. I'm not.
Mm-hmm.
I have never measured over that larger scale, but what I can tell you is that I've sailed between pretty much all the islands here in Hawaii, and we use the same flat map each time. It's a smaller section of a Mercator's projection, but it is completely flat and completely accurate for the span of all the islands. So I don't know at which, I guess, scale you would start to see significant differences.
Multiple thousands of miles.
Yeah, so I like I said, it would be hard to measure, I guess, without going around the whole world, because we can't see any difference over here, island to island.
Right. No, little maps, little flat maps do work reasonably well, and that's what is it? I don't even think there's even a question up to like 500 miles. I don't think there's even a question as to their accuracies, for basic navigation and stuff.
So you want me to read from the azimuthal equidistant map right on it? Explanation of the projection. This map is made on the North Polar Azimuthal Equidistant Projection. This means that the world has been projected on a plane tangent to the North Pole with the parallels of latitude as... It's kind of blurry, so I apologize. Concentric
It'll be accurate
circles equally spaced from the pole outward. So here you go, right here. Here's the important sentence here. I think. Since it is impossible, quote unquote impossible, to spread the word, like I said, it's blurry, so just give me a minute. It says the something of a globe on a flat surface, basically to spread the surface of a globe on a flat surface without distortion. Oh, actually, it's before that. I apologize. Every point on the map has a true direction or azimuth from the pole and also has a true distance from the pole, right? So you have accurate distances.
Nope,
You
because
do.
I'm not gonna let you just pick a random direction, which is north-south. I want you to do any direction. I want you to get a distance.
It wasn't my pick on what they did for the azimuthal equidistant projection. That's just what they did. I didn't create it.
Right, and get both of them. You will always have a distortion when you try and project a sphere onto flat paper. Now, it's in contention whether it's a sphere or not. However, there is no distortion on the globe. You take a globe, you take a piece of dental floss,
That's
you graduate
incorrect.
that dental floss, you take a piece of dental floss, you graduate that dental floss in 100-mile increments, you start pulling it around the world, around that globe, you will get accurate distances within a few miles. Depending how big
Within
your
a
globe.
few miles. So there is some discrepancy. And also,
No, only
that's
because it's small.
absolutely incorrect because, like I said, they don't use flight routes, number one. I could pull up a video where the guy's trying to show a flight route on the globe and says, well, obviously this isn't the actual flight route. So that seems to be a problem because it seems like you have distortion or an improper projection of the actual surface.
Well, measure a distance. Go and get yourself a piece of dental floss. Do what I said about graduating it. Now, the reason there's going to be discrepancies in my method, I'm using a 4-inch globe. So any error I make with marking my little line with graduations is going to represent, 20, 30 miles. Just the width of a pencil.
Yeah,
so I'm
and
not
I
going to have
still think that
perfect
this is a
measurements.
pretty weak argument, just measuring distances between cities or whatever. Accurate distances don't tell you the shape of the Earth at all.
Actually, they do. When you have enough accurate distances in all directions, you start to form a shape. Because you cannot, again, you could not depict, like, even if you take all the continents, which you probably can kind of agree that we know the size of the continents, because people drive on them, they live on them, they drive across them. We got those pretty well nailed down to within a couple hundred miles, right?
Again, I don't think that's any kind of an argument for how people know the continents. You think you can map out the continents while you're riding in your van?
No, you could tell the size of them. Like I could tell you that it's 2,700 miles from here to there. Now, I went up and down a road a little bit, but generally the road was straight across the country. So we can say that within
Once
10%,
again, another absolutely absurd claim.
10% you're accurate.
The roads are pretty much straight across the country. That's absolutely insane.
Okay, take a piece of string, measure, take it along and follow the exact route and then do the crow fly route. You'll find out that they're within a couple of percent. Even in the north, I did the East Coast corridor, and I did my driven route up to New York, and then my flight of what do you call it? Straight as a crow flies, as the crows fly route. And they were within, I think they were within 10%. Even though I was on that road, wiggling around, weaving, bobbing, left and right, it was within 10%.
Yeah, road is not going to follow a great circle route by any means, but it is going to be reasonably close
enough
to
straight.
right. And the thing about these roads is in each straight section, you can find out those distances also match on Google Maps, which is all of its distances come directly from the globe.
Just show us the globe that they use to plan flight routes, and I'll believe you.
You don't need. Well, do you need that? All I have to do is tell you. Like, if you ask me, how far is it for my Cessna to go from New York to California? I can pull that. I will give you that flight route from a globe with a piece of dental floss. I'll give you the distance, and I'll even give you the initial heading. Hell, I'll even give you the heading anywhere along the route.
I'm not sure if your
with that
Cessna is
piece of
going to
dental
make it.
floss. I'm gonna have to stop a couple times, but
Why not take a long easy? You got much more distance there.
a long easy. I'm not familiar. Is that a plane?
Yes, sir. Yeah, it's the plane that John Denver crashed and died in. Actually, little
Well,
fun
then I don't
fact
want to
for
take
you.
that one. That sucks.
It was his own damn fault, apparently. You guys want a little
I want the
history
plane
lesson?
that never crashes. What's the plane that's
Yep.
never crashed yet?
No such plane, sir. I don't think. There's always the factor of human error.
I mean, there's concept craft which never lifted off, so of course never crashed.
There you go. Sounds like a good one then. You know, the globe. Again, I've only spot checked this, but you know, when I take my little globe in the house, and I did my measurements really crudely. I took the quote unquote known distance of America, and then I started cutting that in half and in half and in half until I had a reasonable increment to work from, and then I just started measuring around the globe with that. And I get within a few percentage points of any flight route.
You see, I don't necessarily disagree with you over land, but I would disagree with you over the ocean, because once you're about, I don't know, a couple miles off the shore, once you're outside a fucking radio signal from the fucking shore, there's no way to tell where the fuck you are really outside of the stars and shit.
Well, those work, but I also have validated those distances via the Tunga blast. So you can argue that somehow I got that wrong, but nonetheless, I think to my satisfaction and to most people's satisfaction, I was able to validate the distances and relative positions of all cities, all continents, and ocean sizes based upon that one event.
Yeah, I feel like your plane boat Tonga explosion, I guess, triple threat is actually a very good argument. It's very it's a very good argument. I'll have to actually look into it and see more deeply how good it actually is. But right now, so far, I can't really see any holes in the in your argument.
And like I said, it's a great video. If nothing else, it's well done. So enjoy it. I wish I had a skill.
Another tab right now.
You're talking about the speed of sound, right? So you're talking about like a sound that traveled. I know it's like a sound pressure wave.
Yeah.
Yep. Am I still here?
Yeah, we can hear you. This guy actually has good arguments. I actually enjoy talking to Globers with the well thought out arguments, and this is an actual good argument.
Thank you. Now, I've had people argue that, you know, I said that I was able to predict the arrival time in places. A lot of people say those are post-dictions, but I disagree pretty vehemently on that. I think since I had no idea the answer, And I didn't vary my formulas and stuff to make it work. That I would say it was a prediction, not a post-diction.
Right, that, and if you know some particulars about a thing and you know what's going to happen in the future based on those particulars, that's never a post-diction.
Right.
What up?
The sky.
Oh, we were
The
just talking
moon.
about you earlier, Fleric.
Oh, I hope only in the best terms.
Yes, only in the best terms. We're talking about your extensive knowledge of the forefathers of the heliocentric model.
Oh, that's brilliant. Thanks. Yeah, I discovered this Italian professor which works I translated. So there springs my knowledge from.
For me, all the I guess esoteric mumbo jumbo in my mind either means they previously already knew all this shit and it was just coding it and then uncoding it later, or they reverse engineered it to fit reality. And those are my two I guess outcomes given all the esoteric mumbo jumbo and pre I guess heliocentric models, like pre Newton, pre Copernicus, all that. I guess it speaks to a heliocentric belief or doctrine that existed pre Copernicus, at least in my mind.
Sure. Definitely, there's a lot of 19th and even 18th century literature, mostly from England, where the Copernican system is put in relation to the Pythagorean cosmology with their central fire, etc. And often these fathers of the heliocentric model referred to Pythagoras in their investigation. So in a way, the heliocentric idea is not born from Copernicus, rather that he adopted it back from the Pythagorean knowledge, or doctrine at least, and tried to put that into scientific terms. So, I mean, there's not that much material about the Pythagoreans because it's so far away in the historical timeline. But
as well as his school was a mystery school, right? So their teachings were secret except to people who are initiated into certain levels.
Yeah, exactly. And in the period where the heliocentric model came up again in Europe, parallel to that, a lot of esoteric knowledge from the Eastern world was translated into Latin and Greek, so that in Europe the scholars could study those. And even Copernicus referred in his De Revolutionibus to Hermes Trismegistus and different other like figures representative for a central sun cosmology. Really interesting.
Yeah, the what do they call it? The Oriental beliefs coming westward, following the people. I can't think of the name of that guy. That guy who was a 33rd degree Freemason who wrote The Secret Teaching of All Ages. You remember his name?
Yeah, let me think for a second. Manly P. Hall. I swear I didn't Google it. I digged it out from the back of my brain.
That's the one. Yeah, that's the guy.
That's the people who claim
all the beans on the mystery schools, dude. He. I mean, I'm not saying it's all correct. He might be poisoning the wells in some instances, but like, it's a very interesting dude. Very interesting works.
Yep.
for the claims of reverse engineering it, which I'm assuming that you're meaning reverse engineering with subterfuge in mind.
So wait,
like,
what is
how do they get
subterfuge? Excuse me?
With subterfuge, lying,
No, I
reverse
don't
engineering it with the intent to deceive.
I don't necessarily think it is that. It could be, but I don't necessarily think that is it, because if you understand how the how some of their Pythagorean doctrines work, is they start with the conclusion and then they mathematically explain it. And so, say they start with the conclusion that it's a heliocentric system, I'm not sure if they would be, I guess, I'm not sure if it would be intention. They would just be following their, I guess, the way they go about.
Yeah, it's a method.
Couldn't I test both ways? I mean, couldn't I go in there and say, okay, let's assume it's a sphere and let's take these measurements and compare them. And let's assume that it's flat. Let's take these measurements and compare them and throw away the one that doesn't work.
Probably, but results of interpretation can vary depending on the adopted theory, right? For example, if you know Trulon and his talk, he might be able to formulate that you can empirically derive a curved Earth or a flat Earth with the curving light, right? So it would only constitute the framework of the interpretation, right? I'm not trying to hand wave your argument. I get where you're coming from, sure, but do you get what I'm trying to say with that? Our observation? Yeah.
Yeah, I guess you could say that absolute properly curved light might could do it. I can't see why it wouldn't. Now, I would think then you would be beholden to actually demonstrate that light curves in that way, which it doesn't seem to.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
But I'd also say that a lot of the assumptions in the heliocentric model assume space, where there's no gravity and things float around and there's no atmosphere, and so they assume space. And I'm gonna be completely honest with you, I don't think anyone in this VC has ever been to space, right? So I can understand where you're coming from, where we should have to demonstrate curving light, and I think that's very valid. But also, we've never been demonstrated space, right? All we get is videos of astronauts, and the videos seem pretty, I guess, illegitimate at the least.
Well, when you say you demonstrate space, I mean, you could deduce space, based upon what other people observed, which was, go to the top of a mountain, less air, go up in a balloon, less air, and air will keep on getting less as you go higher. But even with that, Earth was determined without them having any inkling of what space was. The shape of Earth was determined long before they came up with saying space was an empty void.
Yeah,
dotted with rocks.
In a way, that's right. Sure. If you don't mind, I would like to go to a different example where the explanation of it might be in a way easier, because we now are talking about the shape of the world, and before we were talking about heliocentrism versus geocentrism in a way, where we can make a different point, maybe. Okay.
Right.
So from what Noah said before, this Pythagorean method of investigation, right? If we apply it to the heliocentric or the movement of the Earth, to that question, that would just be that one party observes a moving sun in the sky and makes that immediately conclusion that it's moving in the sky, and there's another fraction which interprets that movement in the sky as apparent and has a rotating Earth which causes that, right? So this different, and that would be the two different approaches which are opposed here.
Oh yeah, no, and that's true. But we do have other mechanisms by which we've determined them. So I mean, I think it was Einstein said, no optical observation, purely optical observation, would tell you whether the stars were moving or whether the Earth was moving.
Yeah, that's right.
And that's true. But there are kinetic methods that we use to tell that. And besides the fact that we've also been there, but that's another argument.
Sorry, what was the last part you just said?
Oh, I said, and besides the fact that we've already been there, so but that's a different argument.
Mm-hmm.
Don't want to get deep into that because at most Earth was determined long before we got to space. Yeah, Earth shape. The motion of it, I think, really the motion of it wasn't proven. At least, didn't have solid evidence for until Foucault. I think Foucault was the first one to actually say, "Hey, no, I've signed, sealed, and delivered this."
And that's another thing.
And so basically, up until this supposed Foucault character, they were completely going on the Pythagorean method for determining that we are in a heliocentric system. Not, I guess, the scientific method came up with by Mr. Bacon.
Right. Theirs was Pythagorean. Theirs was also logic and simplicity.
Well, that's the
when
thing
they looked at it, they looked at the planet's motions and stuff and said, okay, well, we got these things that are wiggling around back and forth and doing these switchbacks and stuff. If we just made them go around in an orbit, that solves all. You know what? Maybe we're not the center of the universe.
Yeah, it's actually kind of
the center
interesting
of the solar system.
What is it in Kabbalah? They have this tree of life, and then the center one where everything is around. And
very good.
The sun, and that fucking thing is like way before Copernicus. So like, it's just interesting.
Right. No, I mean, I think that going back in time, I don't know how many people figured it out when it became common knowledge. I mean, I know that among the elites, it became somewhat common knowledge, but it still didn't get pushed out to all of the world. So I don't know how many times we discovered the Earth was a globe and lost it again.
And that's the thing, is a lot of people are just saying like, "Oh, I would have known back in the day," but like, even as recently as like, 150 years ago, some people in America weren't even taught it was a globe. So if 150 years ago, in a modern, not modern, but in a very new and young country, people weren't being taught it was a globe, I don't understand when people claim like, "Oh, I would have known back then." It's like, no, you wouldn't have known anything. You would just sit there on a field, pick corn, and if you didn't pick enough corn or whatever, wheat or whatever, the noble would come and fucking beat your ass. You would not be philosophizing about the shape of the globe, dude.
No. You got to have a lot of free time on your hands in order to fucking ponder this shit. It wasn't until we got specialization and people stopped having to eke their life out of the earth that they started getting this, so when they specialized people and look into these ideas, is when it started to make its rounds. But, the sheep farmer out in the middle of the Serengeti plain, he looks out there and he's going to say, if he even makes a conclusion about whether it's flat or round, he's going to probably say, yeah, it's flat, looks flat.
Yeah, it took them some time to get their false cult teachings ingrained and propagandized into people.
Yeah, but going back to that again, where Noah said the reverse engineering process. If you mind, I would like to say something to that, because just from very simple trigonometric operations and the knowledge of the length of a day of 24 hours, you can just measure an elevation angle to the sun. And if you know one point of the day when you have the elevation angle to the sun and you know the distance to the sun where it's directly overhead, you can just apply simple computations and then derive the radius and the circumference of the horizontal plane you're standing on, which is in a way interesting because it comes down to the sphere of vision where we measure our angles from, right? So, so just saying that, it would be another differing interpretational framework for the observations we made before, right?
Yeah, no,
if you understand what I'm saying.
Doesn't work. If optics completely doesn't work the way we think it does, yeah, maybe.
Hey, Fleric, I got to say, I really appreciate what you have to say, and I've seen you in here just a couple times, and I think you really do a really good job of explaining a lot of these concepts. I hope you come back more often.
Thank you.
Fleric, did you see the video I posted earlier? Or did you,
from the
did you get the link?
eruption?
Yes.
I'm going to watch it in full length now. Then, yeah, I saw that you posted it, but I'm already familiar with what happened. Sure.
Right. No, I think that it way defies my logic. Because this is in optics. It's another thing that would have to work completely different than we think it works and we observe. Like sound traveling through the atmosphere. That's something we have a pretty good handle on how that works. We know what it sounds like to listen to bombs going off 40 miles away from a war. We know what it sounds like for a nuclear bomb going off from 50, 100, 200, 300 miles away. We know how sound propagates in the atmosphere. We know what sonic booms look like. And I don't see where the wiggle room comes in there for it to be coincidentally matching the same thing that optics do. Bending light, assuming that that light is curving around the Earth to make it look spherical, not curving around the Earth, but curving in such a way as to make it look spherical. That wouldn't explain the Tunga explosion.
I wanted to say a real quick comment about what you were saying, Moyak, about people didn't have a lot of time, or it takes a lot of time to think about these things, and until people were specialized in figuring all this out, people would just assume that it is what it looks like, stationary and sensing that it's flat, But I think that, these concepts are maybe something that people pondered a lot more until they decided they would tell people that they have it all figured out. And if they're just telling people that, then it gave them the reason to just not worry about thinking about it anymore because someone's already figured it all out, right? So it's actually the opposite.
Do you really think that if you're laying out you're watching the sheep, or you're trying to eke out your living in some harsh environment where you work, all day during the day, and you go to bed when light fades? Do you think that world you're going to be really pondering?
No, I think you're leaving out the in between. I think after people were comfortable enough to actually ponder these things, right? After they weren't just worried, but when they were actually comfortable, there was so much to ponder because we don't know, and we still don't know, even though they say they know. But just them saying they know has made people not try to figure it out, because think of how much time we've spent pondering it, questioning whether what they're telling us is true or not.
Mm-hmm. I think that the thing I end up pondering more is just, all right, I see it so clearly. How can I demonstrate that to you folks? A way that you're not going to, make, in a bulletproof way that you're not going to just come up with another alternative. Like, when we do the flight routes, we'll get these things like, well, maybe the jets, from Australia to Santiago. They say, well, maybe there's a jet stream up there that makes the planes fly at twice the speed, or the pilots are lying and flying twice the speed. Whatever.
But you're basing what you see clearly. That's based on what the information is they're giving us, right? So, right.
They being civilians.
Well, whoever they are, the ABC group, whatever, whoever's in charge of giving the quote unquote official information. And it's interesting, you see it as so positively, this way. And you're just here to explain to us so that we can understand that it is actually a sphere. And for us, it's the exact same thing in that we see it's obviously stationary, and just like the sheep herder would look at it and say, it's obviously exactly like what it seems like, not the opposite. And it's just, our understanding that maybe you will actually get to the point where you're like, oh, wait a minute, maybe reality is like it seems instead of the opposite.
Do you know anything about mechanics, auto mechanics? Like, have you ever rebuilt an engine?
Negative.
Okay. The example I give there is, I took the head off my car. That's the thing over the cylinders, and it has to be a nicely machined surface in order to make sure that it doesn't leak. I looked at that head, and it looks flat to me. It's not flat, but it looked flat to me. I got out the tools and I started measuring it. It turns out it wasn't flat.
What'd you do? Lay it on a piece of glass?
So all you have to do is give us measurements of Earth curvature. Give us the measurements of Earth curvature. Show us the actual measurements that you took. You know, real measurements, not calculations, real measurements. There you go.
Not calculations. So that's a hamstringing somebody, I think, in a way that's unnecessary.
Well, it is necessary because that's the crux of this whole situation. You think the
That's your
calculation?
get out of jail free card.
You don't have any measurements. No.
Well, how do you measure any curvature without calculation?
Unless you actually have measurements.
Can somebody explain me, how do I measure the curvature on a basketball without calculation? How do I measure curvature that I know exists without calculation?
I know how. I know how. So say you have a basketball and 2 rulers. You just put one ruler on the basketball, and that's your parallel or your tangent. I mean, so you have your tangent now, right? Now you move from that tangent point along that tangent ruler out to a certain length, and then please let me finish. You asked the question. Now I'm answering it for you. Once you've moved a certain distance out along that tangent, you take your other ruler, and now you put that ruler at that point, and you measure how far that ruler goes till it meets the ball, because it's not on the ball. It's tangent. It's on that tangent of the ball. That is a measurement. That is a direct measurement. That is a direct measurement with a two rulers. A direct measurement with 2 rulers. Not a calculation. A direct measurement. Just like when I put mass on a scale and I get a direct measurement, it's a direct measurement.
I would say the only exception I would have with that is imagine that your rulers are rubber rulers, because essentially when you're dealing with materials on Earth, they're subject to their own flexibility and stuff. So anything you try and measure Earth is measuring it with a rubber ruler.
Yeah, see, that's the thing, is getting the rulers to measure the curve of the Earth is actually extremely hard. But actually measuring it is not hard. It's not actually hard. The actual physical measurement's not hard. Getting the material on the ruler that stays straight over the span of like 2 miles, that's the difficult part. That's why when I first came across this debate, I thought a laser in a vacuum would be as close to straight as any object could be over the course of a couple miles.
That's pretty good, yeah. Yep,
yeah, so that was my initial theory, was that you do that, put the laser at level, shoot it 2 miles, 2 miles away, have a water level that's at that laser and connected 2 miles away, and then you can have that water level, compare that water level to where the laser is at, and you could probably grab a ruler and measure that difference. But nobody's going to invest money in that. So
Jay Tolan's done a pretty good job of that.
Elon Musk could invest some money in that. He could shut all of us up real quick, but he's a puppet and obviously not smart.
Have you checked out Jay Tolan's work at all?
Yes, it's shit.
Who?
Jay Tolan, the guy that does the infrared and the lasers.
I've seen his channel. Yeah, he sees too far, right? Is his thing.
Yeah, there's a lot of
1,500 miles.
Yeah, his assertions are completely false based on the ones I validated or tried to validate.
So is your take on him that he's like a controlled opposition that's making false claims? Is that your claim?
I don't know whether he believes the shit he's saying or not, but like when he said the one I looked at the closest was the Baja Peninsula, 760 miles, and he sees mountains that are only 200 miles away, and he misassigns them. The same I've seen explained for, and I agreed with the findings, which is his 1,200 mile one across the middle of the U.S. He's not seeing anything. He doesn't even point at what he's saying. He's like, "Look at that! That's Lake, Lake Titicaca." It's like, no. How did you determine that?
He's seen pretty far. I think he's seen like 2,000 miles across Canada.
Yeah.
From south of the Great Lakes.
What's wrong with you, Keith? It's Kosho. Stop it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's what he said in his video. Remember?
Yes.
Yeah, so this guy might be a fraud. I've only watched a couple of his videos. I didn't really. They just seemed like the same argument, seeing too far. Black Swan argument to me. I mean, if he's lying in the videos, then I mean that gives him even less credit. But I didn't even. I only watched like 2 of his videos, and I was like, okay, now I know what this guy's channel is about.
I won't say he
Bro,
lied
you see too
because like.
far.
Go ahead, Kosho.
Go ahead, Mr. Meyer.
Oh, okay, I
You're
won't
good,
say
dude.
that he's lying. Yeah, for sure. I can't just determine that, and he does seem to do some work where he seems to put in an honest effort. So I'm not going to call him a liar, but I'm going to say he's frequently wrong.
So when they say we see too far, those are at least honest observation, distances. He just kind of throws a distance out there without any really due diligence. So
Look, I see Russia. Look, I see my own ass.
to be honest, so some of his footage looks kind of cool. Like it's
Awesome.
kind of cool looking at the infrared, but yeah, I don't think.
Oh, I love his video. If he would put his uses to put a little more thought into his uses, we might get something useful out of it.
The hammer. He says
Hey, Kosho.
compare. Sorry, go ahead.
Kosho, I got the COVID, man.
Do you really?
Yeah.
You're like 2 years too late, dude.
I know. I made it all this time, then I freaking get it now. It wasn't. It was.
Well, I hope. Did your family have it?
So far, my wife got it. She got it a little bit worse than I did, but still, nothing. Nothing serious. And my son,
Yeah,
I think he probably was the source monkey.
Imagine
How they doing?
using this fucking weak shit as an excuse to shut down the world economy and print out 20% of the money ever printed in existence.
Yeah, that aside, how are they doing though?
Was right. It's kind of funny.
Put that aside.
They're doing pretty good. Everybody, my wife's doing.
They're healed.
She's recovering now, and my son, if he was the source monkey, he was asymptomatic.
It's a good thing you guys were all vaccinated.
Yeah, didn't have a bad time of it. That could have happened or could not have happened. Hard to say.
I'm just
So all of
saying.
you guys got punched in the arm or whatever they call it?
What was that?
You guys all got punched in the arm? The jab or whatever they say?
Yeah, I got the jab, man.
Okay.
And then you got COVID.
I'm way overdue on the what do you call it? I only had the boosters, so I'm
shouldn't
probably
be
a year
talking about
overdue.
this now, just to let you know. We shouldn't be talking about this.
Oh,
I'm just
sorry.
asking about his family. I'm just. Yeah, I don't. You don't have to talk about the actual thing, but as long as they're good. Just your daughter or whatever wasn't home.
Nah, nobody else in the house. Only my son, my wife, and myself.
You're recovering, or you just got it?
Right now I just have like leftover cough, a little cough.
Okay. Well, good for you guys, man. Hope everything works out.
Yeah.
Did you hear about Mr. Litchwink?
Yeah, I heard he passed on to the happy hunting ground.
Yeah, he's
Not
very
COVID
sad
related.
to hear that.
Sorry, I said it again.
No, it was. It was.
Was it? Wait,
Litchwink died?
Yes. Yeah, he passed away last May of that same thing.
Oh, damn.
I just found out a couple weeks ago. I had a random German server, and I was like, the hell is this? And I clicked on it, and I saw a post from Litchwink, and it was from his daughter. It was like in German, and I was like, oh, fuck. And so I translated it, and I kind of already knew what it was going to say. It was saying that her dad. It said that he caught it and he passed away and blah blah blah.
And he was real adamant about getting the jab too.
Yeah, that's what I'd like to know. If the jab or
Look at all these
or
people
something
getting the
else.
jab. Yeah, what's going on, man? Yeah, I wonder.
He was a healthy guy too. He did have a cough. He had a coughing problem. He had a cough.
He had comorbidities.
I'm not sure what it was.
Died of complications with COVID, or who knows how they word it nowadays.
Well, I just know his daughter worded it as he passed away from it. So, but actually, he's my only friend that I lost like that. So
I don't know anyone.
I know other people who passed away, but he was like a friend that passed.
Oh, I heard that.
Yeah, bro. I think my cat gave me I don't know if it's possible, but I sleep with my cat. 2 days ago, bro, my cat
illegal?
No, like in the fucking bed, you sick fuck.
I didn't expect you were going to be doing it in the bathroom. Jesus.
No, you sick fuckers. So I sleep with this motherfucker every night in the bed, right? And so my cat starts sneezing 2 days ago, and now fucking today I wake up and I keep sneezing. I don't know if that's possible to get like a sneeze from a cat. Maybe I'm just being paranoid, but it's just a weird coincidence.
There are cross species.
You can always go to Planned Parenthood and see if it's.
Well, I mean, with cantaloupes testing positive for COVID, you could get it from a cantaloupe. You could get it from anything, really.
Yeah, it's funny though. I took the COVID test 2 weeks ago, and I didn't have it. I had another cold of sorts, and then it went on into this.
Funny enough, the test is what I'm worried about more than anything.
The test came up false, and then the next one came up positive. And then, strangely enough, all the ones that we took afterwards came up positive for other people.
I'm not going to keep bringing it up, but I haven't gotten punched in the arm.
Yeah, me neither. I just feel like I'm
not really worried about it.
Probably be fine. Hey.
Yeah, I'm definitely healthy enough. And actually, I've never really this sneeze is about the most all year, all the past 2 years. Oh.
I'm just hoping I get lucky, because I know people who got unfortunately unlucky. I know a woman who had a baby, and let's just say she's. I just don't want to. I don't want to give too many details.
You're in a pretty low risk category, even if at the worst. And this one is supposedly what is it, Omicron? If that's still what's around, is apparently pretty damn lame. Spreads like crazy though.
Well, I know.
My wife's
I know
getting
we're
it
not
from
supposed
me. Oh shit!
Yeah, and you got it from your girlfriend, didn't you?
Goodbye.
Yeah, I think my cat got this.
You got it from your girlfriend?
From another cat. Because the cat came in, he had scratches all on his face. He must have been in a fight with another cat. Started sneezing a couple of days later. And then today I wake up and I'm sneezing. I had this fucking neighbor cat that's fucking with us.
You should probably go to Planned Parenthood, dude. If your cat's sleeping with other dude cats and then taking that home to you.
What are you?
You never know what
Planned Parenthood? What the fuck are you? What in the sick shit? Planned Parenthood is only for fucking people who want abortions, I thought.
Actually, it's not all about abortion. It's about options. One of them happens to be abortion.
Tested for cheap.
Well, I don't need to be tested. Last time I slept with someone, I got tested and I was fine. So
yeah, but I was a human.
Yeah, but I don't have sex. Yeah, but that's the thing is I don't have fucking sex with an animal like you sick fuck stink.
Okay, Mr. Mittens turned out to be Miss Mittens.
What kind of cat do you have, man?
It's like a black and white tabby.
with mittens.
A lot of.
I call him Simba.
Simba.
He has a little bit. It's the weirdest thing because his like the very very tip right next to his nose, the hair is actually orange. So it almost looks like he's part orange tabby or something, but then the rest is all black and white.
I've been thinking lately I want to go get a kitten.
Dude, you should, bro. They're the best ever. Like, fuck dogs. Like, dogs are for
cats are only portable food sources.
Dogs are for people who live in like the country and shit. People who have them in cities are just lonely.
Yeah, but as far as catching diseases from animals, there's one called the hantavirus. You go digging around in mouse bedding and stuff, you run a good chance of dying from that. Up in New York,
the craziest shit. This cat will leave dead birds or dead mouse like in front of the front door. So when you wake up, you open the front door, look outside the screen door, and there's just a dead carcass. It's like, are you showing me this? Like, why do I need to see? But man, like, if cats were like big, like tigers and shit, oh man, I can't even imagine how good of a predator they are, those big cats.
Oh, they're pretty rough. Very effective.
The ones I like the Maine Coon.
Dude, mountain lions are crazy.
Maine Coons are huge.
There's a mountain lion in California that basically killed a horse and then dragged the horse like 100 meters to the fence, dragged the horse over like an 8-foot chain link fence, and then dragged it another couple 100 yards to a fucking ditch, ate half of it and buried it. But just think about, how does a cat get a horse over an 8-foot chain link fence?
Pretty determined. That's a real shit horse, dude.
Maybe he tried to spring, told the horse he was trying to spring it, so the horse was compliant. And then when he got outside, like with the scorpion and the frog story, the cat said, "Ha! Now I'm going to kill you."
Yeah, that makes sense. Horses can be pretty dumb.
I think the cat just killed it in the barn and then dragged it out and dragged it over the fence is my theory.
Let's go look.
What kind of fence was it?
Chain link.
Kind of weird for
It dragged the dead. No, it's not a farm. It's a where they keep those horses that girls ride on and shit in those circles.
Right, corral.
Yeah. I'm not too sure. Basically, like, girls go and rent the horses and just gallop around them, and then one day one of the horses was gone, and there was just a trail, like, going out of the thing.
I'm seeing here that I think mountain lions are pack animals, so
I didn't know
guess
that.
maybe
they're already scary enough alone.
They could work together.
Well, their head is about the same size as our dude. Like, I wouldn't put it past them to be pretty smart. And like, wolves are smart too, right? So
if you were in the wild, in the woods, and there's 2 of them, you think you could take them?
2 mountain lions?
I'd be
one
like,
swipe of his. Like a normal domestic cat, if you don't cut their claws, they hit you, they'll draw blood, right? So, like a big cat paws is so much bigger. It would shred your flesh.
If it got to you, yeah.
If you had a gun, that's a different story. But if you were just hand-to-hand combat, I don't know, dude.
Dude, one punch, man, me hitting it right in the fucking muzzle with collapsing that muzzle on it, pushing the nasal bones into its brain. Fuck, it wouldn't have a chance.
Yeah, I would take my belt off
Guy's a
and wrap it around my
maverick.
fist.
These guys are mavericks over here.
I learned how to punch at the Chungdo Kwan School of Taekwondo.
Yeah, I don't know about like a wolf or a mountain lion. I don't know. Like I know a wolf is like more ferocious, but cats are like they're very like agile. Like you can get it
Yeah,
on
but
its back
wolves.
and it's still like take its face and like bite you somewhere.
Yeah, yeah. It can do the full on judo guard on you and claw your face while it's at it. But wolves are really smart pack animals.
Think of them as pack animals too. Like I wouldn't. You could take on like a pack of wolves, but you could probably take on one wolf.
Oh yeah, definitely. I think yeah, a man, like a full grown man could definitely take on one wolf.
I don't know, man. You might have a chance, but as far as taking it on, like when that little bastard gets your arm into its mouth, it just breaks your bones.
That's true.
Yeah,
That's
don't let
true.
that happen.
Dude, have you ever played? Do you have a dog? Or have you ever had
Yes.
one? Okay.
Yes.
Have you ever played, like swatting them around the face and have a dog that likes to play bite with you? Man,
Do
you
what?
move your hands as fast as like slap boxing, like with your dog, where they use their mouth to bite you and you just like try and not get bit, and you just can't believe the speed that these dogs see this shit coming in with. They got reflexes up the yin yang.
Yeah, bro, and
Yeah.
a wolf is way better than a dog in every way. I mean, its bite is like, well, what, 10 times stronger than a dog's bite. Its leap is like 3 times longer and like 3 times higher. Wolves are not dogs. They're very, very different. Wolves are way stronger and smarter.
Yeah, dude. We're way smarter than both of them, though.
Yeah, and I'm way smarter than you, Koso.
Yeah, well, you put me anywhere. Put me in the woods. I'll take my belt off, my shirt, wrap it on your arm, use whatever you can find, dude. Use whatever you can as a weapon.
Machine gun.
Now you don't have one.
I do.
I know, but you gotta think if you're out in the woods, like you're,
What am I out in the woods
again,
without my gun for?
plane crash.
Exactly.
Oh, okay, good point. Well, I went to the cargo hold and got my guns. You have to get me on the way to the cargo hold.
I like the way
We're
this
sitting
guy
here
thinks.
talking about this.
Plane crash, first things he's going for is the gun in the cargo.
Well, that's assuming that the fire's already out, because I'm gonna leave the guns behind if they're on fire. I'm kind of a pussy that way.
Yeah, we don't just walk through fire.
Nah, I gave up on that. I tried last week or like 2-3 weeks ago. I tried sticking my finger in some molten plastic. That sucked.
It's funny you mentioned that. I had a bonfire with my friends the other week, and they were playing like jump over the fire.
Right.
Bro, it was so bad, dude. Like, if someone fell, it would have been like I would have had to drive someone to the hospital.
Oh shit! Yeah. So nobody did have a mishap. That's always great when the guy goes and leaps and catches that one stick on top of the pile, just falls into the fire.
Yeah, let's just say the embers would have given second-degree burns. And my boys, I guess my friends have a low risk tolerance or whatever. High risk
Yeah, I
tolerance.
got a wicked second-degree burn from that because I couldn't wipe the plastic off fast enough. I had something in my other hand, so I like wiping with my middle finger, trying to wipe it off, and just smeared it around. Had like a 3/4
sounds
inch long
lovely.
blister. Oh, it was fun. On my right hand too.
I can't see your girlfriend for a week, I guess.
Yep. I can't see my girlfriend at all. My wife doesn't allow it. Besides, I'm work from home now. I have like no excuses anymore.
I guess your wife is better at investigating than you are at hiding.
What's that?
Your girlfriend is better than investigating than you are at hiding. I don't know, dude. I feel like girls can tell somehow. Somehow they can tell, dude. Because like, I only did it once, that type of shit once. I don't even understand how she figured it out. I have other friends. I never did it since then, but I have other friends, and it's just weird because it's like we'll be out, they'll be talking to someone, and then the girl will call. And it's like, how does she fucking like? How do they know? Like, what is going on? I swear to God, too. Like, moms have some sort of like sense when their kids. I don't know, dude. Something about it. I think women have some sort of intuition. They're definitely.
Or maybe like
I'm not saying they're smarter. I don't think that, but they definitely have some sort of intuition.
Well, what you should do is you should make sure that you always feel like she's cheating on you. That way, if she does cheat on you, you can say, "Ha, I knew it all along."
I don't know. I feel like
That will feel
if you're a
so good.
guy, if you're a guy, dude, it's kind of easy to tell. Like I don't know. At least for me,
I think it depends on whether you're
whenever I'm
a
like,
what do you call it? If you feel guilty about it, you probably give off vibes. Like you normally the way that you look at her, you're not looking at her the same way because you're feeling guilty, so you avert your eyes a little bit, um, or you're a little bit more affectionate
yeah. But
than normal because you're feeling
here's the thing.
guilty.
Here's the thing, Moito man, dude. I had a friend visit me from Canada. He came to Hawaii to visit me, and every time we're out at the bar and this guy's about to do something with another girl, she calls him. Like I don't even know how she fucking knew. It was as if she had a fucking like the CIA NSA tracking this guy or something. But like every time he was with another girl and we are all about to go somewhere else or something, she would call and be like, "Are you cheating on?" Like like how did she know, dude? Perfect timing.
Well, maybe she knows what time he does his big move.
Oh, that's a good. Yeah, actually, that might be it. I don't know. Yeah, I had a girlfriend that I cheated on once, and I don't ever really want to do that again. After that, it was a bad experience.
She break up with you over it?
No, but it was just it. You could tell that
Never trust again?
she was hurt. You know what I mean? And I had a lot of empathy towards this person, so I felt like shit after. You know what I mean? And I was like, it wasn't really worth it.
Yeah, I don't know if I really cheated. I wasn't in a committed relationship with the woman before my wife, but I dumped her as soon as I met my wife. Actually, as soon as I signed the deal with my wife. So technically, I think that day I might have been kind of sort of cheating, but I didn't feel bad about it. So my wife was the other woman.
I feel like I could tell when a woman's not, like, I don't know, for me at least, the girls that I've been with, you can tell that they're very interested in you. You know what I mean? Whereas you can kind of tell when a girl's not interested in you. And I don't think a girl can really cheat on you if she's like interested in you. You know what I mean? I feel like you kind of, because I've never been cheated on, but I've seen friends and it just seems like the girl seems to lose interest and then she cheats. It's not that she cheats and then loses interest.
Yeah, I think a guy could very well still be very interested in both.
Yeah, no, guys are different. Guys are definitely different that way. But for girls, at least, I mean, I don't know. I like the moment I'm with a girl and I can see that she's kind of, I guess, not as interested or whatever. You know what I mean? Like you say something, she always wants to hang out, and then all of a sudden now it's not like she's not pressing you to hang out. Like, yeah, I just realized like I think she's like it's time to move on. You know what I mean? before anything.
I've never had that.
You
I
know
mean,
what I
women
mean?
always just fall head over heels for me.
Oh yeah, sure. I don't know. I feel like it's a preemptive breakup because I'm not gonna stay with a, like, you know what I mean? I don't know.
Say one thing, I had a not hand at Rock's Cradle. I had a psycho woman. She was my
Was she
one cougar
Latina?
experiment. No,
Was she Latina?
no, she was German.
Oh wait, she was older. That's
Um,
why, dude. You're not supposed to get with.
oh yeah,
That's yeah. Don't do
she was
that.
a cougar. I got to live in John Devine's mansion for about 3 months with her. John Devine was Mr. Toys R Us back in the 80s. That was awesome.
Was she the ex-wife?
Nope, she was the maid. It was his
Oh
summer
wow.
property. So he almost never came by. He did come by one time, and I had to hide in the room. Besides that, we had free reign of the place.
Were you playing with all his toys and stuff?
She wouldn't let me play with the cars. We played on the pool table.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. The whole
Clean up.
I don't know. I feel like I've matured or something because I used to be really thirsty and now it's like I don't know. I'm just not thirsty anymore. Like I'm very patient.
Yeah, your cat, man.
Standards. I used to have like low standards, really thirsty, but now something I don't know. I feel like I matured or something happened.
Why would you be thirsty?
House
You
had
and your cat are drinking out of the saucer.
John Devine had to be one of those numerologist guys though, because he had 13 bathrooms.
How big was his house?
Huge. I don't think I was in every room in it.
His house
Did it
was
make
so
sense?
big.
He had 13.
His house was so
13?
big. His house had a house inside of it.
Yeah. They had like a 10-car garage attached to the damn thing. It was awesome. All done in old Northeast stonework.
Isn't that whole company going bankrupt now because of video games?
Oh God, yeah. No, I think Toys R Us has been completely gone for a while. It was a big deal. It was big deal back then.
Were you a Toys R Us kid, Moyak?
I used to like to go to Toys R Us. I think
so
I usually
weird.
got kind of bummed out.
What are you talking about? He has a globe on his desk right now.
I was just thinking like that marketing, like to make you a Toys R Us kid, it's like branding, like you are a Toys R Us kid and you have to buy all your toys from us. It's just like a weird branding.
Oh no, it was just one of the places I would go. It just happened to be one of the biggest. So it had the most toys. So it still was pretty
The only
damn
time I
handy.
really remember going there is when the Game Boy first came out, was like 1989 and or 1990. I think it was 89 or 90, but I remember for my birthday, my grandmother like took me to Toys R Us to get the Game Boy, and I was so excited. I remember it was like behind a glass case, and I was like one of the first to get it because it just came out. There was only like 2 games for it that were even out. That was the only Toys R Us memory I really have. I don't really remember getting other toys there. I just remember getting Game Boy from there.
Yeah, I don't know how many toys I got from there. Mom and Dad usually got the toys, but like whenever we would go out and say, "Hey, Mom, can we go over to Toys R Us?" and we'd peruse the place, and then she'd say, "No, you can't have any of that." We go home.
Well, I don't know. I don't understand how they competed with Walmart either, because Walmart kind of is like Toys R Us with way more shit too on top of it. You know what I mean?
I think that was
They were different times.
Yeah, I don't know if Walmart was Walmart even around back then, or if it
Walmart
was
was
like more
90.
of a drugstore style or something.
Kmart was.
Kmart, yeah.
I think Kmart had a big overlap.
When you look up
Walmart
the Forbes list, like fucking half the fuckers in the top 10 are all Walmart descendants.
Yeah, like 3 or 4 of them.
But when you look at how many toys, how much room they had, I mean, they were the size of like a half a Walmart, and they were all toys. So they definitely had the sheer product availability, whereas Walmart or Kmart would have been like sad seconds on that.
Yeah, there's no point in going anywhere else now that Walmart's there. It's like you can get everything from Walmart.
Yep.
No point in
No
going to Best
point in
Buy.
going anywhere. No point in going anywhere. Period. Amazon will deliver now.
I don't like. I really do like brick and mortar stores.
Yeah.
It lets me touch and feel and see whether I think the quality is decent. Then I go and buy it on Amazon.
Yeah, Moyak
Yeah,
still
that's
part of
kind
it.
of Moyak, man. That's so funny.
Go take the bike, take it off the shelf, sit on it, roll it around. Okay. Yeah, Amazon's got it for $20 cheaper.
It's, I feel like when I buy stuff online, I'm not gonna want it by the time it gets there. So I'm like, I want to go out and get it like right away.
There's something about immediate gratification. I bought something online and it came in like 6 months late. It was a little piece of shit thing. It was like totally inconsequential. I got this package. I'm like, what the hell is this? And I had to like think about it for a while. Like, oh yeah, I remember ordering that. Yeah, I managed to replace that locally, months ago.
I heard there is like a thing now where like it's like a room and then you go and press like a key in it. It's like some sort of Amazon thing, and then like one of the doors opens and then you go grab your shit from it or something. And you basically like rent items from it and you return it back and then close the door and then press the key again, and then I guess other people go and rent it. Very interesting idea. Kind of like a rental vending machine type of deal.
They gotta do that with like big ticket items like jet skis.
That's bro. I was thinking like power tools, because like I knew a couple girls on the mainland who would like, they didn't own any power tools, right? So then they would hire someone to come to their house to like screw in something and then have to pay them like $150 for an hour. Whereas say you could just rent a fucking power tool for an hour for $10 and then just you know what I mean?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. Jet skis, Harley Davidsons, they got to be really cost effective though. And you shouldn't have to buy the damn unit after like a week of rental. Yeah, how many people get like a jet ski and like just leave it in their garage? They'll use it a couple of times and it just sits there, rots away. Then 10 years later, you sell it for a tenth the price.
Yeah, man, that's how man. I wanna restore this Harley Davidson that my dad bought. Like fucking hasn't ridden it in 10 years.
And I held on to my bike probably about a year after I stopped riding it, and I was like, "No, this is stupid."
But these people are hoarders, man. Fucking
Well, you always think about, well, maybe I'll use it next week. Maybe I'll use it next week. I just started to feel guilty that, I got all these young kids around and I'm riding on a bike, risking my life.
Would you blow up bombs all the time in your backyard? Didn't your daughter come and ask if she can borrow your guns? With her, so you
Yep.
shoot shit with her friend?
Yep. I
And you're
raised a
worried
good
about.
kid.
You're always blowing up stuff in your backyard, huh?
My
You call that
wife is
stuff
complaining
tamarine?
about me on the front lawn. Yes, I am complaining about you. She doesn't like the fact that I push the rocks around with the mower when I'm mowing. You don't put them back. You're making the garden smaller and smaller.
Yo, Kosho, are you in here?
Yeah.
So apparently there's like a kid who lives in my neighborhood. He just turned, I guess, 29 or something. He bought a house for $1 million, all cash, and then he bought a boat for $1 million, all cash. He does some sort of video game designs or something. Yeah, buddy, you can move to paradise if you get good enough.
Do you know what studio he works for?
I have no idea. He's basically, I was talking to my neighbors today, and my neighbors, I guess, know him. I haven't actually met him yet. But I asked them to get me an introduction with him because I want to pick his brain about it. You know what I mean? So more details might be coming soon.
I'm still trying to figure out how we measured without calculating curvature of a basketball with two rulers, because I thought you could only measure straight line points with the ruler, and then from that you'd have to extrapolate curvature. So I'm confused.
If they're both flat, if the surface is flat and you put the ruler on it, the tangential ruler on it, and you take the second ruler and you put it whatever distance away from the tangent, there should be no length between the tangential ruler and the surface. If the
Right, but
surface
you're
surface
measuring.
is curved, and you put if you put the ruler down perpendicular to the tangent, then you should get a measured distance. Sorry, I can't talk with this.
Yeah, well, without calculating, you right, because all you're measuring are points. Between the distance between 2 points each time you measure with a ruler, and then you're not measuring curvature, you're calculating curvature. Am I right?
Directly putting a ruler up against something and measuring the distance is a calculation now?
No. You're measuring straight lines and seeing from those straight lines deviation from those straight lines. Then you're measuring the deviation from those straight lines and calculating the curvature.
Where did I say calculate or give the implication that I was calculating? I don't know. What I described seemed like a direct measurement to me. You put the ruler perpendicular to the tangent and just directly measure the distance between the surface and that tangent.
Right. And then you've measured now triangles. Right?
You basically measured the difference between tangent and the surface. If there is no difference, then you have a flat surface. If there is a difference, then you don't have a flat surface.
No,
Haven't you measured
we're talking about
directly measured
measuring
drop?
curvature. Yeah,
Yeah,
this is what the argument was.
Haven't you directly measured drop from horizontal like that? If you've
No,
got the two
absolutely.
rollers.
I can measure the steps, right? And the steps have 90-degree angles on them. I could stop my points, measure that. I don't have to calculate for any curvature, right? But if my steps are curved, right, then I'm measuring down to angles and then using a calculation to get my curvature.
Wait, where did the calculation happen? All I did was put two
Because if I
rulers
have
next.
only straight rulers to use, right, I can only measure the points and then subtract the difference.
All I did was take two
That's a calculation.
rulers. All I did was take two rulers, put them perpendicular to each other,
Then you didn't
and then
measure
put
curvature.
one of it, and then put one of the rulers tangent to the surface, and then I just directly measured the distance between the ruler that's perpendicular to the tangent ruler, and that gave me a direct measurement. No calculations so far have
No,
been done.
you don't have a measurement, because what is the arc of that curve? Because a measurement is quantification of a thing, dude, not just the observation of a thing.
Yeah, so I would quantify 3 inches out, the ball is 3 inches down. There you go.
Right, that's the calculation now. That's what I was trying
That
to
is
say.
two direct
And somebody was
measurements.
saying,
How is that a
like, that's what I'm
calculation?
saying.
Where did the calculation happen in those two direct things that I said?
You didn't give any curvature. You just gave a right angle, out and down. Where's the curvature in that you measured? No, you didn't. You calculated
yeah,
it from that.
you measure it out and
From
then
that,
down.
what's
Then there's
missing, you
curve.
calculate. Come on, just admit it, dude. Damn, you can't
Then you
fucking
go out
measure
and side. You go
curvature
out to the
with
side
rulers.
and then down, and they're both direct measurements. Yeah, I do admit it.
Calculation. For in other words, when we're trying to tell you that we need to calculate, and you said you can't use calculation to measure the Earth. Well, you have to use calculation to measure any curvatures.
I just gave an example of how you could prove its
No, you
curve
failed
without doing
miserably.
one calculation. No, you
Well,
failed to understand miserably.
Oh, obviously, because you didn't give a curve ratio. You didn't give me an arc. You didn't give me the dimensions of that sphere. You didn't measure the curvature. You measured, what you did was you measured a right angle and then subtracted from that a distance to another right angle, but you never measured any curvature.
If you did
but it would be a
if
direct.
you did it, you would have a direct binary of
You-
either curved or not curved. So
Yeah.
or flat or not
Right,
flat.
then
You'd have a
to measure
you'd have
curvature,
a binary outcome, dude. You'd have a binary outcome. And you could
in other
even
words,
you
got to quit telling people they can't use calculations to give you curvature.
there was no
Because you
calculation
have
what I
to, even
mentioned.
in
So
your
I don't
own
know
stuff.
I don't know how you got
Yeah,
that.
there was no calculation, and you gave no fucking curvature.
Right, because there isn't any. Good job. Welcome to the
Of a
flat earth.
basketball, there isn't any curvature of a basketball, bro. Really?
Welcome to the flat earth.
Yeah, welcome to the flat basketball. Because
I
we're
don't know.
talking
I
about a
guess that's what your
basketball right
basketball
now.
looks like, bro.
Measuring
I guess
curvature with a
that's what your
basketball
basketball
and
looks like,
two
bro.
ruleys
Okay,
without
let's clear it up.
calculation.
Come on. So can we establish that curvature would be deviation or drop from horizontal?
Right, but that would be
Yep,
calculation at that
exactly.
point.
No, it'd be a measurement, you fucking numbnuts. Fucking
So
people
you'd be a
listen to you about
measurement
the
of a right
sun.
angle. You have two rulers, dude.
People
You're
listen to you
measuring
about
right
the
angles.
sun. Are you serious?
Yeah, so you wouldn't, but that's the confusion here, Mr. Grimm, because he can establish by that method that there is a drop from horizontal, which would
I know
be
that.
curvature. He just
Oh, I
can't.
know that, but now
He
you're
just can't
calculating.
provide. He can't provide a numerical value for that. But that's
what I'm
what
asking
he
for.
explained.
No, I
But
am providing a
That's what
numerical
I'm asking
value.
for.
Providing a
Of
numerical
the
value.
curvature.
I'm providing a numerical value of the
No, it's
drop.
not.
So you have a
That's it.
numerical value of the drop.
Right,
Yeah,
that's
you
not the
do.
curvature though. That's not
All
measuring
right.
curvature. Okay, you said to measure the curvature. Now, I didn't ask you. We didn't ask anything about measuring the drop, right? It's about measuring curvature.
The drop is a
Man, just
necessary
take the L,
drop.
dude. You
If
messed up.
there's a
but
drop,
the curvature
there's
we
a
just
drop.
established. Yeah.
There is. Hold up, Flatter. There is a drop if and only if there is a curve. It is direct. It is if you measure a drop, you've also measured a curve. There is a drop if and only if there's a curve, sir.
Well, that's weird
Mr. Grimm.
because I'm measuring a drop, and this is a step, and it's a 90-degree angle on a drop right here. So I mean, what are you talking about? We're talking about measuring a basketball with two rulers, straight lines. You're saying that you can measure the curvature, not the drop, not the what you would assume to be curvature, but the actual curvature that you would accept as curvature of Earth, of a method of measuring curvature of Earth.
All right. I'll rephrase it for you. Okay. You can directly measure the drop, not the curvature. You can determine the curvature using a calculation
That's all I'm trying to say, dude.
after you have directly measured the drop. But the direct measurement of the drop is still, I guess, the first thing you have to do. If you want to know the curvature, then I guess you have to use the calculation. So if we want to be super pedantic about it, that's how it is.
Actually,
You don't.
hold on.
They can only measure it when not using any calculations because you can't even do that with a basketball.
Okay, you're measuring the rate of drop. Let's say every centimeter you drop by X amount, and that exponentially increases and follows a curve, and you can plot it, not calculate it. This is actual measurement. Hold on, let me finish. So let's say, before you can
finish.
Am I still here? Oh yeah.
Yeah, you're hearing me.
You're basically measuring a rate, and that it's a simple measurement. You could do it at let's say every centimeter, every meter, every 100 meters. and you can just simply plot it. No calculation needed. You're plotting, let's say, like a sort of a graph. Right?
Yeah, but you're still measuring, right? Between straight lines. You're not measuring curvature.
Yeah, but you're measuring points.
Extrapolating curvature from your plot. So listen, that is a calculation, no matter how you want to look at it.
Hold on, I get what you're saying. I agree 100% that to get a like a curvature calculate, like you need to calculate curvature in essence.
Right.
But
that's all I'm saying.
You can also measure it. You can also measure
curvature. A value of curvature by only not calculating and only using rulers. That's what my whole point was. He was saying, show me Earth curvature with only using straight lines and not calculating. I was like, well, you can't even do that on a basketball.
Well,
yes,
can we establish one thing?
If we're being super pedantic, instead of using curvature, I should have used the word drop. So yeah, you're right in that case. In the majoring on the minors, you are right. So yeah,
right. That's cool. But now I can't argue with you because now we're agreeing. Okay, so go back to the other way.
No, I don't want
to the conversation. I was kind of saying,
I don't want to waste my time fucking arguing, man.
No, yeah. I'm just saying for the point of, how these conversations, people want to be very precise in what they say because it kind of it's like colloquially putting a roadblock on ballers trying to show calculations of the globe with straight lines, saying that we handicapped us by saying we can't use calculations. And I'm thinking,
well, actually,
how do I do that even with basketball and something I know is curved? How do I?
I mean, I think the point like we can establish is that a calculation needs to be based on a measurement, not a simple calculation in your head. Like, I think the Earth is curved because I can do this calculation, right? No, it has to be based on an actual observation and measurement that this calculation is based upon. Like, it can't be just a calculation cannot be proof of something's existence.
It can't be an assumption or an assertion. Yeah, exactly. You can't start off with just random assertions. Well, see, we agree on all of that. That was just the only point I was having. I was like, wait a minute, he's putting handcuffs on me, and I think they're not necessary because I can't even do it on a basketball with two rulers. You know what I mean? With those handcuffs. We're good now.
Yeah, to put a numerical value to the word curvature, it's basically an equation, correct? A calculation. That's putting a numerical, associating a numerical value to the word curvature. But I think what FED was trying to say is you can also show it by measurements, like the rate of drop can be a descriptive way numerically of the word curvature. I guess that's what I understood.
Nobody talking.
I'll bite. What's up, Graham? How did Graham leave?
Hey guys, any discussion today?
I don't know. I left for 5 minutes to go talk to this guy in my neighborhood, and then playing no side.
I just left 24/7. The problem with 24/7 is they get one guy to get in there, and they just beat him over the head, and he can't even think straight. It's like 20 versus 1.
Yeah, and then they like even if you are an FE, you have a slightly different philosophy. Like your version of FE is not accepted for some reason. It's kind of funny. I call
Oh
them
yeah, they're very. What's the word? I don't know what the word is.
they're the FE version of
They're not flexible. They're not flexible.
rigid.
They're very rigid. Yeah, they're too rigid. Yeah. My first day, I almost got banned by BattleMod because I asked how big Australia is. He almost banned me. He got upset. He didn't know.
Kind of gay.
BattleMod hasn't been in there though. I guess he went to another server.
Yeah, man.
Never been there before.
Well, I mean, they have a lot of good flat earthers in there, but I think the conversation becomes toxic if they're just very aggressive to anybody, any glober comes in there. Just because it gets toxic. You're not convincing anybody because with an attack, you're not going to convince anybody like that without knowledge and without balance and patience and respect.
Yeah, like first time I heard of the FE argument, it was on the was it like the QE ball Terminator something Globe Terminator? And I went over. They linked their Discord below, so I made a Discord. I didn't know what Discord was before, but I went on to go talk to them. I talked to QE. He made his standard arguments and stuff, and I came back for a couple weeks just asking him, just asking him, oh, how would this work? Oh, how would this work? And then after that, I kind of learned Discord had other servers and stuff. So what server should I go to? And this server you can debate FE on. So I went to Gem Panda server, and like I just typed in the chat like, oh, I heard you guys like debate FE over here, and it was the biggest. Like I was like, okay, let me you know what I mean? Like, so how do we prove it's a globe or whatever, And it was the biggest dog pile, shit talking, lying, just like that in and of itself. I was just like, okay, like maybe there is something here because
They all jumped on
nobody
you.
is emotional about it.
Dude, Gym Panda's where all the cool people go, dude.
I guess that's why you're here with us.
Mic check, mic check.
Coming through loud and clear.
So what's up? What's going on, everyone?
I'll give Jam Panda that they have a lot of activity. Sometimes when 24/7's dead, I'll jump in Jam Pandas.
You talking about crazy shit.
But I like Globers in there.
I don't know. I don't want to hear about fucking climate change 24/7 from retards who can't prove a fucking ball Earth.
Climate change. We talk about aliens, AI, movies.
Listen, if you can't even concisely
Earth.
prove to me it's a ball, you can't then try to school me on global warming.
But the ball was proven by
I can prove it to you. I can prove it to you in 2 sentences.
But doesn't technically the globe warm up, hypothetically, doesn't the globe warm up every day and colden every day? Because the temperature changes every day.
Every moment of every day.
It does do that, yes.
Wouldn't global warming be like another misnomer kind of thing?
Global
they're
warming
claiming
is
that
it's a
the atmosphere,
climate change.
that the climate's getting warmer, which is
If you
hurting
can't
the environment.
make arguments for why it's a globe, you have no place to be talking about climate change.
I can prove it in literally not prove it, but I can validate it within 2 sentences, 10 seconds.
See, it must be a globe
Longitude
because
lines.
global warming.
The longitude lines converge north of the equator to a single point, and they do exactly the same thing south of the equator to a single point.
What lines?
The longitude lines.
Longitude. What are those?
They're the lines. They're great circles. They go north to south. There's about 360 of them, and if you pay close attention, the sun will pass by a longitude line every 4 minutes, no matter what latitude line you're at.
Yeah, I mean, the latitude and longitude lines are established how?
By
I just
stars
told
in the
you.
sky. They're
By the
established
sun.
by
the
stars
sun.
in the sky.
So,
By the sun, by the position of the sun.
Exactly. So at best, you're proving what the sun is doing, what celestial bodies are doing. What's that got to do with the Earth?
Isn't
That
that
you're
like a
trying to
version of
I'm using the sun in the last principle I gave to validate the first principle I gave, which is the fact that those lines that I just told you, the sun goes around every 4 minutes, each one. Those lines converge, means they get closer as you leave the equator going north or south, and they do so in the exact same rate going north or south, and they both meet at a point, going north or south.
And
I
where
know
is
you
the
can
sun
say.
again,
Wait. I know
Kosho,
you
where
can
is
say it,
the position of the sun?
can you show it?
Your picture? Say again, Mr. Mick?
I'm saying I know you can say it, but can you show it to be true? What you just said, or is it just a claim that you're gonna make?
And how have you
How would you like to be
determined the
shown?
position of the sun? Exactly.
Well, let's say you had 2 friends in Australia, in Melbourne and Perth, and I don't know, a couple other cities. You could have them verify when their local solar noon is. Their local solar noon um, is gonna be the exact moment in the day where the sun is directly north of them. So by measuring when the sun is directly north of them, you can measure how fast the sun is moving across the longitudes.
What Kosho didn't say is that doesn't work on a flat Earth, but it works perfectly on his globe Earth.
Kosho, I have a question. Is the direction to north basically analogous to the direction to Polaris, correct? If you're, I guess, in the northern hemisphere?
I wouldn't say that.
Kosho,
What would you say then? That the Polaris is slightly off?
Kosho, for the distance of the sun, the experiment that you said, wouldn't you have to know exactly where the land masses are to make the hypothesis of where the sun is possibly located? Wouldn't you have to have an exact map of the Terra to make those calculations work exactly?
Well, no, you'd have to know, the minimum, like how far Melbourne is from Sydney, or Melbourne is from, whatever cities you're using. You have to know how far apart they were. Yeah.
So let me get this straight. You don't have the exact distance of the Earth, right? So without the exact distance of the Earth, or knowing exactly where everything is located, now you're going to derive some sort of location or position for the sun. Am I getting that straight?
Yeah, except for I don't know why you're talking about the position of the sun. Position of the sun is not relevant.
Or you said that you use that for measuring?
You use the subsolar point and things like that, but that's the position on the ground that the sun is directly above. That's not you're not worried about how far away the sun is or anything.
Well, its position is incumbent also on his location, right?
I'm trying to figure out how to determine north. without using the sun or the stars.
Oh, well, you can use the sun if you'd like.
Keep in mind that local solar noon is when the sun is at its highest angle above the horizon, so or above horizontal. So that also works if you're questioning whether or not which direction is north.
No, I'm asking how
Yeah, the
he
shadow will be the
determined.
shortest.
I'm asking how he determined what north is without using the stars or the sun, or is that how it was determined? As far
Well,
as
you
I
would use.
remember, north was determined back in the day by them looking for Polaris or some sort of other heavenly body. That's how they got
I mean,
the direction.
you're allowed to use the sun. Why are you not allowed to use the sun?
Right. So he's using the sun to determine which direction is north, and then also using the sun to determine what shape the Earth is, basically.
No.
And then he's
Okay, why is that
basing
not
his
allowed?
shape. He's basing his shape off of which direction north is and where the sun is in regards to that. So the whole thing is basically based off the position of the sun.
Okay,
Using the
why
sun
is
to
that
tell
not
which way is
allowed?
north.
I just need to know why that's not allowed.
No, I'm just saying, like he's proving like how big the Earth is based off of when the sun is at the most northern point, and then he's basing his most northern point off the sun. So I'm just kind of confused, basically, as to how you're basing your basis. Your basis is the sun and north, and your basis for north is the sun. So your basis is the sun and the sun. Like,
No.
I don't know.
No,
I
you're
don't
not. You're
So
not
that you
basing.
ask.
You're not basing the
I'm not getting it.
entire
I'm not
thing
saying
off
it's
of
not
just
allowed.
the
I'm just not
sun. So what you
understanding.
have is you have two observers on either side of a single continent. So it's just one landmass. The
Okay, cool.
the sun, as it goes to local solar noon, we know from experience here on Earth that local solar noon is, depending on your latitude, either going to be where the sun is at its most northerly or most southerly position, most directly to the north or most directly to the south. The angle of the sun relative to an idealized horizon or a horizontal, or the shortest shadow on a horizontal plane sundial, any of those will work to tell you which direction is either directly north or directly south, and that will happen only at local solar noon.
Okay,
Yeah, that was
so
just a means to an end.
what I'm understanding is
Ho-
that.
I
Oh, go
know, but you're
ahead.
getting my argument wrong. Yeah, the only reason we did that was to establish the longitudes. So longitudes can be established like this. Okay, so that's not proving the Earth. That's establishing the longitudes. The longitudes then will verify what shape the Earth is, because, like I said, they converge north and south of the equator. But this is how you
But
establish those
they only
lines.
converge based on a globe. Circular reasoning, isn't it?
I'm
They
trying
actually
to.
converge is the
So
thing.
hold up. So I'm trying to understand Cocho's thing. So I'm gonna try and like steelman it. So please tell me where I get it wrong and how it's wrong and how to try to explain it. But basically, you're saying because the latitudes, or no, I mean longitudes, sorry, converge at both the north and south pole on this globe. And in real, so then that's your proof that it's a globe. And then so the follow up question was, what's a longitude? And that's where I think you lost me, because you're saying the longitude is the distance of like the sun or whatever, or where the sun is. And then you're saying, oh, well, we determine where the sun is off north, but then you determine north off the sun. So you're determining north off the sun. You're determining the position of the sun off of north. I don't, you know what I mean? It's kind of like a chicken and
What I
the
told
egg.
you, yes, it's fine. What I told you was directly north or south. This is when your local solar noon is. What I told you is the local solar noon will, no matter what latitude you're on, will traverse a longitude line every 4 minutes, which is 360 of them, throughout the day, throughout the Earth, no matter what latitude you're at. Okay, you can, pretty easily use this to establish these lines, these longitude lines, these definite lines around the Earth, 360 of them around the Earth. Okay, so those are the longitude lines. Now that you have these lines that are established in every point, because it's the same rule, north or south, now that you've established these lines, now let's see how they behave. And the way they behave is they grow closer to each other as you travel from the equator northward until they converge to a single point. and they do exactly the same thing at exactly the same rate southward of the equator. And that was the proof I gave.
Okay, Kosher, have you verified that yourself?
No, not himself. I mean, anyone. Has anyone?
Show us how you
Can you
verify that, please.
Show me,
Live
like,
stream.
post like a video or something that shows someone
Without
doing
using
that,
Google
measuring
Maps.
these,
That's
making these observations and showing
right.
these
Let's
longitude
not
lines
appeal to authority.
converging.
Let's do it ourselves. Show us how you can do that.
I mean, like, it's easy for you to say, and I mean, it makes perfect sense, but that means hundreds and thousands, if not millions, of people have already done this to verify it and showed they're working. I mean, this is like an everyday claim of a globe, right? I mean, the only thing you have is your word. Like I believe you.
Not really. We have the
Don't get me
word of
wrong,
every Australian that exists.
no, I mean, again, that's circular reasoning to show to use longitudinal lines that you created in the first place using observations of celestial bodies to be proof of what you're claiming. It
not
doesn't
circular
work.
reasoning.
Wait, so yeah, so what I'm taking is that you made these lines using celestial observations, and then these lines then converged, so you determined that the Earth is a ball, a sphere.
I mean, you could
So
try
isn't this
and
all
give me an
resting on
alternative
celestial
shape that
bodies?
would do the same thing.
Isn't this all resting on knowledge of the celestial bodies? Then I guess.
Yes, we want to show us how you tested it.
No,
I don't know. I'm not understanding it. Maybe I'm a little slow right now or something. I just don't. I'm not saying
Yeah,
it's a fallacious
exactly.
argument. I just don't. I'm not sure if I'm understanding it.
All right, well,
Yeah, put it in
real
layman's
quick,
terms
your
and test
local
it.
solar noon. Your local solar noon is when the sun is either, depending on your latitude, at its most northerly or most southerly position, or the highest angle it has above the horizon. Right? You agree with that part?
At noon, it's the highest. Right. I agree with that.
Okay. This is something that happens locally. You know, as you change position on the surface of the Earth,
Yes, I
that
get that
changes
too.
with respect to, you know, your time that the sun is going to pass overhead that same amount.
Yes, like
You
if
can
I'm
map
in
out that
Greece,
distance.
say you're in Italy and I'm in Greece, my noon will happen, and then later your noon will happen, basically, right?
Okay. It sets in the west. So, I mean, if you're talking about Australia, Greece would be later.
No, I said if I was in Greece,
and Greece would be
I would have,
before Italy.
and you were in Italy, doofus.
Oh,
My
in Italy.
son,
Okay.
I would have noon first, and then you would have noon later, right?
Right.
Right. Yeah. So I understand that part. I get that. I think the next step is what I don't when I kind of lose Kosho on it.
All right. So, see, if we do this on, say, Australia, since it's a contiguous landmass, we can map that distance that the amount of time it takes for noon to occur in between those two places. So, in 4 minutes, 1 degree of a circle should be traversed, and on Australia, those distances are shorter than they are at the equator.
I get it now. I understand. It's like I see. I understand it now. Yeah, you clarified it.
Yeah, I did something else too.
Hang
With
on, wouldn't
the
the
almanac.
distances be farther away at the equator and according to Kosher converging at the poles?
Yeah, they get closer. Yeah,
Yeah,
so I
this
did
can
this
be
with the.
done at any season too.
Well, I realized when I was doing the celestial navigation, because I was planning to do a test like that with the sun, but it's even easier if you use the stars because they have a list of 30 stars from the almanac, and over any given day, the stars will do basically a complete path, a complete route over a single latitude. They don't change latitudes, so the star will stay over the same latitude. Um, and so what I did was I measured its position 1 moment and then 10 minutes later, and measure the distance for each of those two locations, whatever those two locations were, whatever the distance was, and then multiply that out by 144 to get an estimate for the size, the complete size of the latitude. So what I ended up with is 30 sizes for 30 different latitudes, right? And you can see that as it gets closer to the equator, those latitudes are the biggest, almost 24,000, 25,000 almost. And if you go north or south, they both get closer to 0.
So basically, I'm gonna try and boil down the claim and strawman it again. Basically, you have the more, I guess, the further away from the equator, the faster the transit of the sun would appear to be, as in the less of a distance there will be between the amount of minutes it takes for someone in one spot and someone in another spot to see a local moon. It's noon.
Yes. The smaller the latitude lines are, the shorter the distance between the longitude lines, the shorter the path that the sun will take in a single day, or in a star, anything traveling those latitudes. It'll be a shorter path because those lines
You
are
said it was
smaller.
about 4 minutes between each latitude, right?
4 minutes between every longitude line, no matter what latitude you're at.
Sorry, yeah, longitude. My bad. Yeah, sorry. So basically, the distance between that 4-minute gap, or it's solar noon at my spot. 4 minutes later, it'll be solar noon somewhere else. Depending on how far away from the equator I am, that distance in those 4 minutes will be either longer or shorter. Longer being closer to the equator, shorter being it farther away from the equator. Yeah, I kind of understand the claim. It's still, I guess, celestially based in my mind. I don't see how it isn't. I guess, but I guess if you are going to assume that that you have a direct line of sight to the sun, or nearly direct line of light to the sun, it's a very reasonable argument, I find.
So the solar
The whole
bodies
point
have
is
to
that
do
the
with
equator,
solar, not with the Earth.
Yeah, it actually has absolutely everything to do with the Earth. The equator is one circuit, and if this circuit is the biggest circuit, and all the circuits, all the latitude lines north of the equator and all the latitude lines south of the equator, they're all smaller than the equator, you can't really make that into a flat two-dimensional shape. If you have circles that are bigger, that are smaller than that middle circle, then so that makes sense. It'd be inside of it, but the circles outside of that middle circle, they should be bigger. They shouldn't be smaller. And if they're smaller, they can't be a two-dimensional shape. That would be some sort of three-dimensional, solid shape.
Can you confirm that without using Wiki? It's a good story.
Confirm what exactly?
That shows measurements.
Well, I mean,
He basically
we're
just saying
talking about
shit
these
that he's
kind of
getting
things
off
also
Google.
are. Well, we're talking about these things are also observable in the sun. They do the same sort of thing. You can do this at any season, whether
Can you
the sun is
confirm
at
that? Can you
either
show us
tropic.
confirming that?
Hold on a second. You can see this same sort of thing no matter what season it is. The sun can be at either tropic, and in Australia in particular, the latitude lines are observably converged compared to the longitude lines at the equator.
Don't confuse it with seasons. You're just saying shit. I'm asking you if you can confirm that without Google. Show us.
Right. All observations being made in Australia of the
Show
sun.
us
So for
one
instance,
observation.
for instance, if timeanddate.com were incorrect, that the observations being made at each location in Australia do not match what Australians see, I'm almost certain that some Australian would come on here and tell us that timeanddate.com does not match reality. Correct?
No. And I believe timeanddate.com
No?
are measurements that are wrapped around the globe. So we can't use that. We have to do it ourselves. Otherwise, it's just an appeal to authority.
No, using timeanddate.com is not an appeal to authority. It tells you what you should be able
You
to
can't do it
observe,
yourself.
and
You got
it tells
stories.
you what you should be able to observe. And if you fail to be able to observe that thing, you can falsify it. So there's no way it becomes an appeal to authority.
Just confirm it. Just show us that you're doing this and not just saying shit. That's not
So
a
so
unreasonable
there are a
request.
number of Australians that visit this server,
Yes,
and they do
show us
confirm
one.
there are a number of Australians that visit this server, and they do confirm that
Show
timeanddate.com is
us.
not wildly off from what they see.
Can you show us? See, this is why people are basically dumb. They don't do their own experiments. They don't do science anymore. They just read shit on Google and believe it's true.
Doofus, it's
When I
also
ask you to confirm it, you can't,
yeah.
and that's okay. But don't act like you can if you can't.
Doofus, it's a lose-lose for you, buddy, because if/when you do show, an independent measurement being made, then the goalposts get moved or hand waved away and said it's it's a measurement from some
What the
shill
fuck are you talking about? I just said that his argument, assuming that the light coming from the sun is straight, is reasonable. And you're out here fucking you're out here fucking saying that I didn't fucking say that or something.
Hello? Do you have Godric muted? Was
Yeah,
anyone
but you're
talking to
blanket
you?
stating me in
Numpty?
with Godric, dude. Like I
No,
just
it's not a blanket statement.
commended the guy on his fucking argument.
Right,
Am
I'm having a
talking
discussion
to
with
you,
Godric.
Numpty? What the hell, dude? Calm
Yeah, you were
down a
just
little
saying
bit.
you're just saying everyone's gonna hand wave it and shit.
Did
I'm part
I
of
did I
everyone,
say
am I
that?
not? Or am I
Did I
not
say
part of
everyone?
everyone?
What? I was referring to Godric specifically. Chill, man. Take a chill pill.
All right, my bad. I took it too personal.
Yeah, it's all good. It's all good, man.
Sorry about that. So I thought you were talking
it's
to
all
me.
good. So I think it's a lose-lose for you, Doofus, but that's just my opinion, of course. But anyway.
Well, I mean, it's a data source and it has predictions on it. And I mean, the thing that I would need is somebody produces some falsification of that data source. Just claiming that it could be wrong is not really useful.
Hey Doofus, you ever heard of and I know it's such a have you ever heard of Antonio Subratz?
I have.
What do you call it? He showed some interesting anomalies along the way about time and date and just incorrect things and just for the record, you know what I mean, regardless of who Antonio may be to some people, you know what I mean, it was something he spent time doing.
Right. So you're saying he measured something, it did some measurements, and those measurements did not fit timeanddate.com.
Yes, sir.
Didn't he publish a book called like the something of the sun? Book of the Sun? Yeah.
Yeah, man. I think it's called the Book of the Sun. Yeah, Antonio was cool, man. I to be honest, I wouldn't know anything.
Do you have
about...
his link, Mr. Issa? Do you have that guy's link?
I don't. I think he even
How would I
changed
find
his
him?
It's Antonio Subratz. I mean, you're gonna come across some real fucking weird shit.
R.I.P. Antonio Subratz, by the way.
Yeah, but bless him, man. He was an artist, dude. So I don't know what to say. The brother was an artist. He was an effective artist, and I don't know what to say other than that. I don't want to speak ill of him, but I know he caused a lot of waves amongst different people. Anyway, he did some stuff trying to showing that time and date was wrong on certain things. Just for the record, Doofus, something to look into. Not that I'm going to go all the way with.
I mean, I'll have to see that whenever I can get
that's
it.
what it is. I'm just, and I take your word for it, and I don't doubt any of the, you know what I mean, any of that stuff personally, just because, but there are anomalies. So just
I'd like to see them at some point. The thing is that the observations that I've personally done across multiple continents is in line with everything that I should have been seeing.
Right, and it's computer shit anyway. So who knows? When you have to give leeway, but at the same time, there were some malfunctions or discrepancies.
Just an algorithm. Can it just
what you should be seeing based on what?
It's what's timeanddate.com based on? Timeanddate.com is based on the globe model.
There you go.
Okay.
Yeah, the problem
from the position I'm at right now, until I find out otherwise, it matches what we observe. So, I mean, if the globe model matches what I observe, then I'm pretty sure that I can continue to go with it.
And then what?
Well, yeah, but check it, doofus. The issue becomes anything within the context of a model is going to be the argument against what you're saying. You know what I mean? Like, it's just like, because any kind of model can be justified to some extent. You know, that's, I don't know, whatever. I'm not going to get in the middle of this, but I thought it interesting that, you know, kind of like,
Yeah, I was saying before that I don't know if you guys can hear me, but the almanac that you use to find your your way around the Earth, that's all I use to make this chart, and it gives you the same information that the sun and time and date will do.
Kosho, can you make that chart?
Over each other.
Can you reproduce that chart, Kosho, for a flat Earth almanac?
I've only used the almanac.
Well, you should try to reproduce that type of chart that you posted with any kind of flat Earth almanac and see what you get, maybe.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I tell you what, the ones that are negative numbers, they should be bigger circles. They should all be bigger than 24, but they're all smaller, just like the ones north. But yeah, that's what the flat one would look like.
Well, just so you have quantitative numbers, just try it with any kind of flat Earth almanac. Maybe the AE based one, if that exists or something.
Watch out. Okay, all better. All better. Play.
How you been, Mr. Chronic?
Good, busy, very busy, but hanging in there.
Yeah, we were talking about fucking gravitational lensing. God, it came up last week, and I can't remember the context, so I'll wait till it comes up again. I just remember thinking that if you were there for the conversation, it would have been helpful.
Sure, I love to talk gravitational lensing.
Yeah, I think Grim was trying to give you an alternative explanation to gravitational lensing. And yeah, I think that was it.
No. Also, we were arguing. Sorry, go ahead, man.
No, I was just gonna say that sounds like I've had countless conversations with Grim over alternative ideas, which are all very interesting to talk about.
No, but we were talking about GR evidences, and then we talked about how that Eddington eclipse and the stars that were behind it, how that was a verification of it, and then I think somebody brought up that could have been that could have been observed, that could have been known about, and not predicted at all.
I'm not really following, but
like they knew that the stars were going to be. It wasn't like they predicted that was going to happen. They knew the stars were going to be in the wrong location.
Like not based on GR?
Yeah, not based on it. But basically, they reverse engineered that fact, then made GR, and then made that prediction.
Well, that sounds a little funny. That sounds a little silly, but maybe. That says the theory was around for at least a decade before that observation, right?
No, like three years.
Oh, 3 years? Well, it was around several years before that direct observation to begin with. So I don't know how you reverse engineer it. If the observation came first, but it didn't, right? The theory was theorized that this was a thing, and then confirmed by observation. No, I don't know. My history is a little murky, but I think that's how it went.
Based on the Saros cycle, I think somebody was arguing it. Based on the Saros cycle, the eclipses repeat themselves. Yada yada yada.
But
that could have been observed before.
Okay, But the main point was not the eclipse itself, right? It was the measurement of the position of the stars close to the limb of the sun.
Yep.
Yeah. So the Soros cycle, whatever, is strictly just eclipse timing, eclipse cycles.
Don't say Soros.
Or whatever the name of it is.
Wait a minute. Weren't you talking about gravitational lensing, Kosho? Or did I misunderstand you?
That just happened just now, yes.
No, I thought he was talking about the Einstein cross thing. You know, the behind the star.
Lensing?
Yeah, isn't that what you were talking about, Kosho, or did I misunderstand you?
That's right. That's what we're talking about.
Okay.
But
I think SD was one of the people.
Kosho, you just mentioned the Eddington observation, though. So those are different things, but I mean different.
No, it's not.
Events.
What are you talking about?
Different like events, right? The observation during the solar eclipse by Eddington.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah, the different events.
Yeah, that's completely different than an Einstein ring or an Einstein cross.
Oh, well, no, yeah, but I think he was saying that because he was referring to lensing, and yeah, the Einstein, the Eddington test, the Eddington eclipsing was to observe lensing, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think SD was
deflection
just
of the
saying
starlight
Einstein
on
cross.
Oh, okay, I see. Sure.
I knew what he was getting at.
I gotcha.
If I recall the conversation, I think both me and Grimm were trying to give you alternative explanations to the gravitational lensing not being, of course, Einstein's theory. And I think Grimm gave you, I don't remember what it was. Was it some ring around I can't remember, so I don't want to.
That's like a refraction.
He usually says, yeah, refraction, like interstellar refraction or something. Some plasma in the way that.
I think, something like that. I think he mentioned plasma.
Oh yeah, if it's Grimm, definitely you can count on that. Yeah.
And you rule that out of hand, like the way your tone is.
No. I consider
you're dismissive of it.
Oh no, 100%. I've considered it every single time he brought it up, but I asked the same questions that are unanswerable by him, which are, how does it explain the achromatic nature of lensing events? So they are independent of wavelength that you observe them in. That's a major question that I ask him.
That's a really good question.
Yeah, if it were refraction, plasma, etc., whatever he's positing as the claim, then I would expect a sort of explanation of that weirdness. And that's just one thing. I've asked him like 6 different types of questions like that, but
right.
So
when
if
you
observe
experience
a lensing event that you observe is independent of wavelength or filter that you observe it through. So if he's claiming that it might be.
Can you clarify that? What do you mean? Can you clarify that a little bit more?
Yeah.
There's a visual example in the chat. So when you have high refraction, you can have different wavelengths separating into different parts of where they're going. So there's chromatic separation involved under high refraction.
Color separation. Gotcha.
So so with Grimm's claim about refraction, this phenomenon is due to refraction. That's a positive, claim, or plasma of some kind. Then there should be a difference that's observed, like in Doofus's example, in the phenomenon in the lensing that we observe in different filters, and that is not the case. We do not see that to be the case. So that's a very strong evidence against it being due to this phenomenon being due to any sort of refraction, plasma, whatever type of things. And this is just one example. There's many other.
Can I ask you, how do you know that something that occurs light years away should have a certain effect? How do you know this? How has this been tested?
My rebuttal to Grimm's claims that he usually does, that he posits, is the effect being observed or not observed And so with his claim, if to give evidence that backs up the claim positively, would need to be some chromatic effect that's observed. This would be the explanation of his claim about refraction being the cause.
Yeah, but you should, by you saying that, you're claiming to know what it actually is.
No,
Right?
not at all, not at all. All I'm doing is I'm formulating some type of observations that may explain explain his hypothesis or his claim in the affirmative, or to what's the word? Not disprove his claim, but show evidence that's contrary to, that does not back up what his claim is. And for this specific case, there are countless and countless examples. I could go into the literature and find it if you please, but there are tons of examples, empirical observations that show the latter. So they are in contrast to what his claim is about refraction or plasma. I'm not saying it disproves 100% or proves in one way or the other. I'm just saying that based on evidence and observation, it appears to be caused by something else that is not plasma-induced refraction, or the things that Grimm claims. That's all.
Okay, but you admit that, and that's just your interpretation, I'm sure, right? But you admit that there's other possibilities other than the Einstein ring and the Einstein cross.
Yes.
You agree to that? Okay, fine, great.
There could be other explanations. Yes. However, however extremely unlikely they may be, there can't be. Yeah, can't say 100% definitive proof, but that's with everything,
So you're sure? So you sound pretty certain then. What percentage number would you put it of gravitational lensing? So that would be, if I'm not mistaken, that would be space-time curvature.
Yeah, pretty high.
Lensing,
Pretty high.
not
I would.
Newtonian.
Yeah,
it's doing what we expect.
I personally would have a pretty high confidence in this explanation for it.
Right. The effect that we see is what we should expect for gravitational lensing, which is that the different wavelengths follow the same path. And refraction, as we can experimentally verify, doesn't have that same behavior when the light is changing direction via refraction.
So you're saying the light is bending around the star, right?
So by the wavelength of light, you can tell if something's refracted or not?
No,
it should have different behaviors based on the wavelength that you're detecting. If you look at something that has a broad spectrum, that reaches many wavelengths, or has a very wide range of wavelengths, the effect for changing that direction of light would be different. It would be a different amount of deflection based on the wavelength. It'd be less as you go in lower wavelengths. But we don't see that in those examples that Chronic mentioned.
Can you tell if something's refracted by the wavelength or not?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean.
So that should be easy. In the black swan, we should be able to go see if it's refracted or not based on the wavelength. No.
Well, the only black swan images I've ever seen are from a DSLR, wideband, clear filter, no filter. I don't know if there's any other observations, but
you would have to have an immense original resolution as well, and the only published versions of those photos come directly from motion video, which is capped at 1080p, if I remember correctly. You'd have to have higher resolution than that.
So we can agree in your model that the gravitational effect is what causes the light to bend and warp around and cause this.
As far as we know, our best evidence suggests that. Yeah.
Okay.
I very much enjoy talking to Grim about this because he brings up some interesting things, but I always rebuttal with questions that need to be answered to make it to make his claims a more stronger, ideas. So he goes back to the drawing board and then he comes back with different, interpretations that we go back and forth. This is what is fun about science. But yeah, as far as we know.
Okay, fine, fair enough. I'm sure if Grim was here, he would see the matter differently. But let me ask you a question. So you're saying the light is bent around due to the gravitational effect of this object, right?
Yes, as far as we understand.
That should happen to just about any mass out there. Would you agree? Correct? To a certain extent, not to that extent.
Sure,
but to a certain extent, the light would wrap around somehow around that body, right?
Yeah, if you want to say that, yes, it gets weird if you go into quantum level massless particles, things like this.
No, macro. We're talking macro.
Like
planet, moon-sized objects, stuff like that.
Bodies of massive bodies have every single massive body has an Einstein an Einstein radius that dictates the distance that a photon of light would travel, a trajectory of it to be bent by the light bending angle. It's all
around
given
that
by
object,
all
right?
given by formalisms from GR. Yeah.
Okay. So my follow-up question to that would be, during a solar eclipse, when the moon moves in front of the sun, why is it that we don't see any light wrapping around it?
Around the moon?
Yes.
So the light bending angle in the angular Einstein ring for the moon is so small that where we are on Earth is essentially not aligned with the foci or the focus of where that gravitational lensing would focus on. Does that make sense?
But you just agreed before that planetary and moon-sized objects would display this effect. We agreed. That's why I asked you that beforehand.
Yeah.
And now you're saying it doesn't apply on the moon?
But listen, no, it definitely applies on the moon. But listen to what I'm saying. Observers at any given position would not see this bending. You need to be at a very, very specific location to witness this. Does that make sense? Think of the analogy like a lens, right? Like a glass lens with light going through it. There's a foci, isn't there?
Okay, where would you need to be then? Where is what?
I don't know. I could pull up. Sure, I can pull up.
That's a great analogy,
yeah,
right?
let me.
Let
me pull up the. I mean,
hey,
if you
Grim,
really want me to.
You?
Yeah, buddy. What's up, Essie?
I mean, if you really want me to do the math, sure, I can calculate that position for you. Sure.
Very, very far away.
But I'm sure Grim has a few words to go over with you.
It's interesting you use that as an analogy because it's not an analogy. That is what it is.
Okay.
It is Snell's law or Fermat's principle. Light bending towards the denser medium. See, back when they proposed that these things would happen, they were proposing it in vacuum-free space, not through the plasma limb of the star or the heliopauses of stars in cluster galaxies, right? So that's a little bit of a problem. Like they were predicting that this thing would happen because of the assumption that this was vacuum-free space, and at least enough vacuum-free space so there wouldn't be any refraction. And they had no idea the densities in the plasma limb of the sun that we now know are very dense plasmas and gases and partially unionized gases. So we have like regular gases in there too, right? In the corona and in that plasma limb of the sun, which is where the only place for the sun's observation that you see the so-called gravitational lensing, right? Even though the theory predicts with the math that it would be a couple of solar radii away from the sun as well, which it is not. There's never any of that happening ever outside of the plasma atmosphere, the denser part of the corona.
Yeah, shouldn't that
For
tell
that
you something?
observation, it's crazy that they assume that it's only proof of the one thing when in fact there is a completely rational answer for that.
But shouldn't that tell you something, Grim? That what you said is should tell you something very important about the plasma limb of the sun. No, there's only a very specific region around the limb of the sun where the starlight, the observed star's light is deflected or can be deflected from Earth, from an earthly observer, from an earthbound observer. That should tell you something interesting, right? Because the plasma is this plasma limb you talk about around the sun or the solar corona has some continuity out to some distance away from the sun, correct?
Right, but not
Yeah.
The actual observation doesn't happen where it's predicted to happen, which is should start a couple of solar radii away from the sun.
I don't know about that.
Well, yeah, it's in the math, dude.
I don't know about that. I would love to see something or read something about that, because if you just think about it.
A former NASA physicist and scientist, Edward Dowdy, does a good presentation about it, and talks about the electromagnetic something or another. I don't really understand exactly what it is, but he talks about it in a way in which it's an effect that is not from gravitational lensing, that it's a reproducible effect even in a laboratory. So it's like, that's kind of like you can't reproduce gravitational lensing in a laboratory.
Well, in other words, not. That doesn't falsify the theory or idea.
Well,
just because
you know what? Nothing can falsify the theory. That in of itself makes it that falsifies it. There, you can't put any, you can't measure it, test it. You can't do anything except for building assumptions off of assumptions in order to, and then you somehow would get satisfied with an assumption from an assumption, and then a measurement off of that assumption, and therefore we think we're right. But this is different. I mean, this is actual, experimental physics, and I think that trumps theoretical physics like all day long. If you can do it in a laboratory, yeah.
Take a breath real quick. I want to get a sentence in. The good thing about science, though, is if there's two competing theories, you sort of put them up against each other, right, and see which one sort of better explains the phenomenon. Do you agree?
In a perfect world.
Okay.
Right.
Okay, sure. So if these two are up against each other, I think I asked a kind of important question that needs to be either reconciled or answered for this plasma theory on the limb of the sun, the plasma that's on the limb of the sun, which is if this plasma is continuous in some way or changes density, but it has some reach, it has some distance that it reaches away from the surface or limb of the sun, then if this is the case, and in this plasma is, if you're positing it is the cause of the deflection that's observed, then why was the deflection that was observed in Eddington and some other experiments only at a very specific distance from the limb of the sun that corresponds nearly perfectly with the Einstein ring of the sun? So every massive body has its own Einstein ring, which is a very specific location that it can gravitationally influence the trajectory of a particle, or a photon, at that specific distance from the limb, from the surface of the sun. If it were this plasma idea, then would you not expect to see very different intensities of lensing, of the deflection of these stars at different distances, from the limb of the sun? It seems to me you would with the plasma idea.
Well, no, you know how the what was it, the solar the Parker Solar Probe or whatever, came and did a little measurements a million miles away from the sun or better, and they measured some switchbacks where the current flips for no known reason. It's just it inversely drops off and then flips and then starts back up again. Well, that in between, that's a double layer. That's a plasma sheath. It's a in a laboratory that's well known as a double layer. And what that is that's an inner layer. How do you explain that? To field currents aligned, basically, but in their shells formed, right? So there. That inner layer acts as a almost like a exclusion zone on an ice cube, where all the physical particles are kind of moved out of that little area, but then the next the concentric shell, on the opposite side. What you're doing is you're looking at in between two concentric shells, right? They're electromagnetically separated, and that's exactly where that spot is that you're looking through. So you're seeing basically a reflection on the inside of the outer shell.
Okay. Sure.
Well, I mean, plasma does this in the laboratory. It also redshifts light and blue shifts light. I mean, emits red shifted and blue shifted light depending on its charge and location. So
Sure.
it's like if you're imagining that everything is expanding away from you, right? And you're not actually adding the value of the charge and the red shift or blue shift of the individual system that you're looking at, then you can't really know what those distances are at all, because you know that there is a true value that you must add to it, but to maintain dogmatic theories, we don't at all, right?
Well, Grim, they just told us that they know it's not refraction because of the wavelength. So apparently we can tell if things are refracted or not from the wavelength. Of
course.
Sound.
Yeah,
So we can just go to the Black Swan site, do whatever we're doing to see the wavelength of the light, right, and know if that's refracted or not.
You have me muted, Jeremy? Do you have me muted from earlier when I explained this?
No, I can hear you.
Oh, okay. So the camera the source material we have for that is at best 1080p. We need a higher resolution in order to see the separation between the red and the blue at that kind of observation.
Yeah, whatever you're using to determine that this Eddington thing is not refraction, we'll use the same thing at the Black Swan site, and then we'll know if it's refraction or not.
Okay, Jeremy? You want us to set up a 2 meter a 2 meter telescope at the beach to look at the
You need a 2 meter telescope to know if the wavelength?
No, but I mean, you just said let's reproduce the way that we observe this with gravitational lensing on the Black Swan. Like,
I don't know. We have a way
man.
We have a way to know when something's refracted or not, right? So
no, I'm not denying. No, you're right, Jeremy. There could be a way. Yeah, there could be a way someone can go with whatever hardware that's needed to the Black Swan site and take multi-filter observations, et cetera, compare them, do some really sophisticated data analysis on the images to see. Sure, I'm not denying that's not impossible to do.
What do you need? What do you need to get the wavelength to where we can know if it's refraction or not? 2 meter telescope, like what's
probably? No, you don't need one that big. But you said why not just use the instruments we did? But anyway, I was being facetious a little bit. But no, I don't know. Somebody can try to formulate some project like this if they want. But
what do we need?
But
what do we need to know if the light is refracting?
What do you mean?
We want to know, like the Eddington thing. We want to know if it's refraction or not. You guys said it's not refraction. We see the wavelength.
Yeah.
What tools do we need to reproduce this wavelength thing so we can know if something's being refracted or not?
Right. And a very extreme example would be like a green flash. That would be one such type of example where the wavelengths are being separated out, and so what you see and at the end of it is green.
So we need a green flash. What tools do we need?
Jeremy, if you here's an elementary version, maybe it's probably more sophisticated than this, but I just came up with this in 5 seconds off the top of my head. You can have
it better be good.
You can have some point source, so you generate some source of light on these black swan oil rigs, okay? Like so from the beach that you're observing it just looks like you can't resolve this really bright light. It just looks like just a single point of light, whatever. Let me think. Okay, you have this point source of light. Then you take whatever. I have no idea the specifics of the type of imaging system, camera, whatever you want to use. Just make it a multi-filter observation. So you take simultaneous observations in different filters. Are you with me so far?
Here's a video though, if you're interested. With
all right, I'll check it out.
Dowdy.
All right, I'll check it out.
We got a camera, multi-filters.
No,
okay.
Let's just say you have 4 cameras, 3 cameras, whatever. You have 3 cameras, and on each, and they're all right next to each other. On each camera, you put in front of on one camera you put a green filter. On the other camera, you put a red filter. On the third camera, you put a blue filter, or whatever. So it's only letting through those specific, a very narrow wave band of light. Okay.
Okay.
And you observe this point source on the oil rigs. You take images basically through these 3 cameras with the filters, and you compare very precisely. You see if you can compare the position of where the point source is on the 2D image, on the X and Y, pixel, positions for this point source.
It would be even better. It'd be even better if there were 2 point sources on the same target.
2 point sources. Yeah.
How do we set? All right. What's a point source of light? A flashlight, a candle, a mirror reflecting the sun.
I mean, something bright enough that you get a good enough signal on those cameras. I'm not. I guess if we're brainstorming the project, then I don't freaking know.
I mean, this is brand new. I didn't know we could tell if light was refracting or not. This could be it right here.
This is not new at all, Jeremy. Come on.
This is new to me.
We can't tell
if
not light new to you. I understand that.
What?
Right. I've mentioned in this room chromatic aberration before.
Never heard it.
I swear, I think most globe skeptics agree that refraction exists. No?
Yes, I know, but now you're telling me we have a scenario in which we can tell if it's happening or not, and that's exactly what we need.
What was the name that Doofus just said?
Chromatic aberration. Doofus has posted this 6 times in the chat.
Yeah, today, but I've never heard that before either in 5 years.
But this is
I've
not
never heard it. So.
Okay. The bigger point
what
is
happens on the moon.
But
when they show that is that
the bigger point is
with just one small question before we continue.
Yeah.
Because I think I've heard this before. Is that what happens on the moon?
I don't know.
The example that Essie is mentioning here, that's the liftoff, the ascent stage. The camera being used is a color camera that's not typically used here on Earth anyway. I mean, not anymore. That camera has a color wheel full of filters and it's spinning around. That's how it records red, green, and blue. That is the reason why the particles that were blown off after the explosive charge detonated, those particles appeared to be rainbow colored because the color wheel inside the camera is rotating. While
you guys are talking about the little firecracker when they when Apollo lifted off? Yeah.
Yeah, very good explanation, Doofus. I think those are like the way the old camera systems work, right? Where there was actually a moving filter inside the.
Well, a lot of them actually, there were competing standards. Some of them had 3 individual lens systems for each color. But I mean, in this particular example, it's just there's one lens, there's one sensor. The sensor can only detect black and white, but they just put a color filter in front of that sensor and made it spin.
Yeah.
This is all very interesting, but can we get back to the part where we can tell if refraction is happening or not? Because that would pretty much do it for a globe test. If we can see something and be like, "Ooh, look, this is where it was when there was no refraction," and we'll get its actual position.
So yeah, it's an interesting project, Jeremy. I doubt anyone's ever going to do it. It is interesting to discuss, though. But let me ask one side question just real quick. So
why is no one going to do it? This sounds easy.
Because we do it with visible light and radio already, which has different refraction properties.
What makes this more special than like the than that one video, the GIF that's showing the time lapse of that like that bay, and you can see the land and everything just going crazy up and down and stuff? Like how is this any different than that? Why waste money doing this?
You can't do this. Come on now. I was trying to be
What
polite.
do you mean? How is this different? I'm trying to see where the actual position of something is in the distance. You said this can tell us when refraction is or isn't happening. So we just view something for long enough. And we're like, oh, look, no refraction here. Right?
I guess, but again, it comes back to like this is seen all the time. This is not a new phenomenon.
That's not the question. He's asking you if there's a way to tell if it's actual refraction or not, and there's no way that
actual position, come on. Not refracted. You sound like Arma's older brother.
Yeah, because you guys say if we look at the thing for long enough, we'll get an average of its actual position. So here we are, and we have a way to look at it for long enough, and we'll know if when we do get its actual position, where there's no refraction.
Yeah. So again, Jeremy. So what's wrong with using the multiple images that have already been taken of the oil rigs and just averaging those? What's different?
Because they didn't do the thing with the green filter, blue filter, and red filter that's going to tell us when there's no refraction happening. What do you mean?
I literally never claimed that shows that there's no refraction happening.
Hold on, you told me that the different wavelengths could determine if there was refraction or not. That's what Jeremy picked up on.
Yeah, listen again. Remember chromatic aberration. Remember the thing Doofus has been posting.
Yes, but that's not what we're discussing. We're discussing
it's very similar. It's very similar. It's
but not the same,
exactly.
Right?
No,
not
it's
the same.
No, it is a difference in the observed position, or the observation taken in different filters.
But are you
listen to me? Let's start over. Maybe there was some confusion. Let's start over. Is there a way to tell when refraction is happening or not?
Is there a way to tell when refraction is happening?
Wavelength, Jeremy. That's what they said to begin with.
Is this the same? Is it the same type of question as do we ever measure the geometric horizon? If it's that same type of question,
this is not the same question. Not the same question. This question is: can we tell by the wavelength whether refraction is happening or not?
No, refraction is always happening, unless I'm mistaken. It's always happening to some extent.
Now you're backing down.
So we're never going to get.
Would press you. I knew you would back down from that statement.
What?
You have to, because you can't.
But the point of the measurement.
Hold on.
Sure. The point of the measurement is to quantify how strong refraction may be as a function of wavelength, or the deviation in the position of some measurement as a function of wavelength. Are we on the same page here?
No, we're not on the same page. We're not even reading the same book. Listen to me. Is there a way to tell when I look at an object if it's being refracted or not?
if you take observations in multiple it depends over a long distance, over water, over like if you're looking right at your hand, like there's you got to be a little more specific, Jeremy. I understand what you're trying to get at, but let's make sure we like qualify everything that we're talking about so there's no confusion anywhere.
What?
Yeah, no confusion. I'm trying to look at something in the distance. Okay, we can do it over land because we can just be on the edge of the water. So there could be water next to us, like a canal or something. So we can do this all over land. So over land, I don't know, a mile, 6 miles, take your pick, anywhere in between. We need to go at least a mile or something. Can we tell if refraction is happening or not? Can we view this object long enough to know that, okay, here's the spot where there was no refraction?
Yeah, so if you, as far as I know, someone can correct me. If you take a series of images over days and days and years and have 1,000 images all compiled, and they're, taken in all different atmospheric conditions, all different, all of that type of stuff, temperature inversions, great density grade, all that stuff, then you can sort of build an idea of, the average refraction, you can do some statistics on that, right?
So not by wavelength.
No, that's not even close to my question.
No,
not even close.
Even close.
Can we tell? Listen, this is simple. Can we tell if refraction if we're looking at something long enough, there must be a point because it goes up, it goes down. You guys take the average, you say that's its actual position. So there must be a point if we viewed it for months on end, there must be a point where it's like, oh, that's its actual position these guys were talking about, and we can tell because of the wavelength.
So do we ever?
The real short version was that the amount of change in when you're looking across wavelengths, that will tell you how much refraction is involved. There's never a point at which we say refraction is completely zero. However, you can quantify how much refraction is occurring. This requires, of course, something extremely sensitive and extremely high resolution. I actually want to put to Chronic real quick. You can do this with a single sensor that has a Bayer filter. That's basically what cameras do these days, but it needs to be something like 20 megapixels, and the sensor needs to be like 50 millimeters across, something absurd, something huge.
Okay, so there's no way to tell when refraction is or isn't happening.
Jeremy,
no, there's a way, because I explained it. You could quantify it.
But Jeremy wants us to say that there at some point refraction will not be happening. You're not going to get any of us to say that.
That's not what Jeremy said. That's what you said.
That's not what he said, you lying piece of crap. That's what you said.
That's what
now
you
we're wanting you to back up. Now we're wanting you to back up your claim, and you can't. It's ridiculous.
All right, Jeremy, I'm talking to Jeremy now.
Yeah, we know who you're talking about. We're listening to your lying ass.
Am I wrong, Jeremy?
Am I
wrong by restating? No, Jeremy, I'm restating your question. No, I'm repeating your question exactly verbatim. Correct me if I'm wrong. Is there a way we can tell if refraction is happening or if refraction is not happening? Was that not your exact question?
Yes, you told me. Okay. Yes, you told me. Hold on, man. Hold on.
The answer is no, because, dude, go on.
Hold on, man. Yo, hello.
Go on.
You told me we can look at this Eddington thing, and we know it's not refraction because of the wavelength. Right? You said that. You said those words, right?
You're strawmanning my explanation of it.
I could have swore that's what you said. That's why I got so interested in the conversation all of a sudden.
Let me try to clarify with one sentence, okay? So, given multiple observations in different filters, okay, of this effect, this phenomenon, we posit that with our understanding of refraction and plasma and these things that Grimm claims is the explanation for it, with our understanding of those, if they were the cause of this phenomenon, this effect that we're observing, then we would see a difference, a deviation in the position and observations we make as a function of wavelength at the different wavelength filters. We would see a difference, a deviation. However, we do not. So we can have some confidence, some good idea that it is not plasma-induced refraction that Grimm is claiming that it is causing this.
We're not.
That's what I'm saying.
Oh, you're squirming now. You're squirming now.
No, I'm trying to be very clear.
Oh, come on, bro. Come on.
Yeah, that was
Seriously.
the original topic, Essie.
Yes, Grimm was in here. You were here, Essie. What are you talking about?
We're not talking about that now. We're not talking
Jeremy
about
just
plasma
asked me
on a
about the
sun.
edit.
Are you kidding me, man? Come on.
All right, man. Anyway, so Jeremy, in that explanation, nowhere did I say that we show with these observations if refraction is happening at all. I did not say that. Say there's a relative
you would have
difference.
to say there's no way for you to be able to tell if there's refraction or not happening, like you claimed, with the difference in wavelengths. Correct?
Untrue.
Listen,
Absolutely
it's not a gotcha or anything. I just thought this would be an interesting way to do a test or observation.
No, man.
Or something.
I
if
told
there's
you
no
from
way
the
to fucking
beginning, bro.
tell. Yeah, if there's no way to tell if it's a refraction or not, because I mean, you guys say that we see it. You know, we're looking at this thing. At some point, we're going to see the actuals. It's going up. It's going down. I mean, George Hanichuk viewed the horizon. George Hanichuk viewed the horizon above level. So
let me try to say this.
There must have been a point for him where he saw in its actual position. You know, between the bottom and the top, he must have seen it in an actual position somewhere, right?
Let me try to say this one more time, Jeremy. Really quickly, a different way, okay? If you take some measurement with the red filter camera that we discussed in this project, you measure the position of the light source or whatever. The observation you make of that position of that light source in your first image, there is refraction. That light is being refracted in some way, coming to your camera, your detector. Then your next camera, the green one, the blue one, whatever, you take the exact same picture. You measure the position of the light and through the blue filter. That light that you measure is also refracted in some way, but it's refracted in a different way than it was, or the position of the light source that you measure may be slightly deviated or different than the first image that you took. You do that relative comparison. So never, in no circumstance, is there ever zero refraction that's being measured. It's a relative comparison.
So you're telling me, hold on. You're telling me we look at the horizon, oil rigs, whatever you want. We are never going to see it in its actual position. Is that what you're saying?
Has no one ever said that to you?
No, but you guys say we got an average of it. That's its position.
Yeah. We got an average of it's not actual position. That's what we've been saying. Just posted, hang on, and I just posted George Nutchuk horizon above the crosshair and another guy's horizon that appears to be above his crosshairs.
Beautiful.
Yeah, it's just an apparent position, right?
Yeah, I don't think, Jeremy, you asked that question, but you knew it's been said to you 8 million times.
Yeah, but I was led to believe that at some point we were going to see its actual position, especially if we see
You're roboting a little bit. You're roboting, Jeremy. Oh. Unfortunately, you were under the wrong assumption that you were going to be shown some zero refraction measurement.
And above level, we're never seeing it, no matter how long we look. Okay.
Wow, we lost a lot of that after you wrote.
Well, what he's saying is, I know what he's saying. You're agreeing with us that when you look out into the distance, you never see an object in its actual position.
Okay.
Right. Yeah, and the averages of all of those apparent positions should line up with standard atmospheric conditions, which is the average.
Please.
The average
not actual position. Yeah.
Well, the average apparent position, yeah. Because we're never going to see it in its actual position.
Standard conditions, yes.
Yeah, and in most standard conditions, objects appear lower in the distance.
Hold on. So if
There's a
you're
reason
going
for
to
that.
take an average,
perspective and
you're gonna,
refraction.
yeah, if we're going to take an average of what we see, and you're going to say, oh, that's very close to its actual position. I mean, there must have been some point when if we were looking at it the whole time where we saw its actual position. Like, this doesn't add up. This is like some Scooby-Doo fucking mystery.
How does it not add? How are you still confused?
Because we hear y'all. We're not confused. Stop saying that. We hear you clearly. We've been right on point, pointing out every time that you have discrepancies. But when you tell us that things can be loomed up under certain conditions, but the standard mirage or the standard refraction is for things to be below the horizon, then what's the difference?
In standard conditions is a small amount of looming.
Yeah, well, I'm not sure what's at
in the
contention
foreground
here.
or background. Or
We both
All of
agree.
it.
Yeah, what's at contention here?
Yeah, is that with perspective or without perspective?
Perspective cannot cause a flat surface to obscure a distant object.
I never said it did. I said when you're taking that view of what you call standard looming, the normal conditions called slight looming, is that taken into account as you're viewing perspective also?
Perspective is always being taken into account whenever you're looking at something in the distance.
Yeah, nice robot answer.
I mean, it
Can the
is.
foreground?
You can
can
tell
the
me
foreground-
where I don't account for perspective when I'm looking at something
Well,
in the
you
distance.
didn't.
I
You
would like
never
to know.
mentioned perspective ever. I just have to drown it out of you, just like then.
My perspective causes things to appear smaller in the distance. I've always mentioned
And
that.
also lower, right?
No.
Or
If it's
convergent,
at
or
your
convergent
altitude
to
over
a
a
point,
flat surface, then it should be at your eye level.
or convergent into a point in the distance, right?
At your eye
And
level.
if your eye level is seeing the sky and ground meet at about 3 miles away, and an object is further than that, then it's going to appear beyond the horizon and lower, right?
Not lower.
No, not due to perspective.
And smaller, yeah. And then
No,
that
it would be
angle
at your eye
change.
level.
Yeah, and then
If it was
that
at your
angle change.
altitude in the distance, no matter
I
how
said
far away it
appear
was from
lower,
you,
not
if it was at your
actually lower.
altitude in the distance, no matter how far away it was from you,
Yeah, it
and
is.
it would
I
be
know.
at your.
The boat
If
is
it was
always
at
on
your
the water.
altitude,
It's
and
never
if it was
below the water.
I can be more stubborn than
Yeah,
you.
no, y'all
If
all
if
interrupted
the
me.
object is
Hold
at
on,
your
guys.
altitude,
One at a time, please.
I
Guys, one
can
at a
just keep
time.
doing this until Rocky
Yeah, I know,
allows me
because
to.
No,
you're
we're
a
not going to
dick.
keep
It's
doing
okay.
this.
I'll
We're
just
not
keep
going to.
doing it
All right, I
until
just
he
got to
stops
Yeah, because
talking.
you're a
temporarily
dick.
mute.
At the entire
Listen.
time that he keeps talking. All right, here we go. I'll try this
Wait a
one more
minute, is
time.
it my time or your time to
Oh,
talk? I'm
okay.
confused.
He's back again.
Because I was right in the
All
middle
right,
of
thanks,
telling you how
Rocky.
things
Let me just
go
actually
into the
address it.
distance.
Here we go.
Yeah, and how it's not just
Perspective does not. Oh,
perspective
okay.
or
Here's
anything. So
Rocky
why
again.
are you talking over me?
Why don't you two just figure out who to speak first? Just choose.
Yeah,
Eeny,
I
miny,
was
moe, and
talking.
then
It's very easy.
somebody just go first, and then the other one goes. It's pretty simple.
Guys, we got to go one at a time, man. Come on.
As I was explaining, how when things go into the horizon, if a viewer height is 6 foot, the horizon is 3 foot. When things go beyond that, it's perspective, it's refraction, and it's also the bottom-up disappearance of that object, the information, because you're looking through a more dense atmosphere or layer of medium when that angle changes. Now, if you want to explain that, go right ahead, because that's my full statement as you cut me off earlier.
No, I actually got the entire statement from you, which was that had to do with perspective. The perspective effect, all perspective says, is if you and the distant object are over a flat surface and you and that distant object are at the same altitude, no matter how far that distant object is away from you, can be any distance. If it's at your altitude over that flat surface, it will never be below your eye level.
I never said anything like that. Never
Right, you
said
said it
anything
causes
that
it
it
to
was
go
just
down. That's what
perspective.
you
Now you're
said.
cutting me off again.
No,
How
because
many times
you
can it
paused.
happen? You don't. I pause shit. I never said anything like that. That it was just perspective. As a matter of fact, I gave more than 3: refraction, perspective, and the angle. I also gave how the atmosphere, the medium, affects things and can cause things to be obstructed bottom up. So for you to say I just said perspective, That's where you have to go to, because yeah, I agree, that's not possible. But perspective is a huge part of it.
But
now, would you like to lie
possible.
to me again?
Right, but you just said it's not possible, but it's a huge part of it. Which one is it?
It's a huge part of it. Perspective is always a huge part of how we see into the distance. And when that object, let's say a boat going away from you, goes past your horizon, which for a 6-foot man would be about three miles, when it gets 10 miles away, its angular size gets so small and the bottom of it gets so squished that you can't get the information from it. So it appears to be lower than the water because the information is not getting back to you. But we know in reality that boats are always on the water. They're never in the sky, and they're never underwater unless they're sinking.
Okay, so since perspective does not cause an object at your altitude to go below your eye level, we can eliminate that cause. What are your other causes again?
That's amazing that you just said that, dude. It's amazing that you just said that.
Well, because perspective can't cause it, so now what do you got?
Yeah, I'm done. I think I've made my point. He can keep on doing what he does.
No, if you're going to say refraction, we can bring up specifics, especially at 20 feet AGL or above, where that is going to be a slight amount of looming, which you said that's what our standard conditions were as well.
No, you said
so if
that.
It's not, so if it's not
no,
perspective,
you said that, not
so
me.
if it's
That's
not
a lie
perspective
again.
and it's so it's not, so if it's
I
not
can't hold my
perspective,
tongue when someone's lying
if
about me.
it's not perspective and it's not refraction,
Y'all need to boot me if this guy's going to
stable
continue to
conditions-
lie about
Jesus
me.
Christ!
I'm not going to hold my
No,
tongue.
you can hear me talking, Rakia. You do this every
Hold on,
time when I'm
Doofus.
about to
Hold
finish a
on.
topic.
I know, Doofus. Hold on a second, Rocky. Let him finish. If he's lying about you, just address it after, I guess.
All right, so in stable conditions at 20 feet AGL and above, it's definitely not, drop due to distance is definitely not due to refraction. And since perspective cannot cause it, it's definitely not due to perspective. What are your other possible causes?
Okay, who brought up the standard conditions being slightly looming? You or me?
Me.
Then why did you just say I did?
No, I didn't say that. I said you agreed with me.
No,
I said you
didn't
agreed
agree.
with me.
No, I
Those were
did
the
not
words that I
agree with
said.
you.
You can
I
change
just
the way that I said
restated-
it if it suits your narrative, but it doesn't change what I actually said.
Did not agree with you, sir. I just restated what you were saying. I
Right,
agree
so
that
now-
looming occurs, but not as I didn't never agree that it's under the standard conditions. Actually, I believe if you want to know and not make up shit about me, just ask me. I think that things appear to sink under standard conditions. Most of the time, the foreground appears to rise, and then objects in the background appear to sink into the horizon. That's why we get bottom-up obstruction. Now,
All right, so
you want to lie about me again, as I just stated very clearly what I think?
All right, so now what could cause that, since we know refraction in a gradient causes light to bend toward the more dense medium?
Bending in the foreground and the background are two different things. The optical view that you get over distance, especially over the marine layer, you can throw everything you think you know about how you studied light in a vacuum out the window.
All right, so now you're saying that the conditions in the distance must be different than the conditions next to you.
I never said that. I said the way you see into the distance is different.
That's what you would have to have if the foreground was rising and the background was sinking. You would have to have different conditions near you than the conditions in the distance.
No, you wouldn't. You would just have to have distance over a marine, over a certain
So what is
medium.
causing the light to change direction from bending upward and bending downward? What's causing
All sorts of things. You're looking through many different particles. Let's say dust, diffraction, refraction. What else you want to know?
Okay, since refraction bends light toward the more dense medium, why is it that the gradient is different close to you and farther away from you?
I didn't say it was. I just said because of perspective and the gradient and the light source. I think a lot of things. Viewer height, the distance, the angle of the light source, temperature is definitely, refraction definitely is a part. Refraction, light scattering is a huge part of it. You combine all that together and voila, you got a boat that's 3 miles away from a 12-foot viewer on one day that looks totally underwater, and on the next day you can see the hull and everything.
Right. It doesn't matter that each of the effects that you mentioned, when taken individually, cannot cause that effect. You would
that's why I said
then
you
when
combine
you would assume then when you put all of that soup together that it would give you exactly what you need and not what anybody else needs.
No, I say we get exactly what we see due to the conditions that are exactly happening at that moment. Nothing more, nothing less. That's why on a certain day I can be 12 foot above the water and see that shrimp boat just as plain as day. And on the very next day, the conditions change and it looks like a wall of water is flooding the deck of that boat and it's underwater. That's what I say if you want to know.
Right. So what causes it to change direction? If you say the foreground must be rising up and the background must be sinking, what are the conditions?
Whatever the conditions are, and I don't say that happens every time. Sometimes the background can be magnified where that distant ship looks so close to you that it's in a different size and appears to be in a different position. Sometimes it's not magnified, so it appears differently. It depends on each day, each viewer height, what lens you're using, what focal length, what the light source is, what angle it is, what medium you're looking through, what medium you're looking over. What, you want me to keep going?
You're saying that something in the distance could change based on which lens you're using. That was interesting.
I'm not saying that.
The magnification effect that you see in the distance could cause it to appear larger or closer to you or in a different position, which would require the light to be changing direction horizontally. What could cause that, Rakia?
I have no idea.
Okay,
I know I've
that's
seen
just
it.
a random claim from you.
It. Well, no, I'm just telling you what my reality is. I don't give a shit what you think you know. You can't teach me anything that I've already seen. Just because you think you've seen it all.
Right, and I've never seen the atmosphere horizontally displace something to a significant degree.
I don't even care. I don't even care what you're saying right now, because that might not even be what I'm trying to explain. You're just trying to obfuscate away from the very point that I know. I don't think. I've recorded on different days from the same viewer height objects in the distance that are not even moving, that are stationary, appear differently because of the conditions of the day. One day they appear underwater. The next day, or a few days later, appear above the water. Hello? That's all I'm saying.
All right, and none of those observations are the object in the distance is displaced horizontally.
I never said that then. You said that. You think
no,
I'm
you said
describing
magnification.
That.
You said it could be larger, it could be closer
in the
to
atmosphere
you.
happens, yeah.
Right, you said magnification, which would, you're saying it could be larger, so it appears closer to you. That would require the light to be moving horizontally, changing direction horizontally, which the atmosphere on any given day, doesn't matter what day, cannot support.
Well, whatever you say.
Yeah, it is whatever I say, because currently there's no evidence to give. There's no evidence to go on that says that light is being moved horizontally, is changing direction horizontally in our atmosphere to any significant degree.
So to any significant degree, yeah. So you just say it does happen. It happens,
you can see it occurring in less than an arc second's worth of deflection, way less than an arc second's worth. You can't see it happening to enough of a degree where the observation is spoiled either to the left or to the right, because the average at any given moment will always give you a true direction.
Does magnification happen in the atmosphere?
Not in two axes.
Does it happen ever?
It happens in only one axis if you want to define magnification to be something that happens in only one axis.
So magnification, when a viewer is looking at something, an object in the distance, from the same viewer point that he does all the time, and one day it appears magnified, like a lot closer and bigger, and the next day it appears further away and smaller. What would you attribute that to? That's not magnification?
No, it's perception.
Okay, but it's appearing, perceiving to be magnified. You're just twisting words to make me sound stupid, But see, we don't care what you think about me. We all know that we've observed this, and whatever you call it, perception or, you know, the angle of this or some fancy word that no one's heard of, that you just Googled and used the same exact picture off of Google for, we don't care about that. We know what we're seeing out there. We know what we're filming. We're the ones out there filming.
Right. So since I have presented observations that I've made out there in the real world, thanks for that. Second,
Yeah, from an
the
airplane.
observations that you make about something in the distance appearing to be larger or closer or appearing to be smaller and further away, if that object truly is stationary, what I would like you to do is have a camera that has
I'm not doing shit for you, man.
has a zoom
You're wasting
that
your
you
breath.
can that has a zoom that you can reach and always reach at exactly the same amount. I guess its maximum zoom would be the easiest way to do this, and verify that that object takes up a different amount of the horizontal field of view on different days. That would help back up your claim, because right now nothing does.
When I say appeared, what does that mean to you?
It means that you didn't measure it.
Right. So it just appears the way we see it, perceive it, perception, right? It can't appear that way to me, right?
Right. That's why I say your
Thank
perception
you.
was
I'm going to
involved.
get some food
That's
so
why I
you
said when
can
your
enjoy yourself.
perception was involved, you didn't actually measure whether or not the thing was
I never
actually
said I
magnified.
measured it.
That your perception is not you verifying that magnification has actually occurred in our atmosphere.
I never said I measured magnification. I said it appears to magnify. It
The
appears to be
atmosphere is not doing it then.
smaller. Okay, well then it's in the atmosphere and I'm viewing through the atmosphere. I would say it's doing it. You can say whatever you want. That doesn't add up to me and I don't really care.
Okay, there are no
I find it,
measurements currently that back up your claim that magnification occurs in the atmosphere.
except for Andrew Thomas Young saying that magnification occurs in the atmosphere. Other than that, yeah. So I find it disturbing that we're never seeing the actual position of something, because, I mean, you see something higher, you see something lower, you take an average. If we're watching it the whole time, we never saw its actual position. What's the point of taking an average of its apparent position then?
All right, I'll first start with the first thing you said. Andrew Thomas Young said that was magnification in only one axis, but the thing that Rocky is describing is actually a magnification in two axes, not one.
Okay, so I find it disturbing that we're not seeing an actual position, because you see something higher, you see something lower, you take an average, and then you come up with an average of its position. And that does what for? If we never saw its actual position and we were watching it the whole time, what's that average of? Nothing? It's not actual position?
Well, let's bring up this example again. So the laser pointer, without the presence of the hot iron nearby where the beam is crossing through, we can say with pretty good certainty that its actual position, the spot that it's hitting on the wall, is pretty close to where you see it without the iron. But when the iron is introduced, you can see the effect of the gradient causes that to be in a different position. It's the position that you observe the refraction to cause it to appear. Right?
So when we're looking at things in the distance and they go high, they go low, we take an average of that position, and then you come up with an average position for it. What good is that position if we were watching it the whole time and we never saw its actual position?
Well, I'm trying to address the actual position part of the argument, which is if we know what light does through a gradient, we know what direction that light has to be bending.
I'm not saying it again. Never mind.
You don't want me to tackle part of your argument. You want me to tackle the whole thing in whole. I know. I get that. However, you have to break apart something like this. When we're talking about observations through the atmosphere, especially crucial is that we know what light does through a gradient.
So we're looking at this. I'm not repeating it. Never mind. Just forget it. I don't understand how we could be looking at something the whole time, get an average of its position, But then we never saw its actual position. What good does average do us? Maybe you can just answer
Well, it tells
that.
us what the standard conditions would cause it to appear as.
So nowhere in where we were viewing it that whole time when it went up and went down, nowhere throughout that whole thing did we view it in its actual position.
Well, depending on where you're observing it from and what you're observing it through, that might actually be true. So especially true at 20 feet above ground level or higher, those observations are always subject to some amount of looming. So no matter how long you observe something in the distance, it will always be in a position that slightly differs from its actual position.
Right, but if it's going up and down, right, sometimes it's sinking, sometimes it's looming, you're saying we never see it in its actual position.
Right, and in those more stable conditions, especially at 20 feet above ground level or higher, you will see that the objects in the distance do appear to move up and down or left and right from the standard, well, not left and right, but I mean, they'll move up and down with the standard conditions. They will differ from the standard conditions by some amount, but all of the positions that you end up seeing it at in those conditions, in the more stable conditions, all of those positions are slightly higher than its actual position.
Right, which, go ahead, Rocky.
I have a question, a final question, because I'm fixing to go eat. When viewing the tops of clouds and haze from an airplane, and they appear to curve, is that due to Earth's surface curving?
The haze forms in a uniform set of conditions, so if the haze is curved, then the horizon which they formed over is also curved.
And that's due to Earth's surface being curved, right?
I mean, that's not necessarily true if you make up an excuse as to how far you can see on a flat surface. Like if you want to say
I'm asking you
if you say we only see as far as, for some reason, the distance that we can see on a globe, and you assume that the ground is flat.
What globe?
If you assume that distance is what you can observe, then yes, the horizon would appear curved on a flat surface.
Boy, that was a lot of bringing in things I never asked. Is this to like downplay? My next question is coming.
Well, yeah, because we've had this discussion before, Rocky.
Right, but there might be one person here who hasn't heard you say this. So now, over a flat plane, saying we see X far, you can make up the number. Would that same haze that you're looking down on appear to curve over a flat plane?
Yeah, half as much as it would on a globe.
But would still appear to curve, correct, over a flat plane?
Yeah, not as much as we see it, though.
Thank you. Yep, that was a yes.
Not exactly, because the way we observe it, the way we observe it through photographic, the way that we observe it through photographic evidence is that it does curve more than we expect of a flat surface.
Where it would appear to curve less and more, and maybe even sometimes appear to be convex, right? Depending.
No, not from an aircraft.
Not from an aircraft. What?
No, it wouldn't appear to change shape from an aircraft. It would always be convex.
So if it appeared to be more curved and less curved, that's due to what?
It wouldn't appear to be more or less curved from 34,000 feet or higher.
So every view from 34,000 feet gives you the same appearance of the haze of the horizon, a curving in the same amount?
Yeah.
I'll take that bet for any amount of money.
Oh, okay.
You want it?
It's pretty pointless to make a bet over the internet.
Yeah, I know it is, because there is no way in hell you can say that. Because even in your own model, the light is being like screwed up with. 34,000 feet. You're looking
34,000 feet. The conditions are very stable.
Yeah, but you're looking down to the horizon, sir.
Okay.
And you're saying that haze that creates the horizon from 34,000 feet, whether there's clouds or not, is always going to follow the same curvature of the surface of the Earth and never deviate? Again, I'll take that bet for any amount of money. You heard it right here.
Okay. I'd like some counter evidence then.
Counter evidence of what? You have haze. haze in the distance appearing to curve, which you yourself agree would a curve over the flat plane just because of how we see. And you're going to say it doesn't deviate?
See, now we've
Are
had this
you really
conversation.
going to
We've
say
had
that?
this
Yeah, I
conversation
know.
enough
That's why
times
I'm bringing it
before.
up. Yeah.
Well, yeah,
Okay, I'm going to
we've
eat.
had this
Talk to
conversation
you
enough
later,
times.
doofus. Very
Yeah,
nice
we've had
talking
this
to you, sir.
conversation
Thank you.
enough times before that when you say because of how we see is my justification, we all already know, several of us here at least, that that is a lie because you know that's not my position, and I've called you out on that before. He had to get that one lie in before he left, right?
What a jerk you are. It's recorded here on Geo's where you and I had a very civil conversation. You told
Right, and at no
everybody we
point in that
see. You're cutting me
conversation did
off.
I say
You're
it's
cutting me
because of
off.
how we
You are
see.
cutting me off. Where are the mods? Very pointed conversation, very calm, very civil, where you told everybody that we see in a circle. And that's why, even over a flat plane, the horizon and altitude would appear to curve. That is
All
not
right,
a
so now
lie.
we can.
It is backed up by video. And quit calling me a liar.
All right, so we can go back to that recording to where I mentioned that if we describe how far we can see to be some fixed distance based on whatever reason you want to give, that's the circle that I described. If you want to say that what I said was due to how we see, that's not what I said. And I've already corrected you on this several times, and you said it again. Wonderful. Any guesses as to whether or not he brings up video where he finds where I say it's due to how we see?
So we know the Eddington thing isn't refracting because of the wavelength, but then we can't tell. I don't know. I thought we had something there for a second.
Right. I mentioned a moment not too long ago that if you had like a 20 megapixel sensor that was 50 millimeters across, it would probably, I mean, and some damn good lenses, you could probably make short work of that question, but you'd have to have 2-point sources arranged vertically because that would be the most advantageous way to determine what's going on.
So this 20 millimeter, 50 inch, whatever the fuck you just said, is that a thing? Like, do I get that at Walmart, or is that like, what? How much does one of those things run?
It's probably more practical and cheaper to just buy a telescope at that point, because it would be a massive sensor and a massive lens system on the other side of it.
So we get it, what, like a couple $100 telescope, or do we need like a couple $1,000 one, 20 G's? What are we looking at for a telescope?
Well, you would have to have something that has a field of view that would be conducive to this kind of experiment. So if we're looking at an object that's 9.4 miles away from the observation point, you'd have to work out. One moment. Let me do some math on it.
I'm just curious to how much this like setup would cost.
It's going to be so expensive, you might have to sell a liver.
$500,000
not
dollars.
Well, I was going to say, you can do it with a telescope. It just can't be too narrow.
I don't know, narrow, wide views, telescopes. I've never had a telescope.
Right, just the field of view. It can't be too narrow.
All right.
All right. So.
And if something wasn't, hold on real quick before we go through all this. If something wasn't being refracted, we'll tell, ooh, this was the time where there was no refraction. Would we be able to tell that?
You wouldn't ever get a measurement of zero refraction under those conditions.
Probably the 20th.
Actually, under any conditions at that specific location.
It's the 20th time Jeremy's heard that, but he'll ask it again, I guarantee.
So forget it then. Don't even do the math on how much the telescope is going to cost. I thought we had something. Never mind.
Oh, yeah.
Well,
proposal
so
rejected. Yeah.
5 feet at 9.41 miles would be 0.057. Okay, yeah, you should be able to do that.
We're not doing it because there's never going to be a time when it's not refracted, so it's pointless. I guess we never see actual positions of things in the distance. I don't know. It's weird.
We got to trash it.
Oh, 5 feet at 9.41 miles is about a third of an arc minute. That's interesting. So these things would have to probably be a little bit further apart.
Yes, with a good enough scope, that's not too hard to determine.
Well, sure, but I mean, if they want to be sticklers about specifically what equipment they want to use, if they can do this with a P1000, and the P900 will not do this. No, P1000 can't do it either. The resolution's not there for that either. Yeah, it'd be cheaper just to go with a telescope.
Yeah, I agree with what Kosho just said in the chat. It kind of gets away from the original claim from Grimm, but like what would be very interesting is in these observations that are made, the Eddington one or any different gravitational lensing experiments, observations, if there were a deviation or if there were a difference in what's observed when you observe it in different wavelengths, different filters, that would be something really interesting. That would require some different types of explanations or different things to think about. But what's been shown over and over is that it is it's an achromatic phenomenon. It is not a function of wavelength or filter that you observe it through.
I found it interesting while in that conversation with Grimm that Grimm said that it had something that Snell's law applied in some way, and I don't.
Yeah, he's the analogy, to make it more simple to understand, and again, it's just an analogy, and that's where Grimm made a mistake saying, no, it is actually what's happening. Well, no, it's not, because there would be a difference, a relative difference. There would be a chromatic effect that's observed, which we don't see, if it were literally refraction, like through a lens or through some medium. But just like generally, for a general audience, to explain it in simple terms is to make an analogy to light being focused through a lens. Yeah, it's purely an analogy that he mistakenly tried to claim was like a reality or something. As you can calculate a light bending angle, alpha, usually it's given the Greek letter alpha. You can determine that a light bending angle based on, the specifics of a lens, of a convex lens or something like that. That's a quantity you can measure. You can also infer that light bending angle for a massive body that acts as a lens, and it's inversely proportional to its mass, which makes sense, obviously.
Except when it's the moon.
No, it still holds for the moon. I'm so happy to make that calculation. Yeah, I can make that calculation for you, if you want, Rocky or Essie. But yeah, we're not at the proper focal, the foci of the moon's, gravitational lensing of, sunlight, photons from the sun. However, the sun's Einstein ring does allow stars at a very particular distance from the limb of the sun to be deflected gravitationally. We're pretty sure gravitationally toward us observer on the surface of Earth.
Yeah, I'm not suggesting
not enough
that.
to make a ring, but enough to be observed.
Yeah, to be observed deflection. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not suggesting that the moon is going to cause a ring by any stretch of the imagination. But I'm saying we should see some light deflect around. This is what I'm suggesting. And we don't see none during,
an
it
eclipse.
coming towards, towards the sun or leaving the sun, yeah.
But again, the explanation, though, is that we're not at an observer on Earth is not at the proper distance, location from the moon for the sunlight to be gravitationally, lensed and deflected to fall on our eyes or a detector. What you could do, and this could be calculated, obviously, is you can, in theory, here's just a hypothetical, you can position a camera at a very particular spot, in space and wherever, that can capture that lensing of the sun happening by the moon at some three-dimensional position. That doesn't happen to be at the surface of the Earth. It's somewhere else in our solar system, or farther away. I don't know, but you could do the math to figure that out.
I would be interested to hear what you got to say about that. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll put it on my to-do list for you.
Thank you.
There's actually a really, really interesting concept. I forget the name of it, but it is a space mission. I'll try to figure out the name. Using Earth as gravitational lens mission. I can't find it, but anyways, there's a concept, an idea for a mission to, like, to launch some telescope, some detector, and travel to position it in a very specific location that it can use the Earth. Place this instrument at the focal point, far away from Earth. That if the alignment were such that the Earth were between some nearby star outside of our solar system, and this instrument, this detector, that it would lens the light coming from the background star.
The focal point here, I'm looking at just Stack Exchange, is 15,300 AU away for the Earth. So that wouldn't be practical.
Dude, that's fucking 100. What's that? 1.5 billion miles?
15,300 AU is very, very
pulling
far.
A number out of your butthole, Jeremy?
No, 15 AUs times 93 million. You round it up to 100 million for easy math. You get 1.5 billion. Did I do the math wrong, or?
I don't know. It's a big distance. If you're scared of big numbers, you should cover your ears. A warning.
I'm not scared of big numbers. I was just saying, is that the distance? You said 15 AUs, right?
15,300.
Oh my God, that's even fucking that's even crazier. That's like a trillion
even
miles.
Larger. That's a weird adjective to use.
That's like a trillion.
Even larger. That's a more simple adjective instead of crazier or. Yeah.
That's even a more insane distance. You like that adjective? More insane. I thought he said 15 AUs. 15,000 is like a zillion fucking miles
Just
away.
multiply that by 93 million. 93 million is 1 AU.
Good job.
I thought he just said 15. That's why I said 1.5 billion. That's going to be a concept for a long fucking time. What about the Voyager? How far away is that one?
Pretty far.
Deep Space Nine is even farther. Deep Space Nine is even farther, Jeremy.
I think it would be somewhere. You said 13,000, Doofus? I think it would be. You said 13,500 roughly. AU.
15,300 AU.
Oh, 15,000. That would put it somewhere. I think in like the Oort cloud, depending on how large the Oort cloud actually is, but it'd be somewhere in there.
Where is this? Where this Oort cloud is where all the comets come from, or meteors, or something. Where is this thing?
It's believed that most of them originate there. I wouldn't use the word all, but.
Is this in our solar system, or?
Yeah, that thing is bullshit. Itis away.
Okay, outside the orbital radius of all of the planets that we acknowledge are planets.
So it's just outside of the planet.
It's pretty far, Jeremy. Pretty far, yeah.
Solar.
Yeah, it's not just outside the planets either. I mean, it's huge.
Yeah, it's pretty far.
It's huge, but not enough for gravity to pull it together and make another planet. FYI.
Yeah, Jupiter helped in that regard.
Gravity just said, nah, I don't like you gatherings of rocks. You stay there.
Well, I mean,
why haven't all those rocks formed into a nice little sphere by now?
Exactly.
Well, I don't know. Maybe they need more time.
Well, how many? They had billions and zillions of years, according to you guys, right?
Well, maybe they need a little more time. Who knows?
More
the
zillion
problem
years.
With those rocks. The problem with those rocks is that matter's already condensed and cooled.
Yeah, and mass attracts mass. So how long before those masses start attracting and start gathering up?
every like 5 years, there's a new paper that comes out that claims there's strong evidence for a ninth planet out there somewhere, but
Nibiru or something. Yeah, we heard that.
Highly debated. Yeah.
So Doofus, only hot matter.
Well, it helps if it's a fluid. I mean, solid matter is not really. It's not the best way to form a planet.
So if it's hot, it's better. It contracts more. It gravitates more.
Well, when things collide, heat is generated. No, do we agree on that?
Right. No.
Yeah, we can agree on that.
Yeah.
But what does that have to do with the planetesimals?
Well, those little rocks, those solid bits of matter, when they collide, they either bounce off of each other, they don't come together, or they, fracture and split off. They still, they don't just sit there and come together.
This reminds me of this thing. You guys remember Slick James Johnson?
Oh, I love Slick James. Big Slick James fan.
Shout out to you, brother, if you're listening. Anyways, we did this thing once on planetesimals. Bro, we were laughing. I was my cheeks were hurting. My stomach was hurting. We were dying, bro. Dying. Yeah.
I miss Slick James. I mean, some of those conversations were a little boring on beliefs. Overall, I think he was pretty good.
Yeah, shout out to you, brother, if you're listening out there. Hope you're okay.
Yeah, he was a cool guy. He had no belief system, which was pretty interesting. Like, yeah, I think I had a couple conversations with him. He literally did not believe, anything.
I can see where
You're a robot, Jeremy.
I can understand shit you said.
You're a robot, Jeremy. I'm working on an update to the oh, sorry, go ahead. Jeremy, you're roboting so hard.
See where that comes from. Like, what do you really need to believe in?
Jeremy, we only half heard that because you roboted all the rest of it.
Yep.
Yeah.
That was bad. What do you really need to believe in? I guess nothing. At the end of the day, no one's required to believe in anything.
Yeah. I mean, a belief is something that you hold to be true.
Sure.
Well, I think Journey thinks otherwise.
Okay.
I guess my joke just went down the toilet.
I know the song. I'm just like, okay.
Oh, okay. It just wasn't funny. Okay, I get it.
It was a little bit. I'm just an asshole, is all.
What SE, were you gonna go into detail about your planetesimal conversation?
Oh no, we were going on about. Well, I'll give you a short rundown. It was a while ago. We were telling him the same thing. How come your planetesimals? They're not. How come your gravity ain't working on these planetesimals? And
because they bounce off each other.
With the usual baller sophistry. And Slick James was saying, I put my boot right up your butt so far. You know how he was. And oh man, it was just hilarious. I can't do it justice.
Well, I would say gravity is always at work, but yeah, we know there's different types of collisions, right? Elastic, inelastic. There's a lot of kinetic energy being exchanged and stuff like that.
So certain planetesimals can form planets, but others, the rocks just bounce off each other?
Well, there's a lot of dynamics going on. I think we can both, whether or not you believe this is a real idea or not, if you just think about it using sort of basic logic, whether or not you believe whatever. Yeah, there's a ton of different dynamics and conditions and gravity and all that stuff going on.
Yeah, and the conditions for our solar system before all the planets formed was definitely different than the way it is now. So like if we describe it within that sort of concept, we're looking at things that were incredibly hot, but still sort of sparse. And Jupiter helped us out in the most because it's pulling in all these other little tiny bits of stuff to make it. And that's why it's so massive. I don't know, just cleared the way for a lot of mess so that planets could find their little orbital regions to be.
Yeah, clear out their orbital path.
Clear it out like a machete through the thick bush.
Yeah, just whacking all the weeds down. Yep.
Gotta give it to you guys. You got some faith, man.
Yep. If we want to get really nerdy, for a few years I've been working on an update to this this pretty widely accepted. It's one of the biggest, I think, theories of of planet formation, and it's called the core accretion theory. There's probably like wikis and stuff about it, but I think there's a few things that are actually that can be clear. There's a few ambiguities or sort of mysteries still in this theory, depending on who you ask, of course. If you ask a globe skeptic, they're going to say the whole thing is fake, obviously. But anyway, and I've been working on a kind of an update to one of these little parts of the theory that might be.
Well, give us a rundown. Don't keep us in suspense. What is it?
I'm thinking of easy to. So the main idea is that planets that form in wide orbits, so planets that form farther away from the star, like where Jupiter or where Saturn are, the theory says that they, as we were just describing, the theory says that they, they start off initially as these just rocks and pebbles and things that crash together. Sometimes they bounce off, sometimes they stick, mutual gravity, all this different stuff. And over a long period of time, they will build up, of course, to be some specific size. And the theory says this size is about 10 times the mass of the Earth. And at around this point, again, as the theory states, around this point, there's called this runaway gas accretion phase. So there's a phase where the body is massive enough that now it will start, the gravity of it will start pulling in, or will start attracting basically gases and dusts that are still, in its neighborhood. And this will be like a runaway, a really fast, like exponential ballooning up of the size of this planet, and it'll basically become like a Jupiter, like we see, Jupiter, like a huge gas, planet. But where I'm trying to kind of update this.
Wait, hold on. Let me interrupt you for a second.
Yeah, go ahead.
There's no mass. There's no actual solid stuff. Because did you just go from stuff to gas?
No. I said so. The first part, it's multiple parts. The first part, like I said, is small rocks, small pebbles, and things like this. They will coalesce together. Mutual gravity. Whether or not I'm just stating the theory. I'm not compelling anyone to believe this. It's just what the theory says.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So these small rocks will form together, and over a long period of time, they will build up this planetesimal, this little embryo of a planet that's solid rocks. It will build up over a long period of time, and if it reaches a certain mass, if it gets to about 10 times the mass of the Earth, then that can trigger. It'll be massive enough to trigger dust and gas. So no longer heavy, but maybe heavy materials as well, but also lighter materials like dust and gas around it to fall onto its surface and build up this envelope of gas. So yeah, there is a solid core in this theory. There is a core that's like 10 times, Earth mass or something.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So
where does the gas come from, though? Where does the gas?
The gas comes from the primordial material of the protostar. The prevailing theory that a gas cloud condenses and collapses to form a star, and there's leftover material. Yeah, all that stuff. Yeah. So we see this, and so this is particularly for far away, so planets that are far from the star that they're orbiting, like where Jupiter and Saturn are, pretty far away. So that's what the main theory says. And what the small update that I'm working on is that there seems to actually be, so because of that runaway, that really quick exponential all the gas falling onto that to the planet to become a big gas giant. What this means is that there should be, because this happens really rapidly and exponentially, there should be a gap in the mass of certain planets, exoplanets. So there should be a gap somewhere around between like the 10 Earth mass 10 times the mass of Earth planet, and then also on the upper end, like 90 times the mass of the Earth, which is like Jupiter or Saturn or something. There should be a gap between, 10 or 15, between 10 and 90. But in some recent years, I've been working with some collaborations that are starting to find planets that are in this gap. So what we think, our best evidence shows that there's a planet that we are detecting here that we infer its mass to be inside this gap. So that's causing like a mystery. Like this planet shouldn't exist in this in between region. It should either be a smaller planet or it should be a bigger one that balloons into a gas giant. So there's some ideas we've been thinking of that we're working on to kind of explain this or reconcile the two, like these this like mystery.
Well, it sounds pretty similar to the current model. But I have one question.
It still works in the
this
same.
new
The framework,
model, do you
the framework
have
is still the overall framework is still the same. It's just it's a small modification to this specific regime of planet formation. But anyway, go on.
Yeah, no, I get it. Sounds similar, like you just admitted, of course. My question is, in this new theory, where does the water come from?
I mean, it's completely different type of question, but there could be there's several different theories that hypothesize the origin of water on planets. What were you gonna say, Chris?
Isn't water the most common compound in the universe?
Is it? I don't think so.
No, it's not.
No, I think it's molecular.
Isn't it hydrogen
molecular hydrogen
compound?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, as I'm saying, compound. Oh.
No, I still think molecular helium or hydrogen or something is so it's not what I'm saying is not just a one atom of hydrogen. It's a molecular, so it's
H2.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm talking about like compound though. Multiple things. It's the most common combination.
I consider H2 a compound, no?
I know, but it's fine. That's fine. That's why I'm saying combination. Okay?
I don't know. Maybe.
Regardless, where does it come from, though? That's the question. In either planet formation theory, right? The standard one or this new one? Where does the water come from? We know.
Yeah, I know your question.
Yeah. Okay. Go ahead.
As far as I understand, as far as I think we know as humans or whatever, it's a byproduct of the same environment of gases and molecules that are formed during a gas collapse to form a protostar that has leftover material, stuff like that.
So you don't go with the what is it? The Thera, the planet that struck Earth and created the moon and deposited the molten iron core. You don't go with that theory?
Where did the material that created Thera come from? That's what I'm saying. I'm going a step before Thera even formed.
No, but these are three different questions now. Thera, the striking of it, the molten iron core, Earth becoming molten and then solidifying. But the question remains, where did the water come from?
All three, they might be a different specific question, but they're all linked. You agree?
Yeah. But
okay.
There's no question about that. But I'm saying, where did the water come from? In the current one, it came from asteroids, right?
Yeah. So what's the contention then?
Think about that.
Yeah, I'm thinking about it.
And do you think that's plausible, being a thinking man?
Of course.
All this water came from meteors?
Yeah, of course.
And when they struck the Earth, they didn't cause damage, each one of them? Didn't they cause like a nuclear explosion?
Oh, I have no idea.
This through?
Probably depends on their mass and their impact parameters and stuff like that. But maybe some of them did, maybe some didn't. Again, these are very long. These are very long. Yeah, I'm thinking about it. A lot of stuff can happen in a very long time frame, extremely long timeline, right?
How many meteors Yeah, how many meteors do you think it would take to fill like all this massive amount of water we have?
God, who
supposedly
knows? I no idea.
Now think of the kinetic energy each one of those are bringing.
Yeah, sounds pretty rad.
Yeah. Like obviously there's a lot of holes in the the current model, you know?
Yeah, after describing this this update I'm working on for the planet formation theory, is there any? Can you think of any maybe like ideas or mechanisms that might actually cause these in between planets to form? Because that's what I'd really like to that's what I'd really like to hear, so I could actually think of some new ideas that might explain this these new observations.
Well, in your fantasy world, anything's possible. Like, just say, well, there's a certain amount of mass needed for critical to create the critical whatever, and that starts this, and then that starts that, and I mean, I can come up with so many ideas in your model. I mean, it's limitless. You have space time, you have all kinds of crazy stuff, matter coming in and out of existence.
Yeah, but it's got to be consistent. It should be in order to be a good in order to be a reliable new modification to some theory. It should be consistent with as many observations as possible, if not all types of observations. It should be consistent with. It should also be consistent with our current understanding of the physics of how these things should work, how these processes should play out over long timescales and things like this. So I guess you can bring up any magical explanation you want, but if it's fairies and pixie dust, it's going to fail the first test of being consistent with anything. I think, if you ask me, I think I think it's a pretty likely explanation, in my opinion, might actually be like so in this in between time. What was that, Kosho? Hello? I think this in between mass, this gap that the theory predicts, actually, I think if there may be some sort of like a proto-planetary disk, so a disk of gas and dust that's around this this planet that's growing bigger and bigger itself.
I got it for you, bro. I just got it for you.
Well, let me get to the end of my sentence real quick.
Okay.
So that this smaller disk of material that's around this planet that's growing, some parts of that disk actually coalesce themselves and they fragment together, and they come together and form like moons, small moons around this bigger planet that's growing. So like those moons are kind of like depleting that material. They're like stripping that material that would fall onto the bigger planet, and they're using it themselves to build their own little moon. So that's what kind of like truncate, that's what kind of like cuts off the exponential growth of like these types of planets that we're discovering. That's just one sort of modified idea.
That's kind of similar to the fantasy I was going to come up with. I was going to come up with a black disk capturing all that, stealing all that stuff. And then you can have one great scientist discover this black disk. No?
Yeah, sure.
Or dark disk, like dark matter, dark energy, the other fantasies that exist in your thing. So, like I said, you can come up with anything plausible because in your world, anything is possible.
Sure.
No?
Sure. That'd be a cool thing to think about. I don't know how that would work in real world physics, but maybe.
You see, you have one problem though, in the current, past, and all explanations, right? Always the Achilles heel is, and even now in this current model, is water. You can't explain water.
How is that an Achilles heel?
Where'd the water come from in your model? In this model, or in this current new model that you're?
Could have come from many different sources. There's a lot of scientists think it's delivered by comets or asteroids. Some other scientists think it's in situ formation. As different ideas. What
does that mean, in situ formation? It just appeared?
No, it didn't just appear. The material that formed the Earth also had, complex molecules and things like that to form.
How? It was a molten iron core. It was all molten at one point. That means all water evaporated. The water would have boiled off.
But no, not at all.
Well,
no.
What do you mean, no?
That's not at all. That's not at all the explanation that The thing I just told you about the mystery that I'm working on an update for. Who's to say that also can't be the case for smaller planets?
I grant you that. I gave you that, and I even gave you another fantastical idea, right?
Yeah.
A black disk or dark disk, whatever, that accumulated all that, whatever. But even that, where did the water come from in this planet, in this imaginary planet, whatever?
Yeah,
you still need water, right?
Yeah. So the material that is coalescing onto this solid planet, right, onto the solid surface, like in the formation theory, the idea that I just explained a few minutes ago.
Yeah, you said rocks, and then they pulled dust and gases around them.
And what could some of these constituents and molecules in these dust and gas be? What could they possibly be? They could possibly be maybe some H's, maybe some O's, maybe some.
Oh yeah, right.
Yeah, maybe some H's, 2 O's.
Right. I'm tracking.
Yeah.
And how did they form?
So I don't know where the Achilles heel is for water.
So you're trying to tell me now that water in its gaseous form was there, and somehow after the molten iron core cooled, didn't evaporate the hell out of everything around it, just cooled off, and then somehow it pulled in those H's and double O's?
Yeah, so why do you think that the core has to be molten and hot in order to be massive enough to gravitationally, attract gases, dusts, molecules, H's, O's, H2O's? Like it doesn't need to be a molten hot, burn away everything temperature.
Agreed. I don't have to think that. I'm just explaining your model to you.
Okay. Kind of poorly, not to be offensive, but.
Sorry?
It's a little bit of a poor explanation, or you got to qualify. My rebuttals are asking you to clarify, maybe. So it doesn't need to be a molten hot thing that burns away all dust, gas, and molecules. It can be.
Okay, let's say it isn't. Yeah. Let's say it isn't. Let's say it's just the rock. But by you saying that, you're going against the current model of Earth.
No. You're asking the delivery mechanism for water, or the origin of water on Earth, right?
Yes.
That is what you asked. Yeah. And what I said is there's many different, as far as I understand, as far as I know, I could be wrong. Someone could correct me. There are a handful, if not more, different type of origin scenarios for how
that's correct,
Earth was.
sir.
Yeah. So we're just talking through a few of them. That's all.
So name me
one of them may be delivery by asteroids or comets. Another one might be coalescence or condensing through an in situ through formation, like I described, where there's neighboring gas, dust, molecules, complex, whatever you want to call, whatever Kosho calls them, that coalesce onto the surface. There's probably 18 other ones that I'm not even naming.
That's a pretty tall tale there to think that all that water we have there coalesced from gases.
Rotini.
I mean, when the Earth was formed, I mean,
it's made out of rotini.
There wasn't some water with that. I mean, Just don't forget that either.
Yeah, I don't know if it's in contention or not, but we as far
How
as
can water? Hold on. How can water exist in a vacuum of space, guys? Think about what you're saying.
Anything can exist in a vacuum of space.
Water.
Yes.
You sure about that?
Yes.
You haven't seen those experiments where water in a vacuum boils off?
Yeah, he's gonna get you. He's setting up a gotcha to hit a grand slam on the what phase water or what conditioned water.
Well, I mean that's fine. I mean if he thinks that proves something, that's fine. He can have that win.
Yeah.
It's not about winning or losing, guys. We're describing different theories. I mean,
but
what can I tell you? It's not plausible what you just said. I'm sorry, man.
Essie, do you not see what just happened in the last minute, where someone was telling you water can exist there, and your brain instantly went to, have you seen these experiments where liquid water boils away? Do you see where there's an there's a disconnect there, right? He wasn't saying liquid water. He wasn't specifying anything about the composition of this molecule, was he? Unless I missed it. Unless I missed it.
But like, look. I mean, when we're talking about water, we're talking about a broad range of things. Like, I mean, chemically, it's just H2O, right? Like, look, ice on Earth evaporates. I mean, what do you mean? Like,
it was just a thing about liquid. The state of matter of.
I mean,
water.
liquid water doesn't necessarily exist in space. I guess in the vacuum of space.
Yeah. Anyway,
that's what you mean.
How did it arrive? Hold on 1 second. How did it arrive at Earth then?
All right, someone can take over. I've said this so many times.
I mean, hydrogen and oxygen.
I was asking the other guy,
right?
bro.
All right, take over.
That's fine. I mean, hydrogen and oxygen exist, correct? I mean, or do you think that those things don't exist? Or
so in a gas, all you have to say is in a gaseous form, man. Why are you guys getting so uptight about it?
Doesn't even have to exist that way, right? Like it exists in individual molecules.
Yeah.
You just need twice as much hydrogen as you have oxygen, right? And then you can certain events can create H2O.
Okay, agreed. So you're saying now it's not an asteroid theory. You're going with stones, planetesimals coalesced, forming a planet, and that reached a critical mass, and then it started pulling these gases in, and these gases coalesced and formed water. That's what you're saying, right?
I mean, that could be part of it. I mean, I don't know for sure.
Okay, I'm not gonna laugh or say anything wrong about that.
Look, all I'm saying is that there's multiple ways that water could form on Earth, right? Like, or be brought to Earth. And I agree with all of them. Like, maybe one is way more than the other, or maybe one method is way more rare than the other. Let's say that, but it doesn't mean that. Yeah, I mean, that's all. That's where I'm going to leave it.
No, I hear you. Look, to me, that one is more plausible than the asteroid. That one is completely ridiculous, completely nonsensical. Why? Think of a huge meteor, and I assume the water is going to be in the form of ice. That's the only way I can see it heading here, right? Without boiling off, right?
Mm-hmm.
Can we agree on that? Given your what your space says it is, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
So I don't want to spoil the rest of your thing, Essie. But if you're going to say how can ice water survive a huge impact, you're not thinking broadly enough, in my opinion.
No, I'm thinking in your physics and what you're.
Okay. So if you're thinking in my quote my physics, then when you say something that you get incorrect, then you should be fine with me correcting you then, correct? Yes?
Please correct me, yeah.
Okay, so then
Please.
continue about, okay, so it's delivered by comets, asteroids that have icy material. Yep, go on.
Right, and it's coming in at a tremendous speed, I would imagine?
Sure, yep. That depends on the impact parameter, but go on.
Depends on the impact parameter?
Yeah.
Aren't these, in your model, aren't these comets traveling at fantastic speeds? Didn't one of them destroy, didn't one of them hit and cause a nuclear explosion and kill all the dinosaurs in your model?
I think all Chronic was saying was that they come in at different trajectories. So
yes.
Yeah.
They come in all different impact angles, but continue. Yes, continue. SE.
Yeah. Okay. Agreed. I'll give you that as well.
Tremendous
for sure.
speeds, tremendous velocity. Yeah. Go on. Right.
So we're talking about tremendous kinetic energy, so much so that enough to cause nuclear explosions. Correct?
If you want to say that, I'll give you it. Continue.
Okay, then that's why I kill that meteor, frozen water.
Okay, so here. All right, so since you're in our regime,
I think you skipped step 2
Yeah.
there.
Since you're in the in quote my physics regime, would it not be plausible that during any of these tons and tons and tons of different impacts, that some of that ice material was, sublimated or turned to gaseous H2O or things like this that coalesced into the atmosphere and then maybe rained down or condensed onto the surface or anything? Is any of that plausible in this asteroid comet delivery situation?
No, absolutely not.
Why not?
You mean it would just come near the Earth and just sprinkle like fairy dust gently on? Is that what you're suggesting?
Do we not
That's
ever?
a straw man.
Do we not ever see things like tails on comets or material being shed off by some atmosphere of the Earth or anything like that?
Oh, that's interesting. Flyby deposit of water. Huh?
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying? Is that what you're suggesting?
No. I'm not. I'm still in your scenario of delivery via impacts.
Yeah.
Sorry, go on, Damon.
Yeah, no, not to change the subject, but like just to add to it, that's that it's a bit of a straw man. So yes, comets could come by and they leave a tail. The Earth's gravity could technically collect some of the smaller particles into the atmosphere.
Remember where you heard that? You heard that from me first, huh? So don't try to claim that one.
I'm almost certain you're not the first to
I've
claim
always said that there was multiple ways that the Earth could, have water on it.
I'm 99.9% sure you're not the first to come up with that idea, SE. But
yeah,
maybe not.
But
I'm just pulling your leg.
It's also a bit of a straw man to say that, the way we're talking about the asteroids coming to the Earth, right? Like, yeah, they come close to the surface of the Earth. If they're grazing it, sometimes they break apart and stuff like that, and don't have this. It's an explosion, but it's caused by not impact, but
it's like an air burst, like an atmospheric burst.
It explodes above the surface of the Earth because of just heat and friction. Just the sheer nature of the speed of the object hitting the atmosphere. It superheats and then explodes. But just because it does explode, right, doesn't mean that whatever elements were there are gone now.
Yeah.
And it's most of it maintains within the gravity field of Earth, and so therefore in the atmosphere of Earth.
Man, you guys got a vivid imagination, man.
I mean, but
look, that's
we gotta be
logical, man.
Yeah, we gotta be, not that anyone is taking a win or a loss, but just to be honest, to be intellectually honest with each other. That delivery mechanism, that delivery scenario is, when you think about all the different parts and how many times this might have happened over however many billion years or whatever, it starts to not be so ludicrous. I know you have different belief systems, but if this were the case, then it would not be so incredibly ridiculous to consider, in my opinion. But
I don't know what to tell you guys. If I was you, I would stick with the gas pull-in theory rather than this ridiculous asteroid impact. That's ridiculous.
Could be a combination
like
of
nonsense.
Could be a combination of many things. Who knows?
I'll stick with the evidence. So, like I don't really care what somebody's personal opinion is.
Right. So zero, nothing. So you have zero evidence then.
Yeah, you're right. Correct.
Got him.
No, zero evidence. Yeah, you totally got me.
I do. Yeah, you have zero evidence of this impact theory. I assure you, it's all in somebody's head. All calculations, all mathematics, all assumptions. Yep.
So my update that's based on empirical observations that we talked about it a few minutes ago. That you're claiming that I'm working on updating a theory that's in both cases, in my case, in my work case, and the work that the theory is based on are just all completely. Well, I mean, you're going to say yes, obviously, because you're on a different side, but.
No, let me answer it before you
Sorry,
say what.
But what more
Didn't
would
I
you
just
like?
tell you before that the second idea is more plausible than the first one? Didn't I just finish telling you? If I was you guys, I would stick with the second one, with the rocks attracting, creating a certain mass and pulling in gas. Now that's plausible. That's in your model. That's something I could say. Okay, maybe it's possible the way they're explaining it. But meteors coming in at tremendous speeds causing nuclear explosions? I mean, come on, man.
You're being dishonest.
Come on, man. Isn't that what the president says? Come on, man.
Yeah, you're being dishonest, Essie.
I'm being brutally honest with you, bro.
You're grouping all the different types of potential impacts to be the same exact way. Like, come on. Every single one, no matter what.
And millions of impacts to make all this water. It's ridiculous.
How many years?
Why do you insist on some backing some cockamamie idea when you have an alternative? I don't understand that. Why?
No.
It doesn't make any sense to me.
No. I think you're conflating that theory that I'm working on with a different. They are different theories. The one I'm working on is for giant planets, not an Earth-sized planet. But either way, like I said, there over so many years, however many years this might have happened over, it's pretty easy to think that all different kinds of impacts with different kinds of compositions of rocks and ices could have delivered material of all kinds, not just water, material of nitrogens and other molecules that make up part of our atmosphere and things that we part of our the surface and stuff like that. Like, it's I don't know, it doesn't seem too far-fetched, but it might be a combination of both the condensing and the delivery via the asteroids and things like that.
I ruled that out. You know why? Because of the destructive kinetic energy that those things bring with them, according to your model.
Yeah.
I mean, the theory of the dinosaurs dying was caused by one of these events, and you're telling me now you're envisioning millions and millions of these events, bringing hundreds and millions of tons of water.
So, again, are you claiming that every single one of those millions of events are the Chicxulub level size and mass that extincted the dinosaurs? Yes or no? The answer should be no, obviously.
No,
okay, then. So then,
no.
Yeah. Okay, then. So then you broke down your own argument. If they're not all nuclear level dinosaur extincting events, then that means some of them are less extreme, lower impact, airburst events that can deliver the material more gently, so to speak, to the planet than a nuclear-sized, huge dinosaur-killing crater. So it's not so far-fetched to think about. If we're being honest here, then we can agree on that part.
Well,
But if we're
you
being
want to
dishonest,
say that
then
they were all small, really small.
there's a
Yeah,
spectrum. I
guess
never said
it's
they're all
possible.
small.
Yeah, I
Never said
can't
they're
say
all small.
no. If I'm
Yeah.
intellectually honest, I can't say no.
Well, there you go. So we're in agreement. There's a spectrum of different masses and sizes and explosions of types of asteroids that have, impacted Earth and stuff like that.
To me,
I
that's
just saw one.
fantastical. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
It's fantastical.
That's fine. You can say it's fantastical. Like 2 weeks ago, actually, I was working pretty late here, and I saw out my window a meteorite that was large enough. Usually, they're just a really tiny, streak, really quick, small little shooting star streak. I caught one out of the corner of my eye through my window at night, and it was large enough that I saw pieces of it fragmenting, like into six different little streaks that fragmented from this larger piece. That was pretty cool. I'm not claiming to know what it was at all. It could have been, a UFO with aliens crash landing. I have no idea, but it was very exotic to see in the sky.
I saw a really great meteor shower event. It was too long ago, and I was too young to remember exactly what it was, but it was somewhere around, I'm going to say like 1993 or 94. And I was camping in Uray, Colorado on the side of a mountain, pretty high up. And it was a few of us brought a little weed and some drink camping to see the meteor shower. And it was a nice, clear night. And just like we saw all kinds of fucking craziness. And of course, like on the top of the mountain when the moon's not out and it's a clear night, you can fucking see all kinds of stars in the San Juans of Colorado.
Yeah.
But it was the most amazing event I've ever seen in my life. Like just the sheer number of them was just mind blowing.
Yeah, I saw one that was man, I've seen some pretty unique ones. I was on an observing trip at some telescopes, and there was a few of us. We were just hanging out that night, looking at different objects in the sky. There was a huge fireball, that a pretty large meteor, or something that lit up the sky and came down at a pretty high velocity. But I wasn't. I just happened to not be looking at that time, but I saw like it was so bright, it shined off of like this guy's like bald head. It was like people reacted to it because they saw it, but all I saw was the reflection of it off this dude's bald head. This other time I was walking these people back to some place, to their house, and I was just pointing out random constellations in the sky, and as I was pointing out constellations, there was a meteorite or some object that lit up the sky that it had to have been, the trajectory had to have been almost perfectly pointed at us, because it basically was a large brightening and then a very quick a quick bright and a quick dark, dimming out very, very quickly, like on the same time scale that a meteorite would flash up and then but it was a single point, like at a fixed position. It wasn't like a horizontal streak, which was, I mean, I guess it could have been something else, but it was so bright and like fantastic looking that it was kind of scary, because if it was pointed right at us and it made it to the surface, I think about that sometimes. Like, what a meteorite, like, didn't one like hit that lady's car in the 80s? There was like a big ass rock that like
there's been some interesting events recorded over the years.
I think she sold. She was able to keep. It was like in the 80s. It was like the size of a basketball by the time it impacted the back of her car, And
damn! It must have blown the fuck out of that thing.
Yeah, she was. I think the car was sitting just in her driveway in her house. She wasn't in it, I believe. And I think she was able to claim rights to it because it was on her like it impacted her car, and she it was literally the size of a basketball, and
like her property then.
yeah, I think she sold it for like some crazy amount.
Dude, there's been some scary ones I've seen though. Like they seem slow compared to like a lot of them, and it like comes in at like such an angle, and it just sort of it doesn't necessarily break apart every time, but like it gets brighter and brighter. And it keeps coming closer and closer, and you're just like, oh damn.
Yeah.
Then
The one I saw
burns out.
The one I saw a few weeks ago was very slow. That broke up into like 6 different pieces. It must have been pretty large.
I think those are ones that are just coming across, like grazing the earth, really.
Yeah, there's different. I mean, you could probably work out the, based on the composition, based on its impact trajectory, stuff like that. What is expected for it, to happen. So if it's like a pure, solid iron thing, it's probably going to make it all the way to the surface, or depending on its size and stuff like that. This one was pretty slow moving, and it broke into like 6 pieces, and they did all fizzle out before like it got to the surface, at least from my point of view.
Just for the record, the meteor that supposedly impacted the Earth and extincted, I'm not gonna say it properly, made extinct dinosaurs, was thought to be 10 to 15 kilometers wide. Yeah. Not that big. Don't think like these things have to be like huge.
That's pretty fucking big. That's a big.
That's pretty big, yeah. But keep in mind all that water that would have to come in, right?
Well,
now just keep that in mind.
Like, think about this, right? Like, if you're on a bicycle going like 5 miles an hour and you run into a brick wall, right? It hurts, right? But like you can get it. But like, then you take a 2-ton car, you run at 25 miles an hour, and run into the wall. Look at the fucking damage that does, right? Like, imagine a goddamn 10-kilometer wide fucking goddamn rock, just fucking going zooming fast, really fucking fast, and then just hitting a fucking wall.
Yeah, you're making my point for me. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm imagining. Yeah, now imagine that a couple of million times happening.
Well, I don't know what point you're trying to make, but I'm just saying, like, it's a lot of energy there, is all I'm saying.
Yeah, I'm saying the same exact thing. Yeah, all those rocks, all that water, no matter what size, obviously, it would have to be
come on, man.
less than.
You got the size of a baseball coming into the atmosphere sometimes. You know what I'm saying? Like, and smaller even.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, well, they just sort of like come into the atmosphere.
So they're all like that in your mind. They all came in small like that, right?
No, I'm saying from the size of a goddamn grain of dust to the fucking 10-kilometer wide one, maybe even bigger. Like all varying sizes.
Right, that's what I'm trying to tell you. Now imagine all these varying sizes hitting the Earth at a young stage, right? When it's just forming. Think of the damage that would cause.
Come on now. We're talking about like sometimes hundreds of years apart. So like, I'm just saying, like, even over the like 4.5 billion years that we have here, even if it only hit like every 1,000 years, that's still quite a few fucking asteroids.
Right, and I would assume that the Earth at that stage, when it was rocky, did it have an atmosphere at that stage?
At the beginning, I think that the sun and everything probably would have stripped it. The solar would have stripped the atmosphere off. I don't know exactly. I'd have to look into that. That's something I don't know a whole lot about.
See, that would be a problem as
well.
Early
phases of the Earth and what the atmosphere was like.
Right. If there wasn't an atmosphere, that would be a huge problem, because after the water hit and maybe what you're saying, these small theoretical explosions that somehow left the water intact, which I still find fantastical. But let's say that happened. How would the water stay intact if there was no atmosphere?
Look up Archean Earth, Essie.
You got a lot of problems here.
No. I think
I'm giving you reading material, man.
I think the core of the Earth would have had even in an early stage, would have had some sort of like magnetic field, even if it was irregular or small.
It's a good read.
It would allow some atmosphere.
I promise it's a good read, Essie. It's Archean Earth. You can read all about it.
Right, but since we're just talking about it now, you know what I'm saying? I don't know.
So you want to just use our uninformed, unintellectual opinions as gospel, so you can make a straw man and beat it up. Is that what you're saying?
Uninformed? Is that your way of taking a swipe at me?
No, me.
Oh, we are uninformed. Yeah.
About the early
you're going
Earth
to use our uninformedness.
But it is a swipe at you, though. Not the uninformed part, but the fact that you're picking on the weakling. They're saying you're picking on the ones who don't actually.
Little old me with these intellectual giants. Are you kidding me, Grim? Come on.
Pick on someone your own size.
Come on, man. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying, like, if I don't know something, right? You're punching an airbag. I mean, there's nothing there, right? Like, I can say something, but there's nothing behind it.
So you can,
You know what the best thing to say to someone that asks you something you don't know the answer to is, I don't know.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not a scary thing to say.
Try doing that sometime.
I do that all the time, dude.
I just did. I said, I don't know about this. I was like, you're going to have to ask somebody else.
Okay, cool. You have my respect. I mean, there's no other. I mean, yeah, okay.
But if you want to learn about maybe some ideas or theories about the early Earth atmosphere, what you can do is read about what's called Archean Earth. If you want to.
There's going to be some other guy's theory, some story. You think I haven't read the various theories, bro?
But if you're so interested in actually wanting to know what some of the theories or ideas are, then I'm just giving you keywords to search to read about.
Can you please give us a rundown on this theory here?
I have no idea of the specifics of it. I just know that it's a sort of widely discussed theory of an early Earth atmosphere.
So you recommend it as you adhere to this theory?
Oh no, not at all. Not at all.
He doesn't even know what the theory is.
Well, it's a theory about the composition, the possible composition of the early Earth atmosphere. So in its much younger years, when there was more carbon dioxide, more methane, fraction of methane, because the geologic activity was thought to be much higher than it is now. I mean, it's stuff like that, details like that. Yeah, I can't go any more specific than that, but yeah, it's about.
Okay, sounds interesting. I might give it a check out. Yeah, is that the one where they say there was more oxygen and the creatures were bigger? You had like baseball-sized bees, and that one there.
I don't know about all that.
This is earlier than that. Like, this is before life was formed on Earth.
Okay, all right.
So it's driven. Yeah, check it out. I think it's mostly driven by just geologic. It's a very heavy geologic period of like volcanism. Volcanoes releasing so much different types of compounds into stuff like that. I think what came after the Archean Earth period, the Eon or whatever you want to call it, was like the great oxidization, stuff like that. I'm not well versed in it, but there was like a period of like very high oxidization of the atmosphere that
I do remember there was a couple of interesting ideas about how like some oxygen was here because of things like water content, and then when early life formed, you had very simple forms of life later, that started to turn the carbon dioxide into oxygen, and so we had much more oxygen than as the millennia came on.
But keep in mind, these life forms would need water in the form of liquid water.
Yeah,
so there would have to have been an atmosphere, of course, right?
No. There's many bacteria and stuff that can live in many different environments, including just terrible, like acidic environments and very high heats, or like nothing but like raw metals and shit. Like there are certain very simple life forms that can live in extreme environments.
Yeah. Have you guys heard of irreducible complexity?
Yeah, that's stupid.
Really?
Yeah,
Tell us
very
about
stupid.
it. I've heard it before, but I forget the details.
Well, goes sort of like this. Have you heard of the flagella? It's an organism.
It's flagellum.
Flagellum, yeah. You want to explain it? Maybe you know it better than me. Go ahead.
Well, it's basically it's basically a single cellular sort of structure that forms a tail-like event. So it goes back and forth, and it moves the life form. The flagellum is.
I know what you're saying.
It's a simple machine.
Flagellum.
It's a simple machine. Yeah, it's a simple machine in a physics sense.
No, I'm aware of. It
Formed
slithers.
biologically.
It's a transportation mechanism. Sure.
Yeah. Which is,
why was it brought up?
It's they're saying that it's irreducibly complex, and so therefore you can't have these
like any middle
step by
stages
step
between...
sort of like
exactly
formations of the organism that it had to have been created. But
here's another one. Along those lines, I've heard that DNA can't exist within something without like a cell membrane, but a cell membrane is necessary. But DNA is necessary to create a cell membrane. So the membrane and the DNA would have had to been existing
that's obviously
at the exact same
wrong.
moment. Well, I might be getting that wrong. Like I said, I heard something like that. I think that.
Well, I mean, if that is what you heard, that's obviously wrong. I mean, we have things that are called viruses and a few other organisms that don't have DNA at all. They have RNA.
I don't think it's even fair to call them organisms. And I think viruses is maybe the worst example you could bring up if there is an anomaly in that example I brought up. I don't even think it's in like an obviously wrong example. Viruses are a very special case when relating it to biology.
These are not chemical reactions, right? Like there's something more than that going on. So it's biological in that sense.
Does a virus have DNA?
No, they have. Well, some of them do, but like most of them have RNA.
I don't know, man. If there's any other examples,
which is basically
I think that'd be a better thing.
A simple form of DNA.
I mean, it's postulated that viruses are not even considered an organism or even alive.
Yeah, that's true.
So maybe that's the worst example you could have ever brought up.
Are you saying they're not biological?
I'm sure some people would. I don't know enough about them to really have a strong opinion on that, though. But is there another anomaly where
some viruses have taken over certain parts of your cell to create these, these
Look what I posted. Let's keep this simple because I'm sure nobody understands DNA, RNA in here, right?
Well, I mean, it's a simple chemical chain, really. I mean, it's complex in the sense that. It's rather long and it's been being created for a long time, but I mean the basis of it is very simple.
Well, no offense, of course. I think you're probably more studied on viruses than I am, but
no, not really.
I think you are. This is my opinion, but it's not important. I just want to say that from where I'm standing, I can't take anyone's claims all that confidently about viruses. In my opinion, it's still a very big mystery of their nature and what's really going on in that aspect. Yeah, like I said, you can say no. Like I said, it's just my opinion, and
I'm trying to be humble. It is complex. Let's keep it simple. Let's go back to the flagellum.
I mean, viruses are. I mean, everything biological is complex. I mean, it comes from.
Yeah, but not a flagellum. A flagellum is very simple. I posted a picture of it.
I mean, it just depends on your idea of simple. What do you mean?
Well, simple in us mere mortals to understand.
It's a simple
like
machine.
You see the machine there, right? What I posted, 37 past the hour.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, now you see all those little parts there.
Yes.
Okay, all of those parts have to be there at once in order for this organism to work. So it couldn't have evolved because any one of those
that's
missing.
a tautology.
Yeah, exactly. So this thing had to be created all at once in order for it to function.
No, that's just not true.
Yeah, that's absolutely true.
Oh, well, that's just obviously not true.
Okay, take off one part and show me which part can we take off.
Well, first of all, that's not. First of all, that's not how organisms work. They don't just work by like adding or taking away a particular part. Right?
Yeah, that wouldn't
structures.
No, yeah, that wouldn't be the argument. It'd be like a lesser form, like a less developed, less efficient form.
Exactly.
But
really?
I mean, are you aware of like the missing link between like any step along the development of a flagellum?
I'm not an expert. I'm just giving you a simple. Okay, forget.
I live in Pennsylvania.
Let's take a mousetrap. Let's take a mousetrap. A simple mousetrap, a piece of wood, right?
That's a human structure. That's made by another organism. So like that's not made by DNA.
Yeah, but I'm trying to tell you, I'm trying to explain to you that a machine needs all of its parts in order to function, and somehow you're fighting me on this.
Well, look, okay, a biological organism isn't directly analogous to a machine, correct?
Well, obviously not. And don't you try to pretend that you're an expert on the human,
I'm not an expert about anything really, other than like maybe blacksmithing, glass blowing, and air compressor sales. But like, a complete moron. I know something.
Can your air compressor work with any of its parts missing?
Yes.
It can.
Yes, absolutely.
So I can come out and pull out a screw out of your compressor, and it's going to work. My choice.
Well,
I'll take the part off.
Let me give the first example.
I can take the whole thermal valve out of it, and it still works.
I once destroyed my master cylinder and my brake pads in my car, but I was still able to brake. It was just metal grinding on metal, and there was little pressure. All the pressure came from like my foot. So there's two parts of a car that could disappear, and still it functions in a very similar way.
This isn't directly analogous. He's talking about a human-made machine, and then directly translating it into like some sort of biological.
Well, there's nothing else
analogy,
you could compare it to.
You could compare it to other.
Besides itself,
compare it to other biological agents, right? You're like,
right. That's not the point.
Whatever.
I thought I could give a simplified thing to explain to you how the Earth would have to have all the things in order for it to function. But
sometimes
I guess I didn't succeed very well.
Well, sometimes when you simplify a complex item, or idea, right, or thing, right, you cease to be talking about the same thing. So
I guess.
I mean, if you're going to talk about irreducible complexity, you should understand this idea.
I understand it very well, dude. Just because you think that you can come up with ideas that are unproven to show me a machine like a functioning thing that is biological, that doesn't need all of its parts to function. Well, what can I tell you?
Okay.
You can play God.
If you want to use like sort of human formed items to sort of be analogous, then we can talk about how like a screwdriver can be used to screw in a screw, or it can also be used as a stabling implement, or it could also be used as a prying implement or a scraping implement, or I can use it in many different ways. it doesn't mean anything, right? Like, I don't know what the hell you're talking about. So,
Sure, you do. You're just being wishy-washy. Forget about it, man. I'm not going to talk with people that are not
the flagellum is made up of
Forget it.
several.
Are you guys talking
well,
evolution?
there's very specific parts to the flagellum, correct?
Yes.
Yes. So, like, some of those parts could exist in certain situations that is not designed as a flagellum, correct?
No, it could not have evolved without it.
That's not my
being
question.
Whole. No. You either have a flagellum or you don't.
Okay.
Now, if you want to show me some
none of the parts of the flagellum can exist on their own and not be used as a flagellum.
Well, what are the parts of a flagellum that might be able to be, for some other use?
Well, I mean, look, I live in Pennsylvania, and I live about 45 minutes away from Dover. So if you really want to look into this, you can look into the Dover trial up here, and this was tried and discussed quite thoroughly and on record. So you can look it up, or you can just make the shit up.
Drop some jewels on us, man. What was so important discussed in that trial?
Well, it's just bullshit. I mean, they actually used the flagellum as some or evidence of irreducible complexity, but the whole trial was about using particular textbooks that used the terms ID, like intelligent design, instead of creationism.
Well, yeah, we understand the concept at play, but drop a jewel on us, man. Like, is there one single thing that they said that you can repeat?
No, I honestly I can't remember exactly, but there's a whole book written about this, so you can read it if you want.
Well, how books
I don't know.
are.
Look, I'm sorry. I'm not. Look, I know some things very well, and some things I don't know very well at all.
All right, that's fine.
You're on a broad sense about the topic, right? Like I can't give you specifics because I'm not all knowing like fucking God. Okay, so whatever.
No, you're good. There's just one point where you cross the line and you call irreducible complexity a stupid idea.
It is.
I mean, yeah, that's going to cross the line, man. I mean, I don't know if we can go any further.
Well, if you use the evidence that's available to you and the knowledge that's available to you, then you would see that it's a stupid idea. Initially, it wasn't a stupid idea. Look, initially it wasn't a stupid idea, but at further look, right? Like it ended up being a dumb idea. It wasn't correct.
And your proof of that is some video that you don't remember what it was. Are you seriously bringing this to the table? Really, man?
What? Like, do you just straw man everything that you hear, or just some?
No, I exactly repeat what I hear. Exactly.
Well, that is not exactly what I said. That's a straw man of what I said. You know damn well I didn't say that.
Come on, you know where we're both disappointed, right? There has to be some application of your retention skills to bring up at least one quote, one jewel to drop on us about this. And with taking such a strong opinion and not remembering any of the quotes or points of this thing that dealt with it so intensively, I mean, maybe you should have not have spoken up on this.
Okay, maybe I shouldn't. But I'm a fucking goddamn air compressor salesman. I'm a blacksmith. I'm a glass blower, and I play guitar and saxophone, and I make electronic devices. That's the things that I know.
Bro, but maybe you shouldn't talk about irreducible complexity if you don't know about it. That's all we're saying.
I about 10 years ago, I read through the goddamn Dover trial. I can't remember all of it. I'm sorry.
Well,
if you want to read about it, you can look into it.
We probably will. I mean, I'm interested, but a little goes a long way. And if maybe you only use the words like, I think, I think it's a stupid idea rather than just claiming it's stupid.
No, I know it's a stupid idea.
See that? I mean, you just don't understand.
Oh, look, it's like saying 2 + 2 = 5 to me. That's what I'm talking about, right? That's fucking dumb because it's not true.
Because you can at least drop. It's not because you can at least drop one jewel on us that 2 + 2 = 4. You can at least, say something that's agreed upon by people.
I
that
did.
can
I
actually
said
tell
that
us about.
the flagellum and the particular organism that they were talking about, which I can't remember at the time,
does not equal 5.
Does have certain elements to it that have existed on their own, and so the individual parts are reducible.
Yeah, and we
It's
can
just
say
a
it, and
lie
we
to
can
say
say
that
it
they're
doesn't,
not
right? And we can say it
reducible.
doesn't. Yeah, and we can say the opposite, and then
Well,
we're
then
left
you
with
don't
nothing.
have any evidence for that, and you just are exclaiming that. And I'm saying that the trial just talks about the evidence. There's a particular person that was an expert that was on the bench, and he gave the evidence. Now you can look it up, or you can just move on or whatever, forget it. I don't care. Doesn't matter to me.
You're mentioning this perspective without backing up at all, and I understand you can't remember, but you got to understand there's at least some meeting, some book, some article written that
Yes.
gives all the evidence of the opposite, right? So both of us have plenty of people out there in the world that say, oh, it is irreducible complexity, and then a place that says it
No, but
isn't.
there's
And
no
still
evidence.
again,
They're just people saying that, right? Like they just make it up.
right,
There's
but
no
that's all
actual
you presented
evidence.
too. Some person said this once. That's all you've offered as well.
Well, no. The thing is, the difference is that you could go out and actually find the evidence, right? And like on the other
I could
side,
say the same, man.
you could go
It's just
out and try to find the evidence, but there would
We
be
should move on
nothing
to a
but
different topic.
assertions.
If all it is us
That's
saying,
fine. That's fine. That's look. I mean, I understand your point, and to be honest with you, as a pure skeptic, right? The point is taken, and maybe I shouldn't assert certain facts. I mean, certain ideas as facts when I can't really back them up in the moment. But and it also, I mean, to be perfectly honest, this was knowledge that was given to me, probably a decade ago. So I'm remembering it offhand from a decade ago. So I've come to certain conclusions. I feel like I've came to those conclusions with evidence and good reason. Just because I can't regurgitate them in the moment offhand doesn't mean that they weren't good reasons. Now, it's incumbent upon me as a skeptic to go back and look at those reasons before I discuss them as sort of facts in the moment. I agree with that, and I'm sorry that I did that.
Well, geez, man. I mean, I couldn't feel better about what you just said. And unless someone else has something to say about irreducible complexity, yay or nay, I think we've kind of exhausted that topic. Open floor. Anyone else got an opinion on it? Hey, Montreal. Is there something in support of it other than just saying it couldn't work without this part?
Irreducible complexity kills evolution. It's that simple. They have nothing. They have no evidence to back it up except fanciful stories. It's as simple as that. There's no way around it. Irreducible complexity kills evolution.
How about another example other than the flagellum? That'd be fun for me, at least.
Can I just say one thing? I have to go for a minute here, but if it is true that if the idea of irreducible complexity that SE is talking about was evidenced and was able to evidenced enough to show at least a good reasonable that it's a good idea, right? Like that it exists. Then yes, it would definitely give evolution a run for its money because we would have to explain that in some way. And in the current paradigm of evolution, irreducible complexity would be a problem.
You're making it sound like if it's a thing, if it exists. I don't think you fully grasp what that means, bro.
Look, people that know evolution really well have taken the idea of irreducible complexity, looked at it, and have rejected it. You could say that they're wrong about that. I can't really reject you in saying that it's wrong, other than people that are in the know seem to think that irreducible complexity is not has not been proven. As far as
I hear you, brother, and I hear you're saying it as this, like. Oh, sorry, I thought you were done.
No, that's all right. I was.
I hear you, and you sound like you're taking it as a statement of faith, and no problem. You're choosing to take the words of somebody that you think has already done it, which you don't know exactly what they've done. I get it. I hear you.
I don't think
I respect
that's
it.
fair. I don't think that's fair.
No, look.
That's exactly what he said.
That's called
hold on.
That's fair.
Let me defend that. No, it's not because
Let him decide, bro. Why are you putting in here?
Because he already explained this to me, and I feel like maybe you didn't hear what he said earlier, where he said,
just said it's fair. I just heard him say it's fair.
Well, he's being nice, but it's a lot more than just.
You know what? Okay, so you go ahead and tell us what he meant to say. Go ahead.
Well, I think he's just being nice.
Are you going to let Fundy talk or not?
I think he's just being nice for conversation's sake. But the thing was, it's more than just him hearing an opinion and taking it because it came from an authority, but because he already mentioned earlier that he spent a lot of time 10 years ago learning many details about it and making his opinion up based on a lot of information that he once knew about, formulating an opinion upon, and now he can only retain his opinion on it and not really what led him to that opinion. So it's more than just hearing it and taking it for granted that it's true, and more that he knows that once upon a time he did put a lot of effort into making up his mind, and that he can't really remember what got him there, but he did go through that process and not just accept it because an authority said so.
I'd say one thing about the irreducible complexity. I think there's an assumption there that there's a minimum requirement for life. And I think that really depends on the environment that you're in at the time and the number of steps that can happen in pre-life. So I don't know that I could say that there's a quote-unquote minimum requirement. It's just beyond my knowledge. I don't know.
Okay, let me give you like a rundown. When a life is formed, regardless, even if it's a human or a cat, a dog, it forms as a starts off as a little seed, whatever. We know the story. Then a fetus.
A cell.
Then it grows, but it comes out fully formed. What you think of as evolution, right? All these parts, they start forming, but inside a body. They're contained, they're fed, they're during that process. You understand? But the mechanism comes out fully formed.
I understand that, but what you have is just, for lack of a better term, you have this primordial soup, which has different properties, different oxygen levels, different breakdown levels of ribonucleic acids and stuff like that. I don't know what that environment looks like, but what you can have is a chain of ribonucleic acids that just replicate. That's all they do. They just keep on making more of the same chemical over and over again with little subtle differences because of the environment and whatever else. And I don't know what that will yield in the end. Have you ever seen like the models for life, where they just let something randomly happen over and over again until it starts to accomplish a task?
Actually,
you have these. It's okay. I don't know if I could show you.
It's like a computer simulation.
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
I'm not saying it's a like-for-like thing. It's just showing what happens in the iterative process.
When it comes to computer simulations, you understand that everyone has to take them with an enormous grain of salt, right?
Of course.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That's all good.
It's just a way of making a massive number of trials and errors with a given set of rules. We don't know what those rules were.
See, there's one quote that applies to scientism and almost any sort of creation religious philosophy, where it's like one of my favorite quotes addressing this topic, where both parties will say, allow me one miracle for you to entertain, and I'll explain the rest after that. Right?
Sure.
They both, and that miracle, when you're talking about the primordial soup, how would you, because obviously it's not very well understood how there's certain leaps that are made, right? How would you describe the miracle leap that is unproven and unevidenced that occurs in the primordial soup idea.
Well, the miracle. First off, I don't see any miracle. Just not in and of itself.
Well, I can explain where it is.
I see chemistry. I see chemistry happening.
I can explain it if you can't.
I know you can't, but we're still talking. So I see chemistry and random happenstance. So the laws of physics as they apply to the environment they're in. I don't know what's going to happen with that. Could be a life form. Could be something else.
Statistics, okay? Like 1 in a trillion chances aren't miracles. Though that's just a matter of statistics and chance. That's not what's happening here in the primordial soup idea. That's not the miracle that given enough time it will happen. That's not what you're talking about. It's not as it. No, it's not understood in an evolutionary sense that we know something down to the T that given enough time will create what we're experiencing right now. If we if we did understand that, then we would gather the right resources, we would know what's in the soup, we would put it in there, and then we would just give it time, and there would be so many labs that would say, hey, look, I created life with my soup, and not just like some sort of chain. I would have started a whole new trajectory, because life did not, in a nihilistic Big Bang primordial soup sense, have to work out in the way it is currently working out. And that's right. If it was understood at all, then by now, with the lab conditions that we can artificially create, with our access to resources, that we literally have any material refined to the single atom that we ever want to put in the soup very easily and cost efficient, there would be so many labs with their primordial soups under different conditions and would have, had some sort of results. And I know there is something that can be brought up about like, oh, we made like proteins turn into protein chains or something. But that's kind of it, right? Like we can't recreate that situation, which means there's some lacking in our understanding of how to start the process of whatever process happened once upon a time ago in that model.
Nobody has, not one person has said we know what the primordial soup was. We don't know the conditions. It could have been deep ocean. It could have been a puddle up by the sun.
And that's true.
Or it could have not have been.
That's true.
Or it could have not have been.
It could be at 1,000 bar.
Yeah.
It could be at 0 bar, or at whatever the atmosphere was up there. The environment.
But we're also not even sure. We're also not sure that was even the case in the slightest, though. We think that's a very likely scenario.
Exactly. No soup is primordial soup.
You know, the weird thing that I always found about this is that it always fucking made me scratch my head about this, right? Is that, we don't know exactly how complex life formed, right? But we do know about chemistry and we do know about biology. And when we look at biology, we look at chemistry, we see that biology is made up of chemistry. We might not know how it got there originally, but there's nothing weird about it, right? Like there's nothing in biology that suggests that there's some sort of like woo or like supernatural thing that's happening there.
Yes, there is.
It's very understandable.
Are you kidding?
By chemistry.
Are you kidding, dude? That's the most complex thing. Okay, you mean to tell me now that
something is complex does not mean it's supernatural. As a matter of fact, God would make if he was a perfect designer, would make things much more simply than that.
You're kidding, right? You're
pretty simple,
trying
bro.
to claim what God is thinking.
The time. That's it.
God just set the fucking direction. Everything else happened after that.
Bro, it's simple.
Physics and time is all you need.
It's simple, but it's hard to do what's right in life. That's it. To understand things, when you go to understand something, that's God's secrets that you're supposed to go search out if you want to know it. But it's not that God would design everything really simply so you could understand everything. Why would be the point of that?
Why you gotta bring God into it?
The point is not for you to live here and know everything. The point is for you to live here and experience what he wants you to experience and do what you're supposed to do.
Well, I mean, you just made that up.
If you want to accomplish something, you have to earn it.
But I want to add the most
if you want to learn about the complex world around you, you have to earn it.
But I want to introduce the most crucial part of this, and that I give all credit to how advanced we are beyond my comprehension, and I have to weigh that against the results of what we can replicate and biomimicry, right? And it goes beyond biomimicry when you really understand the philosophy that there are things that are undeniably, as far as our wildest dreams go, that are unable to be replicated, right? So in the sense of like making a universe, right? Here we are using it, living it, experiencing it, but we accept that like we have no clue how to even approach the idea of recreating something that is in our faces.
Well,
so
that's
a
just,
universe,
I mean, of course, a pawn can't
universe,
make a chessboard.
right? But a universe, a life form, right? These are things that we can put in the same category of like here they are in our faces, but how we don't even have the slightest clue of how to approach recreating it.
Galaxies, bro. Today I was gardening and I was thinking about this. You know those helicopter things that fall from the trees? That fall. Anybody has a garden, you know
They're
what I'm
called
talking
maple
about, right?
seeds.
Yeah, of course.
I must have freaking raked about 200 of them today, right? Now, never mind galaxies. Do you think that with all our technology, we can recreate one of those? One seed? You think we can do it?
What do you mean by recreate?
Like 3D planting a seed you can plant that turns into a tree.
I can.
Yeah, like make me a seed. Do you think anybody here on this planet, all these great scientists, you think they can make a tomato seed, for example?
No, bro, they copy it at the very best. They couldn't even copy it. But the best they could ever do is try to copy it. But they can't even do
trying
that.
to say?
Yeah.
You can't do that.
What are you trying to
say
say?
within a few years we'll be able to
What I'm
copy
trying to
it.
say
I don't know
is
whether we'll
that
be able to come
we
up with a
don't
new
know
one.
shit. That's what I'm trying to say. We got to humble ourselves.
Well, so what?
When
I
we
mean,
talk about
like
universes and
well, this is a
planets
weird
and
thing, right? Like, so if it's evolution is true, then what we're saying is that once biology it starts to exist, right? Like where you have your first reproducing sort of things, that what you're saying is that the several billion years that it took to fucking have this happen, that a scientist is supposed to take it and within seconds sort of create 2.5 billion years worth of fucking evolution so to make a goddamn
no one's
seed.
saying
Is
that.
that what you're fucking saying?
No one's saying that at all.
That's exactly what you just said. Why can't
hold
a
on.
scientist just make a seed?
Hold on. Is there something simpler than a seed?
I believe they have. I'd have to look at this. I swear I looked it up not too long ago that they have printed a life form. So I gotta go verify that. I don't know whether they used existing cells as a template or whether they did it from scratch.
Now they have created simple organelles and skin, I think, from a substrate of some sort. I don't know what it is.
So
And then they basically
grew skin off
3D
the
printed. They 3D printed it.
I think what you're talking about is
they grew skin off a substrate of the already existing organism.
life. Yeah.
Well, no, there's
They-
that, and then
they-
there's
they
all this.
cultured it.
So this 3D printed thing. I can't remember.
They're just practicing necromancy. That's it.
Yeah. Okay.
It's just cultivating crops at that point, not creating a type of crop.
What I was talking about was them actually supposedly, if I remember correctly, them creating a very simple life form. But I don't remember whether they did that from chopped up existing life form or whether they started from chemistry. So I
did not. I know for a fact they did not start from chemistry, because if you know anything about the cell and how
you gotta verify that.
how ridiculously fucking complex it is, they didn't do it. They're practicing what medieval fuckers would call necromancy. They're bringing shit back to life, combining it with each other and shit. That's it. Just on a smaller scale now than they did before. It's the same shit.
Right. I think the fact that none of us are all that completely positive about this goes to show that one of the answers to our question is definitely not the right answer. Right? Like if life had been created artificially from scratch,
both wrong.
I'd just, well,
we could be both wrong.
Yeah, definitely. Try this. Let's skip past that part, right? The creation part. Let's just say it happened for now. Let's just put it aside for a second. There's still the evolution, right? Let's say you
that's
have that
proven.
first thing, whatever it was, right? Let's say it grew to a fish. We'll give you that, okay? Whatever, magic, boom. You have a fish now, right? Now,
well, that's a very broad category.
Pick a fish. Pick your favorite fish, bro. Whatever. Something in the water, right? It had life. It's able to reproduce. Now, can anybody show me how that thing from the water became a giraffe? The line, the chain, or any other creature? Can anybody show that?
Well,
That's never been done.
I'm sure I can find the information for you, but like, if you want me to find a fish that turned into a giraffe, you just proven evolution wrong, because if that would happen, that's not evolution.
That's exactly. You see, bro. I don't mean to insult you, but you don't know enough of this to be talking, bro. Seriously,
I know that. I know enough of it to be talking about that.
Talking.
If somebody out there showed a fish that turned into a giraffe, they just disproved evolution.
Wow.
Absolutely.
Wow.
Isn't that kind of like the concept of metamorphosis, man?
No, it's not. Not even. I mean, it's not. It's not
bro.
even
Wait,
a thing.
listen. You can't just fucking interrupt what I'm saying and say not even before you even
I
heard me.
I thought you fucking.
Listen. It's like metamorphosis, bro. Because that little caterpillar thing goes in the fucking that shit. It wraps around him, and then he becomes a totally different fucking creature. So what if you had like a fucking cocoon, and you put your fucking fish in there, and then the fish came out a giraffe? I don't know.
But that's not even ever been shown. Like, I don't understand what you mean.
Maybe
that's
you
not a
guys
thing that
missed my
exists.
point, man. Maybe you guys missed my point. In your evolutionary theory, right? Something in the ocean, life started in the ocean, whatever. Then it became a bigger single cell, then a multi-cell, then blah, blah, blah. And then it became a fish. Now, somehow, some way, that fish, whatever it was, crawled out of the water, and we got our mammals, we got our insects, we got our butterflies, our birds. That's your evolution. Now, you don't have to like it.
No, that's not
all you
evolution.
want. That's how it
some
happened
fantasy
in
world.
your
It doesn't
fantasy
exist.
evolution.
SE has a good point, because like we're already giving them the most fucking ridiculous part, which is nothing being there and then all of a sudden a fish.
You just built a straw man.
We're already giving you the fucking fish. We'll give you a school of fish.
Just built a fucking straw man.
Motherfucker, what is wrong with you?
You just built a straw man.
You guys are beating up the
straw man.
Don't screw it up. We're doing good so far.
Fucking dumb bitch. Listen, you give you a school of fish, and then how are you going to turn that into a school of giraffe? Go.
A school of giraffe.
I'm sorry, but Moyak, please help me out here. That what he just said is not what I believe. That's a straw man. That's not evolution.
That's what I keep saying on other servers. This isn't the model of evolution they disagree with. Isn't the one we believe in. They're two separate things.
Exactly.
Tell us your model.
There's the one they think we believe in as an appeal to ignorance, and there's the one we actually believe in.
Okay, tell us which one that is, please.
It's a bit complicated.
We got it wrong. If I got it wrong, I apologize. Tell me the correct one.
And I don't blame you for getting it wrong, because it's a nerdy subject.
It's not my bed.
Wait, what?
Let's turn it on the light.
I think he's hot micing. Well, then could you state the one that you think is correct then, or the one that you abide by?
Well, see, this is weird, right? Like, so...
2 seconds. All right, so... the clade system, you have subspecies, species, genus, family, order, class, phylum, kingdom, and you can go on any wiki page. That's the first thing you have to, because never in evolution do you have something that jumps from a fish to something as drastically different as a giraffe, because you have to follow, tiny step by tiny step on how it goes. The closest I can think of, because it basically never happens, what you're asking for. But the closest I can think of that fits the literal description of fish to something on land, actually it's in reverse. It would probably be the fossil record of whales. But otherwise, the thing you're asking for doesn't really happen in the sense you're describing in evolution. But the fossil record of whales, you have sometimes you have a four-legged creature that looks a bit like a hyena, very slowly transitioning into the modern whales you have today.
So you mean we have it all wrong all
That
this
happens
time?
over
It
several
didn't
hundred
happen
million
any-
years.
Yeah, but that's not the point, guys. Didn't all this start in the ocean?
Well,
Do
we
we
don't
have
know
this
that
part
for
wrong?
sure.
You're telling us?
No. I was just giving like an
Primordials.
example of a big jump. Technically, whales started out on land, and their ancestors started out in water. But so for some reason, they decided they really liked water, so they jumped back in it again.
Yeah, but we're
Oh,
not
for
talking
fuck's
about
sake.
whales, bro. And I'm not telling you that a fish became a giraffe overnight. I'm asking you for an evolutionary tree, a trail of any creature from the water evolving into a land creature.
Well,
That's
look it
your
up.
model, bro.
You've been given that before, haven't you? I mean, there's a whole
No, I've been asking for
about
years.
chosen the evolutionary path.
I don't think that.
Sorry, I
I
interrupted
don't
you
think
there.
a
What?
Godric.
I mean, first of all, a fish is like a rather broad category, and it's not an actual thing, right?
Hello, sorry.
And then,
Uh-huh.
like a fish would never turn into a giraffe. Like, just a fish is not going to like just all of a sudden have a baby and it's now a giraffe. I mean, I don't.
Did you not hear what I just said, bro?
And then like over several 100 million or even a couple of billion years, the transitions that happened for something like a fish to turn into something like a giraffe, took many different changes over many millennia.
Agreed. Shouldn't there be fossil records of these things?
There are.
No, there isn't. That's what I'm trying to tell you. And if there are, please produce
Well, I mean,
them.
you're saying that, right? But I know that to just not be true. I mean, you're just lying.
Okay, all right. Prove me wrong. Please produce them.
Yeah, I'll just go into my museum and hop in a drawer and pull something out for you.
Well, so you're sure that in some museum somewhere, this proof that you sure is there exists, right? I mean, come on, man.
No, I mean, I'll do a quick search just to fucking humor you. Sure, why?
Okay. You're going to humor yourself, not me, because I know what you're going to find.
Well, you don't. You never looked.
So I'm just talking like that. Just talking, saying stuff.
Damon, Dolphus has tried to communicate you with a while now. In the text chat. He really wants your attention, I'm just saying.
What, he found me a fish? Is that it?
No, I think he found Damon a fish. You can't have a fish. It's Damon's fish.
Oh, the famous lungfish. Yeah, that's an amazing creature, actually.
But there is one more amazing, uglier but more amazing, that like it has lungs and lives on land, and semi crawls on land. It's a weird gremlin
This is
thing.
the one, bro. This is the one.
The Tiktaalik?
The lungfish,
okay,
no?
so let's see. I got to go through giraffe evolution. So it looks like early giraffe evolution here. It comes down to a common ancestor of Prodrematherium. I'm sorry. It's found in the area of France. Prodrematherium. is the name of. Okay, so I'm gonna keep continuing.
Now remember what I asked you for, not fancy words in a book. I asked you for a
Well, here
fossil record
I'll
or
give
bones.
I'll give you that, but like first I'm gonna have to illustrate it so that I can give you the proper bone, right? Like it's gonna take at least probably an hour to go through this because it's like from a giraffe down to a fish is like a long fucking time, and many changes happened. So that's at least I would say probably even the found fossils that we have in that lineage would probably number in the several hundreds, if not thousand. So I mean, if you want me to give you this, then you're gonna have to wait.
Sure, take your time. Present us a thing. You could even do a presentation if you like. You'll win a prize, bro. You're gonna get a Nobel.
No, I won't because this is already in evidence. This is already a thing.
Sure.
Like this is already
evidence.
a thing.
Let him do his
claim,
search.
evidence.
How do you spell that again?
Might be a story.
You think this is the first time we had this conversation, bro? Like, you think this is the first time we've looked for this stuff?
Buddy, you haven't listened to anything anybody's ever said. You've already got your idea of what the world is. You haven't listened to a single thing ever. Just what you want.
Oh, now I've never listened to it. Oh, I got it. Okay, it's a personal thing with you. Got it.
No, I mean, I just know that to be true. I mean, if you really were looking for the truth,
like it's a ball.
If you were looking for the truth, like you would give a shit, but you don't. You just care about what you already believe.
Do you look for the truth?
Yes, every day, all day.
Okay. Fair enough.
That's what I'm doing right now. I'm looking at the evidence right now.
Do you think you found it or found
what evidence?
Well,
Yeah.
I'm looking at it. Just give me a minute. Jesus Christ.
Define evidence. Are you researching what stuff on the internet that says words about things? What do you define as evidence?
Well, when he reads it, he'll find out more, and he'll be able to answer you.
I'm getting there. I mean, just give me a minute. I'm typing as fast as I can.
That's fine.
Well, while
just so you might have an idea what you're looking
Emily
for.
his time, look in the chat and you'll see why people say there's no such thing as a fish.
Yeah, I mean,
Because
fish isn't really a category.
You have today 3 non-extinct groups of fish, and either one of these 2 families aren't fish, or everything is a fish. So that's why it's a bit messy.
So that rat came from a fish, right? That's exactly what I was asking you for, right?
The rat.
Where did that rat start from?
Let me check. But of course, the rat came from something that came from something that came from something. Repeat many times until you have something that isn't a mammal, and then that non-mammal came from something that came from something that came from apparently the ocean.
How long
Exactly
before you get
what I was saying. Thank you.
blue-eyed boy?
Yes.
Fuck, I just don't have time for this, man. Holy shit. Tetrapods. Fucking fish. Major
Good luck, bro.
Sarcoptegan
Come back
fish.
to us when you find this proof. This lineage.
Tetrapods. No, I got it here for you. It's just like, holy shit.
Oh, I thought you said you were leaving. My bad.
Can I
You can shut up. Maybe he'll answer you.
Can I just give you the evolution of early the early cousin basically of a giraffe to a giraffe, like for now? I mean, would that be good enough, or is that not far enough away for you?
Well, if you remember what I asked you for, I mean, I asked you for like a fossil
first of all,
record, a lineage. Yeah.
First, you have a bit of a straw man, even though you say you don't. Like you want a fish to a giraffe, which is like a huge step, right? Okay,
I'll make it easy. How about a rat? You see that rat there? How about the rat?
That might be a little easier. Let me see here.
Yeah.
I found a thing. I will post
There's nothing, man. There's nothing. There's no fossil record ever ever in the history of mankind that shows a complete record of something from the ocean coming and becoming a mammal.
There never
there's
will
very
be
clear evidence of adaptation, but not much more.
One never expects to see a fish turn into a rat. It never happens. What happens is there's a fish that has another fish, and it has another fish, and it has another fish, and each one of those fish
then it's
is
a rat.
slightly different. And there is at no point that a fish did not give birth to a fish until
When
it
does
was
it
no
start
longer
growing
called
hair?
a fish.
When does the hair and
How
tail?
do you get to the rat then?
When did it get nails?
Because that fish was slightly changed with each successful iteration.
Which iteration did you not decide to call it a fish anymore?
I don't know.
Call it something else. Oh, you
That's
don't know. So
that would
it's
be
all
what you guys
evidence, then,
call a
isn't it?
transitional fossil.
Show me what it looks like in
It's
between.
all evidence. Yeah, you know it all. Bullshit.
What does it look like in between?
Show us a fin turning into a hoof, for example.
Yeah, show me a battleship turning into a potato chip.
Yeah, perfect analogy. Yeah,
It's actually pretty on spot.
Well, from the perspective
Descending.
that
That's
everything
how
is
I
actually created as it is, and that things don't just jump to something else, it is an absurd claim to claim that something is turning into something else, especially with no evidence.
yeah.
Like, it's a theory, it's an idea, kind of like planets in outer space and, you know, balls and gravities. I mean, there's all kinds of fun ideas, but in terms of like in reality, is there any proof of any of that?
There is the evolutionary tree, which shows creatures that seem to be sea creatures, and then there's very similar land creatures that seem to be from those same sea creatures. You know, they have the same bone structures with minor modifications, like the lungfish. Yeah, and I know the lungfish is not a great example, but it kind of like looks like an example.
Pseudo example.
Pseudo example.
Let's try to talk about complex things and we'll
Oh, that's
cackle.
funny. Come on, man. A pseudo example.
How long until you
That's
get a
awesome.
blonde-haired, blue-eyed boy? How many generations?
5.
5 generations to Brad Pitt.
Earth is flat. What a fucking moron.
Love it. Descend some more, mate.
This is what happens to them when reality hits them.
This is what happens to them when you think it's flat.
Yes.
We don't have any of the actual evolution nerds here, though. I first realized that now.
Oh God, no.
No, like none of you three lots actually nerd about this subject, as far as I know.
Nope.
Well, where are they? Who at gyms is an evolution nerd? I know they exist. I have been in VCs with them. Where are they hiding?
Under a rock. Ha 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 ha. Get it?
Yeah, that's so funny.
I will look under the rock.
Look, you guys have to come to terms that there is no fossil evidence of evolution. It's as simple as that. I mean, it's just the truth.
So, I mean, I don't care what you say.
Well,
Right back at
Simontel, if I was going to share you with my perspective of why I wouldn't take your word as the truth about evolution, when you have 1 million people that has studied 100 different subjects that makes one large whole, from generation, working on people's previous findings, and with technology improving, making it even easier. And you come, and you probably haven't spent a single hour in class to the equivalence of what they have learned and verified for themselves. So their words is more compelling to me because they are a lot of people that has studied something for their lifetimes, and you are you. You know?
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah. That's why I say do the research for yourself. I don't want you to believe me. I wouldn't expect you to believe me. As a matter of fact, don't believe me.
I will
But
believe
just
you
go
because you
research
told me
for
not to
yourself.
believe you.
So
I will believe you.
So appeal to consensus, or appeal to
Yeah,
white
that's
lab
their
culture?
main thing. Yeah, yeah.
But that's also a problem because I keep saying that knowledge is so vast today that society couldn't work beyond a primitive tribal state with sticks if you didn't appeal to some kind of somebody knows something you don't. We simply know too much today. If you live 500 years, you wouldn't be able to know everything you could about psychology or a medical field or engineering. And you wouldn't be able to remember it all if you lived that long.
Well,
Yeah, but an engineer.
So if it didn't work that that we had to verify everything for ourselves, then our society simply couldn't work. We would be tribal men with sticks because that's basically as far as we could verify things for ourselves. Everything and everywhere you look.
So
Even
science
if you
involves trust. Science involves trust, is what you're saying.
science is what kind of code?
Involves trust.
Yes. Basically, like, even if you closed your eyes right now, I could mention something you couldn't verify for yourself, but someone else could. Even if you closed your eyes or gave me a blank piece of paper, I could still mention it.
Well, I guess it's like, who do you want to trust for what? When I take my car to the mechanic or to the car dealership, I am definitely trusting that they're going to fix it up correctly, and they're going to put the right oil in, and they're going to put the right lubricant on the,
definitely
transmission, whatever they're doing. Yeah. So
you
I
wouldn't
will
give it
trust
to a nurse,
Yeah.
right? You wouldn't give your car to a nurse.
Well, I mean, unless she was very skilled with cars, but yeah, in general,
That
like
would
there are people that we trust. However, when we're talking about like one's worldview, the origin of the human species, history, the nature of reality, spirituality and religion and so on. I mean, that those are different categories than a mechanic that has an expertise, in fixing their cars. Some of those things I just mentioned are more personal and have to do with like the way your reality is actually constructed, not just somebody who's skilled with a car that you drive around, but the actual nature of your reality, who you are, where you came from, and who you're potentially believing for those big picture things, like, what the earth is and, those kinds of bigger questions.
And I'm actually happy you mentioned that because, and this is not everybody, but a lot of the people who has a big deal with evolution tends to not like evolution because they view it as a sort of anti-God thing, which, is a very strong emotional bias to I don't want that to be true kind of thing. It's okay if you don't believe that there isn't evidence for it. That's completely fine. But I know a lot of the people that don't believe in it because of the lack of evidence, but because they view it as an attack on their faith, and then it's the faith first, the evidence secondary.
Well, I'm not one of those. I would like to ask you a question respectfully. If you go and search this out tomorrow, right?
Yeah.
And try to find a fossil record, like I asked you, let's say something simple, fish to a rat, right?
Yeah.
Now, what you were saying before with all these people that researched and all that, surely there should be evidence for that, right?
I would argue there is, yes. But
Okay,
I'm not
now,
very good at finding sources.
Okay. Let me just say one final thing, and then I'll be quiet. Now, if you were to search this tomorrow, honestly, right, and find that there isn't, not just for this, but for anything, for any fish to mammal, would you reconsider your position?
Well, the problem is that fish didn't evolve to mammals. They evolved to something that was there before the synapses that turned into proto-mammals that turned into... And that's the complicated thing about... The amount of stages is immense. But I could go on with a fish to something that walks on land. I think that would be a lot simpler. It would be before mammals, but it basically gives you the same result, like something that swims to something that walks.
Something that swims and breathes, and breathes water, right? For a lack of a better term, to something that has lungs and legs and walks and eats, grass and stuff like that, whatever, right? And hunts. Okay, yeah. Start with that. Yeah.
Let me just say that a lot of us that aren't buying this evolution story has nothing to do with religion. I'm not religious. Like, a lot of us aren't like religious like that. We're believing the Bible. Some are. There's a lot of religious people that might deny evolution, maybe for religious reasons or other. But a lot of us has nothing to do with religious beliefs.
Yeah, same here. It's purely scientific on my part.
Well, you don't believe in God, Jeremy?
I believe there's a creator, yes.
Okay, then you're religious.
But the creator could have, in my worldview, though, the creator could have made evolution. He could have just made this species as they are.
Yeah.
Either way,
that's
whatever.
a good one. That's good.
You don't have to be religious to believe in a creator. You guys do realize that, right?
You believe in a non-evidenced magical being that created everything? That's religious.
Well,
you have theists and you have agnostics.
There's one thing that bothers me. There's one thing that bothers me more than anything else around here, as far as like shallow nitpicks are, and it's the misuse of the terms evidence and proof. There's plenty of evidence, because evidence is something you just bring forward to imply your point that you're trying to make. All right? So you could bring up literally anything as evidence of God. Now, whether that's sufficient evidence for someone to be convinced or not is up to them personally. But it's not proof, it's just evidence. So literally everything is evidence for God if brought forth as such by any individual who brings it that way, right? It's not proof, it's their evidence that they bring forth. To evidence is like the verb form of evidence. You evidence with evidence, and anything can be your evidence.
You're absolutely right about that. Yep.
And so, is there evidence for God? Depends who you ask. I mean,
I would say DNA. I would say DNA, the information in DNA, that's one of the biggest evidences for God.
And that's one of my, as a religious person who believes in evolution, I love the argument that complexity indicates a creator, but the people who disagree with evolution for religious reasons, that's a free biscuit. Like, evolution is hyper complicated, and technically that should mean that there's even more chance of a creator existing. Instead, they're using it as if it's disproving God for some stupid reason.
You're talking about irreducible complexity?
Maybe? Fish?
And instead of saying evolution is complicated, maybe you could say biology seems complicated to me.
Well, yeah.
I'm talking about the information in DNA. Like, in order to get information, you need I don't know. I don't want to go into it. I just think DNA is a good piece of evidence for a creator. That shit didn't just spring out of inanimate matter. That doesn't even make sense.
Yeah, they're afraid to say creator, but they can say Big Bang, something started from nothing. They believe in that cockamamie story, but a creator, that can't happen.
Bad. But what
here's
most
my
of
argument.
them... No, bad Fundy. What they believe in is that something came from the Big Bang. Nobody knows what it was before. Some people believe God created the Big Bang, and then that's that easy. Whereas the people who don't believe in God, they ain't got a clue why the Big Bang happened and what was before it. But the Christian people who believes in the Big Bang believes that it proves God, basically.
Can you believe in a creator and not be religious? Because Doofus thinks that's funny for some reason.
That's perfect. That's perfectly fine. Religion, the word religion has a ton of baggage implied in that word, not only connotatively, but also denotatively. And so you can absolutely even not follow through on just one of the checks on that checklist that implies you're religious. And that would discount you from having that word ascribed to you. So absolutely. The one checkbox that comes along with religion for the most part, not even always, but having a creator, no, just a creator belief does not imply being religious.
I agree that just purely a creator would not denote religious, but if you feel that you have to revere said creator, once you start revering him, I'd say that now you're into a proto religion.
Yeah, it ain't like that. Like, I just think a creator, created things, and that's the end of it for me. You know what I mean? I don't.
So a deist, sort of.
No, it's literally just an idea that someone might have in their mind that they're entertaining at this very moment. That's all it is, to be hyper concise. It's an idea in your head. The word religion just has so much baggage and meaning behind it that just having the idea that there might be, that you are very convinced of, that there might be a creator to creation. I mean, it's just a thought. It's not a religion. It's just a thought.
It's not even a leap. Like, we have creation, therefore a creator. Like, it's not even a stretch to think that.
Yeah, but you don't necessarily even think that creator is sentient. There had to be a creation event.
Well, no, there's other options, because I don't. I don't fall into any of the categories anyone's laid out so far.
5.
I don't believe in a 5. What? Excuse me? You said the number 5 out loud?
Yes.
I mean, why?
It's just the answer.
Jeez. I mean, my idea that I'm most not confident, the one I like the most based on my life experience, my philosophy that I developed that's still in a work in progress, is that we're a part of a process that always was and always will be. Therefore, there was never actually a moment that it was made or created. It's just eternity and the eternal expression of reality. And I don't separate the creator from the creation. And I also think those words imply something that I don't subscribe to. I just think that there's the thing that, has got it going on. We're part of the thing that's happening, and always was and always will be. That doesn't have a God, a creator, a creation, or any of these words.
I think we don't have enough processing power. Like, we're at the bottom step of the ladder, shall we say, in this, whatever this is. I don't think we have enough processing power to figure it out. Like, example, if I ask you, what's the last number? What are you going to tell me?
100.
Doesn't exist. Yeah.
We might know 5% of what we could know. 5% at tops.
Yeah.
What would you say the last number? It's a nonsense question.
To you, because you don't have enough processing power to understand even the meaning of that question. Let alone creation, right?
I still use Internet Explorer.
We don't want to discount the expanse that the human mind can reach, not only in a physical way, but in a mental realm. If you want to take that a little more seriously, I mean, I think human minds can extend to understanding things beyond what can be proved through by science or experimentation or physical proof. Like, there's no example of infinity, yet I do think I kind of comprehend the concept of infinity. Not that I've ever been shown an example of it.
Okay, how many sands are on the beach?
A lot.
No, give me a number. This is science. This is math. Give me a number.
Less than infinity.
All the beaches in the world, you know how big it is, you know what you live on, you know the way, you know what the sand looks like. You should know how many sands. I mean, minus plus 1%.
Well, in a sense, there is an amount, right? Is there not an amount of sand?
There's an amount. There's an amount. So what is it?
Oh, I don't know. Of course.
If you gave us enough time, if you gave us enough time, we could count them probably.
What do you need, Jeremy? 5 minutes?
Well, are you gonna exclude super fine sands that when they ground so fine that they become clays and stuff like that, or?
I'll even let you average all the big sands and the small sands together. Just make an average of them. I'm not gonna be. You don't need to be to the sand. Just maybe like 1% error maximum.
No clue. A whole fuck ton.
A Googleplex times a Googleplex times a Googleplex exponentially. I don't know, man. I mean, this goes nowhere. What's your next point? Where does this lead us to?
I was just giving an example of like a complex, like advanced concept that maybe we're not ready for yet.
It's not an advanced concept. It's just a concept that's technically challenging to try and count them all.
I just Googled it.
Also, there is a process of sand being made going on at this very moment and always. So as soon as you ever count all of them, there's immediately going to be less or more of sand. So it's not even a set number that's constant, right? Sand gets created, sand gets compressed into stone. Now it's no longer sand. I mean, you could be right for one very moment, but that is beyond human capabilities probably ever, because you can't pay attention to every interaction and happening all at once, all the time.
What was there ever sand to begin with?
Look up something called Graham's number if you want to look up a very large number that actually has an actual practical application. Something called Graham's number.
What's the practical application?
It's used in some sort of actual proof. I mean, I don't know if it's still true, but at one point it was the largest number that was actually used in a mathematical proof.
It's very interesting.
I mean, it's one of those numbers where you could write it out in basically you have a Planck length atom. You have a molecule that's the size of a Planck length. You put one number on every Planck length in the known observable universe. You have a Googleplex number of observable universes, and you still don't even come close to being able to write down the whole number.
That makes me want to ask a question to whoever might have the answer in the room. But these Plancks, I admit this is something I really haven't looked into. I've always heard about these Planck constants and there's a length or time and stuff like that, right? Does anyone have like a really simple way to explain to me like what the whole Planck concept is about? I understand it's the smallest unit of certain things.
Well, it's derived, the Planck numbers are derived from physical constants that are, I don't know how to explain it, but they're not defined in terms of human numbers. They're typically more like ratios, so that, I think that's what it is. They're the smallest numbers that have any practical application. Well, I shouldn't say the smallest, because they're not always small.
Also not practical, probably. I mean, not for the normal human. I'm not even sure what situation knowing the Plancks would be practical.
Well, so there's the Planck length is like basically the smallest amount of divisible space. So it's in short, it's the distance that light travels in one Planck time.
So what kind of philosophy does the understanding of Planck constants lead someone to? I mean, simulation theory seems like a sort of obvious one, perhaps, or like an readily available philosophy to like attach that to. I mean, Well, what do you think about that? Like pixels of reality, right? Like smallest units of resolution in different ways. It's a weird one. I've never really understood these planks, like, or how they can even be believed in. To me, you know, you could take an amount of space and talk about half of that amount of space, and you know, like an infinite regress situation where it's like, well, there's always going to be half of that amount of space, right? How are you going to tell me there's a unit of space by volume and you can't just divide it?
That's the point. In that, if you can't divide it by, if the speed of light, it doesn't, is too, that there's a smallest amount of time, and that would be the Planck time. And if in that Planck time, the speed of light, covers the Planck distance, then it doesn't matter if that's the smallest amount of time that we can understand. Then there's no point in discussing based on current theory. Now, this is current theory. There might be other theories that extend these numbers, but based on current theory, there's no point in talking about something that is the smallest measurable unit in our current theory and also the smallest measurable distance in our current theory. Again, that's with the current theory, which is always subject to change.
I've always found that my planks are about 96 inches.
What are you, a construction worker?
Well, yeah. I mean, I've done construction. I'm not a construction worker.
That's why I said before, you don't have enough processing power to figure some of these things you'll never figure out. Like, what's the smallest indivisible matter? We have to come up with the Planck constant so we don't go mad and loony, right? See what I'm saying?
Actually, I don't think smallest individual matter
I'm
is
already
not.
lost.
Well, I can cut your Planck in half. How's that?
Well, I think extremists brought up a crucial point. I think extremists brought up a crucial point where there is this idea involved in the Plancks where they put light and the current understanding of light, which I believe is very, very incomplete, but they put the understanding that they currently have of light on a pedestal to base this Planck stuff off of. And I think we can't help but just like understand the limitations of our understanding and the arrogance, and to make big claims like the smallest unit of space, the smallest unit of time, if it's based on light as we understand it, which we know is an incomplete understanding.
Yep, all theoretical. It's exactly what I always say. It's all theoretical.
Not to say there isn't some accuracy to it. It's, I think, just like the metaphysics behind it is incomplete, and just the general understanding that it's like based upon. Because at this point, the Plancks, I feel like there is like a hefty dose of philosophy involved.
Yeah, there's definitely philosophy involved because I mean, it's just you can't know. There's certain things you just can and will never know. The last number, the smallest thing, you just won't know it. The largest thing, where does space end? Point to somewhere and tell me where that ends, and what's after that. And you know what I'm saying? We have to humble ourselves in certain matters. That's it.
When you get to a certain point, there's a sign that says "Go back."
Yeah.
Dead end. Have you guys ever heard of the YouTube channel Quantum Conscience?
Hey, it's Matt.
No, do you want to tell us about that?
No. It's more of like reminisce with people who are aware of. I don't explain it. Never mind then. Sorry, I take it back. Sorry to waste your time, guys.
Can you tell us about levitation?
Levitation? Oh, there's a few different versions of that. Sound, magnetism, right? Maybe even light. Who knows? All right,
I think
final answers.
science is in its infancy stages.
It's very easy to say that, huh?
I mean, it's a new concept. Let's say 200 years of Western science.
Yeah, I got a good question for you. This should spark some interest in the room. Does science have a cap of what it's able to achieve?
Well, that's the thing. When we say just science as a blanket statement, that's what we're trying to figure out right now. We're trying to make sure that science is imposing a pseudoscience, or pseudoscience is imposing a science, is what I should say. And that's the problem we have.
Science is finite if you consider material things you can measure and observe, but if you go into non-material things, it's infinite.
And manipulate, right? That'd be a crucial part as well, correct?
Just material versus
when it
non-material.
Got to be
when
able
it
to
comes
wiggle
to
it.
science, when it comes to science, you want to be able to play a role in, changing some part about it, right? So you can really, have some sort of
Yeah,
influence
to stick to the
on the results.
scientific method, you have to have the dependent and independent variable. You have to be able to manipulate one of them. That's the crux of the issue.
What do you think about, leading science by abandoning its principles? Do you feel that it's necessary? That maybe like when science reached sort of a clog or a dead end of sorts, that a new path might be opened by sort of just entertaining a wild concept that has no scientific backing behind it, but just like just a stab in the dark.
As long as you don't call it, quote unquote science, you say theoretically.
That's called theoretical physics.
Science. Yeah.
That's called quantum theory.
Yeah, I suppose that is happening right now. I just don't appreciate the way the ideas are delivered.
If you consider basic science like material things you can measure, it's like a chessboard. There's a limit. There's a maximum amount of moves you can have, like a chessboard. But if you go into other things, energy, for example, then it's just
anything out of reach or unseeable. Is hard to know.
Dark energy,
given stories or not.
The 10th dimension.
I'll go ahead and tell you what I was going to say about Matt's Quantum of Conscience channel, if you don't mind. And he has this big, overarching, all-encapsulating philosophy of sort of a take on the position that we're in as humans in this realm, where he calls it the Goldilocks principle, where so many things a philosophy applies to so many of the different positions we are in when we're aiming towards different directions and trying to learn more about something or understand something, that reality, when it comes to some very serious questions, ends up putting us as if it has a conscience of its own in a position where we find ourselves in, that it gives us a lot of it gives us a lot of the cold, it gives us a lot of the hot. It kind of puts us in a position where we're torn between different options that seem equally valid, and what we get is just right in the middle, right? Not hot. If the soup is hot, we'd know it's hot. If the soup is cold, we know it's cold. It'd be easy to make our mind up about it. But we find ourselves delivered this perfectly designed for our palate temperature information in so many areas, that we find ourselves, just after all this development scientifically and philosophically and stuff, that we find ourselves in a position in so many categories where it's like, man, it could go either way. It really could be either one. And I think that relates a lot to the flat Earth versus globe Earth sort of situation, where it almost seems like a trick reality is playing on us, that both sides can bring up so many things to support themselves and have everything they need, whichever one you subscribe to. Everyone is delivered really good stuff to bring up on both sides, and you can hardly blame either side for being passionate for their position, even though the other one has so many ways to call out the other. It's like a funny Goldilocks situation, as you would call it. And this applies to so many things like God or different sort of like materialistic creation, origin stories of existence in humans. And it's just a peculiar teeter-totter, middle placement we find ourselves in. That I'm not saying everyone needs to be like, oh, on the fence about anything. It's fine to take a side and everything, but when you really say like, I can't, like both sides can't blame the other side for choosing their side in so many philosophical and scientific sort of inquiries, if you know what I mean. It's like, I see your point, but I have heard about this, and it seems overwhelming to me that I must pick the side, but then the other side says the same thing. And maybe there is there is a right, or maybe there's a trick being played on us all. I think about this a lot, though. Like, I don't know. It's very hard to pick sides confidently on a lot of different topics, and here we are, right? That's why we're here, arguing it out.
Just pick my side.
What's that?
Just pick my side.
Of course, yes. That'll make things easy.
Yeah.
It's called subjective idealism. It's the philosophy that the mind is all that exists, and that's it. And
what's the counterpart to that?
That's it. Like we're all encased within God. We all exist within the mind of God, and God is a sphere.
Yes.
Yeah, check it out. Subjective idealism. It's an old idea, and
What's
that's
the opposite
pretty much
of that?
What's that?
What's the opposite? If there is something opposite of that.
Objective unrealism?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, but honestly, I can, like, even though I said it kind of in a humorous tone, I kind of like understand that other side as kind of valid. Like I said, it's like there's always these two sides of the coin that you're told to choose a side on, but you have to admit in your human condition with as I like to call it, the mind wipe you're born with, coming to this world knowing pretty much nothing. None of these things seem like they're it seems like a human has the ability to achieve like a firm position on so many of these deep concepts, that it's just there for us to endlessly talk about and maybe get closer and closer to support either side. But at the end of the day, there's not a lot of these deep questions that are kind of settled. There's sides you can pick, but at the end of the day, I don't think a lot of these things like can be settled.
Yeah, and that's what's built into a lot of these scientific theories, things like superposition or frames of reference. It's all, it's all user dependent. It's all from a different, like every position depends on who's looking at it. Everything is dialectic. Everything is defined by, well, what is its opposite? Like nothing is true. You know what I'm saying, man?
I do understand what you're saying, but there is an important thing that I think, important to me, that I think needs to be brought up. And that I think that there is a sort of transcendent absolute truth, right? I don't think we have access to it individually and like personally and like in totality and absolutely. But I do think like there is that, that idea, right? And it can only be an idea. It can't, in a sense, just be itself and like appear as an example. But like I do believe, and I honestly hate using that word, but I really like the idea that there is a truth. I just think the truth is sort of like it's always going to be free. You can't put it in a box, right? You can't necessarily put it into words and express it from one person to another through English or language of any sort. And it's out there. There is the absolute truth, but it's almost like we live in a divided realm where like two people with opposite opinions with something relating them in the middle are both equally valid and not the absolute truth on their own that they can state while disagreeing, but the commonality behind them is at least like touching the essence that they share of that sort of transcendental truth. I mean, metaphysics is a weird thing, ontology and cosmology and the philosophy and stuff like that. And I think that all that matters is that we all come here, or people come together in any sense, and really just work out and see how far we can get towards it. Sort of like a destination you can't actually reach, but you can get infinitely closer towards. Like dividing 1 in half, trying to reach 0. You divide that 1 in half, you get 0.5, 0.25, and so on. And it doesn't actually reach 0, but that's the process that's worth being a part of, getting closer and closer.
Right. Daniel Dennett, the philosopher, he said, there's no such thing as philosophy-free science. There's only science whose philosophical baggage is taken on board without examination. And I think that's true.
Well, it's not absolutely true because people do analyze it, but it is a big pitfall you can end up in, I suppose. I don't know. Could you like reinforce that claim? Like, how would you back that up?
Oh, sorry, man. I'm a little busy here, so.
Okay. I guess the main point, the first thing you said, right? There's no such thing as science without having like a philosophical backing, right? Because you have to like subscribe to something that you're uncertain of, but just to have like a framework to build off of. We all kind of have to philosophically like entertain that 2 + 2 = 4. It's very, it seems very certain, of course, but we all kind of do have to accept it almost emotionally. But of course, like that's the practical side of reality. Like we can't all just bicker and disagree and talk about like anomalies or potential exceptions or anything like that. We do have to, at the end of the day, like get on with ourselves and just like sort of like just accept things so that we can build on top of them, even if they need like readdressing later on. And that's fine. It's fine to make leaps of logic in a sense, as long as when the results don't come the way you thought they would, you readdress your position and see where you think you might be able to correct yourself a little bit better, straighten out your path. I mean, I think that is the scientific endeavor, right? Like, there's no such thing as settled science, just consensus, and consensus doesn't equal truth. We just want our consensus to be as backed as possible to the largest extent, because we don't want to be building, a building on rocky foundations or unsolid. We want our foundations to be as solid as possible, knowing that someday they might crumble.
Yo, mic check.
You good, Matrix? Hey, Matrix, I got a random question for you. How carried away do you think people get with crystals? Because I love crystals, but that's obviously exposed me to like all the like, in a harsh sense, like the woo behind it. You think there's something to them? There's something there.
Sure, man. Why not? It's made out of the earth, and it's all made out of chemicals. So there's probably some woo behind it, as to most things. There's probably wooness to most things.
I would love for, there's such thing as like the crystal Bible, as they call it, right? Like all 4,000 known crystals or minerals, and like what there can be like used for, just by like wearing as a necklace or a ring or something. And it's going to help with your blood pressure. It's going to help the baby with its teething, pain relief, whatever. I'd love for it to just be like straight up true. And I don't doubt that there is some sort of, truth behind it. I just know that I don't feel there is like a high level of accuracy behind it. I think there's probably like a lot of getting carried away and making like outrageous claims, but maybe there's something there that we could look into and harness, more completely. I think that
it's possible there is more like a placebo thing, that because you believe not necessarily that the crystals don't have some sort of effect, but because of the placebo, it sort of like heightens whatever little effects the crystal has.
Oh, there's definitely that. I mean, anything could serve, since we've understood the placebo effect. I mean, anything can serve as a placebo catalyst, right? I mean, and crystals definitely are like a low hanging fruit to use as placebos. Absolutely, yeah. I'm more interested in, it's like, how can we actually get to the bottom of this? Like, I'd like for all the fucking bullshit crystal claims just to be like fucking called out, like enough with the nonsense. If there's something there, let's pin it down, and as soon as we do pin any amount of it down reliably, let's run through the streets screaming at the top of our lungs all this good news. Hey, wear an amethyst necklace. It literally helps your blood pressure, like confidently. I just can't be all that confident about any of it, though. Unfortunately, I wish I could.
Astronomy, like you have to be observing. You have to be there checking out all the planets all the time. You have to be in that life to be able to like fully understand it.
Yeah, I'm sure that helps. Having a honest heart and intention behind it. Yeah. They definitely have chemical properties that are very special. Of course, no doubt about that. Like their physical benefits, and I guess you could say, what about their metaphysical benefits? Is that something that could also be like put to the test somehow? It almost, when you're involving metaphysics, it almost seems like you're going to have to utilize like the honor system at some point, though, and just like trust people on them reporting back the results. Like, oh yes, it did bring me good luck, and maybe it really did, but the only proof is just taking their word for it, which is what like I said before, what a Goldilocks position we find ourselves in. It's not obviously that or obviously the other. We find ourselves where there's plenty of reasons to pick one side or the other.
I think most things are like that. Like most things are like kind of iffy. Like the more proof you quote unquote try to find for something, the more less proof, if that makes any sense, you find like the more confusing it gets. So I really think it's whatever resonates with you, right? For whatever reason, whatever truth resonates with you, then that's what you select.
Yep. Yeah. That's that's what do they say? It really do be like that. It really do be like that, man. And that's the case for so many things. What about you, Matrix? Do you have any sort of mystical practices that any sort of ceremonial magic you participate in? I would consider like communion at church in a lot of cases, or a birthday party, like candle blowing out and making a wish. I'd consider that all like ceremonial magic. Is there anything maybe specific to you that you do that you might want to tell us about, just for
Oh
fun?
yeah, I have this ceremonial burning of the earthly trees or greens. I do this like 3-4 times a day. You know, helps with the anxiety.
You burn what?
Burn the earthly trees.
What are earthly trees?
Weed, bro.
I mean, hell yeah, man. Absolutely.
But it's not a physical. It's not a physical medicine, though. Not a spiritual.
You can kind of argue that it's both, right?
In part, it's physical, but you know, it also has other properties that you first have to take the physical part to be able to feel the metaphysical parts of it.
You can't separate the energy from the matter, from the consciousness, from the mental, from the spiritual. It's all one interwoven complex system that you can harness if you understand the tricks. You know, I'm sure at some point, I'm not sure, but you know, you can imagine, right? As at some point, some guy stumbles upon this this leaf, right? Dries it, smokes it, and learns about it. And it's not that he just discovered a physical thing he can do. I mean, he understood the energetic and mental effects that it causes. And it's a beautiful science, honestly, that goes beyond our ability to explain. You can say, "Oh, the dopamine receptors are getting hijacked," but still, it has no ability to expand in that physical sense on the way it makes you feel, and like the creative powers or the anti-anxiety effects that it has. You can kind of talk about the thing that comes along with it physically, which is very hard to do, and in my opinion, not completely understood whatsoever. But you know, there's certain things you just can't describe physically. You have to just relate to other humans through language and talk about how it affects you spiritually and mentally and emotionally. And these aren't things that have perfect chemical explanations. It's
How
just
does one
something you gotta.
define like spirit? Like when people say spiritually, like how, like is the spirit somewhere you could point at?
No, I can't. No, I can't point at the spirit, except for maybe like growing infinite arms and pointing in all directions, inward and outward.
So, do you have a hypothesis, maybe?
For a test, for an experiment?
Yeah, for all this stuff you're talking about.
Like what?
Why does he need to have a hypothesis for his own conclusion or a hypothesis for you?
Well, he's talking about all these things, and I was just wondering if he had a hypothesis. That's all.
Only for half of it, right? Because Hey, Brenda, did you just hop in recently?
Yeah, a couple minutes ago.
Okay. I mean, I don't know. I don't mean to be hogging anything, but I have been like ranting for maybe like 20 minutes straight. And a lot of the things I did express my feelings on early on, just laying a foundation of like some of the words I'm using and how I view them. And I can go over that again. But to answer your question specifically, you might be more fulfilled, or you might be more understanding of what I said just recently if you heard what earlier, but you weren't there. But if you were there, you'd understand already that I'm talking about things that I believe are beyond the capability for science to investigate. I respect science so much, and I think that there is like understandings that can be achieved in different methods than science, and so I think that it could only play half of the role, but never like completely satisfy or give a complete like answer to the things I'm talking about. and
I
the
would say
soul is
less than half, because nature actually
sure.
came first in science. Before science came along, people were already discovering what nature had to give.
Well, I'm just trying to not come in and give hot takes right away. That's all.
I respect that. Thank you. And yeah, and I have a disappointing answer. I really don't have a hypothesis for the whole thing. Maybe like half, but it would be very incomplete. Half at most.
I don't even understand what would the hypothesis be about. Out of everything that we was talking about, I don't even know what exactly was it that she pinpointed, asking about the hypothesis. Can you clarify that, Brenda?
I guess I'd have to say I'm not really sure.
So you just popped into the scene and just said, "Hey man, you got a hypothesis," and for the hypothesis, you haven't even pinpointed exactly what. You just wanted to start a conversation.
Yeah, we aren't doing science. We're doing spiritualism. So Matrix, when you burn your weed, you have a physical tribute to the chemicals in there that affects your body, but you also have a mystic component to that.
Sure. But does the mystic component, does it come from after me ingesting the chemical, or does it come from the fact that I'm satisfied because I'm ingesting the chemical?
Side by side, man. They feed into each other.
We're just going for the ritual of lighting the flame and like maybe meditating or just the tranquility that you're gonna do your little ritual.
How much does the mystical part weigh?
It's weightless. It's like gravity.
If you buy it by an ounce, it's about 120. Half an ounce, 75.
The mystical component is beyond science, beyond weight, paramount to science.
Yeah. So how would I measure it?
You wouldn't measure it. How do you measure?
Personal experience.
How do you measure righteousness? How do you measure peace?
Consciously.
Measure those things, yes.
How do you measure dignity? How much is your dignity measure? How much does that measure?
How about pride? How
How do you
about
measure
pride?
pride? Yeah, the pride of pride of your family, that you have a good family, that you have the love and respect for your family. How much does that weigh?
I think you could measure pride on a scale between pride and shame, and you could just.
This is very Aristotelian in philosophy right now.
Hey, Apple, I'm talking. Shut up.
Oh, calm down, bitch.
Fuck you. I'm talking.
You're gonna put it on a tone scale. Go ahead. How many steps on that scale?
All I said was that
Brenda?
you could measure pride by putting it on a scale between shame and pride, and you could just rank that from 1 to 10 or something like that, or 1 to 100.
This is very Aristotelian. This is what they were talking about. The golden middle or whatever. They used to call it like the perfect balance in life. This is all written about in Aristotle's fucking shit.
Absolutely, man. And Brenda, I think this is semi-rhetorical, but still respond, please. A question I heard earlier this week was the example of you adopt someone, right? And you grow to love this adopted child, and then you're asked to prove scientifically or physically in some sense that how much or that you even do at all love this child, right? And the best you can offer, right? What do you think the best evidence that you love this adopted child is?
Listen, you don't even need to include the child in this, bro. You could just question love in itself. Just question love.
It corners it, it corners it into a specific kind of answer. You can say something and then it results in a sort of disclosure at the end. But it's fun to just hear someone walk through this. We can all just take it easy and hear the response from Brenda. how do you go about, proving how much or that you do at all love your adopted child that you've had and had experiences with and absolutely do love?
I think Brenda has a chemical test for love, right? Love is in the blood, right? A chemical.
I think I would just ask the person to rank their feelings of love towards their adopted child.
Which is not scientific in a complete sense, right?
Of course it is. This is done in psychology all the time. They ask.
Oh boy.
They ask people.
Oh
For
boy.
instance, they'll ask people to rank their anger, like from 1 to 10. Rank your depression, 1 to 10.
Is your pain level 1 to 10?
Or some.
What happens? What happens if it's 1 to 100 or 1 to 50? Does it change the results?
I think the best person to ask would be the adopted child.
Yeah, that might be a good one.
That's a good one. Yeah.
I don't know.
If they can feel that love.
I don't know why the adopted child would know how much their parent loves them.
So you don't have a feeling towards your own parents?
If you're in that rebellious stage, you might hate your parent.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. That his measure of weighing love might not be up to par to adults, right? He might measure love by his parents buying him things.
Well, I want to make a crucial point here. And the question I asked about scientifically investigating was not how much love the child feels, but do you love your adopted child as the parent? Like, how can you scientifically demonstrate that you love?
You can't, because love is in the personal experience. You can't scientifically demonstrate that.
Of course you can. You just ask them.
Yeah, man, there's a lot of, I mean, I don't know. There's a lot of people I know who have anecdotal stories, but there's a lot of stories and plays and shit throughout history where like the two people love each other, but it's tragic because they're like bad for each other or whatever. And so from an outside perspective, it might seem like they hate each other or they're trying to, fuck each other up. But I guess from their personal perspective, it's yeah.
Yeah, and you might love someone, Noah, and not even consciously recognize that you love them, right? You might feel
That's a good point. That's a very good point.
You might have a lot of love for someone, but not have like the know-withal to understand yourself that you are feeling that
Man,
way.
I love you, Fundy.
No, I love you too, man.
Could you imagine if the whole love thing is like some sort of trap, like to trap us because we're like susceptible to it?
Very emotional people.
I think it is, bro, because the only girl I ever had like actually emotionally cared about was also the only girl I said I loved too. So I guess I think it is kind of maybe not a trap, but it's like a threshold that you pass, I guess.
Yeah, I mean anything can be bait for a trap, right? So it doesn't have to be the trap itself. It can be the bait, or it can be the bait and the trap. I mean, to put it in these like physical comparisons when it comes to like these words like trap or bait, whatever, is kind of doing it an injustice. It's beyond one side or the other, right? When it comes to these things, it's more of a spectrum than two opposites, right?
All right. So, okay, I got a hypothetical for you guys, right? I'm going to really test your guys' honesty on this one, all right?
Okay.
Right, and it has to do with love, right? So let's say hypothetically, each one of you guys and somebody else are like stranded in the island, right? This person could be female, this person could be male. I truly don't think it would matter what sex the person is, because what I imagine in this hypothetical scenario is since you spend so much time with the person and depending on the person, you will fall in love with the person equally if it is the sex that you like or the opposite, because there will be no other choice, right? You will spend so much time with that person, you will get to know that person to the point that whatever the person looks like, it would not matter to you. You would just care about the person because you spend so much time. So in that case, right, would that love be just as equal as like regular love, like two people that find themselves in the supermarket and just decide to give it like? How
Wait,
does one measure one love
wait
to
a
another?
minute. I don't agree with the premise. I mean, I went to all
Yeah.
boys school. I went to all boys school for my whole life, and not once did I have an urge to fucking like once. So I
Bro,
disagree with
Let
that
me
premise.
answer
hold on,
also.
hold
There
on.
was no women,
Listen,
dude. Like, but
listen to what I
at
Listen,
no
said.
listen,
Listen
point
to what
I had
listen
a
to what
fucking
I said.
urge to do gay shit ever.
Let
No,
him
So
no,
I
no. You're
rephrase
not
disagree
it.
with the
understanding what I'm
premise.
saying. You're not
Let him
understanding what I'm
reword it. Yeah, ask it a different
I
way.
don't think I
Yeah,
need.
go ahead.
I don't think I need to reword it. The reason I chose the island, right, somewhere secluded, is because you didn't have no other influence. You don't have. You will be completely dependent on that other person. That would be dependent on each other for survival. And what I'm saying, given those needs, right, and we are human beings. We have carnal needs, right? I think given time, you will end up falling in love with that person, whatever that person is. If it so happens to be a woman and you so happens to be a man, sure, great. But if it so happens to be the opposite sex, right? I mean, the same sex as you, right? You will probably fall in love with that person equally the same, just
I
because
I
the
disagree.
situation.
Think
I
about
feel
Cain and
like
Abel.
I mean it depends on the type of love, right? There's different types of love. Like I have guy friends that I'm extremely loyal to. Like I would do things for them that I don't think I would do for any girl that I know. But is that sexual in any way? Not at all. So I don't. When you say love, does the love mean sexual or does it mean like loyalty? You know what I mean? Because there's a difference there. You know what I mean? Like I've literally been in an all boys school for the first fucking 18 years of my life, and not once did I have the fucking urge to kiss a dude. So, like, I don't know what you're talking
Have
about,
you ever
bro.
been stranded in an island with somebody? With nobody else?
It's almost the same though in no situation. Like it's
Matrix,
very.
are you
There is
saying you're
no.
gonna hang on?
Let me tell you.
Matrix, hang on.
I'll tell you.
Matrix, are you saying you're gonna turn gay if you're stuck with one person? Is that what you're saying?
Matrix J. Wait, hold up. Matrix
This,
J.
the gay
Listen,
is
Matrix
not the
J.
point.
Matrix J, dude. There was no fucking women in my fucking life for 18 years, and not once did I want to kiss a dude ever. Like the first time I went to like a nightclub is when I fucking lost my virginity. Like
That means you're
I
straight.
never talked to any
So
girls before.
in your mind, is it the same being in the old boys when you have a bunch of people, when in the hypothetical you're stranded with another human being? Are you saying you still comparing the same two and come with the
Dude,
same?
because think about it. Kissing a dude with a beard and who's muscular is just fucking disgusting. Like I don't think any type of empathy toward me towards them. Like yeah, if they were like, "Oh Noah, go hunt this fish for me." "Oh Noah, stand beneath the fucking coconut tree and help me cut this tree down
I've
or help me plant this shit on the survival
You
island."
guys are talking
I would
past each
oblige with
other.
that. But if the guy was like, "You want to kiss?" I'd be like, "No, we're just here to survive, dude,
You guys
not
are
to
talking
fucking
past
kiss."
each other.
Okay, so that attitude will be good in the first 5 years, the first 10 years. What happens after that? What happens
Let
after
me.
that? Huh?
I
That's a
What
think I have
very
a good
this is a
answer.
very
Telling
this is
you,
a
you're gonna
very
turn
like
gay eventually.
Yeah,
nah
that's a very gay question, but
this is a very
I I think I have a good answer.
this is like a very I guess you're putting sexuality first where not everyone thinks sexually all the time. Because I mean, when you're a little kid, you don't think sexually. And I know the point where and even though you're a little kid, you're different, but like, bro, like not everyone thinks like that. They're not always like, oh, I want to fuck. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, I like different people
Like
think
girls
different
in
ways.
first
The
grade.
problem is the
Hey,
problem is
Matrix.
I've never said anything about fucking. Right? You guys are
But
talking
you
about
just said what?
Listen, I
I
said
guess
fall in
what?
love. I said fall in love. The physical things
Matrix.
will come after the fact, but they will definitely fall in love one with each other.
Let
Dude,
me
this
answer,
is
please. Let me answer, please.
yeah. I'll be quiet.
Matrix. I think I have the perfect answer for you, and it doesn't involve fucking. So, I heard recently that your culture plays a large part in your cravings when you're hungry, right? And some culture out there hypothetically eats like insects for like the majority of their diet, right? And so, there's some person
Not my
goes to
culture.
bed there's some person, some culture out there, hypothetically, that didn't get their fill of dinner, right? And so they're trying to go to bed, but they're kind of having a hard time going to bed because they're hungry, right? And what comes to mind for them? What comes to mind for them is like, oh well, we eat bugs. What's the most delicious bug? Red ants, maybe, is the most delicious bug on their menu in their culture that they eat on the regular. And the thing that comes to mind for them is starving as they go to sleep, not starving, but hungry as they go to sleep, is like, oh man, I could really go for some red ants right now, right? And so you can definitely be influenced by your surroundings and your environment of what's available to you. And but the thing is, no person who has a diet of insects their entire life, who might crave one insect over another insect, no, I don't want the beetles, I want those red ants, those are my favorite meal. None of them are ever going to think, be hungry and say, oh, I just want to eat some shit right now. I just want some fucking moose feces right now, right? And so there's certain things in your nature that you're never gonna want, right, to eat when you're hungry. And so there's people out there who might be feeling sexual desires and only have men available to them to, as a human, to sexually express themselves with, but never feel the need, like, oh man, I just want to suck some dick right now, even because that's the only thing they've ever known. They might just be on an island,
Weird shit that I find, right? But so how would
Yeah,
you
here's
explain
the thing, dude.
physics?
Here's the thing, dude. I remember being in class and fucking being more like, not once was I interested in any of the students because they're all dudes, but I like the teacher and shit. I like every single hot female teacher I had a crush on. So like, just even in that experience, right? Like you can't really hit on the teacher, but like you automatically know, wow, I get attracted when I go around this person. When I'm around these guys, I don't. You know what I mean? Like, so when you
But
say
say
love, dude, bro, like, 'cause think about it. I fucking knew these guys pretty well. I went to school with them from fucking like what? Like what is your first like from like fifth grade? From fifth grade till fucking 12th grade, dude. And we all played football on the team together, and we partied every week together. We were like, bro, we only hung out with each other, and not once was anybody gay. So like, that's the thing, is I would say we did love each other, I guess, in a like a brotherly love, but not once did anyone fucking feel the desire to kiss someone else, dude. I think that's just perverted, dude. I think if you start to think too sexually, then you start fucking having those types of desires. But if you're not already thinking perverted, you won't fucking think of that.
Stranded on an island with no actual food and only piles of poop and rocks around you, you're never going to feel the desire to ingest rocks or poop. If
I think
all the
Matrix is saying that some people turn gay in prison.
Yeah, but those people, that's the thing, bro. Those people are fucking, like, they're sexually minded. They're already perverted.
Now, it can happen, okay, Matrix? Like, no doubt that, like, people can be heterosexual, but then be in a position where they, like, compromise and even, like, convince themselves, like, hey, I just want to fuck it, whatever. But I don't think it's necessarily, like, completely natural in every case. Maybe there is some people that are naturally gay. That's a whole nother conversation, right? Whether gay is, like, a natural thing to be. I mean, I don't take any firm stance on that. Actually, it's very confusing to me.
Yeah,
whether or not.
Let me try to answer.
Some cases seem like they're definitely like
Let me try to
always been
answer.
gay, like since 5.
Matrix. A gay person will never turn straight, no matter how long they've been with a person, and a straight person will never turn gay, no matter how reliant on the person there is. That's my answer.
Yeah, like I think they could. I think they could be.
Why
They
have
could
you
love
come
each
to that
other in a
conclusion?
non-sexual way.
Why have you come
Like,
to that conclusion?
Because people don't change their genes. It's inherent in their genes or in their brain, whatever you want to call it, whatever their desires are.
yeah, I don't know about that.
What if it's a choice? What if it's a choice? And it isn't inherent, and it isn't
It's
a
not.
God.
It's not a choice. I mean, you can
sure?
choose. You can choose to have gay sex, but that doesn't make you gay.
What?
Okay. So what if you choose what you like? and what you like just happen to be the same sex? What if that is just
And you're
a choice?
gay. Congratulations, you're gay. That's all.
Did I just hear you can choose to have gay sex, but you're not actually gay? That's the gayest thing ever. Having gay sex
No,
is
it's not,
gay
Genius.
as shit.
Listen, Genius.
I don't
Someone
even
gets
want
$1
to
million
talk about this
to
shit
go to
anymore.
bed
Why
with
do you want
them.
to talk about gay shit so much, Jay, dude? I don't
Listen,
want to talk about this.
someone tells you gives you $1 million to go to bed with them. That doesn't make you gay. That makes you want $1 million.
That makes you a capitalist.
Come on, bro.
Let me put it this way.
That's the spirit of capitalism right there.
Let me put it this. Let me put it this way in one sentence. Just one sentence. Let me put it this way. There is such thing as acquired tastes, but there are certain flavors that can never be acquired as a taste. You know, that you enjoy,
Bro, how
and
is
that depends
people
individually.
for $1 million? Like, I don't understand. How is that any acceptable than two people stranded in the island? Like, I don't. Like, if you would sleep with somebody with the same sex for $1 million, bro, that makes you worse. That makes you a motherfucking hypocrite.
Wait, no, here's the difference, bro. If it was a direct analogy, that $1 million on that desert island would be like a fucking vacation hut with unlimited fucking water, food, and like pina coladas. And so I guess you having sex with the guy wouldn't be your desire; it'd be you whoring yourself out, basically.
Yeah, that's just bribery.
Whores aren't actually attracted to the men they have sex with. They just have to do it because they don't know any other way to make money. So
That's
like,
correct.
Yeah, it's a means to an end kind of situation.
That doesn't make them straight or gay.
that just makes you a whore, basically.
I could eat shit flavored fruit if I knew it was healthy for me, but I don't think I'd ever enjoy it. Even though I could say get used to it, it would never be pleasurable.
That's right.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with that.
Now, let me say something else, Matrix. Instead of focusing on sex, there's the Greek speech bequeath us 3 kinds of love: the love of philia, the love of family; eros, the love of sex, like with your wife; and then agape, the love of God. So there's 3 actual types of love that I know about. Does that make a
I don't know,
difference?
bro. I think you can
By
have.
the
I
way,
think if you go to, well, I think if
let
you
me
go to war with,
hold on. Bro,
Alright,
I
go ahead.
haven't spoken about sex. I did not turn this into sex. I spoke about love. Remember, I wasn't the
That's
one
what
that
he.
turned this into a sexual thing.
No,
Bro, you were literally talking about like, oh, do you think it would
You
change?
said
And
you
then
would
you would tell
desire
that
them.
person to do shit with them, and I was like,
You said you desire them, Matrix. You did say that.
yeah, bro, you did
No,
say
I
that.
did not say that.
Yes,
I
you
did not
did,
say
bro.
that. I did not say anything about desire,
Godric didn't
and I did
mention
not
sex.
speak anything about sex.
Godric only mentioned sex as one of the forms of love. If you heard him, he talked about love for family, love for God, love for your wife sexually, love for your wife loyalty-wise. I think there's like 5 major Greek versions of love that they have words for, and sexual attraction is only one of them.
Exactly.
Like you love
and
your
it's
children.
not just because you spend time with someone doesn't mean you're going to be sexually attracted to them. Like I really don't get that like point that you're trying to make.
And there's a chance.
Even if it was the last person
Who
on
was the
earth,
one who brought to the gay shit, bro? I spoke about love. Do you
bro,
not understand the difference?
you were
Oh
literally
my God, bro, this nigga
saying
is about
desire and shit.
nobody. Oh, bro, I never mentioned once desire. Never mentioned once anything about no gay sex, bro.
Then why were
I
you
need
making
to
the whole
understand.
big point
That
about
was
it?
you.
Oh,
I
if it was a
spoke
guy
about
or a
love.
girl,
I spoke
dude.
about
The way
love.
you were, I
Something
don't know,
completely
dude.
different.
Yeah, well, if you think.
Retarded, bro? Like, are you retarded?
If you think, okay, here's the thing. If you think people stranded on an island will develop a bond with each other and I guess mutually care for each other, I'd agree with you. But then that's it. That's as far as it goes.
And that's as far as I said it, bro. Bro, I did not mention sex once.
Bro, you were saying like
mentioned
it
that
doesn't
shit.
matter. You were saying like shit like it doesn't matter if it's a guy or girl. Like I don't
Yes, you
even
would
get
love
that.
the
Like
person
why would
because you
you
would
make
the
that point?
person. I did
Why would
not
you
make
make that? Why would it matter if it's a guy or girl
bro,
if
it's
it's not a
not listening.
sexual thing, dude? Like why would guy or girl matter if it's not a sexual thing? I don't get it.
Can somebody confirm that I am saying that I did not bring the sexual shit here? I spoke about love. Can somebody confirm that I've said that?
I think I can confirm that you did carefully word your words, that you didn't ever say those words specifically. Now, we all felt a sort of vibe coming off of you that you're very confused about your sexuality, but it wasn't spoken outright. But
Dude, I'm not the only one. I'm not the only one who heard what you implied. So I don't get it. You're trying to pin it all on me, but 2 other people in the chat got the same fucking shit.
Matrix, if you're bi, it's okay, bro.
Oh, dude, whatever, bro. Listen, I got a
we
wife.
accept you.
Kids right next to me, bro. I'm
Can we
really
change
not
the subject? I don't fucking care.
Let me just say one thing to finish up what Matrix is saying. Let me just say one thing. Listen, Matrix, if you're on an island with somebody else, let's say that you didn't click, you conflicted, you might end up killing that person. So to your point, no, it doesn't always work.
Oh, shit.
Okay, gotcha. So you're telling me that you're stranded with another person, right? A man, right? Rationally, and your logic.
Hang on. Stop for a second. Why does it have to be a man?
Person that's gonna
See what you did? See what you did? It has to be a man. Why do you do that?
Yeah, bro. See,
it could be whoever.
You said a man.
Why would you go to kill the person? Like I don't. You guys are making something. You guys are not understanding the analogy.
This is why. Listen, Matrix. If it's a woman, maybe we're the last people on earth. Maybe I'll try to, make a family, right?
You
Period.
said you was gonna kill the person.
If it was a guy and we conflicted, one of us would be dead. Period.
Yeah,
okay, that's just
Godric's right. Godric's right. Bro. In a survival situation, if someone has animosity, it's gonna heat up because you're not gonna be able to stay on the same island and steal each other food and shit and sabotage each other long enough. Someone's gonna kill the other person.
Matrix, Cain and Abel, bro. Cain and Abel in the Bible, bro. In the Bible, Cain and Abel.
Bro, he was just jealous. He was jealous that he got compliments and he killed the other motherfucker.
All right, I think I have an important question. I want to understand your question, Matrix, but I think I need you to answer this question for me. So I'm stuck in this island.
It's not that serious. You guys are making it too serious.
Totally hypothetical. I just want to understand you better, so I need to ask a very important question. So I'm stuck on this island with no escape with this guy. To give me something to base my answer on a little bit more specifically, what's he packing? How big is it? Has he got a 6-pack?
What the fuck?
How long is it, man?
What the fuck?
I wouldn't know, bro.
Give me some measurements.
Bro, this is a dumb fucking subject.
Can I
just go to plus ones? Can I just go to plus ones?
I'm just trying to make this as gay as possible. I'm sorry. But what's he packing, right?
All right. Okay, let's change the subject already. It's I've heard enough of this shit, honestly.
Does he have a chiseled jaw? Does he have luscious lips? What about his, eyes? Are they pretty?
Probably looks like Fabio with the long hair and shit.
Oh shit. Okay, yeah, I'm getting down with that.
Y'all are crazy.
Yeah, man, that's the point.
Y'all are crazy out here.
Hey, with a hunk like Noah, I might get a little curious.
I'm gonna have to leave the room.
Tell you guys where I got this.
This is fucking ridiculous. It's getting personal now. It's getting personal now.
Let me tell you where I got the idea from. I saw this episode of My Name Is Earl. Is a show that about some guy. His name is Earl. That's the whole show, right? So he was in prison. And there was these rival gangs that they just kept fucking with each other, right? So the warden trapped both of them in a motherfucking cell, bro. He left them motherfuckers there for 5 years or whatever. Them motherfuckers, the rival gangs, they ended up fucking falling in love with each other because they killed each other for so long in there, but they couldn't do anything else to each other, bro. That all they had to do was to get to know each other, and they ended up falling in love.
That's just because they're gay. That's because they're gay.
In what way?
They're gay,
dude. No. In what way did they fall in love? They want to suck each other off?
Dude,
in the show?
Bro, you guys should see the episode. It was crazy. They ended up falling in love.
Send
when
the
they
link.
took them out of the box, when they took them out of the box,
Can we put this on live? Gio. I'm kind of curious now. Did they turned gay? Bro, they were gay before then. They're just two gay balls that got locked together.
Oh, I don't know. I'm just telling you what was the show about, right? So
here's the thing. A lot of these a lot of these like tough gangster guys are actually just fucking gay balls underneath. They act all tough because they didn't have a fucking dad to show them what's wrong and what's right and shit. So,
I mean, it sounds like you definitely dabbled in the topic and the psychology. So, continue. Sounds interesting.
no, yeah, no, these like bro, like fucking men without fathers are more likely to be violent and are more likely to be gay. This is an actual like fact. And I think that fathers in the house set boundaries, and basically if you grow up without boundaries, those are, I guess, two of the, I guess, symptoms of a boundaryless individual.
So you're saying single
Like
mother home?
I'm saying you could be raised and raised wrong and be gay, or you can be just one of those flamboyant gay fuckers who are just like, you know what I mean, like act like really gay, like they can't not be gay.
Wait a minute.
But then if you're raised like, I think here's what I'm saying, Jay.
You're implying that somebody's making the choice.
Jay. Here's the thing, bro. It's like people, no matter what, will not eat cockroaches. Like some people, no matter what, will not eat a cockroach. Like I will not eat a fucking cockroach. I could go to India. Everyone else is there eating cockroaches, enjoying it. Like, yo, bud, eat this cockroach. It's good for you. We all like it. It tastes good. I won't do it, right? But someone who didn't grow up thinking that cockroaches are gross or whatever might see the cockroach and maybe I'll try it. You know what I mean? Like, I think it has to do with how you're raised is one of the main components. But once you're already raised, you're raised that way. You can't change the way you're raised once it's done.
So if there's no food and all that's left is cockroaches and you can just deep fry them motherfuckers. You telling me you want to eat them cockroaches to survive?
But here's the difference, bro. You need to eat to survive, but you do not need to have sex to survive.
Yeah, that's a good point, and I think that brings up this idea that I won't take a firm position on or whatever, except for one aspect of it. The other half I won't. On one half I will. As far as the word like natural sex, natural sexual relationships. So, there is a sort of normal in society, and I do understand the idea of societal constructs or cultural constructs or whatever. But the thing about it is, like, if there's something to be put on a pedestal above all else, from one philosophical position, it's about like the continuation of the human race. So, like, gay sex does not continue the human race. I feel like I feel like there's almost no one out there who has an argument against this that's very valid at all. Even though I understand there could be, if you're like who cares if humans go extinct or whatever. But in order for humans to continue as a species, right, we need to have sex with male and female. So that is easily deemed in a lot of circles the natural process, right? But I'm not going to say that it's unnatural to want to have sex with the same gender. I'm not going to say that. However, I am going to say from my philosophical perspective that it is completely natural to want to have sex and engage in the reproductive process with the thing that like is biologically your counterpart, right? To unify and continue the species. Now, if you want to throw out the idea of the continuation of your species out the window, then it's a free-for-all. Sure, however you feel. However, on that one single idea that it propagates your continuation of your species, and just from that perspective, the normal, the natural, the regular is heterosexual sex. But I'm not going to say that it isn't within any human in a natural sense to have homosexual sex, but one is easily more arguable as being natural because of the strong perspective of the continuation of the species. Now, I just want to throw out something completely crazy, and that maybe it's the way we all get to heaven is by not having children. Just letting us all die off, no more reproduction. Let's put an end to the human species, go extinct, and that's the ticket to heaven. I don't feel like that's the right decision, but I'm not in a position as an ignorant human that I am to say I know that for sure. But it goes against every instinct I have to spread the message as like a evangelist around the world that the way to reach like the best position possible spiritually or whatever is to just die off as a species. If that is your goal, then that definitely opens a door and puts it on the same playing field that homosexual sex is on the same level as heterosexual sex. But just entertaining, like I said, the reproduction of your species, there is one thing that is more natural than the other from that perspective, which I hold, of course. So it's gonna take some sort of stimulus, desperate, and maybe like taking advantage of human desires and making compromises for a straight person to say make an exception, or maybe it's in them from the start. Like I said, I don't know if homosexuality is natural. It very well could be. But as far as, like you said, two people being stranded and being the same sex or whatever, I think a lot of people would be willing to make that compromise. But I use the word compromise while you're asking the question, is it really a compromise, or is it just an option that's always been there that you're free to take? I think I view it as a compromise, but like I say, you're free to view it a different way. It really does come down to that Goldilocks position where
Yeah,
you're torn.
I disagree because wait, hold up, I disagree. Hold up, Rick J. I disagree because I have had women that I am actually attracted to and want to fuck in the moment, and I've told them myself, like, I wanted to fuck, and the fucking capability of fucking was there. There was nothing stopping it except for me saying no. So there are times when you have an urge. I don't even think you would have an urge if you're on a stranded island with some bearded, muscular dude. Maybe someone would. I don't think I would. But even if I had the urge, because I've had urges to fuck girls and the ability, and I've still denied it. So I don't know. I just don't understand. Like, dude, like, every day you have the choice to jack off, right? But you don't choose to jack off every day. You can just not. And that's what I'm saying. Like, you don't just because you have an urge, you don't have to act on it. And I don't even think you would have the urge if you're with a dude and you're not gay.
Well, a lot of people would, right? We know that for a fact that a lot of men would have that urge.
Yeah, I'm not denying that, Fundy.
Right, and that's all I'm saying is that I'm not taking a firm position that that's an unnatural urge for some people. In my specific position, it would have to be some sort of like act of desperation that would require lots of compromises of who I feel I am as a natural, being myself, right? I would have to like sacrifice obeying one of my principles to fulfill one of my urges of some sort, and I'd probably not like it after reflecting, if I'm being completely honest with myself or something, right?
It would way of saying yes. You would fall in love with the person and compromise.
Bro, have you actually, never mind. I was gonna say, has any of you guys been with a prostitute before?
Yeah, not me.
Nah,
I've met them, but I've never been with them like that. No.
I've never paid a bitch, bro. I've never had to.
I've had long conversations with them, but I've never hired them for business. They're very normal people, believe it or not. I learned a lot of philosophy. I learned a lot of philosophy about mirrors from one prostitute in particular, who told me their deep woo-woo, ideas about mirrors being portals to different dimensions and all that. It was very entertaining, but no, I've never been in a position where I hired them for sex or anything.
There's a glitch that you could do with a mirror that is very trippy, bro. You could put the mirror you could see, like, if you have a long mirror and you put it like it below the knees, right? And the mirror is not looking down, but you could look through the mirror and you could look down at your feet. But how are you looking at your feet when the mirror is not capturing that image? You understand what I'm
not
saying?
sure I followed that. No, I didn't.
Let's say you have let's say you're standing like in front of your door, right? And you have one of those long mirrors, those mirrors that they don't completely cover you, right? Let's say the mirror stops like right above the knees, right?
Okay.
So that means that you're looking at the mirror is looking at you hypothetically, right? But the mirror isn't capturing your toes, right? Because again, it's stopping at your knees. You understand?
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Physics is what I'm saying. But if you get close to the mirror and look down, you will see your knees from the mirror's side, but the mirror is not capturing it because, again, it is above the knees. You've never tried doing that?
No, I understand. Where does this take us? What does that relate to?
I mean, how are you looking at your knees through the mirror while the mirror itself isn't physically capturing it, bro?
You might want to reword that. I don't know, man. I mean, it seems like a simple answer. It almost seems like a disservice to answer you in the literal way, because like there is that like physical simple answer to your question, but I feel like you might be like edging at like something deeper that I don't understand.
Just try it, bro. I saw it in a video. The way the person explained it, and it's true. It makes sense. Like, how are you able to look at the part that? How are you able to visualize the part that the mirror is not? You're not under that. The mirror is not covering. It's not covering that part.
Geometry.
Wouldn't the light be traveling up from your foot and then reflecting at a 90-degree angle towards your eyes, basically?
Like I said, I didn't want to give like the literal like geometric answer because it seems like simple and easy to understand. I mean, I don't know. I don't know, man. I feel like there's like a deeper question that you might have in your mind that you might want to ask us in a different way. Because, you know, how do you see your toes if your eyes aren't reflected in the mirror? Like, but of course, from a specific angle, your eyes would be reflected in the mirror, but you can't see your own eyes in that mirror. But someone else with their, you know, eyeballs near your feet would see your head. I mean, perspective, I guess, is a funny thing, right? Perspective can change a lot. And I didn't want to give that answer because it doesn't go anywhere, right? I mean, I don't know. Geometry, right? It's just angles.
That's your answer. Geometry angles.
Yeah. I got a similar question about mirrors for you. How come a mirror reflect? And obviously the answer is just geometry. But you know, why don't I bring this up? It's on topic, I suppose, since you brought that up. How come a mirror reflects you in a reversed way when it comes to left and right, but it doesn't reflect you in a reverse way when it comes to top to bottom?
Yo, wait. Do you have the answer for that? That's actually an interesting. I didn't think about that before.
I mean,
that's a very interesting point. What the fuck? What the fuck? Yo, I need a Glober to explain this ASAP because that's fucking weird.
Oh, all right. Hold on. Let me answer. Let me try to answer.
What the? Wait. Okay, I'm gonna write that down, Fundy, because that's weird. I need to figure out get to the bottom of this.
Let me try to answer. Let me try to answer the question.
No, honestly, Noah, don't think too hard about it. It's not worth your time. It does have a simple answer.
The reflective part of it, how it's designed.
It's not about its design. It works the same way looking down into a calm water, right? Mirrors aren't man-made.
I'm fucking tripping right now.
No, Noah, don't take it like that. You understand the answer intuitively, even though it's hard to put into words.
No,
to explain.
I don't. I'm thinking about it right now. I'm gonna have to Google
it. No, it's the same answer as music. It's just simple geometry.
Bro, I'm literally drawing like a square and a stick man on a piece of paper. And I'm fucking confused.
Well, I'm glad you understood the question, but it's meant to be a little bit of a mind fuck. But the answer is just a complicated phrasing. I mean, when you just understand it without words, it makes perfect sense. When you try to put it into words,
dude,
hard.
I just drew it. Now I understand what's going on. Yeah.
But it's a fun one. It's a fun one to bring up.
Okay, that shit tripped me up though. I was trying to think about it, and I was like, fucking like, about to go fucking like what? Like my brain was kind of busting, but I just drew it. Like I just drew a man facing a reflection, and now it it makes sense. Like when you draw it, it's kind of self-explanatory.
Geometry. Yeah, simple geometry.
Yeah, bro. At first, I was thinking like, why the fuck? Like, what the fuck? Yeah, shouldn't it be upside down? And then I was like, no, wait, let me just draw this real quick.
Maybe there is a mirror that turns you upside down. I don't know. What would that
I
be
think
like?
those. I think if they're curved, I don't. I think it's concave. They actually it actually flips you upside down.
Well, like when you look at your reflection in a spoon, it's upside down, right?
Yes. And then the convex, I think, just reflects you back, but like with like a bigger nose. If you look at it on the convex side.
Yeah, and I think actually the concave side of a spoon reflects you upside down unless you bring the spoon close enough to you, then it straightens out at some sort of threshold membrane. But if you hold it like an arm's length, you're upside down, but if you bring it close, it's not upside down.
Yeah.
So how about our fucking filthy water? Tell me this, guys. Were rivers like rivers, say like the Missouri River or whatever, going from the top to the bottom of the United States, right? Was that once drinkable and is not now drinkable? Were rivers once drinkable water, or is that just like a folk tale I've heard?
I think people will actually drink pretty nasty water outside the first world countries. Like when I see the type of water people drink in Africa, I look at it and I'm like, is that drinkable? Like that water's brown, dude. That's fucking disgusting. So I think the water is probably still drinkable. It's just our standards have kind of gone beyond that and just said like, wait, this is disgusting. Like,
Well, what do you think is the best water in nature to drink? Obviously,
Ganges River, JK, that'll give you diarrhea for weeks.
Obviously, all of those bottled water companies say fresh spring water, right? So there is drinkable spring water, like almost like a geyser of some sort, but just like low powered, right? Just like natural, springs, right? Those would definitely be drinkable water. Rivers, I'm not so sure about. I have this idea in my head, sort of, I don't know, maybe it's a fairy tale. They're like, once upon a time, all rivers were fine to drink out of. And it's because we polluted them that you don't drink out of them now. Even if you live next to a river, don't even think about it. You're a couple hundred years too late or something. But I don't know. Maybe rivers were never something you should drink out of. I might have that wrong.
Well, I think also it's like, if you try to go to India and drink their water, you'll shit your guts out. But those Indian fuckers drink that shit all day and they're fine. Just like dogs and shit, bro. You have you ever given your dog water? He licks out of the same fucking gross bowl every day. I'm pretty sure I'd get sick if I did that.
I've seen squirrels, I've seen possums, I've seen birds drink from puddles on the street, and obviously they don't die the next day or anything, right?
Right, yeah. So maybe the river is drinkable. It's just like I said, our standards are, and also drinkable is kind of flexible, right? Like,
yeah,
just
of course,
drinking it and then not dying is not the best standard. Like our standards are higher than that, right? Our standards are like, it tastes good. You know what I mean? Like, so I think it's just a thing about standards. Maybe some rivers are polluted to an extent that they aren't now, but I also think like Ganges is a perfect example of a water that they drink out of and they're fine, but you drink out of and you're not fine. You know what I mean? I mean, they burn dead bodies and that they do all kinds of fucking. They wash their clothes. Fuckers getting burnt body and washed clothes and shit, and he's just drinking it. Whereas our fucking asses would not drink that in a first world country.
Drinkable is definitely not the same thing as optimal or pure. And,
exactly. Yeah.
And also, pure water isn't necessarily optimal either. You might, like just pure H2O, distilled water. I definitely think that it's fine. A lot of people warn you against drinking distilled water, but I do think it's absolutely acceptable. I've drank distilled water for long periods of time in my life, but I do think that there probably is maybe a better version of water than distilled water, maybe with a few minerals or whatever added of the right sort.
It might be better, but yeah, filtered or whatever. I wouldn't say it's bad for you, but yeah, maybe there is something better. But like as a base, like a base to start off from, like I mean, it's gonna automatically beat out all that fucking shit water. You know what I mean? Like, it may not be the best, but it beats quite like fucking 90% of the other water out there.
Yeah, see, one goal I have in my life is to understand and acquire and ingest like optimal water. And I'm still on a process of discovery of what that even means. What is the water I should be drinking?
Please don't
You know
drink
what I mean?
your own piss. Please do not drink your own piss.
No, don't worry about don't worry about that. I'm not on that boat yet.
Let me know though.
Yeah, well, I'll definitely let people know if I figure out that that's actually something that I should do. But at this point, I wouldn't recommend it. I don't subscribe to that yet. But it's very
He's saying
interesting,
yet,
even
as
though
if you know you're gonna subscribe to it in the future.
no,
Fundy.
not.
Yeah, bro, this is like Matrix J. He's kind of giving off a certain vibe. Now you're giving off a vibe that you want to drink piss. What's going on in this room, dude?
Hey man,
Gio,
how
get
bad
control
could
of
it
this
really?
room, Gio. Come
Hey,
on, man.
how bad could it really be, right? No, why don't we all just give it a shot? Come on, let's all drink our
Give it
piss
a
right now. You gotta
shot.
pee, guys.
You said the words "give it a shot" for drinking piss.
Hey, come on, let's give it. Hey, just imagine though, if you're stranded on an island with a dude, wouldn't you drink each other's piss and fall in love, right?
That's nasty, bro. Goddamn.
Come on, let's just all fall in love with guys on deserted islands and drink each other's
And
piss.
drink
I mean,
piss.
it only seems natural, right? I mean, it's just a matter of time.
Oh man, the drinking piss thing. That's funny, man. That's fucking funny.
It sounds
Fucking,
like
you know, someone was sending me a video of like people who, and the guy takes a jar and he's just sipping it and talking about how it's good for you. And I'm like, dude, why would you send me this video? Like, fuck me.
Now, let me be completely honest with you, Noah. I'm going to be completely honest with you right now. If I was stuck underground in a cave that caved in, if I was stuck in a desert that I was trying to cross, just dropped off by a helicopter in the middle of it, and there's no water, like, don't get me wrong, I would give it a shot, because I don't know at this point if it would be harmful or positive, but, don't get me wrong, I'm not interested whatsoever, but in a survival situation, I feel like I would at least try it, right? Just to stay alive one day longer, maybe reach
I'm not
civilization.
sure if that's. I've heard of people who get
in a survival situation. What would that be any different?
Because you don't need to have sex to survive. If I don't have sex for the next 50 years of my life, I'll still be alive. If I don't eat for like I don't know, people can actually fast for a long time. But I'll tell you this, if I stop eating, I will actually die. If I stop having sex, my life might actually improve, actually. I might survive better.
Okay.
Oh boy.
Let's say you're stranded with a woman, and the woman is fully in love with another man, and she does not eat for the time of day. And
These guys' scenarios.
5 years go by, 10 years go by, this woman gets no play. So what would you do?
What? Wait,
What?
didn't you just
I
say
didn't
that the girl
understand
was with the? Didn't you just say the girl started getting with the other guy?
No. I said she was fully in love with another man when she was stranded with you. She gives you no play for 5 to 10 years. You guys are stranded, helping each other out. You get to know her, but she does not want to fuck you. What would you do?
Matrix, I feel like you're telling me to like say something I'm not really about at all. I feel like you're like kind of like like using a ploy to get me to like say something like, "Oh, I just fucking knock her over the head with a giant rock and take advantage of her, that bitch." It's just us on the island. How is humanity going to survive with the last people on Earth? I don't know. What I mean, honestly, that's some weird situation. You know, you want her, she doesn't want you. She's in love. I mean, what are you talking about, man? I'd probably.
Gonna test your
I don't know
morals.
if this is a realistic. I don't know if this is a realistic situation. From my anecdotal experience of women, which is incomplete as an experience, but from my anecdotal experience of women, it is not in women's nature to hold out for years on a desert island with another guy there. I don't think that is. I don't think any woman would. I think women would fucking. Unless you're like some sort of fucking hideous, bro. Listen, I've seen hot women with the fattest fucking ugliest fuckers ever, and they're just with him for money. So I'm pretty sure a chick would have sex with you if you brought her some fucking fish easily.
Well, let's be respectful. Let's be respectful here. Let's be respectful here and treat everyone as a worst case scenario and a best case scenario. There's girls who would, abandon their morals. There's women who wouldn't, and the same goes.
She might not. Yeah, you're right.
The same goes for men. There is such a thing as a man stranded on an island with an obese, hideous monster of a woman, and there's not a single moment in the entire time before he dies on the island that he has a single interest in sexually engaging with her, or vice versa, whichever situation.
I agree with you, Fundy. I'd say like
I smell bullshit. I smell bullshit there, bro. I smell bullshit there. You're telling me
no, it's not. It's not bullshit. You're just not imagining hard enough, Matrix. You're just not imagining hard enough. There is such a thing as a girl that would never meet your standards, no matter how desperate you are on an island. That you're like,
yeah, there is such a thing, I believe.
There is such a thing, man.
But here's the thing is on the real though, like
you're telling me that you'll pay a prostitute, but you won't fuck a fat bitch, bro?
I'm not saying overweight.
no, it
They
depends
could
how
be
fat,
covered
dude.
in warts and boils and bleeding profusely from every orifice of their body. I mean, I don't want to go into the details, but I mean, there is such thing as unacceptable.
Yeah, like it's just disgusting.
But just because a chick is overweight doesn't mean she got. Like, why would you correlate the being bloody and disgusting and the blisters to a fat chick, bro? Like,
Okay.
I'm not.
It depends how fat she is. If she's like a little chunky, I'd be game. I'd be game if she's a little chunky, but like if she's like a fucking 600-pound Oompa Loompa, like it's not even a human being really. Like you're having sex with a fucking horse.
It's not even physically
having sex
possible
with like a cow,
at that point.
dude. Like
if it's a hot chick, but she got all the warts, you hit it because she's hot.
No, fuck that, dude. Bro, trust me. I had a chick who was into me in college, and like she had a banging body, but her face, because of her face, I couldn't do it. Like I really could not look at that human being for like over fucking like a couple seconds without getting like utterly like, you know what I mean? And she was like, I'm not really in my friend group, but like in a, I guess, tangent friend group. So like, but she was like thirsty for me, right? But like, and she had a nice body, I'll admit. You know what I mean? But her face, like, I couldn't do it. Her face was that ugly. I couldn't have sex with her.
Okay. Well, let me put up this other situation. If I'm stranded on an island with the hottest chick in the world, right? Even if it's literally my wife, right? My current fucking wife, right? I'm stranded on her, and she happens to be bit by a fucking like fish or a jellyfish or something, right? That gives her like a deadly disease that is like transferable and contagious to me. I'm sorry, we're just not having sex anymore. If I have sex with you, I die the next day. I'm going to live the rest of my life and never have sex with you ever once again if having sex with you literally results in me dying within a week.
Wouldn't she die within a week though? So you would just have to hold out for a week and then she'd just be dead.
Well, let's just say it only kills males in a week, and women are just
I bet you
carriers
there's
of it.
feminists like foaming at the mouth right now for that to be developed. Like feminist lesbian like foaming at the mouth, like the men only killing disease that spread like AIDS for men. Like fuck, release it. Like Fauci, get over here, get on it.
Bro, it's like they have no clue what would actually happen if men were not to exist. It's like they have no clue. They have no understanding of how much they don't understand.
That's I don't think you understand. Like they have that's because their whole life is basically the best treatment from simps and the best money given to them by sugar daddies, and like men begging and breaking down their doors to give them shit. Women in society basically, they don't understand because they didn't have to, I guess, right? Whereas my ass had to go get a job and work in
not be too
construction.
general. Let's
No,
not
okay,
be too
yeah, right.
general.
That's true. That's true.
Some.
Some women have to. That, but in general, okay, I'm gonna say in general, bro. Like
Just say some.
no,
Just say
Fundy. Here's the thing.
just say
Here's the thing.
some.
Here's Fundy.
No,
Fundy. Here's
no, don't. Just say
Fundy.
some.
Fundy.
Just say
Listen to this.
some.
Listen to this. Fundy.
All right. Oh, okay.
Here's the
Okay.
thing. Here's the thing. In general, like it's not even. It's a societal thing. I'm not saying it's whatever, but like let's just take
Your
my
society.
sister. Okay. Well, we both live in this society, so. Anyways, in this society, like. I have to go fucking work construction, work my fucking ass off, break my back, also get this fucking university degree, get a fucking master's and do all that. And I still ain't shit to chicks. I still have to fucking go and prove myself in this and waste my time. That's kind of why I'm not thirsty anymore, because how much time I fucking wasted in university. But I still have to do that. Chicks don't have to do anything. They just have to show up and be hot. That's it. That's all.
Hey,
and that's all they have to do.
Noah, I want to debunk you. Is that okay?
Yeah, go ahead.
And I can only say and I'm only speaking for my particular case. So I don't have any of those things that you just listed about yourself. I'm not skilled in construction. I'm not an expert in a trade. I'm not hot. I'm not financially well off, but I am everything to the girl that I want most. And I mean, you're saying that you aren't shit to these girls. I mean, you could be more than everything to a girl, because I don't need any of those things. It's almost like you're putting them in the same category as these chicks. And maybe you could call me good looking. That's subjective or whatever. But
you definitely got that. You definitely got that player vibe, bro. Because you definitely talk a lot of shit. So the problem is the difference between you.
What you don't know? You don't know shit about me, mate.
What is going on?
I mean, guys get tons of lucky breaks. Okay, guys get tons of lucky breaks with girls that are out of their league. That might be me, or maybe that's also a subjective opinion. Maybe I found the girl that values all of my strengths in the same way I value all of her strengths, and that we might not be in each other's league in the same categories, but that we have enough respect to each other to like complete each other. And it's not even a compromise. It's just love. That's just what love is in a lot of situations, when it doesn't come down to like weighing the odds and having things tip the right way on the scales or whatever. Just understand no one's perfect.
I guess I've been commodified by this world, and I have to go back to the ways of Fundy.
Dude, I got the girl of my dreams, and I could almost I could almost say that, oh, she deserves better than me, but I feel like that's an insult to her her taste. If her taste, and I expect her to be an honest person because she's a very dignified woman and understands what she wants, and goes out and tries to get it and doesn't compromise, I don't feel like I'm a compromise for her. I feel like I'm what she was after, and I'm not perfect. And it seems a little stupid for anyone to be after perfection and seek that out and settle for nothing less, because you're not going to find it. And so, I mean, there's a lesson there. Not to say there isn't value in like understanding your worth and valuing other people's worth. That's definitely something people should understand. But at the same time, there is this miracle when it comes to love, where a lot of people might be distracted by that, by like cultural standards and brainwashing and stuff. But at the end of the day, I think that a lot of people can live really happy lives with each other, even though neither one of them is perfect or anything like that.
Man, Fundy makes me want to fall in love over here.
I mean, I
already did that, and then she left me, so I gotta know that.
You heard, Fundy? If you eat pussy like you talk shit, bro, you good, bro. You good. That's why that's probably why you get the girl.
What? Well, at least Fundy eats pussy, not dick. I mean,
Matrix is just saying I can tie a cherry stem in a knot inside of my mouth, right?
You probably tied 4 of them motherfuckers.
How does that make you feel, Jay?
Dude, it doesn't make me feel no type of way. It definitely makes you feel some type of way because you definitely feel the need to point it out each and every time. You even bring out the topic after we've already moved on. That's very weird. We should talk about
Bro,
that.
I'm just giving you shit.
Hey,
Calm down.
I'll be honest, based on personal life experience and observing my surroundings and the people around me, I have to say I'm just fucking lucky as fuck. I don't know what else to say. I don't think it works this way for people. I honestly don't look around me and see other people in the same situation as me. So
what's your situation?
I don't even.
Your situation is that your girl's out of your league, basically, or I don't get it. That you're in love. I'm confused.
Well, how about I put it this way? We're both out of each other's leagues.
Okay, now I don't get it. It just seems like you have a good relationship to me.
Well, that is the bottom line. Yes, that is the bottom line.
Okay, so basically, you have a good relationship in a society of people with bad relationships. Is the observation basically?
Yeah, honestly, that's probably the best way to put it. And just another way to put it is just that, like, it sounds arrogant, but just like I got it going on, man. I'm just in a really fucking good relationship that's just balling out of control, and we're not like. We're not rich. We're not wealthy. You know, she could have like a better life with some dude who could buy her anything she wants or whatever, right? That's not me. However, without that involved, it's still the best relationship that I've ever seen when viewing the people around me. I mean, I hope it continues, right? You can always ruin it. But as far as I can tell right now, I'm in the best relationship that I've ever seen, and compared to anyone around me.
Don't cheat.
My parents, actually.
Do not cheat. Do not cheat. Don't do it.
I definitely understand that, and I thank you for saying that. Thank you very much.
No, trust me, bro. I cheated on my one and only girlfriend. I've been with a lot of women, but I only had like one, I guess.
Congratulations.
Like I've had women that are like partners, but not. I guess the only girl I was exclusive with, and then I guess I cheated, and I kind of ruined that, and it's not worth it, to be honest with you. If anything, just break up with her if you feel the need to do that, because really, it's not worth it.
See, there's one thing that I don't know if this means a lot in a sort of universal sense, or if it's personal, or if it even has any effect whatsoever. But my parents, I'll just tell you guys, right? Like my parents, like that's sort of like the only other like just completely amazing relationship, totally in love forever sort of situation that I've ever seen in my life. Like what I have with my girl is what I see in my parents, and it isn't the same for her parents. They've had struggles, affair, whatever, right? Like I'm not going to get into details, but as you know, I happen to find myself in a relationship that I think is just as good as the relationship my parents have with each other, and
that's probably it, dude.
That might be it,
because people don't fall far from their the nut doesn't fall far from the tree. If your parents have a good relationship, it's very likely you'll have a good relationship. Just like girls who have single mothers are very likely to end up single mothers. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you know, I know, yeah. And I take back what I said. I don't even know a single thing about that. I just know that like my parents are just like the epitome of relationship I've seen in my life, and that I definitely live up in my relationship to the same like loving aspect that I have going on. And I take your advice very seriously, Noah. I won't cheat. I value it above anything else. It's a beautiful thing, and I wish it upon everyone else. But honestly, I don't think most people will get it.
I don't think people are ready.
That.
I know I wasn't ready before. Because I know I wasn't ready because I had what you had, I guess, in the starting stages, and then I fucked it up. So yeah, not everyone's ready. Not everyone's on the same, I guess, path.
I'll tell you, Noah. Every relationship I've had before this one, I definitely fucked it up. I'll be completely honest. I was 9 times out of 10, right? I was the cause for the ruining of it. And so Yeah, there's that. But so never count yourself out when you've had such a bad track record. The next one could literally be utopia. It's definitely
Yeah, that's
possible.
the
I
thing is,
just
this
do
is
it
the only
myself.
girl I ever really liked emotionally, because I had like other, I guess, like friends with benefits and stuff. But I don't know. It's just the one that I had. I don't know. It was weird, bro. Like I never had an emotional connection like that before, like with anyone. You know what I mean? Not just is. I don't know. It's just weird.
Well, the next one could be everything you need to fill the holes and
Well, I
complete
have a lot
yourself.
more standards now, so it's
That's good.
Yeah.
Just don't get carried away with it, because people can grow, especially in the company of other people. And I'll tell you, I was not the person I am now when I first met my girlfriend, and she's had an incredibly, positive influence on me. And, there's the whole expression, turn me into the man who I am today, right? And I guess that's kind of true. And the vice versa, I turned her into the woman she is today. And it's definitely something to work at, but and things can be rough at times, of course, but as long as you have a strong understanding of like what you're about, and you have enough conversations to know what she's about, and allow room for growth and development, all the really key to success in life, the key to success in life and relationships and lots of stuff like that is having good taste, being patient and having good taste, and really understanding when to cut your losses and dip out, and really understanding when things can go wrong, but still understanding things can improve, and not giving up when the going gets rough, but sticking out. Yeah, like I said, good taste is what it really comes down to, and also luck. It's straight up luck, bro. Like I can't tell you anything else but that. Like, how did I meet my girlfriend? If you want to hear a story, I'll tell you, because it was pure luck.
I don't know, Matrix J. Do you want to hear this guy's story or not? All right, go ahead then. All right, wait. Do you have something to say, Jay?
Yeah, bro. I'm actually gonna go get some pussy. So see you guys another day, man. Deuces.
Hey, good
Have
luck.
fun.
Yeah, have fun.
I'll tell you my story in a very quick manner. That I could go on and on for hours and hours, and I won't, about the details. But what the very first moment of it was that I moved to a new city. I moved from one state to another state on my birthday, and I went on an app called Meet Me, which isn't necessarily a dating app, but it's used that way for a large purpose among many people. But it's a very like local meetup conversation app, and so I went on Meet Me, and I saw a profile picture of a girl that was extremely cute, of course, right? Very attracted to this beautiful woman, and she was the first person I saw in there, and I said, "Hey, I'm new in town, and tomorrow is my birthday. Midnight is my birthday, and I don't know anyone to go celebrate my birthday with. Do you wanna join me to celebrate my birthday?" And she said, "Oh, I'm busy tonight, but I can celebrate your birthday with you tomorrow on the day itself." And literally, we just met up and went on a hike on a local
My man,
nature.
you fucking one shot, one kill, man. They should fucking sign you up for the fucking sniper brigade. This is some good shit.
I mean, I was very lucky to have that line, right? Like, my birthday is tomorrow, and I just moved into town and have no one to celebrate my birthday with. Do you want to party with me? Right? It's a very lucky situation, and it worked, and it's 7 years strong.
God damn.
I'll tell you, man, it never once did it last more than like a year and a half tops before that, and I fucked it up every time. And here I am for the first time, right? 7 years strong, couldn't be better, literally just a dream come true. And so it just comes out of nowhere sometimes. And like I said, there's no trick to it. There's absolutely no trick to it. I'm a I was a fucking shit partner to everyone before this, and I did it right this time. And I definitely felt like love for people in the past or whatever, or what I thought was love, but it turns out it was nothing like what I'm experiencing now. So I didn't even know what it was to feel this way before this moment. And yeah, it's very unpredictable. So in a lot of sense, there is advice that can be given, and then in another sense, there is no advice that can be given on certain aspects of it. So there is no such thing as like a perfect relationship
Oh yeah,
coach,
for
right?
sure. Yeah.
It just isn't like that. You got a lot of it
So
is luck,
funny.
and a lot of it, yeah. Go ahead.
How old are you?
I am 27.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you got a couple years on me.
Yeah, a couple.
Wait, you met
What
this chick when you were 20?
Yeah, yeah. Oh, actually, I turned 20. It was my 21st birthday. So yeah.
Oh shit! So your first night you could drink and shit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's a crazy story actually.
Mm-hmm. And honestly, the rest of the story would blow your mind, but it's very long, and I'll DM you or call
Yeah,
you
bro.
personally to tell you
This
the
is
rest if
like
you're ever interested.
this is a very similar story to mine, but 2 years into my story, I cheated with another girl, and it was even worse than that. But that's all I'll say.
Hey, I'll tell you, man. You did a bad thing and you fucked up, but I won't tell you that I don't understand, because I do, and you're not going to hell or anything, but you fucked up, and maybe you really blew it, but and I won't even sugarcoat it for you, man. Maybe that was the best shot you ever had, or I have no clue. Maybe there's
Yeah, I don't
something
know.
better.
Best shot
Maybe there
for maybe
maybe there's
best
something
shot for
better
maybe
coming your
like
way, bro.
best shot for
Yeah.
emotional connection. Maybe I don't know.
Hey,
But
man, that maybe something better is coming your way. Honestly,
no, it's
there's
not like the. See, it's not even like the looks or anything. Because I've been with better looking girls and stuff. You know what I mean? So it's not like that, and it's kind of like just I don't know. It's just very hard to explain. Like
no, I understand, man. I definitely understand, and it can really feel that way. I felt that way in a sense, in a similar way, a little different but similar. And you'd be surprised of how worthless something might seem in the future that you thought was the most important thing in the world before. And so never count yourself out.
that's a good point. That's a good point,
The
dude.
you can't truly understand it completely until it happens, of course. But of course, hearing my words to you, I hope it really connects that you can't count yourself out of the game of finding your soulmate, because I was very confused about who that was in the
Yo,
past.
here's the thing, dude. It's kind of even harder now because all this was before, I guess, Corona and realizing that everything's a hoax. Now I don't even think I could be with a chick who doesn't like a chick who believes like you know what I mean, like who does
Yeah,
all this
don't do it.
social media shit, all this
Don't
news shit.
don't
Like I
do it,
can't.
man.
I before maybe I don't know, dude, but just the basic girl in this society, I don't think I could do it. That's one of the other
I don't
things.
think
My
you should.
standards have fucking gone up to a certain level, and it's not even standards about like looks
No,
or
don't.
anything. It's like
No,
standards about
no,
personality.
don't get it wrong. Don't get it wrong. Your standards haven't gone up, not at all. You've just gotten more in touch with your standards. Your standards have been the same, but now there's just more. There's more boxes to check off. Well, the boxes were there all along. They just kind of like sort of like invisible ink that you didn't know was there until Corona shined a black light on them and revealed
Yeah,
certain,
yeah,
eh,
yeah. That's a good way to put it. Your standards didn't go up; you just found them. You're oh shit, invisible ink.
yeah, yeah, and maybe that was the reason things didn't work out in the past in certain situations or relationships. It didn't work out. I mean, there's never a very good excuse for cheating. Not to say I haven't done it, or good people haven't done it, or whatever. None of us are like perfect or anything. and we give in and do things the wrong way. Everyone's done things the wrong way, but you know, there's probably a reason, whether it's like something wrong with them or something wrong with you, that results in things like going the wrong way. Because if you were meant for each other, it probably would have worked out. So there was probably some issue, whether with you or with them, that made yourselves incompatible.
I'll say like, yeah, it wasn't like everything, but it definitely was the closest out of like all the girls I talked to in university. But and that was a lot. Like in university, because I went from all boys school to actually like hot fucking thirsty chicks with leggings everywhere. You know what I mean? Like, so it kind of went from 0 to 100 real quick.
Fucking college, bro.
I can't even understand. Like before university, like this shit broadened my horizon. I was like, but not in a good way. But yeah, I don't know. It's just out of all the girls in the university I talked to, she just seemed to be the most genuine. You know what I mean? Like, not, I guess, looking for something from you or some material from you. You know what I mean? Trying to use you. You know what I mean? She seemed to actually want to, like, I don't know. You know what I mean? Like when you're with a girl and you have that feeling like this fucking bitch is like she's using me. Like she might not even be using you for something that's like valuable to you, but you can just tell that you're just like a means to an end. You're not actually like the end in and of itself.
And as far as my history goes, it's the girl you really are convinced that like you're very interested in after that experience that has the best chance of being the one for you. I think everyone should go through that specific experience like you and I have, and that's not the right one. And it can be the very most like tempting and like sort of like like thinking back about how things could have gone different if only I did this or anything. But you're gonna get over that, and it takes time. And
no, I'm over it now. I wasn't before, but now I'm kind of like it's definitely like I don't have that. I guess how do I say like pain? I don't know. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like
absolutely, man. Absolutely. Yeah, just you know, be hopeful, man. That's really my message to you, man.
Yeah,
I know you've gone through stuff, man. I get it,
dude. It's weird because it's like I know I can get like the sex. That's not like
that's not
it's
important.
just the weirdest
That's not
thing because
important at all.
but after the coronavirus, like it's bro, my priorities completely like I went into fucking survival mode and then a bunch of my friends kind of just like threw me away. You know what I mean? Like, you know when they say like when you're down, like you understand who's really there with you. Like in Corona season, I was down bad, dude. You know what I mean? And it's just like after that, it's like, do I really want to be spending like after fucking going through that, dude? I don't want to spend another God-given second trying to fucking chase after some girl that doesn't want me. You know what I mean? It's just like I fucking wasted my time when it's like when you're put into this like fight or flight, like work every day, all day. Like dude, I could like my hands were so calloused from working so goddamn much.
Just to survive, huh?
Yeah, exactly. So now, like, that's the thing is my standards went up, but not like in it, and I don't even think really sexually at all. Like, bro, when I see chicks, I'm like strictly evaluating for them. Like, is this a good mother for children? And like, it's the weirdest shit. You know what I mean? Like,
hey, bro,
like I think you know what I think to myself when I
you?
see a chick. Wait, hold on. I'll say one more thing. When I see a chick, dude,
okay.
Nowadays, before I used to think like, oh, pussy to fuck. Now I think her daughter will be her. So is that what I want my daughter to be like? And dude, like everyone goes out the window. Like 90% of the girls go out the window immediately just off that first standard.
Yeah, you know, I completely understand, and that's very mature, and it's important not to get carried away, and you know, think about things too, like statistically or whatever, because like I said, people will like develop each other, and you know, like complete each other if the right people meet up, they will like sort of complete each other for sure. So you know, like I said, don't seek after perfection, but there has to be potential there for growth, of course. Mutual growth based on each other's influence, of course. But
yeah,
There's
like when
there's
I
one
think about
quote
it,
from the
like
Matrix. One sec, man. There's one quote from the Matrix 1 that I've never understood better than right now after listening to you. And Morpheus says to Neo, he says, "Welcome to the desert of the real." And it really is a desert, right?
I
What
fucking didn't even remember that quote, but that sounds so funny. Morpheus just saying that. That is fucked. That's
when you get
based. Morpheus
a
is
grip
based.
on reality, you're welcomed into the desert of the real. And you're gonna find one oasis within that desert. Once you get a grip on reality of how it truly is, there's one palm tree next to one body of fresh water that you can survive the rest of your
And
life
everything else
at.
like jackals and shit, like waiting to
Welcome
rip
to
you
the
up.
desert of the real. Corona has welcomed you to the desert of the real of relationships. And all of these things that you thought they're mirages. They're
Yeah, bro, because
absolute mirages.
this is like the main thing, bro. Because right when Corona started, and so basically I graduated, but I didn't. You don't get your thing conferred for 6 months, so I already finished all my classes. And right when I
Nice.
finished all my classes, my girlfriend, who I liked, basically, because I cheated on her before, like it's you know it's a lot, but she broke up with me, and then this girl, because it was like Black Lives Matter was like going around on social media and like saying like I don't know, bro, but it basically like, and then the whole Corona shit, and then like people, oh well, I can't, you know what I mean? I have to work and stuff, and people would just get mad at me and shit, and like I don't know. I just look back and it's like, yeah, I might have fucked a lot of girls in college. Oh, I might have had some fun, I guess, relationships. I had one relationship that I kind of fucked up, but like then I thought about it, like all of that shit that I did, I have fucking nothing to show for it today. You know what I mean? Like and every day I was just
Sure.
working and fucking working. I'm just like, all that fucking time I spent, it was like the opposite of an investment. Get the reward now and get fucking nothing later. Spend your
Right.
time now and get fucking nothing later. I was just thinking about it. I was like, I got fucking nothing to show for this shit. I wasted
Yeah,
so much of
that's
my
called
fucking time.
that's called paying a cost rather than investing, like you said.
Yeah, so that's just what I found. Like it's just like that on top of, I guess, the desert of the real. Just yeah, a lot of shit hit me at once, and I was just like, wow, I need to like kind of
Now let me
get this shit together, and not I
let
can't
me
be focusing on
calibrate.
distractions.
Let me calibrate your standards real quick. And surprisingly, I don't know how to do this from a male perspective, but I'm going to tell you who I was when I met my girlfriend, right? And she accepted me, and it turned out for her best interest, right? Because we're fucking meant for each other. And she was able to get over something about me. So I'm going to tell you about, I'm going to just, I don't know how to communicate this, right? But just try your best to like turn this on its head from the male perspective yourself, but understand my girlfriend's perspective of me, right? So when I met my girlfriend, I'll tell you what fucking, I don't know, did it for her or something, or that she accepted about me or whatever. But the first deep conversation, the first day I had with my girlfriend, right? 7 years strong, couldn't be better. The first thing I told her about, I said, "Hey, you want to hear an interesting idea that I'm deeply interested in?" And she's like, "Yeah, lay it on me." And I said, "So I think that there's a 10th planet in our solar system with an extremely eccentric orbit that the gods that created us through human gene splicing mix their DNA with the primates on Earth, and they're called the Anunnaki, and they live on a planet called Nibiru, and
Is
that
this
all
the
these
Sitchin?
yeah,
Something
exactly.
Sitchin? Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And I am completely against this idea now. But this was like the first thing I expressed like a deep thought about to my girlfriend about, right? And eventually she had to watch me she had to watch me go through abandoning the thing that I like almost like tried to convert her towards, right? In the beginning, right? So whatever girl you might meet, she might be a fucking Christian. She might have a belief in Anunnaki, like fucking me. But just know that you might find someone who is totally going down the wrong path of belief in all sorts of spiritual and intellectual matters, right? Just like I was. But that doesn't mean that they won't like grow from the experience of their mistakes, and that the people who might be like under the most delusions might have the most beautiful metamorphosis into something better and learning from their experiences, like I did, to being a more rational person, not, you know, learning from the mistakes. And so you might meet someone who is your soulmate, who you find in the middle, whether you recognize it or not, in the middle of one of the biggest misconceptions and mistakes of their life, not thinking clearly whatsoever. So finding someone that like doesn't agree with you or has like crazy beliefs is definitely not like a deal breaker.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't really know how to respond to that, but
I'm just saying, man, the person who's meant there for you might have some crazy fucking thoughts that don't align with you at all. And I went from a space fucking glober loving NASA fucking nerd, right, into who I'm today. And you know, you just whatever perspective you approach this person from, just know like dramatic transformations can happen in your partner, and you got to be open to them developing, and you just got to wait it out and not push anything too hard, but just listen to them and let them develop. And you know, see, a lot of girls are encouraged to find like a rich guy who's got it all settled, right? Like, oh, hey, you're an 18-year-old girl, find that 30-year-old rich guy, right? That's the guy, right? And I'm just saying, there is a sort of reversal that's maybe a little harder to describe or whatever, where it's like, oh, you're this guy finding, you know, this whatever girl, and it just I mean, she could be older, she could be younger, or whatever. There could be anything wrong. But just you know, people can go through dramatic changes, and you shouldn't look for someone who's got it all put together. Potential is always an ingredient in a human's life, and especially a young guy like you. You really shouldn't be looking for anyone who's got it all put together. But you know, I'm not going to list out the, you know, the things
yeah, I
you
don't know.
should be looking for.
I just, from my perspective, I just don't want to fucking. I don't want to look back again in 5 years and then fucking see the same shit that I did 5 years ago and still have nothing to show for it. You know what I mean?
That's not going to happen. The fact that you're talking to me right now and saying the things that you're saying to me right now means that you're not going to let that happen. I mean,
exactly. But that's like
I
my
have complete faith in
you know what I mean?
not
Like
to
that's my
repeat the same
main
mistakes.
epiphany. Main epiphany that I had. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think I'll make that mistake again. But it's just like, I understand what you're saying, and like,
If you do, I'm gonna call you a little bitch. All right.
Maybe
If you make
I
that
guess I
same
know.
mistake again, I'm gonna call you a little bitch for the rest of your life.
Okay, it's a deal. Deal then. We'll take a deal on that.
Don't repeat your dumbass mistakes, bro. Not that I didn't. I made the same mistake over and over again. So I won't even. I don't know.
But it's like, if you
the whole
identify the
reason.
mistake, right? Then it's like, then you have to actually change your habits, and then it's finally resolved. So it's like a 3-step process.
Mm-hmm. And I'm not even like a good fucking person even today, right? I mean, improvement is what's necessary. Continuous improvement. And like, I have addictions, I have issues, I got fucking emotional trauma, whatever. Like, I'm not like, I have scars that maybe won't heal, maybe just heal a little bit, right? But like I said, you don't have to be perfect. You don't have to be that perfect fucking dude who's got it all together. That, like, you know, it's very similar to like a job application, where it's like sometimes you just need to apply for the job that you don't fulfill the qualifications that are written in the like description of you know, what they're after, and you say, listen, give me a shot, right? And just watch me do my best, and I'm gonna be your best employee ever soon enough, because I have the potential to grow. and you gotta be the employer and the employee, from both perspectives in a relationship. It works both ways. Like, in a sense, in a relationship with a female, as a male like we are, you're the employee to her at the same time she's the employee to you, and you're the employer of her. You're employing and being the employee of each other, and you might find the perfect candidate, but you also might find someone who might be your best employee given some time. And it does take a sort of leap of faith in some situations, and I'd honestly say that's usually what you should go for, because you might be convinced at some point that you find the perfect employee, but just give it time as an employer, thinking that you found the perfect employee to fill a position, and it's going to be so easy for you to so soon enough to find issues with that person, that candidate that you thought was so good. Just give it time. You're gonna nitpick. You're gonna find things to complain about.
Yo, is there
There's
a
no such
mod?
thing.
Wait, hold up. Is there a mod in here? Because this kid, Pro Snorkelus, is trying to get unmuted. Sorry if I interrupted you, but I
Not
just
at
got
all,
the
man.
DM. I just got the DM.
I'm just fucking ranting. Pro Snorkelus. Is he in the
he said he's
VC, or is
muted, I think.
is he in the VC, or is he just in
Yeah,
the
he's
chat?
right here in the VC. Yeah, he's right here in the VC. He
Oh,
DM'd me, but I don't know any mods. I think Geo's the only mod in here, isn't he?
Pronorculus. I wish I could unmute you, man.
Pro Snorkelus.
It's really funny. I mean, until he gets, verified. Any mods in here, please. But
yeah, voice verification takes for fucking ever on this server. You gotta wait till a mod gets here for that to happen, I think.
I just want to say one last thing about that, and that every piece of advice I've given you, in a sense, I'm completely not qualified to even advise on. I have no idea what I'm doing. I got where I am through luck, and I might ruin it tomorrow. There's really no telling. Life is a fucking big mystery, and you gotta fucking figure that shit on your own. And fuck everything I said, unless it comes true. Then send me a thank you card or a tip or something. I don't know.
That's funny.
There's really nothing certain about any of it, to be honest. Carry a rabbit's foot or a 4-leaf clover or something, man. Maybe that'll help you out.
Well, I'm not I don't need. It's not that I need the luck. It's just Also,
No,
right
you
now I
do.
gotta focus on other
Everyone
shit.
needs the luck.
You know what I mean? Yeah, but like I have enough luck in that, but there's just a lot of bigger fish I'm trying to fry. You know what I mean? Right now, like I need to fucking.
No, there's no bigger fish. There's no bigger fish.
I don't know. I feel like I don't know. I'm gonna get. I'm trying to get a lot of other shit set up. You know what I mean? Like in my life, and I'm not really focused. I'm not really trying to spend time doing that. Basically, you know what I mean? Like I have a lot of other shit that I have to do later. That's not a problem. I just have different priorities. You know what I mean?
Hey, feel it out, man. Yeah, do it your way for sure. I can't give you personal advice on your life. You definitely got to do it your way and feel it out yourself. Like I said, don't fucking listen to me. I'm not qualified at all.
Yeah, Noah got 99 problems, but a bitch ain't one.
It really, no, I have a lot of fucking issues, and I don't need to fucking like. That's the thing is like I just don't think about it.
Hey, don't treat relationships like an issue. Okay, it might be the best thing that ever happened to you. It might actually solve a lot of issues.
Oh
shit! Just let it come naturally, man. But definitely don't consider a relationship a chore. That's a very negative approach.
This fucking cat got me sick.
Noah's not even worried about a relationship right now.
No, I really am not. I just feel
that's
like
fine.
Yeah, I just feel like I have my standards, and when I see the person that meets those standards, then I'll actually focus on it. But it's just, bro, I came back to Hawaii 6 months ago, and I just haven't seen it yet. And I've been working on my other shit in the meantime, which is a much bigger problem. So like, yeah, I'm trying to get a fucking like put a down payment on a house. You know what I mean? So like, I'm trying to do this.
Nice.
You know what I mean? I'm trying to focus on like financial and career things, if you know what I mean. Trying to improve. There's just a lot of shit like that I'm trying to do outside of that I let fall to the wayside that I need to do some serious, I guess, work and thinking about.
Yeah, dude, just try your best. Don't ignore any aspect of your life. Be open to new opportunities, relationship, romantic, financially, job, adventure, any of that. Be open, be critical. Balance. Honestly, you got to be rational and irrational at the same time to whatever ratio serves you the best, and that's only going to be something that you got to feel out and just like kind of intuitively work out in yourself. And definitely don't just wait for love to come to you. Search for it, but obviously don't fixate on it or obsess or anything. It's something you can put effort to. Sometimes it comes effortlessly.
Yeah,
Just
it's like this.
honestly,
It's like this, Fundy. It's like,
listen to your heart.
Yeah, no, and it's like I just haven't like I know that when I see a chick who I guess meets my standards and who I guess because you can tell when a chick has interest in you and not. When I find a chick that meets my standards is also interested in me, I think I will be interested. It's just like in the desert of the real. In the desert of the real and the actual, like once you get fucking types of standards that are outside of what she looks like, the desert of the real is a real desert. You know what I mean? It's a fucking desert.
Yeah, but you'll be surprised. Hopefully, one day, everyone wanders through the desert just seeing nothing but sand, and it's always guaranteed. It's always a surprise wandering through the desert when you stumble upon an oasis. No one ever sees it coming. You're looking for it, but it's always going to be a surprise. So, it's not something you can search after. It's endless sand dunes in all directions. You pick a direction, head towards it. Have some reason behind it. Oh, I'm gonna search after this and that, whatever. But definitely recognize a good thing when you find it. And if it's not perfect, understand. It can grow. Plant your seed and see what happens. Not in the reproductive way or whatever, but
plant your seed and see what happens.
Yeah, that's horrible advice when it comes to the normal way of taking that metaphor. Just fuck everything that moves and see what kind of happy family you can create. Yeah. Hey, what about something else? What about something else, man? We've been on this for a while. It's funny how no one else has chimed in except for whoever that was a second ago. It's kind of funny. Maybe everyone's enjoying what we're having to say. I don't know. Who knows? Well, what about something else now? I mean, I have stories of this weekend to tell you that are extremely fun, but I feel like I've talked so much about myself. What about you, man? You do anything fun lately? Anyone?
Who, me?
Anyone? Yeah, or
Yeah,
anyone in the room? I mean, what's up, guys? What's up, everyone?
I had to do some shit and the Wi-Fi wasn't in my house, so I had to go to the state library, bro. Today. Let me see if I still have the pictures. I'll put them in the chat. It's fucking nice, bro. Oh, yep, I got them. Right there. Look at this.
I'm gonna actually keep my phone on screen off mode just because it's about to die. So I'm trying to stretch it out as much as possible.
Okay.
But what are you posting?
I was just posting dude. It's like it's they made it's like an old British structure, like how the actual library looks and stuff. It's such a good looking fucking structure. I don't know. I thought it was nice. And then after that, I just came home, went to Costco, and then some of my friends came over, fucking drank some beer, smoked some weed on my deck, and then now I'm back to work. And So this whole time I've been coding while talking at the same time, and for some
Coding?
reason, yeah.
Oh man, you're a real G, man. That's fucking awesome.
Yeah, but I feel like, I don't know, I'm allergic to something in my room. I don't know if it's my cat or some sort of dust, but every time I come in my room, my fucking nose.
Well, it is springtime, the plant, all the blossoming flowers, all the pollen and debris in the air. It is the time of year for people to have like allergic reactions just to their environment. Everything's.
That's a good point. That's a good point. Maybe it is. It's just weird because I feel like it. I think I'm in my room and it's all the windows are closed. You know what I mean?
Is it throughout the year or is it just kind of now?
It just started now, but I don't. So you might be right. It might be the season. I'm not discounting that. I just feel like I'm outside. When I was outside all day, nothing. And the moment I go back to my fucking room, I feel like sneezing and my fucking. It's not fucking Corona for the fucking people who are schizo in here.
It's Corona.
Yeah, like it's like sneezing and my nose gets runny. But I don't know. That's allergies, right? That's what I think it is.
Yeah, might be a cat, honestly. Like, the thing about allergies is that cats shed during spring, right? They got the winter coat.
That might
They're going to
be
shed
it.
all that shit during the spring. It's getting warm. And so the cat is definitely a likely culprit for that.
Yeah, I think it's the fucking cat because this motherfucker sleeps in my bed every night, and I stopped. I had just washed my sheets today. Actually, I woke up this morning at like 6 a.m. because I couldn't fucking stop sneezing, and I just tore my sheets and comforter off the bed and just shoved that shit in the fucking dryer. I might even vacuum this shit, but I'm not letting the cat back in my room, man. I'm fucking irritated.
You want to hear some good news in my personal life?
Yeah, let's hear it.
I've been driving a car for the past year, as it has just been breaking down in odd ways. Honestly, my car it's just been malfunctioning in some really fucking like strange ways. So, one of the first things is my windshield wiper, my windshield wipers. Just the fucking motor broke on it. So it's spring rain, right? I've been driving through the rain without being able to wipe the rain off of my windshield. They fucking broke. So that sucks. Also, the air conditioning. As soon as it got hot, it just fucking stopped, right? So I can't wipe the rain, and I have no air conditioning in my car. And not only that, but the inside handle of my driver's side door broke off on the inside. So in order to get out of my car...
Are you driving a Corolla?
No, it's not. It's a Honda. So it broke off, and so I've had to roll down my driver's side window and reach to the outside handle in order to let myself out of the car, right? Every time I get out, I need to like roll down my window and use the handle that still exists that didn't break off on the outside to let myself out. And I roll up my window and then turn off the car. Also, my car started overheating if I drive over an hour. They tell me I have a cracked head gasket or something. And so if I drive too long, the engine gets hot and the crack expands and it starts leaking fluid. It's fine as long as I don't drive it for more than an hour. But if I drive for more than an hour, the heat starts expanding the metal and it starts leaking. And also, some guy recently fucking backed up into my fucking driver's side door, left a big dent, and cracked my side view mirror in half. So half the mirror just fell onto the street. Right?
Jesus fucking Christ, dude. This car is taking a beating.
Yeah, it's taking a fucking beating to hell. And so, I think I said I got some good news for you. Is that what I said?
Yeah, that is what you said.
Yeah, I do have that. So, I kind of get some momentum rolling. So my girlfriend got a new job. She's been working the same job for like 4 years, and she got this really fucking like luxurious job out of nowhere by just like a personal like acquaintance, right? Hooked up with a new job, great for her. No more like stressful work environment, just like in a way better place. So happy for her. Making about the same money, but now she's got like full benefits in every single way possible, like to the extreme, and also just like no stress, coming home happy, coming home unstressed, like not dealing with customers or any bullshit like that. So that's great. And we wanted to get me a new car recently, of course, right? Like, you know, the car's just falling the fuck apart. Took it to get evaluated. They said like my struts recently broke, so now like the suspension that keeps the car even like in one piece is like just like snapped in half. And got the assessment.
Hey, wait, when does the good news start, dude? This is fucking ridiculous. Like, how could you? How does the car get that fucked, dude? Is my question.
All of a sudden within the past year, just all this shit just started piling up, and it just got worse and worse and worse. And so, see, the thing is about what I want to bring up is momentum, right? Momentum of positivity in your life, right? One thing goes right, then another thing goes right, then another thing goes right, right? That's what I'm kind of talking about, right? And it's sort of a vibe in the same way it's about like physical accomplishments and like whatever situations you put yourself in. And so here's the good news, right? Everything started going wrong in my car, and like I said, and there's even more I could go into, but I won't. And so finally, you know, my girlfriend, right? She's had a stressful job for the past 4 years. She gets hired. That sort of kick things off, right? And so she gets a new job, and I say, you know, it's about time I get a new car, right? This thing is like done for. It runs and all, but it's very limited, and there's lots of road trips we wanted to go on, but the car can't drive more than 1 hour without overheating. So it's just fucking like there's so many places we want to go to. There's an aquarium we want to go to. There's some family members we want to visit. There's you know, lots of little vacation and camping spots that we've been wanting to go to, but they're more than an hour away, so it's just not worth it, and it's not worth the risk. So here's where the good news starts. She gets the new job. That's great. She's happy. Weekends off now. So now she's like, hey, why don't we go search for a new car for you? And why don't we start off the day great? Because I found out there's literally 6 yard sales and an estate sale in this neighborhood. And after we go, you know, have fun looking for these garage sales and estate sale, maybe we'll go to the nearest used car lot next to it, right? And I say that's a wonderful way to spend the weekend. So we go to, you know, we start the day, we get up early, we go to these yard sales, and we find probably about 7 or 10 just amazing deals. Like you wouldn't even believe the fucking amazing things that like are things we've been looking to like bring into our house, but we don't want to pay full price, and we just ended up like finding.
Do you live with your girlfriend?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, I was just wondering.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I guess 7 years. 7 years is pretty.
Yeah, it's about time after 7 years,
yeah.
right? So we get up in the morning and we go, you know, kind of get a positive energy going, right? Because like searching for a new car is sort of like not only a financial investment that's going to take a big toll on my bank account, but also sort of like an emotional investment at the same time. It's weird like that. And so she has the idea, hey, why don't we go garage sale? Because there's 5 in this neighborhood. And then after that, we'll be in a good mood, and we'll go like just check out. You know, we'll just give it a shot. We'll just start an investigation. Go check out some cars for sale. And so we go to the yard sales and the estate sale in this neighborhood, and we end up finding like just the funnest shit ever, dude. So this is the good news, right? Every single time we go to one of them, there's like something around like $1,000 of value or something just crazy value, right? That just time after time, we just find something for like $1 or like $10 or $5, right? That's worth way much more than what they're asking, right? So we just find the sickest deals. I'll list them out. I got a portable television from 1990 for $5. It's probably worth like $600 on eBay or something. And
where were you when you got this TV?
I mean, I was at a garage sale in a neighborhood a few miles away from where I live.
Got it. Yeah. Okay. Sorry. I thought because you listed off of multiple places. I was wondering which one. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. So I got a portable television from the 1990s that it's literally just fun as fuck. It's got a 9-inch screen. You know, you can take it anywhere. And like it's just kind of fun as fuck to have like this super advanced 1990s technology that's worth so much back in the day, right? Colored television, the 1990s in this portable fashion. Got it for $5. Probably worth like fucking $400 on eBay. We also got this really nice snow sled for $2 that I don't know, something equivalent at Walmart might be like 40 or 30 or something, right? For like a 2-seater like snow sled. That was dope. We found this lunchbox with my girlfriend's new job. She's been taking her lunch to work. We found this fucking lunchbox that's like super compact, but it has a heating plate at the bottom of it, and it comes with a cord. So you can actually cook your meals within the lunchbox. I never even knew this technology existed. You take the raw ingredients of whatever you want to eat for lunch that day. It's in the lunchbox. It's insulated. It's going to stay cool until the point where it's lunchtime, you plug in the cord, and it cooks your food for you inside of the lunchbox. Have you ever fucking heard of such a thing? Yeah.
Is that new? Or like something from the
No,
80s?
it's so old, dude. It's so old, but I've never seen
crazy.
anything like it before. A fucking lunchbox that cooks your food for you. It's dope as fuck. She fucking had like raw Chinese food, the shrimp, the fucking broccoli, the carrots, whatever, the rice, right? It fucking made it for her. It's fucking sick, dude. A lunchbox that cooks your
like stir fry.
It's amazing. What's up, guys? Some
I said like
what's up?
stir fry.
Yeah, exactly. It makes the stir fry in the lunchbox. You don't even, you just put the raw ingredients in there. It fucking boils it. You add a little water, right? And just add a
Yeah,
cup
we should
of
bring
water.
this back, dude. We need to bring this back. I want one of these.
Everyone should want one of these. It's fucking incredible, especially if
Wait,
you
what
like
does it
have
have
to
a
eat at work.
battery on the side? Or like how does
No,
it do you plug it in
There's
or
a
how does that work?
there's a small compartment with this very thin electrical cord with both sides of it, and you plug it in the lunchbox, you plug it in the wall, and in 10 minutes it fucking cooks your food for you. Just add a little water, it'll steam things, it'll cook things, it'll boil things, whatever you want. You want to make soup, you want to make stir fry, whatever. I mean, it's literally just like a pan in the shape of a lunchbox, right? But it's also a thermos at the same time, so you can take your cold food in the morning, right? Keep it in there, and whenever you want to cook it, you just plug it in, and it has a little compartment for the cord. So it's just a complete package. We also found a jar that's sort of like a candle holder, but someone took about 200 quartz crystals and super glued them like a disco ball of like quartz crystals with the points intact, like and very pure, clear, crystal clear glass style quartz crystals. We found a candle holder for sale at the estate sale for $1, and it's the most beautiful fucking diamond. Oh shit!
Are you good? Fundy? Fundy?
Oh shit.
That
He's
was
otherwise engaged.
I think his phone died. He was saying that his phone had been dying earlier and that he didn't even want to turn on the screen. So maybe it died, but his thing stayed here. I'm not sure.
Yeah. Or maybe he yanked the headset out of the port or something. Sure. That was a Tartarian lunchbox he was talking about.
Tartarian lunchbox?
Yeah. Old technology. Old Tartar.
When he started
Or
talking about it and when he started saying it cooks your lunch for you, I was like, really? I was like, nuh-uh.
yeah. I only believe it if I see it. A lunchbox that cooks your lunch for you sounds like Tartarian shit.
But that's not new technology or anything. That's old stuff. Because actually, I've not owned one before, but I've seen set up like that. It's like a little rice steamer type of thing, and it's kind of like shaped like a lunchbox, but inside of it there's there's like on one side there's a cord and there's a little burner, and you pour water in and you pour rice and you pour whatever vegetables whenever you want, and you just turn it on, and then it cooks. It makes like a rice meal out of it. But I wasn't aware that it did roasting and all that stuff. But hey, that sounds pretty neat. Sounds like a miniature air fryer or something. Sounds pretty neat.
Sounds good to me, honestly. Yeah.
Yeah, the only issue is that it requires, you to plug it in. So that means that if you're like working out in the field or something like that, it's not an option.
They only care about these office
Office
workers,
jobs.
do they?
That being said, they should make it so it's waterproof, or like so it's not leaking, and you could just pour the water in there from the get-go. Have the stuff like marinating in this like salt broth or what have you, and then just turn it on and let it cook.
Hey, hey.